An era of gourmet hunters and enticing dishes. A young man named Komatsu is venturing into the forest to find a world-renowned ingredient hunter named Toriko. Komatsu has been sent by the International Gourmet Organization (IGO) to request Toriko's help in finding ingredients for them. However, Toriko is currently busy fishing and hasn't heard anything Komatsu said. Just as a giant bird was about to steal Toriko's catch, he swiftly dealt with it using his fishing rod. Shortly after, Komatsu informed Toriko that the IGO wants him to hunt a galalligator. As soon as Toriko heard the name galalligator, he became ecstatic because its meat is even more delicious than emperor crow and Kobe beef combined. The two of them set off for the island where the galalligators reside. Toriko quickly recognized Komatsu as a chef due to the food scent on his hands, while Toriko himself is the most renowned ingredient hunter in this era. Finally, they reached the habitat of the galalligators, known as the Southern Wasteland Island. To get there, they had to cross a river filled with level 1 sharks. According to the IGO's standards, creatures at level 1 require at least 10 hunters to catch, while the galalligator they were after was classified as level 5. As they stepped onto the island, a blood-sucking leech fell on Komatsu's neck, frightening him. However, Toriko squeezed some salt water from a plant leaf onto the leech, driving it away since leeches are highly averse to salt. Komatsu then encountered a giant sword-wielding tiger at level 3, but as Toriko revealed his fierce demeanor, the tiger quickly fled in panic. That evening, the two of them grilled a few level 1 frogs and snakes for a makeshift dinner. However, a massive level 5 swamp snake suddenly appeared, disrupting their meal. Surprisingly, the snake collapsed and died, as it had previously suffered a significant bite wound. Before Toriko and Komatsu could comprehend what happened, the snake's body was suddenly dragged underwater. Immediately after, a gigantic galalligator emerged from the depths. Komatsu, frightened, realized that this galalligator was actually a level 8 creature, not the level 5 they initially thought, and it was the one that had bitten and killed the swamp snake earlier. The galalligator had tough tank-like scales, rendering Toriko's regular attacks ineffective. Even its tail strike was powerful enough to send him flying several dozen meters. However, a red demon suddenly appeared behind Toriko, wielding a knife and plate. Toriko activated his food honor technique, transforming his arms into blades with plates. As the galalligator continued its charge, Toriko used his knife and fork technique to pierce and slice it. Toriko and Komatsu then cut the galalligator's meat and grilled it, discovering its succulent, flavorful, and juicy qualities. Grilling it on stones made the exterior crispy while maintaining its moistness inside. During the meal, Komatsu shared his aspiration to become the world's greatest chef, while Toriko expressed his desire to create an extraordinary menu with the world's finest dishes. Impressed by Toriko's intriguing character, Komatsu requested to accompany him on his journey. The next morning, Toriko ate every last bit of the galalligator, leaving none for the IGO organization. This place is a central market specializing in seafood that supplies the entire city. As a result, television reporters often come here to film reports for the people. When Tina, the reporter, spotted Toriko, she immediately recognized him as a famous hunter. So, Tina ran up to interview Toriko, but she was immediately pushed away by IGO security personnel. Because they didn't want to get involved with reporters like Tina, the IGO members took her away. An IGO officer informed Toriko that the rainbow fruit had just ripened, and the rainbow fruit is a top-tier fruit. Just one drop of its juice can turn an entire fruit juice swimming pool. However, the rainbow fruit is currently in the territory of level 9 King Kongs, so no one dares to approach it. IGO asked Toriko to go and harvest the rainbow fruit located in the scenic garden behind the gate, which is under the control of the King Kong tribe. Toriko, however, used his 3-hit style to punch a hole in the wall to intimidate the King Kong and make it run away. Toriko confidently entered the garden, ignoring the fear of those present. Toriko and Komatsu soon encountered a level 9 King Kong, but Toriko used an electric prod to immobilize it because he didn't want to harm the animals in this place. Little Tina followed Toriko here and sneaked past the security to enter the garden. The scent of the rainbow fruit can mesmerize animals to the point of hallucination, so the King Kongs often use it for hunting. Toriko and Komatsu found the rainbow fruit in the lair of the gigantic King Kong tribe. Toriko rushed forward and used an electric prod to immobilize the apes because their meat was not appetizing. Toriko's principle is to only kill creatures that can be eaten. He quickly identified the leader with white fur. Toriko emitted a terrifying, demon-like aura that made the leader fearful and obedient. Toriko then plucked only one fruit, leaving the rest for the apes to use as hunting tools. Tina was recording Toriko with the rainbow fruit when she was grabbed by the guards and taken outside. That night, Komatsu made a fragrant pudding from the rainbow fruit, causing everyone to salivate. As Toriko took a bite, he felt the flavors of various fruits melting in his mouth. It was the most delicious pudding he had ever tasted, so Toriko decided to include the rainbow fruit pudding in his ultimate menu. A few days later, Toriko and Komatsu set out to hunt puffer whales because it was currently their mating season. A hunter named Zong approached Toriko to challenge him when he learned that Toriko was also a hunter. However, as soon as Zong saw Toriko's massive physique, he became fearful and immediately left. Toriko explained that most ingredient hunters in the world often compete with each other. When Toriko saw an elderly man with silver hair approaching and requesting wine, he immediately handed him a bottle of wine. Upon disembarking from the ship, Toriko coincidentally met his best friend, Koko, and Komatsu was astonished because Koko, along with Toriko, was one of the 4 strongest hunters known as the 4 Heavenly Kings. The 4 Heavenly Kings had experienced life and death battles against countless species of creatures. Koko summoned an emperor cow to transport Toriko and Komatsu to his home. When they arrived at Koko's home, he laid out a table of food to treat Toriko. Koko mentioned that he had completed half of his ultimate menu, which consisted of top-tier dishes such as dragon's tear soup and phoenix meat. Koko also knew that Toriko and Komatsu were on their way to catch puffer whales, a highly poisonous species that required someone skilled in preparation. If eaten as is, it could send one to heaven immediately. Not to mention, they were deep inside a cave where there were dozens of other dangerous creatures. In addition to being a hunter, Koko was also a fortune teller, so he unintentionally discovered that Komatsu had only 1 year left to live. Hundreds of hunters had gathered to hunt puffer whales, so Tina was present to shoot a video. When she saw Toriko and Koko, she requested to join them to record their journey. Despite Toriko warning her about the dangers inside the cave, Tina still followed along. When she encountered a type of mushroom called baki-baki, Toriko quickly ran over to taste it and assess its flavor. While filming, Tina accidentally encountered Zong's group, but they all fled the cave when they saw a horde of monsters appearing. Koko had a keener eye than most, allowing him to see clearly in the darkness as well as foresee the future of living creatures. Besides his sharp vision, Koko had the ability to excrete toxins through his skin and could defend against almost all naturally occurring poisonous creatures. When a flock of bats arrived, Koko sprayed toxins on himself to eliminate them. However, Komatsu mysteriously disappeared, causing Toriko and Koko great concern. A gigantic demon snake appeared in front of them, a creature at level 21, making it a formidable opponent for Toriko and Koko. The snake's terrifying roar caused the cave entrance to collapse immediately. Prior to this, Tina had attached an ultra-small recording device to Komatsu's hat so she could capture footage without entering the cave. However, she observed Komatsu being abducted by a bearded man. The demon snake managed to grab Toriko with one of its hands, rendering him immobile. When Toriko sensed that the snake was about to spray poison on him, he used all his strength to break free. Toriko used his knife-like technique to sever one of the snake's legs. However, the snake quickly regenerated the lost limb at a rapid pace and sent Toriko flying. As for the kidnapper, he intended to use Komatsu as bait to distract the monsters while he captured puffer whales. Toriko and Koko attempted to work together to defeat the snake, but their attacks were ineffective. Toriko suggested that if Koko could hold the snake still for a moment, he could definitely defeat it. Toriko then concentrated all his strength into his right arm, while Koko rushed to shoot poison into the snake's sensory organs to try to immobilize it for Toriko to use his internal energy. The demon snake quickly caught Koko as he exposed himself, and when it attempted to spray poison on him, Koko created a layer of his own poison on his body. Therefore, even though the snake sprayed poison on him, Koko remained unharmed due to the protective layer of poison. Frustrated by its failed poison attack, the snake then tried to inject venomous spines into Koko, but Koko took advantage of the spines to push his own poison back into the snake's body. As a result, the snake became immobilized and writhed in agony from the shock of the poison. At this point, Toriko had focused all his power into his right arm and relentlessly delivered powerful punches to the snake's body, ultimately defeating it. After defeating the demon snake, Toriko dismembered it into pieces for transportation. Koko was concerned about Komatsu, but Toriko reassured him that he had given Komatsu a secret weapon, so there was no need to worry. Komatsu and the kidnapper were now facing another demon snake. The kidnapper had abandoned Komatsu and fled as soon as he saw the demon snake, only to be killed by a swarm of giant insects shortly after. While on the ship, Toriko had given Komatsu a stunning gun to fend off monsters, and he had instructed Komatsu to cover his ears when using it. However, Komatsu panicked and fired the stunning gun towards the demon snake without covering his ears. The deafening blast from the gun caused Komatsu's heart to stop, but it had no effect on the snake. When Toriko and Coco arrived at the scene, they were relieved to find Komatsu unharmed. It turned out that just as the demon snake was about to devour Komatsu, an old man who had been asking for alcohol on the ship had appeared and transformed into a giant. He used an electric shock to incapacitate the giant snake with a single strike. The old man then used his electric abilities to restart Komatsu's heart and heal his eardrums. Afterward, the old man left the area. Coco and Toriko recognized him as the legendary hunter named Jiro, whose menu consisted of exquisite dishes that no one had ever tasted. Finally, Toriko's group reached the breeding grounds of the puffer whales. Tina was excited to film the scene of capturing the whales, but Komatsu realized he had left his hat on the shore. As they descended into the sea, Toriko and Coco encountered a large school of puffer whales. However, when Toriko tried to catch them, the whales became frightened, released their toxic substances, and died instantly. Coco, on the other hand, submerged himself in the water to approach the school of whales and used electric shocks to paralyze their brains. Seeing this, Toriko also learned to conceal himself in the water and used his fingers to paralyze the whales' brains. After a considerable effort, Toriko and Coco managed to capture 10 puffer whales, much to Komatsu's joy. However, they needed to remove the poison sacs from the whales' bodies before they could be consumed. Coco suggested that Komatsu prepare the fish, as he was a professional chef, and Komatsu would need precise knife skills for this task, which he found even more challenging than defusing bombs. Komatsu successfully prepared the 8 poison whales, and they were no longer considered inedible. He extracted the poison sac from the last whale to the group's delight. They then made puffer whale sashimi and enjoyed it together. As they ate, Toriko felt like all the fatigue in his body had disappeared. Especially when paired with sake, the meal was incomparably delicious. While everyone was dining, a strange figure suddenly appeared with an aura so intimidating that even Toriko and Coco were taken aback. However, this individual had come here solely to capture puffer whales and paid no attention to the Toriko group. After leaving the scene, Toriko's group saw the unfamiliar figure defeating many hunters to steal puffer whales, but Tina remained unharmed. IGO then sent a helicopter to pick up Toriko, while Coco rode an emperor cow back home. While on the helicopter, Toriko made an enormous burger and devoured it in one bite. The creature that IGO wanted Toriko to capture next was the regal mammoth, which Toriko immediately agreed to, as their meat was considered the pinnacle of all meats. The Toriko group then flew to IGO's largest garden, spanning 500,000 square kilometers. This location also served as the world's largest food processing factory, and IGO used it for breeding and genetically reviving extinct animal species. As soon as Toriko met the bald-headed director, Mansam, of this garden, he greeted him warmly. However, Mansam was feeling extremely worried because the Gourmet Corp was about to take action. Mansam explained that the Gourmet Corp was an organization created with the purpose of controlling food resources worldwide, and the robot that Toriko encountered while capturing the puffer whale belonged to them. Mansam temporarily put aside the matter of the Gourmet Corp and took Toriko and Komatsu to an arena. This arena was where the IGO organized battles between ferocious creatures for the entertainment of the wealthy. The money earned from these battles would be used to support impoverished countries facing difficulties. As Toriko settled into his seat, Mansam released a series of fierce monsters, but when he learned that the main character of the battle was a battle wolf, Toriko was very surprised. In ancient times, there was a giant monster that had consumed all the vegetation, causing life on many continents to disappear. However, the battle wolf species appeared and eradicated each of these monsters, saving the entire planet. Mansam wanted the recently bred battle wolf from IGO to fight all the monsters in the arena. The person in charge of the battle was a girl named Rin, an animal trainer. To make the battle more intense, Rin injected a gas into the arena that stimulated the fierceness of the creatures. However, when the creatures rushed to attack, the battle wolf remained still and did not retaliate. Suddenly, Toriko leaped into the arena, punching away the other monsters to rescue the battle wolf. He realized that this particular battle wolf was pregnant. When the renowned hunter Toriko prepared to fight, the entire audience became extremely excited. Toriko pierced through the 2.5-meter thick protective barrier to enter the arena, leaving Mansam wide-eyed in astonishment. Immediately after, Toriko emitted a powerful and terrifying killing intent to push back the group of monsters. Meanwhile, Tina and Komatsu were sitting, enjoying a pricey pear bread treat provided by Mansam. The battle wolf suddenly exhausted and collapsed, so Toriko asked Rin to reduce the combat gas. When he saw a white-faced monkey rushing to attack, Toriko immediately punched it, knocking it out instantly. Toriko was determined to protect the mother and child battle wolves because they were the last remaining individuals of their species. When a horned dinosaur was about to attack, Toriko threw it into the sky, shocking everyone as they witnessed Toriko punch through the protective barrier around the arena. It turned out that Toriko wanted to create a glass fireworks display to welcome the birth of the baby battle wolf. The mother battle wolf successfully gave birth to a very healthy baby. At this moment, a devil serpent that the IGO had captured was becoming strangely agitated. Rin hadn't had a chance to use the sleeping gas on the devil serpent when it broke out of its enclosure. Mansam even used his fry pan to defeat a multi-headed bird to assist Toriko. He couldn't understand how a cloned creature like the battle wolf could have offspring. Tina took the opportunity to run up and film the rare mother and child battle wolves. However, the devil serpent chased after Rin as she ran out of the arena, easily defeating all the other creatures in the blink of an eye. In the face of the devil serpent's appearance, the audience panicked and fled in chaos. Still, Mansam noticed that the president of the Roto Republic remained seated in the stands. However, as Mansam approached, the president suddenly used one hand to stab Mansam. So, Mansam used his fry pan technique to knock him away. It turned out that the person was not the president of the Roto Republic but a robot from the Gourmet Corp organization. However, Toriko realized that it was not the same robot they had encountered before. At this moment, the devil serpent was preparing to attack the mother and child battle wolves. The mother battle wolf moved at a dizzying speed and bit through the serpent's body, leaving Toriko astonished. Immediately after, the baby battle wolf happily ran towards its mother, but as it reached her, the robot shot through the mother's body. When Mansam was stabbed in the chest, Komatsu was extremely shocked. However, after pouring some alcohol on the wound, it disappeared as if nothing had happened. The mother battle wolf continued to approach her cub, and Rin released a thick fog to prevent the robot from attacking them again. Mansam explained that the person controlling the robot was somewhere else, but these robots could still exert all the strength of their controllers. After witnessing the mother battle wolf being shot by the robot, Toriko felt extreme anger. He immediately rushed and punched the dust bag into the robot's face. However, the robot showed no signs of being affected and fired a barrage of energy blades towards Toriko. Nevertheless, Toriko evaded these blades and launched a continuous series of punches to send the robot flying. Due to the robot's excessively tough body, Toriko's right arm became numb after that blow. Then, the robot continued to launch energy blades to push Toriko back. Toriko now had only his left arm left for a final blow. When the robot separated its face to fire a laser beam, Toriko rushed in and punched the robot in the face. Toriko's unexpected punch caused the robot's head to explode instantly. However, the robot was still functioning and was about to self-destruct to blow up the entire arena. Fortunately, Mansam gave orders to his subordinates to fire a laser beam to destroy it. The control core of the robot popped out, attempting to escape, but Mansam ordered his level 35 pet beast named Riki to chase and eliminate the control core. Meanwhile, in the Bishikukai's hideout, the controller of the robot, named Bei, was showing extreme frustration. Luckily for Bei, he had only lost the robot, as he would have met his demise if he had engaged directly. The mother battle wolf passed away due to her severe injuries, while the baby battle wolf offered Toriko a piece of devil serpent meat as thanks for avenging her mother. Toriko accepted the baby battle wolf as his pet and named it Terry. That evening, Mansam organized a feast to treat everyone, and since Mansam was quite a drinker, the menu consisted of various dishes cooked with alcohol. Mansam also invited Tina to the party, but it seemed that Rin wasn't too fond of her. After the meal, Mansam remembered that they had forgotten about capturing the regal mammoth. However, Rin informed them that her elder brother, Sani, had already captured the regal mammoth. Toriko and the others went outside to wait for Sani to bring the mammoth. They took the opportunity to have another piece of meat to curb their hunger. When they saw Sani effortlessly carrying an enormous mammoth with one hand, everyone was astonished. The other beasts that were about to attack Sani immediately fainted. Sani then threw the mammoth towards the group, and Mansam had to exert all his strength to catch it. Sani was revealed to be one of the 4 heavenly kings. This guy Sani only likes beautiful things, so he scolded Rin when he noticed she seemed to have gained some weight. However, Mansam explained that the elephant Sani brought back was just a baby mammoth, leaving everyone astonished, unable to imagine how much bigger the mother mammoth would be. Meanwhile, a sous chef from the Bishikukai named Star Jun was planning to capture the regal mammoth. He sent some subordinates to infiltrate Mansam's garden using robots. Star Jun was the one controlling the black robot that Toriko and Coco encountered in the puffer whale graveyard. Toriko and the others arrived at a place called the Black Grass Plains. Sani wondered what Komatsu ate every day to have such an unsightly appearance. Sani claimed that his menu consisted of high-quality dishes good for women's skin. Suddenly, a herd of level 27 rock drums approached to attack them. Toriko immediately engaged in battle with the rock drums because their meat grilled up beautifully. Sani, on the other hand, refused to fight because he didn't like dealing with ugly things. However, when he saw Rin being pursued by one of the rock drums, Sani used a gust to blow it away and save his sister. Sani wanted to collect the shells of the rock drums because they could be used to make extremely beautiful furniture. Sani possessed tiny sensory hairs on his head, and these hairs were so strong that he could lift an entire mammoth with them, even turning them into a protective shield to counter enemy attacks. Meanwhile, Mansam was taking the baby regal mammoth back to the laboratory when he received news that the Bishakukai was attacking the garden. The Toriko team had missed one of the rock drums, so it returned and sent them flying in different directions. Sani and Komatsu were thrown to a forest filled with giant mushroom creatures. Surprisingly, Komatsu was delighted when he found a group of squids that could spray chili sauce, while Sani found these squids disgusting. Toriko and Rin ended up in the same location, surrounded by a forest full of bizarre creatures. Rin was happy to be alone with Toriko, but they found themselves in a forest teeming with wild beasts. Tina and Terry remained in their original spot since they were not attacked by the rock drums. Tina suddenly spotted the black robot controlled by Starjun passing by. Sensing danger, Terry carried Tina and went to find Toriko. Toriko and Rin were being surrounded by a group of wild beasts, so Toriko told Rin to spray her combat gas on him. After being stimulated by the combat gas, Toriko's killing intent surged, causing the beasts to panic and flee. Komatsu grilled some mushrooms and sprayed a bit of squid sauce from the squid he found to make a fragrant grilled mushroom dish. Sani, on the other hand, found the dish Komatsu was making truly repulsive, but he praised Komatsu's kitchen knife and his exquisite cooking skills. Mansam brought the baby regal mammoth back to headquarters to obtain jewel meat, which was the most delicious part inside the regal mammoth's body. Meanwhile, a member of the Bishakukai, a robotic being, was massacring the creatures in the garden. However, it was crushed by the mother regal mammoth while searching for its own child. Komatsu and Sani encountered a swamp, so Sani used his hair to get them both to the other side. There, they suddenly saw the carcass of a creature that had been killed by the Bishakukai. Sani realized that the Bishakukai hunts for gourmet cells in order to implant them into human bodies, granting them superhuman abilities. Mansam and the four heavenly kings had received gourmet cell implants, which is why they were so powerful. Toriko faced off against a level 28 lizard and fought it until he was exhausted. He managed to defeat the lizard and captured it to use as his mount. On the way to the regal mammoth's lair, Toriko and Rin encountered a devil athletics pit, a dangerous racetrack filled with fierce beasts built by the IGO. Toriko, weakened by hunger, needed to find a safe path. After crossing the swamp, Sani and Komatsu discovered a massive candy tree, and Komatsu made some cakes with mushrooms he had gathered earlier. Even someone as picky as Sani had to admit that the food was delicious. They continued on their way to the regal mammoth's lair and were shocked to find enormous footprints belonging to a giant pink robot controlled by a Bishakukai member named Jido. Meanwhile, Toriko's group encountered a mysterious creature called the mystery bird. When Toriko's lizard lunged at it, it was hit by the mystery bird's breath and fell into a ravine. This strange bird had incredible speed and could create illusions, making it difficult for Toriko to determine its real location. Toriko was then attacked by the bird but was saved when Terry intervened and kicked the bird away. Toriko was relieved to find out that Terry and Tina were safe. The mystery bird recognized the Qianlang bloodline in Terry, so it froze in fear, allowing Toriko and the others to continue their journey. Thanks to Terry's sharp sense of smell, they easily navigated through devil athletics without encountering any dangerous beasts. However, Terry suddenly sensed the presence of Starjun in devil athletics and immediately turned back to confront him. Despite knowing that Terry was chasing a dangerous adversary, Toriko and the group had to continue their search for the regal mammoth. Meanwhile, Sani was pulling Komatsu up a steep and towering mountain. At the mountain's peak, Jido was fiercely attacking the mother regal mammoth. But his attacks were ineffective against the gigantic creature. The regal mammoth absorbed all the creatures in front of it into its trunk and then expelled their bones after consuming them. Afterward, the mother regal mammoth went into a frenzied charge down the mountainside in search of her offspring. Sani and Komatsu, on the other hand, had to delicately traverse through a territory inhabited by a herd of heavy cliff creatures. They were shocked when they saw the massive figure of the mother regal mammoth descending towards them. Toriko and the two girls also rushed to the scene and witnessed the mother regal mammoth falling from the mountain. The heavy cliff herd attacked Sani and Komatsu, believing that they were threatening their territory. In a hurry, Sani had to pull Komatsu and dash down the mountain in a frenzy. When Toriko saw that Sani and Komatsu were in danger, he created a square-shaped pit in the ground and used his hand to scoop out a large chunk of earth to create a safe spot for their group. Sani and Komatsu managed to jump into the pit with Toriko's group just before the mother regal mammoth crashed down. The mother regal mammoth created a massive crater after the collision, while everyone was fortunate to survive thanks to the pit that Toriko had dug in Sani's shield. They only now realized that the mother regal mammoth was as big as a mountain, and the heavy cliffs also survived the fall because their bodies became as hard as stone when they curled up. The heavy cliffs charged at Toriko's group, believing they were the ones who had damaged their homes. However, the heavy cliffs suddenly became paralyzed and fell to the ground because they were poisoned, and everyone discovered that Coco had used his paralysis poison to incapacitate them. Sani noticed Coco's well-timed heroic act. But when Coco reached out to shake hands with Sani, he declined because Coco's hands were full of poison. Coco also used his poison to temporarily immobilize the mother regal mammoth, and he found a robot from the Bishakukai hidden inside the mammoth, searching for the jewel meat. Komatsu was eager to see the precious gem meat, and as everyone was trying to find a way into the mammoth, Jido's giant pink robot landed near them. Meanwhile, Starjun was still looking for a way through Devil Athletics and accidentally stumbled upon Toriko's naive lizard, promptly subduing it. Seeing that everyone was exhausted, Coco decided to leave Jido to him and called Emperor Crow to help him fight Jido's giant robot. Just as Toriko and the others were contemplating how to enter the mammoth, they were suddenly sucked inside. Coco panicked when he saw the Grim Reaper following one of them, and then Toriko and the rest were swallowed into the mouth of the mother regal mammoth. The entire group realized in horror that they were standing on one of its giant teeth. As the mother regal mammoth's 2 teeth were about to crush them, Toriko and Sani managed to hold them back and leap out just before they closed, falling straight into the mammoth's esophagus. Outside, the battle between Coco and Jido continued fiercely, with Coco solidifying his poison and creating a poison sword to attack Jido. However, Jido's robot was extremely robust, and Coco's attacks had little effect. Inside the mammoth's gut, Toriko's group accidentally encountered a green robot searching for jewel meat. The mammoth's intestines were like a maze, making it difficult for the robot to find the desired meat. Sani suggested that the group go look for the gem meat while he stayed behind to keep the green robot occupied. In reality, Sani didn't want to go deeper into the intestines as he was afraid of getting dirty, but Toriko believed that Sani would surely win because he knew his friend was extremely strong. The green robot fired an energy beam to attack Sani, but his hair blocked it all, transforming into a monster in front of the astonished robot. Terry ran up to confront Starjun and saw his attack coming before he even struck, so Terry leaped back. However, Starjun didn't want to waste time with Terry as he still needed to find the gem meat, so he left the lizard he had previously tamed to fight Terry. Meanwhile, Coco and Jido's pink robot were still locked in battle, and when Coco saw Jido preparing to fire a laser from his head, Coco rushed down and fired a poison ray at him. However, Jido successfully shot a laser that hit Coco and then kicked him to the ground, leaving him incapacitated. In this dire situation, Coco decided he would use all his strength to fight, and he released a thick cloud of poisonous smoke around Jido's robot, creating a toxic fog. However, Jido mentioned that he was controlling the robot remotely, so Coco's poison wouldn't have any effect. Immediately after, Jido caused a tremendous and terrifying explosion to dissipate Coco's toxic fog. But when Jido attempted to fire a laser to finish off Coco, he missed, even though he was at point-blank range. His robot suddenly collapsed, becoming uncontrollable. It turned out that Coco had introduced poison into the robot, corroding its control core, rendering Jido unable to control it anymore, making Coco the victor. However, while Coco was resting, Starjun suddenly appeared nearby, causing him to become greatly alarmed. After examining the baby regal mammoth, Mansam realized that it still didn't have jewel meat because it was too small. He hoped that Toriko's group would find that type of meat inside the mother regal mammoth. Starjun ignored Coco and went straight into the body of the mother mammoth. Coco saw that one of his friends was about to die in there. While searching for jewel meat, Komatsu suddenly spotted an orange tree growing inside the mammoth's stomach and even found other rare spices. However, Toriko realized that someone had infiltrated the mammoth's body. The green robot tried to maintain a distance to avoid Sani's hair and attacked him from a distance. Recognizing that Sani would soon exhaust himself if he had to continuously defend against the attacks. Right after that, the green robot sat down, waiting for Sani's defenses to weaken, and he displayed his collection of monstrous eyes, making Sani feel nauseous. After inspecting the collection, the green robot suddenly summoned a monster with numerous eyes, and as the monster was preparing to attack Sani, he launched dozens of blades to push it away. However, when the robot saw that Sani seemed exhausted, it actively rushed in and punched Sani in the face. While searching for jewel meat, Komatsu and Tina discussed gourmet cells. Tina knew that the one who discovered gourmet cells was a saint named Acacia. Saint Acacia had tasted all the finest foods in the world, but one day, he found a fish with meat so delicious that nothing could compare. Upon researching, Acacia discovered that the fish's meat was so delectable because it had consumed a certain type of jellyfish from the ocean, and after eating that jellyfish, creatures would evolve when consuming other delicious foods. So, Acacia collected the cells from these jellyfish and named them gourmet cells. The green robot continued to punch Sunny repeatedly, but Sunny was only pretending to weaken to lure him closer. Suddenly, Sunny's hair transformed into a monstrous creature and delivered a devastating blow to the robot. However, the green robot was still functional, so he attempted to flee. Sunny used his hair to infiltrate the robot's body and destroy its control core. After defeating the green robot, the mammoth suddenly blew him out, prompting Coco to order his Emperor Crow to fly over and rescue Sunny. Both Coco and Sunny were exhausted, so they sat outside, eating fruit while waiting for the others. The Toriko group was getting closer to the jewel meat, and the path was getting brighter. However, Toriko suddenly spotted Star June and went into a frenzy, charging to attack him. Nevertheless, with just a light punch, Star June sent Toriko flying and knocked him out cold. Rin, who was about to release smoke to help everyone escape, was also punched by Star June and left severely injured, though she still tried to release the smoke to save the others. Tina and her pigeon companion tried to run outside to call for Sunny and Coco's assistance. While Star June was preparing to attack Komatsu, Toriko suddenly stood up and punched him away. Rin realized that her injuries were severe and she might not survive. So she asked Toriko to kiss her as a final wish for peace. After that kiss, Rin passed away instantly. Toriko, driven by anger, rushed to attack Star June furiously, seeking revenge for Rin. However, Star June remained unharmed, and he realized that Toriko was self-digesting his own body to continue the fight. Star June explained that those who were infused with gourmet cells typically had to consume large amounts of food daily to sustain themselves. Toriko had been fasting the whole day, so he was currently replenishing his energy by consuming his own gourmet cells to keep fighting. Toriko, despite pushing his limits, eventually became too weak to lift his arm. Consequently, Star June fired an incredibly powerful laser to send Toriko flying toward Tina. Tina desperately tried to awaken Toriko, but he remained motionless. Tina suddenly noticed shiny golden droplets flowing from somewhere as bright as the sun. When Tina gently placed a few drops of that liquid on Toriko's lips, he immediately woke up. They were surprised to discover that it was the meat juice flowing from the jewel meat of the mother regal mammoth. Toriko felt that the marbling in the meat was intricately carved like a work of art, and the taste of the meat juice was more aromatic than any other meat in the world. As Toriko cut a piece of jewel meat, the meat juice burst out like fireworks, and as he tasted it, he cried out in delight, feeling the sweetness of the meat juice spreading throughout his mouth. Additionally, the jewel meat stimulated the gourmet cells in Toriko's body, making him even stronger. Meanwhile, Star June was rummaging through Komatsu's bag to see if he could find anything valuable. Seeing Komatsu's beautiful knife, Star June decided to take it. However, Komatsu declared that he would reclaim the knife because a knife was a chef's life. Despite Star June emitting an intense killing intent, Komatsu refused to let go. Toriko suddenly transformed into a sleeker and more agile form, leaving Star June astonished. Star June realized that Toriko's strength had increased after consuming the jewel meat. He ordered his subordinate to deactivate the shock reduction mode to test Toriko's strength, meaning that the damage Toriko caused would be transferred to Star June's real body. Star June launched a powerful punch at Toriko, but he remained unfazed. Toriko used his knife technique to easily sever one of Star June's arms and continued to pummel him with his three-hit combo technique, battering him like a pile of trash. After being hit by Toriko's onslaught, Star June's robot immediately exploded into pieces, but his real body was still intact, although he was slightly injured. When they reached Rin for examination, Toriko was overjoyed to find that she was still alive. Toriko managed to obtain the jewel meat and carried Rin out of the mother regal mammoth's body along with everyone else. However, Sunny used his net to catch the jewel meat, causing Toriko to fall flat on his face. Sunny then used his hair to provide temporary aid to Zin. Coco recognized Toriko as the one who had escaped death from the Grim Reaper, and Terry had tamed a lizard, using it to transport Toriko. IGO had released the regal mammoth's child, but it seemed that the mother regal mammoth was still extremely angry. Therefore, the Toriko team hastily took the jewel meat and fled from the scene. Rin, after receiving medical treatment from IGO, recovered from the critical condition. However, upon waking up, she immediately declared herself as Toriko's girlfriend, leaving everyone speechless. That night, they organized a magnificent feast using the jewel meat from the mother regal mammoth. The meat emitted a glow similar to real jewel. After trying a juicy piece of the jewel meat, Komatsu felt an endless sweetness spreading throughout his mouth. Even after eating the jewel meat, everyone's bodies emitted a strange glow. Toriko invited Tina to join the table and thanked her for waking him up when he was injured. Everyone suddenly noticed Sani's body was emitting an incredibly intense light. Toriko decided that he would include this jewel meat dish in his divine menu, but Sani also wanted to feature this glowing meat as the main course on his menu. After a heated argument, Toriko reluctantly gave up this delicious meat to Sani. In the morning, Toriko woke up. He immediately dug into a chocolate block in the middle of the house to eat. Toriko's house seems to be made of candy, so everything is edible, even the doorknob of his house. But he realizes that since birth, his wolf Terry hasn't eaten anything. Meanwhile, Komatsu's cooking skills have reached a new height after his journeys with Toriko, and the dishes he cooks are highly favored by high-ranking officials of the IGO. After being deceived by the robot of the Bishokukai, the president is showing anger towards other executives, and the business director of the IGO wants Komatsu to make a dish from a rare and precious species of tuna to appease him. The president loves the top-grade meat known as bubble meat from the first-rate tuna. And the deliciousness of bubble meat reaches its peak 7 days after the fish is caught. Coco is preparing to leave the city but is immediately surrounded by girls who recognize him as the famous Gourmet Hunter. Meanwhile, Sani wants to go to the recovery country to search for good foods for his hair. Toriko leads Terry into the forest to find a suitable meal for him and encounters a level 15 flying bird. Toriko immediately uses his knocking master ability, causing the bird to collapse on the spot. Afterwards, Toriko grills the bird, but it seems that Terry is not interested. The bird has a rich and wild flavor, similar to the taste of premium Wagyu beef. Additionally, the bones of the flying bird, when deep-fried, become crispy like a snack. However, Toriko still hasn't found any food that Terry likes. Upon returning to the city, Toriko immediately brings a flying bird to sell at a commercial area known as the World Kitchen. The manager, Tomu, of the World Kitchen informs Toriko that the original habitat of Battle Wolf is the Gourmet World. Therefore, Terry only likes food from the Gourmet World, which is the undiscovered land outside the continents where humans live. Legendary gourmet hunter Jiru once found a type of corn originating from the Gourmet World called BB corn. Just one BB corn kernel can produce enough popped corn for hundreds of people to eat. Although quite rare, BB corn can also be found on the Gu continent. Part of the human world, but it is located in a forest with many meat-eating plants known as the botanical hell. The next morning, Komatsu went to meet Tomu to buy ingredients to make sauce to go with the bubble meat from the first-rate tuna. When he learned that Toriko was heading to the Gu continent, Komatsu insisted on going along because there is a fruit called the star sauce fruit that makes a delicious sauce. Tina also wants to accompany Komatsu to make a YouTube video. Komatsu and Tina asked IGO staff to take them to the botanical hell on the Gu continent. Meanwhile, Sani is preparing to go to the recovery country to find hair beauty products. But upon learning that Toriko is going to the Gu continent, Rin insists that Sani must take her there to meet her crush. Toriko and Terry are flown by IGO's plane to the outskirts of the botanical hell, where Terry quickly marks his territory. Soon after, Toriko finds a plant called the lantern wine, and upon opening one, he has a bowl full of wine to quench his thirst. In addition, Toriko also finds fried potato flowers as snack. Terry suddenly discovers a giant peach lying in the middle of an empty field, and a flying squirrel suddenly emerges from below the ground, attempting to grab Terry. However, Terry jumps out in time. It turns out that this flying squirrel uses the delicious peach on its head to hunt for prey. Toriko ignores the squirrel and quickly enters the botanical hell forest to find BB corn for Terry. As Komatsu and Tina arrive, they see Toriko entering the forest from the plane. An IGO employee suggests they wait outside because the botanical hell is dangerous. However, Komatsu insists on searching for the star sauce fruit because the bubble meat will expire in 2 days. Suddenly, Zong comes running out of the forest with his gang, revealing that they also came to explore but got scared off by a meat-eating plant. Meanwhile, as Toriko walks through the forest with Terry, a flock of loud birds suddenly defecates on Toriko. Inside the droppings are seeds of a meat-eating plant that grows rapidly. Toriko uses his knife technique to cut the plant. Next, a colossal root monster appears and grabs Terry. After a fierce struggle, Terry manages to escape, and Toriko wants Terry to defeat the creature to gain combat experience. Terry attacks the root monster with incredible speed, but the creature regenerates its wounds and easily catches Terry. It swallows Terry in front of Toriko. However, the creature suddenly bursts into flames, and it has to spit out Terry. It turns out that Terry tore the wine fruits on the creature's head, then bit down with great strength, causing the alcohol in the fruits to ignite and incinerate the creature. After climbing the trees in the forest for a while, Toriko successfully finds BB corn. However, Toriko can't harvest BB corn in the usual way because it's extremely tough. Toriko has to continuously use his knife technique to chop one corn, and to his amazement, he finds a corn as big as a building. Toriko tried to jump up and use his knife technique to cut the giant corn, but it proved to be challenging. Together with Terry, Toriko attempted to peel away each layer of the outer husk of the giant corn. After successfully removing the outer layers, Toriko saw the beautiful golden BB corn seeds, but extracting them was still a difficult task. Toriko circled behind the corn and continuously punched its stalk. After Toriko's powerful and fierce attacks, dozens of BB corns were released, but there were still many layers of corn that Toriko couldn't reach. To turn this section of corn into popcorn, Toriko needed to cook them at the temperature of a volcano. Toriko and Terry decided to head to a nearby volcano in this forest to roast the corn. Komatsu's group is currently being chased by a giant flower mantis. However, Komatsu accidentally discovers a star sauce fruit, quickly grabs it, and continues to run away from the mantis. Despite being caught by the mantis and swallowed, Komatsu manages to scare the creature away by putting a bit of extremely spicy pepper powder into its mouth. Sani plans to make a grand entrance to save Komatsu but fails to achieve anything remarkable. As soon as everyone sees Toriko, they express immense joy and run to greet him. Immediately after, Komatsu and Tina ask Sani to transport them back using his flashy helicopter to prepare the tuna meat in time. Toriko leads Terry to a nearby volcano to roast the corn. The rocks in this area are arranged in layers, and as they ascend, the temperature decreases. To prevent the corn from burning, Toriko must carefully roast it from top to bottom. However, as they descend, the temperature increases, making Toriko and Terry feel the heat. Nevertheless, they are overjoyed when they see the corn popping, releasing a delicious aroma, and Terry happily devours a piece of popcorn to Toriko's delight. Toriko then took a piece and slowly savored its flavor. This popcorn had the ability to stimulate the taste buds, making Toriko unable to stop eating it. Therefore, Toriko decided to choose BB corn popcorn as the appetizer in his menu. Moreover, the volcano here emitted a type of ash containing salt to spice up this popcorn. However, a strange guy suddenly appeared and sucked away Toriko's popcorn with a large nozzle, even demanding to suck up Terry, prompting Terry to run away hastily. Toriko then rushed to strike a powerful blow at the guy's nozzle, but it didn't break. It turned out that he was a sous chef of the Bishokukai named Green Park. Green Park had very healthy lungs for sucking up food, eating everything he could find, even rats. His nozzle was made from the proboscis of a giant mosquito, making it very sturdy. It appeared that Green Park had also come here to find BB corn as a gift for his boss, and the Bishokukai's main goal was to find a material called God. Whoever possessed this divine material would control the entire world. In ancient times, the nations of the world engaged in a war that lasted centuries. It was believed to be the world's end when the legendary gourmet hunter Acacia presented a dish called God to the leaders for a taste test. The most effective time for this dish was during the gourmet eclipse, occurring every few hundred years. After trying Acacia's God dish, the world leaders were deeply moved, and they decided to end the war so that everyone could enjoy this dish. In fact, God was the dish that opened the era of gourmet cuisine as it is known today. Green Park revealed that the gourmet eclipse would make the God dish reappear in the next few years, and many powerful hunters, as well as the bosses of Bishokukai, desired to obtain God. Toriko determined that he would make God the main course in his menu. However, when Green Park noticed Toriko also wanted to acquire God, he decided to eliminate Toriko. Both of them emitted extremely intense killing intent, threatening each other. As soon as Green Park used the suction tube to blow a strong breath towards Toriko, Toriko also threw a punch at him. The shock from that attack pushed both of them away. Green Park then tried to maintain distance and used his breath gun to attack Toriko from a distance because he knew Toriko's techniques were mostly close range. However, after consuming the diamond pork from the regal mammoth, Toriko's cells evolved. At this point, Toriko could use the knife and fork attack to strike Green Park from a very far distance. The damage was enough to injure Green Park, but it didn't finish him off. Green Park took a deep breath and blew an incredibly powerful breath towards Toriko, evaporating everything in an instant. However, Toriko suddenly slipped behind Green Park and severed his suction tube. It turned out Toriko had waited for the moment when Green Park lost visibility due to his skills to fly over. After the fight, Green Park realized Toriko was a very powerful opponent. However, Green Park abruptly requested to stop the game and called back his pet. Toriko was amazed to see that Green Park's insect was carrying a gigantic BB corn. Green Park then jumped onto the back of the insect and left with the BB corn. Toriko realized that the sous chefs of the Bishokukai were as strong as monsters. At this moment, many reporters were gathered at the dinner of politicians, including President Roto. There were only 5 minutes left until the first-grade tuna meat reached its peak flavor. However, Komatsu had not yet brought back the star sauce, so the IGO business director decided to temporarily serve the president with tuna and soy sauce. Immediately after, Sonny crashed his helicopter in front of the hotel. Some reporters quickly surrounded Komatsu when they found out he was the chef for the first-grade tuna. However, Komatsu swiftly ran into the hotel to complete the first-grade tuna dish on time. The IGO business director then brought the tuna with soy sauce to President Roto. Komatsu suddenly appeared and stopped the president to wait for him to finish the star sauce. However, while Komatsu was preparing the sauce for the tuna dish, the tuna suddenly turned into bubbles because, after reaching its peak flavor, the tuna would transform into bubbles and disappear. After waiting for a long time without food, President Roto became very angry and demanded to leave. However, Coco suddenly brought another first-grade tuna, delighting Komatsu. He received this tuna from a seafood company as a gift after helping them catch 3 tunas. Another issue was that Komatsu's sauce lacked a bit of salt. Toriko appeared with a bag of salt that he obtained from the volcano on the Gourmet continent. Komatsu then recreated the tuna dish with all the necessary ingredients. After trying a piece of the first-grade tuna, President Roto sensed the taste of all sea creatures, and the star sauce brought the flavor of various vegetables. After finishing Komatsu's tuna dish, President Roto was no longer angry. Toriko also made a lot of BB corn snacks to treat everyone, and when drizzled with Komatsu's star sauce, the corn snacks became even more delicious. Many days later, Toriko took Komatsu to a massive culinary city called Gourmet Town. Komatsu was amazed because Gourmet Town had all the dishes from around the world. Meanwhile, Bishikukai's head chef, Koromato, gathered his subordinates for a feast. However, Green Park returned and sucked all the food from the table. Koromato felt sad after failing to hunt the diamond meat of the Jewel King, as eating that meat would elevate the gourmet cells to a new level. Nevertheless, it's not only the diamond meat that can help gourmet cells evolve, and they plan to search for the century soup in the Icehell continent to achieve evolution. Only those with legitimate citizenship cards are allowed to enter Gourmet Town. However, nonchalant individuals like Zong are not allowed. Knowing Toriko was famous, a kebab shop invited him to try a piece, but Toriko requested the entire giant meat skewer and ate it all in one go. After finishing the kebab, Toriko and Komatsu went to Ramen Ichiraku. Toriko continuously ate over 5 million yen worth of ramen, causing the shop to close for the day. During a buffet, Toriko ate all the food on the conveyor belt. Later, he took Komatsu to a kitchenware store, where Komatsu was fascinated by the high-quality cooking utensils. However, a wealthy old man suddenly appeared and bought everything in the store. Toriko came to Gourmet Town today to meet an elderly woman named Setsuno. Komatsu was amazed to recognize Setsuno as a legendary chef worldwide. Setsuno then insisted that Toriko tidy up to visit her restaurant, which she doesn't open regularly but only when she feels like it. On the way, Setsuno revealed that she used to be a pair with the legendary Gourmet Hunter Jiru, as hunters often collaborate with suitable chefs to process the ingredients they find. Upon reaching Setsuno's restaurant, Komatsu was surprised to see a large castle-like structure, but in reality, Setsuno's restaurant was a humble hut next to that castle. Upon entering, Komatsu was even more astonished to find that it was a very ordinary rice eatery. Setsuno explained that today she would cook a special dish for Toriko and Komatsu, and they were surprised when they learned that the intended dish was the century soup. Setsuno began preparing the ingredients, and Komatsu was amazed by her incredible cutting skills. The restaurant used top-notch light beverages, and all the dishes were made from extremely rare ingredients. While waiting for the century soup, Setsuno used 10 egg yolks to make garlic fried rice for Toriko and Komatsu to have as an appetizer. After trying a piece of meat, Komatsu felt the harmony of the garlic and the rich flavor of the egg. Setsuno was surprised at how well Komatsu's taste buds responded. Setsuno then declared that she had finished making the century soup. However, when she opened the soup pot, Toriko and Komatsu only saw an empty pot. Nevertheless, Toriko could still smell the aroma of various ingredients, and the fragrance of the soup attracted many people, including Tina, who came to record a food review video. It turned out that Setsuno made the century soup by simmering various ingredients for half a year and then filtering out impurities, making the soup transparent to the naked eye. Although it was as clear as filtered water, Toriko and Komatsu could still perceive the rich taste of the ingredients. Setsuno then led Toriko and Komatsu to visit her actual kitchen below the basement, and they were astonished to find her supersized kitchen with rare ingredients. Setsuno took them to a giant pot used to cook the century soup. She effortlessly jumped onto the pot's rim, while Toriko and Komatsu had to climb a ladder since the pot was hundreds of meters high. Upon reaching the pot's rim, Toriko and Komatsu unexpectedly saw hundreds of rare ingredients being stewed by Setsuno. However, Setsuno revealed that her century soup was not yet complete. The century soup originated from nature, and after Jiru had a taste of the true century soup, Setsuno tried to recreate it as closely as possible but still couldn't find a certain flavor to perfect the soup. Feeling that Toriko and Komatsu had excellent taste buds, Setsuno asked them to find the true century soup for her. They immediately agreed because they also wanted to experience the true century soup. But before setting out, Toriko needed to buy some supplies from a bar, and the place he went to was a bar where hunters usually gathered to drink and relax. A scar-faced hunter named Max approached a young man named Takamaru, a member of the Gourmet Knights. However, upon Toriko's arrival, everyone fell silent as Toriko was a top-tier hunter globally, earning him the respect of all the hunters. Toriko asked the bar owner to pour him a beer, and he downed it in one go. As soon as Zong noticed Toriko, he approached to strike up a conversation, making everyone think that he, too, must be a skilled individual. Suddenly, a group of guards in black attire rushed into the bar, and an old man named Major Marco appeared to the astonishment of everyone. Komatsu recognized him as the wealthy man who had bought all the cooking utensils on a previous occasion. It turned out that Marco came to hire hunters to find the century soup for him, offering a reward of over 10 billion yen. Excited by the enormous prize money, everyone gladly accepted the mission, including Toriko and Komatsu, who were on a quest to find the century soup for Setsuno. The bar owner led Toriko to a secret room, where he kept equipment for professional hunters. Toriko purchased a device capable of reading the nutritional content of ingredients. The next morning, all the hunters, including Toriko and Komatsu, boarded Marco's ship to embark on the journey to find the century soup. Tina, disguised as a hunter, also joined to record the adventure. Marco informed everyone that the century soup would appear in a frigid area known as Ice Hell, which used to be a place for preserving food before the invention of refrigerators. The frozen food there piled up into a colossal tower, and every century, the ice would melt, releasing the flavors of the ingredients within. The liquid that flowed from the ice was the century soup. Each person was given an insulated suit because the ice hell was extremely cold. Toriko befriended Takamaru, as Toriko also knew his team captain. Suddenly, a group of crocodiles climbed onto the boat and attacked everyone, but Max easily slashed one crocodile into 3 pieces, while Takamaru used his internal energy and punch to break all the crocodile's ribs. The final boat reached the towering ice mountain known as Ice Hell, and a massive chunk of ice suddenly fell onto the boat, frightening everyone. Toriko unleashed a powerful triple-hit fist, shattering the ice, leaving everyone in awe. As the mountain was quite tall, Marco prepared a helicopter to take everyone to the top. However, due to having only one helicopter, the group had to split into 2 trips. Toriko and Komatsu took the first trip, with Tina following them to film. Coincidentally, Zong and his gang met Tina, and to showcase his strength, Zong decided not to wear the thermal suit. However, upon landing, Zong felt the extreme cold, and due to strong winds at the mountain top, the helicopter could only get everyone close to the summit. Toriko then carried Komatsu and climbed to the summit along with other hunters. Once they arrived, they unexpectedly saw a dragon frozen in ice. Toriko recognized it as the most powerful creature in Ice Hell, called the Frozen Dragon. Since it was the mightiest being, it couldn't be frozen easily like this. Meanwhile, some unknown individuals had infiltrated the second flight, and Marco used a holographic image to falsely claim he wasn't accompanying the hunters. Because Tina had weak legs and soft hands, she asked Zong to carry her up the mountain. However, due to the freezing wind, Tina couldn't speak in the video. Toriko then took the role of the group leader, leading everyone into the center of the icy mountain. Zong took a separate path, instructing his subordinates to find another way. Absorbed in filming, Tina got separated from Toriko's group but luckily found Zong's group and decided to travel with them. The Toriko team struggled to move through the fierce and chilling winds, sometimes blowing ice shards as sharp as spears. When they noticed everyone was getting quite exhausted, Toriko quickly dug a square hole in the snow, and the entire group went down into the pit to take a break. Komatsu was completely exhausted from the extreme cold, so Takamaru prepared a cup of hot milk for him. Despite his dislike for Max, Takamaru made a cup for him too. Meanwhile, Toriko stood guard above, still curious about the one who froze the frozen dragon. On the other hand, a Bishokukai group also set foot on the ice hell and was led by a sous chef named Tommy, who was also the one responsible for killing the frozen dragon. Seeing Toriko on guard for quite some time, Max suggested switching shifts with him. Max thanked Toriko for his assistance in getting the gang this far. Zong's group, including Tina, found a windless path but got startled when they accidentally stumbled upon the den of giant snow lions. They had to quickly run away before becoming the lion's prey. As Komatsu couldn't bear the extreme cold, Toriko had to carry him. When the group continued moving and found a type of mushroom with heat-retaining properties, Toriko immediately fed it to Komatsu to restore his strength. Soon after, the Toriko team encountered a herd of snow bull, classified as level 11. Takamaru activated his internal energy and swiftly struck to break the bones of one snow bull. Max and Toriko easily defeated 2 more snow bulls, and Toriko suddenly emitted a terrifying aura to drive away the remaining bulls, leaving Max astonished. Toriko stripped the fur from the herd of bulls and used them as coats for everyone. The meat was delicious, so Toriko also grilled some for a satisfying meal. Meanwhile, Tommy released some repulsive bugs from his mouth and commanded them to chase after the Toriko team, leading to a brutal attack. After finishing their meal, the Toriko team reached the central ice mountain, but only Max and Takamaru remained in the group as most of the other hunters had given up along the way. Having escaped the sea lion encounter, Zong's group, including Tina, encountered a snow leopard. While trying to escape, they fell down a cliff. Tina managed to capture some footage before her potential demise. Fortunately, they landed on a small rock ledge on the mountainside and found a cave leading straight into the heart of Ice Hell. A mysterious masked individual infiltrated the second flight to get to this point. When seeing Tommy's bugs flying by, he effortlessly subdued them. Tommy and his 2 henchmen later discovered the dead bugs. However, the masked man had already left and entered a cave leading to the center of the island. Toriko explained that the century soup typically emits a radiant glow, inviting diners. As they conversed, a polar bear with a single horn suddenly attacked them. Toriko swiftly defeated the bear with his fork and knife technique. After defeating the one-horned bear, they proceeded to butcher it for a hot pot, and Toriko found the flavor of bear meat to be simple yet as delicious as a home-cooked meal. While enjoying their meal, Komatsu was startled to see a baby penguin behind him. Toriko expressed surprise as the penguin species was considered extinct. Finding the baby penguin adorable, Komatsu wanted to take it along. However, Toriko warned that penguin parents might be searching for it, and they could be very aggressive. After Max entered the rest tent, others asked Max's subordinates why they followed him. It turned out they were born in a poor town called Nek, and Max used to bring food there, distributing it among hungry children. Grateful, they now followed him to repay the kindness and help him find more food for the hungry kids in their town. Toriko wondered why Gourmet Knights allowed a rookie like Takamaru to search for the century soup. It turned out Takamaru volunteered to go alone to earn money for their leader's medical treatment. People in the Gourmet Knights were all searching for the century soup to help others, while Toriko's motive was merely to fill his own hungry stomach. Mansam knew Toriko was searching for the century soup but worried he might face difficulties alone, so he instructed Coco to assist him. While walking through a cave, Zong and Tina encountered a frozen, multi-mouthed monster. In their panic, the mysterious masked person approached, revealing himself as Teppei, a talkative young man. After a brief conversation, Teppei left, leaving Zong and Tina bewildered. Meanwhile, Toriko's group, on their quest for the century soup, was attacked by a swarm of insects with incredible speed. Unable to defeat them, Tommy, the summoner of the insects, intervened. In the midst of the battle, Tommy suddenly ordered the insects to retreat, and he, along with his 2 subordinates, headed straight for Toriko's group to handle them personally. Upon arriving, Tommy quickly ran to hug Toriko affectionately and took the opportunity to stab him in the abdomen. However, Toriko tensed his muscles, preventing Tommy from piercing through. As Toriko was about to punch Tommy in the face, he released a bizarre monster to bite Toriko's hand. Shortly after, 2 gigantic penguin parents arrived and attacked everyone, thinking they had captured their child. The enraged penguins stomped continuously until the ground cracked. The group fell into an underground tunnel, revealing an ice tower filled with cooking ingredients inside. They realized that the century soup would melt from this ice tower. Toriko's right hand was frozen by the bizarre monster Tommy released earlier. Toriko explained that the century soup would melt at the bottom of the ice tower. He instructed Komatsu to go down and search for the soup while he stayed to confront Tommy. As Bogi and Berry were about to chase Komatsu, Max and Takamaru rushed forward to block their path. Komatsu promised to find the century soup for everyone. Toriko was a bit curious as this time the Bishokukai didn't use robots for the battle. He knew Tommy had strength comparable to Star June in Green Park. Nevertheless, he was thrilled to face a sous chef with skills in both bones and flesh. The 2 penguin parents danced joyfully upon finding their child. As they ran down the bottom of the ice tower, Komatsu accidentally encountered Teppei. Suddenly, Teppei rushed towards Komatsu, startling him. However, Teppei only wanted to swat away some level 30 mosquitoes flying around Komatsu. Teppei discovered a small Bishokukai android lurking in the area. Hearing the loud noise from the penguin family, Tommy wanted them to shut up, so he immediately released a giant centipede to kill the 2 penguin parents. Witnessing this, Toriko thought that Tommy was a waste of space and didn't value the lives of other creatures. On the other side, Max continued to shoot bullets towards Berry, but Berry could excrete an extremely slippery oil to deflect the bullets. Takamaru was charging at Berry when Bogi stepped in to block the attack. Takamaru used his unique move, popping the cork from his bottle to hit Bogey away from the bodyguard. It turned out that Bogey's ability involved taking control of other creatures' bodies and expanding his body according to his will. While being attacked from a distance by Bogey, Takamaru revealed his right eye, and Bogey realized that Takamaru was infected with a virus from the gourmet world. At this time, Coco hadn't yet gone to support Toriko but went to find Setsuno to talk. Takamaru continuously used his bottle-popping move to hit Bogey's ribcage, but it didn't work. Bogey's bone structure was entirely different from ordinary humans. While a regular person had 206 bones, Bogey had up to 4,000 to allow him to stretch his body at will. Bogey transformed his bones into a sickle and a weight and attacked Takamaru from a distance. Every time Takamaru used his bottle-popping move, his bones would instantly regenerate, leaving Takamaru helpless against Bogey's relentless attacks. However, Takamaru continued to fight because he wanted to find a cure for his captain. While Takamaru was using his internal energy, Bogey suddenly rushed in to attack him. However, Bogey's attack had no effect on Takamaru after he had finished channeling his internal energy. Takamaru also noticed a bone segment that Bogey couldn't regenerate. Immediately, Takamaru used his bottle-popping move to knock a bone segment out of Bogey. It turned out that this bone segment was the connection between the anus and the spine. Losing this bone segment left Bogey unable to move. As Takamaru collapsed from exhaustion, Bogey also fell to the ground. Teppei tried to prevent Komatsu from searching for the century soup, knowing that the tiny robot was dangerous. However, Komatsu had promised Toriko to find the soup, and the one controlling the tiny robot was a guy named Ayu. The battle between Max and Barry was still intense, but Max's sword strike seemed ineffective because Barry wore an extremely robust armor made from the shell of a level 60 turtle. Barry's swift movements made it challenging for Max to react. Additionally, the layer of oil from Barry's body helped maintain heat, allowing him to fight easily in the freezing weather. Max's movements slowed down due to the bone-chilling cold, and he wanted to use a deadly move to defeat Barry, but it required time to channel his internal energy. His gang tried to hold Barry back for a while. However, being weak, they were punched by Barry and couldn't stand up. Nevertheless, Max and his gang successfully held Barry long enough for Max to complete his internal energy channeling. Max angrily rushed forward, delivering a swift and powerful strike with his sword. Max revealed that his sword was made from the teeth of a level 68 dragon, which had bitten through the turtle shell that Barry used for his armor and consumed its flesh. After Max's strike, Barry was completely defeated, but Max also collapsed due to exhaustion. While the battle between Toriko and Tommy was still raging fiercely, Toriko had to continuously use his flying fork technique to eliminate the hard-winged bugs vomited by Tommy. However, Tommy's swarm of bugs, numbering in the thousands, made it extremely difficult for Toriko. Max wanted to help Toriko defeat Tommy, but he was no match for either of them. Tommy released a swarm of explosive bugs that attached to Toriko and detonated simultaneously. Komatsu had descended to the bottom of the ice pillar, only to realize that there was no century soup flowing here. Teppei then approached and covered Komatsu's mouth, writing him a message. Despite Teppei's terrible handwriting, he conveyed to Komatsu that he needed to stay silent because Marco had planted listening devices in their outfits. If Marco learned that there was no century soup, he would undoubtedly abandon everyone here. Zong's group, along with Tina, arrived at the location and was shocked to find no century soup. Teppei rushed to Zong to silence him, but the talkative guy accidentally revealed that there was no soup here. Marco, upon hearing this, ordered his ship to abandon the hunters and return home. After the explosion from Tommy's bugs, Toriko's thermal insulation suit was blown away. To avoid getting cold while shirtless, Toriko generated an immense amount of heat by shivering. Tina was horrified to learn that Marco would abandon everyone, and upon questioning, Komatsu unexpectedly discovered that Teppei was a gourmet reviver. After shivering for a while, Toriko produced enough heat to melt the ice on his arm. However, continuous shivering would quickly deplete Toriko's energy. Tommy revealed that he couldn't continuously generate insects and that he was nurturing over 10,000 insect eggs in his stomach. He used energy to make them hatch when they reached his throat, but he still had enough strength to give birth to 1,000 insect offspring. At this moment, Coco had foreseen that everyone was in danger in the icy hell, and Setsuno had prepared numerous food boxes. They decided to go rescue them together. It turns out that gourmet revivers like Teppei often have the responsibility of protecting ingredients that are becoming extinct, and Teppei was sent here by his master to revive the century soup as it was about to disappear. It seemed that there was no more century soup flowing from the ice. Shortly after, a baby penguin came here looking for Komatsu. Seeing its sad appearance, Komatsu realized that its parents had been killed. Soon after, they saw a sudden aurora, and they joyfully realized that there was still a small amount of century soup somewhere around. Toriko was still trying to eliminate the swarm of insects vomited by Tommy, numbering in the thousands. However, the swarm kept increasing, surrounding Toriko completely. Tommy, exhausted after vomiting so many insects, along with Max, believed that Toriko must have been devoured by the flesh-eating insects. Tommy wanted to make sure, so he rushed forward to deliver a finishing blow to Toriko. However, Toriko suddenly escaped from the swarm of insects and unleashed a powerful blow that made Tommy vomit all the water. It turned out that when surrounded by the insect swarm, Toriko's gourmet cells automatically secreted an insecticide. This substance was the same as what plants produce to prevent insects from eating their stems and leaves. Sensing danger, Toriko's gourmet cells released this substance automatically. After smelling Toriko's insecticide, Tommy's insect swarm moved slower, so he decided to unleash a set of sharp teeth and personally defeat Toriko. Thanks to the insect wings, Tommy could move as fast as a hornet, making it impossible for Toriko to land a hit on him. Even Toriko's flying knives were ineffective against his overwhelming speed. Tommy attempted to use his sharp jaws to attack Toriko, but Toriko managed to cut one of Tommy's wings when he tried to get closer. Enraged, Tommy flared up to generate an immense amount of heat. He then continuously fired powerful explosive bullets at Toriko. Toriko realized that Tommy had heated the insect eggs inside his body and sprayed them out at high speed to make them explode. Despite losing his left arm, Toriko approached Tommy and unleashed a powerful barrage of punches called the tenfold one-point heavy strike. As Toriko closed in, Tommy shot off Toriko's left arm, but Toriko managed to land the tenfold one-point heavy strike, making Tommy vomit. Toriko relentlessly continued to punch Tommy, breaking all his teeth with his right arm. The intense battle between the two caused the entire cave to tremble violently. Tepe extracted a seed called the forest planting seed from his ear and threw it toward the top of the cave. This seed grew into a giant vine that covered the entire ice tower, ensuring that it wouldn't collapse. Once certain the tower was secure, Tepe ran to assist Toriko. Despite the fierce fight, Toriko was noticeably weakening while Tommy remained strong. Tommy decided it was time to finish Toriko and tensed his muscles. Appearing like a giant, he charged forward and landed a powerful punch on Toriko without any resistance. Meanwhile, Komatsu and Tina were still trying to find the century soup. Suddenly, the cave collapsed, separating the two. Fortunately, Komatsu found the last remaining portion of the century soup on his side of the cave. But the miniature robot stopped Komatsu and stole his portion of the soup. Toriko is currently facing a lot of difficulties because his right arm has exhausted all its strength. However, Toriko came up with a strategy using his knife and kicked Tommy's arm away. Then, he used a fork to pierce 3 holes in Tommy. Nevertheless, Toriko collapsed immediately due to exhaustion. Tommy, in anger, rushed to take Toriko's life despite being heavily injured. However, a bunch of vines suddenly appeared to protect Toriko before he could be finished off, and the one responsible for creating those vines was none other than Tepe. Tepe revealed that those who recover ingredients, like him, have the duty to capture the Bishakukai for their acts of destroying ingredients. Tommy and his 2 subordinates recognized Tepe as the grandson of legendary gourmet hunter Jiru. Just as Tommy lunged forward to attack, Tepe struck all his pressure points, rendering him immobile. However, Tommy still tried to vomit out a giant insect, a hybrid of a beetle and a spider. After releasing the creature, Tommy shrank, weakened, and collapsed. The beetle-like monster shot out an ice block, freezing Max's leg, and emitted a toxic smoke to attack Tepe, but he managed to evade. This monster could also shoot threads like a spider because Tommy had genetically engineered it from over 10 different species. Upon learning that the miniature robot had obtained the century soup, Barry and Bogey decided to leave. However, as they exited, they encountered the multi-mouthed creature they had frozen earlier. It immediately devoured Barry and Bogey. It turns out the multi-mouthed creature is the ruler of this continent, so Tepe released it. As soon as it saw the beetle, the multi-mouthed creature rushed to attack because it was very hungry after being frozen for hundreds of years. However, the beetle was also very strong, leading to an evenly matched battle between the 2 monsters. After tossing a peculiar leaf onto his hand, Tepe's nails suddenly extended. He used acupuncture with his elongated nails to revive Toriko. Following that, Tepe used medicinal herbs to bandage Takamaru and Max's injuries. Tina and the Zong group found Komatsu unconscious. Upon waking up, Komatsu cried when he realized he had lost the last century soup. The Toriko team carried the injured individuals to this location. Komatsu apologized to Toriko and everyone for allowing the century soup to fall into the hands of the Bishakukai. However, Toriko prioritized the lives of everyone, so he did not blame Komatsu. Setsuno had asked Tepe's master to assist Toriko in finding the century soup, but he was occupied with some important matters, so Tepe was sent instead. The 2 monsters were still fiercely battling outside, and the miniature robot delivered the soup he took from Komatsu to a Bishakukai sous chef named Alfarel. Seeing the monsters causing a ruckus, Alfarel threw out 6 discs from his 6 hands to eliminate them. Surprisingly, Berry and Bogey fell out from inside the multi-mouthed creature. Teppei used a weed-killing medicine to wither the vines he created around the ice tower. He tried to collapse the ice tower, hoping to find the century soup, even if it was just a drop. Teppei succeeded in bringing down the ice tower, surprising everyone, and indeed, a small remaining drop of century soup appeared from the sky. Immediately after, the last drop of century soup fell into Komatsu's hands, much to the joy of the entire group. However, with such a tiny drop of soup, they were unsure who should eat it. Everyone tried to give it to each other, even though they were all desperately hungry. Finally, they decided to let Komatsu taste the drop of soup so he could experience its flavor and recreate it in the future. Komatsu promised not to disappoint everyone and consumed the last drop of century soup. After finishing it, Komatsu laughed like a fool because the soup was incredibly delicious. Alfril and his two subordinates were planning to eliminate Toriko to reduce the number of opponents. Toriko and Teppei sensed that Alfril was much stronger than Tommy. However, Setsuno appeared to block Alfril and his subordinates. Alfril wondered why someone of Setsuno's caliber was in such a desolate place. Setsuno explained that she came to bring Toriko and his friends back home, and if Alfril dared to harm Toriko, she would make sure he stayed in that place permanently. As Setsuno left, Alfril intended to launch his discs secretly, but they shattered instantly at the sound of her cough. Realizing he was no match for her, Alfril ordered his subordinates to carry Tommy and fled. Toriko and his friends finally found their way out of the cave, only to be shocked to discover that Marco had abandoned them. However, their joy returned when Coco arrived on the Emperor Crow to rescue them. Setsuno also brought a giant limousine jellyfish to transport them home. Ecstatic, everyone climbed onto Setsuno's limousine jellyfish. The limousine jellyfish, despite being a living creature, provided all the amenities of a home. Toriko couldn't contain his excitement when Setsuno prepared a feast for everyone. They eagerly indulged in the food to regain their strength after a challenging journey. Tina, on the other hand, was busy recording a video for YouTube, as she forgot to capture the century soup. However, if she could capture Setsuno's culinary creations, it was sure to attract many views. Setsuno was very angry because she had assigned the task of supporting Toriko to Master Yasaku of Teppei, and he had pushed it to his disciple. Setsuno said that Toriko could heal his arm when he arrived at Recovery Country. After many hours of flying, Setsuno took everyone to Recovery Country to treat Toriko and other injured young men. As for Komatsu, she took him to Igo's hotel to study how to make the century soup. Because Max's siblings were still seriously injured, everyone had to carry them into the city by stretcher, and Recovery Country was a place where many people gathered for treatment with various types of clinics, such as acupuncture with dragon bone or sharkback bath. But when Toriko saw Zong in the bath, he didn't want to take a bath anymore. In those baths, there were small fish with the ability to suck toxins out of the human body. After taking a stroll, Toriko accidentally met Sani, who was also bathing here. It turned out that Sani came to Recovery Country to enjoy items that could make his hair smooth, but besides that, Sani also wanted to find a dessert to add to his menu. After talking for a while, Sani was shocked to realize that Toriko had lost one arm like Shanks, and Teppei informed him that his master, Yasaku, could restore Toriko's severed arm. Just mentioning Yasaku, everyone suddenly saw him sitting and eating at a nearby table. So they called Yasaku to join them and recounted the whole story to him. But everyone was very surprised to find out that Yasaku was an old man who lived without any principles. Meanwhile, Coco returned to Igo to report the situation to Mansam and the vice-chairman. Rin, knowing that Toriko was injured, hurriedly went to Recovery Country. Upon returning to the hotel, Komatsu immediately ran into the kitchen to study how to make the century soup. As for Tina, she asked the hotel manager for permission to go back to film the process of Komatsu making the soup. Upon learning that Toriko's group was injured, Yasaku immediately took them to a giant tree in the middle of Recovery Country, where all the material recovery experts lived inside this tree. As they entered Yasaku's house, everyone was amazed by the variety of almost extinct creatures in his house. Yasaku threw Max's siblings into some flower buds with healing properties. Then, he spat a strange liquid on their wounds and told them to sit still for self-recovery. Since childhood, Takemaro had suffered from an illness caused by a virus from the gourmet world. Diseases from the gourmet world are often incurable at the root, but Captain Imaro of the Gourmet Knights cured Takemaro's illness. Imara had the ability to consume viruses in the bodies of others, and he traveled everywhere to save people by eating viruses. As a result, toxins were accumulating in his body. Takemaro pleaded with Yasaku to find a way to save his captain. Yasaku was deeply grateful for Takemaro's kindness toward Imaro, so he gave Takemaro a medicine that could partially cure Imaro's illness without taking any money. Upon arriving, Rin immediately ran to inquire about Toriko. Rin threatened Yasaku that if he couldn't treat Toriko's arm, she would spray him with constipation gas. Not wanting to smell manure, Yasaku proceeded to treat Toriko's severed arm. Yusaku needed a lot of Toriko's DNA, so he cut off the hair on top of his head. Then, Yusaku planted a type of flower on Toriko's hair to absorb DNA. All of Toriko's DNA was stored in the glowing particle in the middle of the flower. While trying to take the particle out, Yusaku suddenly sneezed, causing it to shatter. He had to plant another tree and insert the particle into Toriko's severed arm. During this time, Komatsu continued his research on how to make the century soup. However, he didn't allow Tina into the kitchen to film because he didn't want the recipe to be leaked. Upon seeing Toriko's new hairstyle, Sunny couldn't help but laugh. During the treatment process, all the nutrients on Toriko's body would be directed to the recovery of his left arm. Consequently, Toriko had to keep eating continuously to prevent his body from shrinking. Several months later, Komatsu successfully created a century soup that was as transparent as Setsuno's. However, he still couldn't find the final ingredient to complete the dish. When Komatsu saw the bowl of soup, a small bird suddenly shed all its feathers. And its droppings fell into the bowl. A prism appeared, and after tasting a spoonful, Komatsu laughed foolishly, resembling the moment when he tasted the soup in ice hell. Meanwhile, Yusaku successfully helped Toriko regenerate his left arm. Toriko sensed that Komatsu might have completed the century soup. Komatsu couldn't believe that the crucial final ingredient for the century soup was the droppings of the bald canary. The media gathered at Igo's hotel to interview Komatsu because reviving the century soup was a shocking piece of news. Famous culinary critics also came to taste Komatsu's soup, but he refused to let them try it. Komatsu wanted Toriko and his friends who had traveled with him in ice hell to be the first to taste it. Komatsu invited Setsuno because she had taught him a lot during the process of making this legendary soup. Komatsu invited all his friends to a VIP room to enjoy the century soup. As they opened the bowls, the room was filled with radiant prism light. Upon tasting a spoonful, Toriko felt layers of flavors accumulated from ancient times to the present. The soup also brought a sense of comfort, making everyone burst into foolish laughter. Toriko then decided to add the century soup to his divine menu. When Toriko expressed his desire to choose the soup he made, Komatsu became extremely emotional. Komatsu had made many soups that the Max brothers brought back to the children in their town. Toriko also asked Takamaru to bring a bowl of soup to give to Imara because, after all, Toriko and Imara used to be close friends. At this point, Alfaro also brought the century soup he had obtained to his boss in the Bishokukai organization. However, the boss instructed Alfaro to give it to the subordinates to enhance their strength. The boss was more interested in gourmet world foods, and he dismissed human world dishes. Toriko and Komatsu brought 2 bowls of soup to Yusaku and Sani for them to taste in the recovery country. However, after seeing the 3 of them laugh foolishly after eating, Sani didn't dare to try it. After completing his journey, Toriko decided to return home, only to discover that his house was made of candy and had been completely cleaned out by wild beasts in the desert forest. Upon smelling Toriko's scent, his wolf partner, Terry, immediately ran out, wagging its tail to greet its owner. While at home, Terry had managed to tame another companion, a 2-headed mutant crocodile. Feeling hungry, the trio, consisting of 1 human and 2 animals, sought something to eat. Terry caught a wild pig, and its meat tasted as delicious as emperor crab meat. After the meal, Toriko had to find materials to build a new home. However, the forest was filled with candy and various sweets, so he could only construct a candy house. Beneath the water, there was no fresh water, instead, it was all soda. The fish were made of jelly, and the coral at the bottom of the pond, although vibrant in color, was actually soft and tasted like gummy candy. Toriko found a suitable plot of land to build his house, with an underground chocolate stream to ensure they would never go hungry. Toriko invited a famous architect to design his candy house using a variety of candy ingredients. "Just build a small mansion for me, about a dozen floors," Toriko requested. A few days later, Toriko's new home was completed, and everyone came to congratulate him on his new abode. Rin, on the other hand, lost all her reservations, believing that Toriko was building a happy home for the 2 of them. Terry, in his own way, expressed his boredom and disinterest. Toriko revealed to his friends that the architect of his mansion was the renowned Mike, who had also designed the gourmet tower they had visited earlier. Mike's craftsmanship left nothing to be desired. The extremely luxurious mansion had an aristocratic style, and all kitchen utensils were made of candy. When hungry, one could eat directly without the need to cook rice. Turning the tap would release a stream of hot milk, the sofa chairs were made of cotton candy, and the curtains were replaced with edible seaweed, which tasted delicious. The walls of the house were made of candy, and the bathwater was sweet and carbonated, allowing for simultaneous bathing and drinking. Finally, the bedroom was made of donuts, making even slim individuals likely to become pleasantly plump in the final stage of their stay in this extraordinary home. The starving young people decided to gnaw on the walls instead of bothering to cook rice, which enraged the architect. Though he was upset that the house he had worked so hard to build was being eaten by everyone, the praise and joy from everyone made Mike burst into a genuine smile. Thanks to this, he remembered the laughter that he had forgotten during the challenging 5 months. Tina arrived with the desire to report on Toriko's new house, only to find that it had been entirely consumed by everyone. A little sad, she urged Mike to quickly return to prepare the stage for the decisive battle of the Gourmet King. Knowing that all the delicious ingredients would gather there, Toriko decided to go with his friends. At this moment, Tina began introducing the main sponsor. A young boy named Fall. Although he was still young, Fall managed a chain of French-style restaurants worldwide. He declared that the winner of the Gourmet King competition would receive a prize of 1 billion. Fall revealed that his pet was a level 34 dinosaur named Chris, an extremely rare and precious creature. Fall organized the Gourmet King competition because Chris had recently refused to eat anything, and he didn't understand the reason. Therefore, Fall wanted the Gourmet Hunters present to prepare food for Chris. If Chris agreed to eat someone's dish, that person would have a chance to win the 1 billion prize. Toriko quickly realized that the dinosaur had been starving for a long time and needed to be nourished as soon as possible. Otherwise, its body would weaken. All 3 heavenly kings came up with a dish to serve Chris. However, their choices were completely different. In the end, because they couldn't find common ground, the 3 heavenly kings decided to split up and each search for food separately. Toriko and Komatsu took a plane to a remote island to find a plant called Granberry, which had a shape resembling a dragon twisting around. After landing on the island, which looked like a giant hamburger, everyone quickly entered the forest to search for cooking ingredients. While chasing a spice butterfly, Komatsu got entangled in a vine and stumbled. Upon closer observation, Toriko realized that this wasn't an ordinary vine but the roots of a sweet potato plant, a grade 7 grain. Sweet potatoes from this plant tasted like regular potatoes but sweeter, hence the name sweet potatoes. In the sunny ocean, Sunny was using its sensor threads to hunt prey and quickly caught a grade 21 milk whale. Coco, on the other hand, rode on a flying bird to find honey dragonflies that nested on 9 layers of clouds. Honey dragonflies were grade 28 insects, extremely fierce. However, their honey was delicious and the ingredient Coco wanted to obtain. At the dinosaur banquet hall, Chris still refused to eat anything, so Fall was very worried about its health. At this moment, Zong appeared in a princess dress. It turned out that the old man had watched a movie where dragons liked to kidnap princesses, so he wanted to try this method. Unexpectedly, Chris ate Zong's flesh, but luckily it was a bit tough, so it spat him out, saving the old man's life. It was a close call, and he could have died for real if it weren't for that. On this side, Toriko had found the Granberry tree, but it was being guarded by an extremely fierce giant monster, a grade 32 shark turtle. Komatsu quickly found a hiding place for Toriko to confront the shark turtle. It could dive deep underground, had incredible speed, and a very sturdy defensive shell. Facing an all-round formidable beast like this posed many challenges for Toriko. Meanwhile, elsewhere, after Coco tricked the honey dragonflies into diving headfirst into the sea, he successfully obtained honey from their nest. This honey had the best flavor in the world. Back at the banquet hall, because the dinosaur refused to eat anything, the audience below enjoyed a satisfying meal. They brought in a variety of exquisite dishes, but Chris still complained. Fall revealed that he had found Chris when they were both young in the forest, and since then, they had become best friends, making him no longer feel lonely. Returning to the battle between Toriko and the shark turtle, with Terry's assistance, Toriko successfully overturned the turtle's shell, rendering it immobile. After hearing Toriko's explanation, the shark turtle realized that Toriko only wanted cooking ingredients and meant no harm. It scolded him and then left. At this moment, Sunny brought whale milk to the banquet hall for the dinosaur to taste, but it seemed the dish didn't suit its palate. Coco brought a jar of honey from dragon bees. The most delicious honey in the world, but the dinosaur only sniffed it and didn't eat. Finally, Toriko presented the Granberry, a favorite food of natural lizards, but the dinosaur still rejected it. Komatsu suddenly noticed that even though the dinosaur wasn't eating, it was still paying attention to the ingredients brought by the 3 of them. So, Komatsu asked Toriko, Coco, and Sunny for permission to prepare a dish combining the 3 different ingredients they had brought back. The 3 agreed. Komatsu immediately got to work, and in no time, he made an ice cream from Granberry, whale milk, and honey from dragon bees. It turned out that Komatsu had observed that the dinosaur loved ice cream. When its owner fed it the ice cream, it devoured it immediately. The ice cream, made from 3 high-quality ingredients, with the sweetness of honey, the richness of whale milk, and the fruity aroma of Granberry, blended perfectly to create a perfect dessert. After eating Komatsu's ice cream, the dinosaur evolved and grew a pair of wings, an extremely rare sight that few people had witnessed. Fall hugged Chris, saying goodbye to his dear friend. When a dinosaur grows wings and matures, it must leave the ground to find a suitable habitat. According to legend, when a dinosaur reaches adulthood, an apple will sprout to prove its maturity. This apple is a farewell gift that Chris wants to give to everyone. The apple is a combination of 3 types of fruits, apple, pear, and mango, creating an indescribably sweet taste. The next day, Toriko went to Komatsu's restaurant to eat the dish of the century. Everyone had a silly smile on their faces. The restaurant also served other delicious dishes, such as sautéed scallops, butter-fried tube noodles, and goose liver. Komatsu gave Toriko 2 bottles of excellent wine, the most beloved type in the restaurant. Toriko swiftly brought the bottle to his mouth and finished it in one go. He then took the remaining bottle to give it to a friend, whom he often called Old Man as a nickname. However, this friend's true identity was President Ichiryu of the IGO organization. The old man had a hobby of acting cool and skillfully handling the faulty bottle cap. After that, he wanted to showcase his drinking capacity, but the wine was too strong, and he ended up getting drunk and passing out. Just when he intended to show off a bit to his son to save face, a fish from the lake below splashed water on his face, mocking him intensely. Well, that's a bit embarrassing for sure. Forget it. The old man's profile was quite impressive. He was the first disciple of the legendary Gourmet Hunter who discovered the god ingredient. Now, the butler brought a plate of mixed cheeses, a bit spicy due to several failed attempts. The old man ate all the cheese, leaving none for his son. After finishing, he invited Toriko to exchange a few moves. Despite being old, the old man still possesses a six-pack that makes the lady swoon. He also innovatively created the technique of fluttering his lip edges, with not much damage but an extremely strong humiliation factor. As the battle began, Toriko unleashed his extraordinary flying knife technique, but the old man effortlessly disrupted the move with a single breath. Following that, he used the flying fork technique to launch a long-range attack. This was one of his strongest moves, yet the old man easily blocked it with just one hand. Moreover, the old man stood still, allowing Toriko to attack. However, Toriko's nail punch was like hitting an egg with a rock. Frustrated, Toriko resorted to using the strength of his legs, delivering a powerful kick that formed a ground-cutting sword. However, the old man effortlessly caught it with his bare hand. Despite Toriko's attempts, he couldn't defeat the old man. In the end, with a gentle punch to the face, Toriko was sent flying several meters away. "You're still weak, my boy. You need to train diligently," said the old man. Before they bid farewell, the old man asked Toriko to gather a type of plant that grows on clouds, called ozone grass. In the evening, Toriko invited Komatsu to a barbecue, marinating the beef with rich spices for a delicious taste. The restaurant is renowned for its incredibly tasty grilled beef, which is tender and sweet without being tough. The accompanying vegetables are diverse, and eating grilled meat with lettuce helps balance the richness, preventing it from becoming too overwhelming. The best way to enjoy beef is when it's still slightly rare, preserving the original sweetness of the meat, though it still can't compare to the Galala crocodile meat in century soup. After the meal, Toriko invited Komatsu to join him in the search for ozone grass. Rumor has it that this plant grows on the 9th layer of clouds in a place known as the Paradise Vegetable Garden. Ozone grass is considered the king of vegetables due to its pure and magical flavor, resembling something from paradise. The next day, the two set off, with funding from the old man. Soon, they spotted a gigantic vine. If they climbed to the top, they believed they would find ozone grass. As they ascended, Komatsu encountered a peculiar flock of birds. Despite their fierce and ugly appearance, these birds were surprisingly gentle. If humans didn't pose a threat, the birds wouldn't attack. As the altitude increased, the temperature dropped, requiring the duo to eat well to maintain energy. In the afternoon, they encountered a four-winged bird, worried that the bird might be feeling cold. Toriko lit a fire to warm it up. He truly showed kindness in that moment. The next day, they continued their journey, facing the challenge of the dry high-altitude climate. Constant water intake was necessary to avoid dehydration, and chocolate became the ideal food since the thin air reduced digestive efficiency, requiring food with minimal mass but high energy content. By evening, the two had climbed a distance of 3,000 meters. Komatsu experienced a headache due to the high-altitude shock, a reaction of the brain when the body rapidly adapts to the surrounding environment. The temperature, pressure, and oxygen levels here were significantly lower than at ground level. Moreover, as they ascended, not only the monsters but even the plants became extremely dangerous. The next morning, they encountered a crazed bean sprout of level 46, which tightly entwined Toriko with its vines. To escape, he had to cut the vines. Luckily, Toriko's protective suit had wings, and the physics laws in the anime were as illogical as in Indian movies, so he succeeded in swimming to the shore. At this moment, the sky suddenly darkened, revealing the formation of a storm above them. Hidden within were extremely dangerous cumulonimbus clouds. The storm's winds were powerful, even blowing a fully grown level 30 gorilla into the sky. Toriko found an oxygen plant leaf to craft an oxygen mask, as Komatsu had weaker stamina. Since there was only one mask, Toriko handed it over to Komatsu. After that, Toriko carried Komatsu through the storm center. The cold air froze Toriko's face, and he had to cautiously move step by step. Facing a storm at this altitude, humans couldn't breathe normally. Fortunately, Toriko's physique exceeded that of an average person. Along the way, he had to dodge ice blocks formed from rainwater and cold air. Seeing Toriko exhausted, Komatsu offered to give up the only oxygen mask, but Toriko refused. He believed Komatsu needed it more, while he had learned a breathing technique to exhale only CO2 and retain oxygen in his lungs. He used this method to regulate his body until he recovered, coinciding with the passing of the storm. Finally, after much effort, Toriko and Komatsu successfully climbed to the top of the giant vine and found the legendary vegetable garden. The clouds here could bear the weight of the two, and exposure to stormy winds and the dry, cold climate for a long time had wrinkled Komatsu's face, making him look like an old man. Toriko discovered below the clouds an active volcano whose solidified ash formed a cloud. Plants thrived here due to minerals from the ash, undergoing photosynthesis and producing oxygen, allowing humans to breathe without using oxygen masks. Shortly after, they entered the Paradise Vegetable Garden, where the air was filled with a fresh, vibrant aroma. Toriko pulled out a radish and found it much tastier than those grown on the ground. Komatsu took a bite of a cucumber, making his skin smooth and elastic. Cucumbers had beauty-enhancing properties and were popular for their size. The garden also grew a special pumpkin that tasted like gummy candy when eaten. Venturing deeper, they discovered a pond with naturally fried potato slices. Whenever they spotted something delicious, they paused to eat until they felt full. However, due to overeating, they soon experienced stomachaches and had to run for relief. Suddenly, Toriko noticed a footprint, arousing suspicion about what kind of creature could survive at such altitudes. Setting aside this mystery, Toriko and Komatsu eventually found the ozone grass, the king of vegetables. The outer layers of leaves served as protection, while the actual ozone grass was hidden deep within. Toriko immediately peeled off a leaf to examine it, but then the entire plant unexpectedly shrank and reverted to its seed-like form. It seemed that harvesting ozone grass required the correct approach. Any mistakes during harvesting that made the ozone grass feel threatened would cause it to transform back into a seed to protect itself. After a while, the two found a forest of ozone grass and began researching methods to open it. However, no matter how careful and gentle they were, peeling off a leaf still agitated the plant, causing it to shrink back into a seed. By chance, Komatsu discovered that if he and Toriko peeled two leaves simultaneously, the ozone grass did not react. After damaging hundreds of plants, the two finally succeeded in obtaining intact ozone grass. Only the last layer of leaves remained, and they carefully peeled them off simultaneously. Inside was a sprout of ozone grass, still fresh and vibrant. It was the most vibrant plant they had ever seen, emitting a pure fragrance that made Toriko's mouth water. Unable to resist, Toriko decided to eat it right away. Surprisingly, after taking a bite, the ozone grass quickly became inedible. It turned out that to enjoy this vegetable, one had to eat two pieces at the same time. Although a bit challenging to consume, ozone grass had the sweetness of various fruits and contained immense energy. After eating a piece, Toriko's body was filled with vitality, living up to its reputation as the king of vegetables. The flavor not only satisfied the taste buds but also enhanced the power of Toriko's gourmet cells. At this moment, a black-colored creature suddenly appeared behind the two. Toriko realized it was the mysterious creature that left footprints, but to his surprise, the creature didn't attack them. Instead, it seemed curious to taste the flavor of ozone grass. After finishing its meal, the creature immediately left. It resembled a humanoid machine, but Toriko could tell it wasn't a machine because he didn't detect the characteristic metal smell. This creature was a wild beast, and why it lived on the ninth cloud layer remained unknown to Toriko. To eat the ozone grass, the creature moved its head at an incredibly fast speed to bite both pieces simultaneously. Toriko speculated that it didn't know how to eat ozone grass before but learned by observing and imitating them. Its intelligence surprised Toriko. Completing the journey, Toriko fulfilled the mission of finding ozone grass for boss Ichiryu. In reality, Ichiryu's house was not lacking ozone grass, he even used it to make refreshing tea. Ichiryu's purpose was not the ozone grass itself but to train Toriko's body while searching for new ingredients to adapt to various environments. Ichiryu also revealed that Sunny and Coco were soon to face the body training challenge similar to Toriko's in preparation for the next gourmet event. It was rumored that even the last member of the four Heavenly Kings, Zebra, would make an appearance. This news excited everyone. When Toriko shared his encounters with strange creatures with Ichiryu, the old man's face changed color, but he remained silent. Toriko is testing his strength against a gigantic iron ore with a powerful punch, causing it to shatter into dust. Later, Toriko, Komatsu, and Terry eat together. Komatsu adds a few soybean grains to the meat to enhance the rich flavor. Toriko contemplates his punching power and wonders how far he can go in the gourmet world. Rumors depict the gourmet world as considered a culinary paradise, but some also say it is a hell. Not only is the weather extremely harsh, but the creatures there are also extremely fierce. In the world, there is only one gourmet hunter lucky enough to survive and return after entering the gourmet world. Due to its dangerous nature, the gourmet world has been completely isolated from the human world. It is considered a gateway to hell, and once you enter, there is no turning back. Toriko asks Sani about the gourmet world, as Sani had ventured into it and was severely injured, ultimately saved by Master Teppei. The reality is different from what Toriko had envisioned, and like Sani, he might venture into the gourmet world if no one stops him. Sani shares 3 paths Toriko can take to enter the gourmet world: the basin waterfall of life on Zabel Island, the demon's soul port on Yudo Island, and the path connecting the 3 continents of Wak. Among them, the least challenging route and the easiest to take to the gourmet world is through the basin waterfall of life on Zabel Island. Toriko thanks Sani and decides to go alone without bringing Terry or Komatsu along. The next day, Toriko sets off for the gourmet world, a land with a significant difference in sea level compared to the human world. Every year, thousands attempt to conquer the gourmet world, but none have ever returned. Toriko quickly threw himself down, unexpectedly colliding with a giant dinosaur of an unknown level. Sensing an intruder, the dinosaur immediately attacked Toriko, causing him severe injuries and making him fall down the mountainside. Luckily, Toriko's body surpassed that of an ordinary person, so he survived, albeit with his entire body in excruciating pain and unable to move. Just then, the forest echoed with the roars of some mysterious beasts. In front of Toriko now stood an Azura tiger with 3 heads, rushing to lick Toriko with its tongues. Fortunately, he managed to evade, and when it raised its leg to stomp Toriko, he used his flying leg technique to counter, delivering a powerful blow. The pain prompted the Azura tiger to retaliate with its tail, sending Toriko flying. Unluckily, Toriko encountered a gorilla king just after, seemingly standing there waiting for Toriko to fly by. Toriko exerted all his strength to deliver a punch, causing the gorilla to fall. The 2 beasts clashed, allowing Toriko to escape to another location. He arrived at a forest of gigantic dragon bone trees, where the heat was as intense as a furnace. Toriko's sweat evaporated instantly upon touching the ground. Trying to drink water from one of the dragon bones, Toriko was unexpectedly attacked by a self-defensive tree, sending him flying hundreds of meters. Following that, the sky suddenly poured rain in giant droplets, as if intending to crush Toriko's body. This world truly felt like hell. After the rain ceased, more monsters appeared, but Toriko was too exhausted to defend himself. Fortunately, in this dire moment, an old man appeared before Toriko. Holding 2 electric spears, the old man single-handedly fought off the horde of monsters. Even fierce creatures like the 3-headed tiger and the gorilla king were terrified and dared not challenge the old man's strength. Toriko stood to the side, watching in amazement. Who was this old man, and why was he so imposing? The horde of monsters fell one by one, and any aggressive creature faced the old man's electric shocks, leaving them terrified. Even the 3-headed tiger and the gorilla king were afraid and dared not challenge the old man's might. Later, the 2 of them entered the forest to eat and talk, and the black-haired uncle turned out to be Jiro. Here, he raised his hand like a spear, making Toriko jump back. Jiro remarked that Toriko had lost his vigilance. In this gourmet world, losing vigilance for just 1/100th of a second could be fatal. From the moment Toriko relaxed for a second, Jiro knew he wasn't a professional. Jiro explained that the reason Toriko's body felt heavy was due to the altitude being over 20,000 meters lower than sea level. The closer to the Earth's core, the heavier gravity becomes. Therefore, the body weighs tens of times more than on the surface. The bleeding eyes and numb limbs were because Toriko was near the air tree. Excessive oxygen causes tissue differentiation, and the air tree is a special ingredient that needs unique processing. There's another special ingredient called thermal planet here. It has horizontal attraction equal to gravity on the surface, making movement easy and the body lighter. However, it also emits an enormous amount of heat into the environment. As for the waterfall spot that Toriko encountered earlier, it's called a waterfall tree. It shoots out water rays to kill prey, and these are just a few things about the gourmet world. Jiro advised Toriko to trust Komatsu with an open heart. He emphasized that what Toriko needed now was a teammate, and Komatsu, recommended by Jiro, had come to rescue Toriko. When Sani visited Komatsu at the hotel to congratulate and inform him about Toriko's solo journey into the gourmet world, he also gave Komatsu a phone number, which belonged to Jiro. This revelation brought tears to Toriko's eyes, marking the first time he cried throughout his journey. Perhaps he finally understood the importance of his comrades. At the hotel, Komatsu, working with a worried expression, was surprised when Toriko appeared. Komatsu abandoned his incomplete work to embrace Toriko. Meanwhile, a penguin was relaxing in the pool near them. And Komatsu was preparing a pot of strawberry rice and making a stuffed beef dish to accompany the rice. The beef was cooked to perfection, tender, and not too chewy. The chicken leg with corn tasted as good as chicken meat, but the highlight was the strawberry rice, emitting a gentle fragrance of fruit. Even the penguin enjoyed a grand and delicious feast. Having a friend as a chef was truly delightful. After the meal, Toriko asked Komatsu if he wanted to join him in the gourmet world to continue their culinary journey. Unexpectedly, a sound of shattering emerged as Komatsu's kitchen knife broke while cooking. Though the knife wasn't particularly valuable, it had been with Komatsu since he first stepped into the world of cooking, holding significant meaning for him. Toriko suddenly remembered the list of ingredients that his adoptive father had given him, including one called milk stardust. If this ingredient were used to craft a new kitchen knife for Komatsu, it would be extremely sharp. Milk was renowned as the greatest knife artisan in the world. The next day, the two of them set out to find him. However, Milk values privacy, so he bought an entire mountain and built a house on its peak, thousands of meters high, to live in seclusion from the human world. Climbing to the mountaintop required a considerable effort from both Komatsu and Toriko. Along the way, they encountered a flock of squid birds, and Toriko immediately caught some to grill and eat. Despite being bird meat, it tasted similar to seafood. After a day of mountain climbing, early the next morning, they reached the summit and saw Milk's forge. Suddenly, a level 22 scale Kong appeared behind them, but before it could attack, its scales fell off, forcing it to jump down the mountain to escape. It turned out that a young man with a sword took action to chase away the scale Kong. He claimed to be the legendary craftsman Milk, which surprised Toriko and Komatsu because Milk turned out to be young and handsome. They had thought he avoided humans because of an ugly appearance. Milk led the two into his knife-making workshop, where many blades and rare materials were displayed. The prices were not cheap. A mid-range knife cost up to 5 million yen. During the visit, Komatsu accidentally bumped into a stand, causing a knife to fall. Fortunately, Toriko pulled him away just in time to prevent a deadly accident. The sharp knife embedded itself deeply into the stone floor, and Milk revealed that it was made from the tooth of a level 55 battle wolf shark. However, Toriko sensed that Milk was trying to hide something, so he challenged him to a skill duel to test his strength. Following that, they engaged in a showdown, and as expected, Milk was defeated by Toriko in a short period. From this incident, Toriko became more convinced that Milk was definitely not the legendary master knife sharpener from the tales. It was only then that Milk revealed the truth. Milk is his master and he was the second generation, also known as Milk II. 6 years ago, Milk set out to find the materials to make high-quality whetstones, and since then, he has never returned. Komatsu expressed his desire to ask Milk II to craft a knife, but Milk stated that making a good knife would take at least 3 years. However, if Milk II could obtain the milk dust, the process could be significantly shortened. According to legend, using a whetstone made from milk dust creates the sharpest blade in the world. Milk dust is not only an excellent material for crafting knives but also a delicious seasoning for food. If Milk II could obtain a whetstone made from milk dust, he could create the greatest kitchen knife. The goal of Milk II is to become a master whetstone craftsman like his master. However, Toriko felt hungry, so he paused the conversation to go out and hunt for some delicious creatures for dinner. Today's menu included grilled squid, mixed vegetable salad, and a seafood and mushroom stew that everyone enjoyed. Each person ate 6 bowls of rice, and the location of the milk dust was in the deep hole about 30 kilometers north of Milk Mountain. It is the deepest cave in the human world, where milk dust can be found. Toriko prepared his belongings and set off to conquer the training his old man had arranged for him. In the middle level hole, the level of creatures is 50 or higher, making Milk II worried about Toriko's safety. However, Komatsu reassured him and asked him to trust Toriko. In the sky, a large bat approached and frightened Komatsu to the point of tears. Fortunately, it turned out to be Kokiko, a familiar face and Milk II's pet. Kokiko was also Milk II's first pet, responsible for transporting the requested knives to customers. After completing its mission, Kokiko quickly handed the knives to Milk and returned to its nest. Today, with many orders, Milk invited Komatsu to join him inside and help with the work. Toriko was now below the deep hole, hoping that Komatsu would accompany him on this journey. However, it seemed that Komatsu was eager to watch Milk craft knives, so he decided to stay behind and learn the techniques. Toriko had to venture alone, knowing that wherever he went, he and Komatsu would always stand side by side. Before leaving, he took Komatsu's knife as a lucky charm. Toriko proceeded cautiously, taking each step with care. In the workshop, numerous knives awaited sharpening from chefs worldwide. Milk's daily maximum output was around 100 knives. Komatsu held up a knife, wondering who was worthy to own it. It turned out to be the knife of the head chef Lulubu from the Gus restaurant, one of the highest levels in the gourmet tower. As for Melk, he wielded the knife of Chef Yuji from the Magura restaurant, the 8-star grilling establishment in the gourmet town, Gourmet Alley. These knives were mostly from renowned chefs who were regular customers since the time of Melk I. Melk wondered how these chefs felt when using such exceptional knives. Upon seeing Komatsu's knife, he also pondered similar thoughts. The users of these knives, crafted with love and care, were truly exceptional individuals in Melk's eyes. Melk's master only wished to create the very best knife. In front of them was a sashimi knife used by the head chef of the Yoki restaurant. It was designed for handling special ingredients. And even a 1mm crack could significantly impact the cooking process. Top chefs relied on their senses, not sight, to detect such imperfections when preparing ingredients to meet the highest standards. As for knife sharpeners like Melk, they rely on sound and touch for sharpening. The knives, once sharpened, glittered and sparkled, appearing exceptionally beautiful. Observing Melk's knife sharpening process, Komatsu recognized the similarities with his own concentration on cooking. Melk completed his work, and Komatsu was amazed that his master could perform this task effortlessly. Melk suggested sharpening the knife slowly so that Komatsu could observe the process. Meanwhile, deep below the crack, Toriko had descended more than 10,000 meters below sea level when a low growl echoed from within the cave. Suddenly, glowing red eyes appeared. It was a two-headed beast at level 44. Toriko had unintentionally entered its territory. The creatures surrounded Toriko from all directions and launched an attack, but Toriko managed to evade by studying their muscular shapes and movements between joints. However, their sheer numbers made evasion unsustainable. Toriko improved his fork and knife technique into a defensive stance that the beasts couldn't breach. He successfully passed through their territory and continued deeper below. Another day passed, and Melk II remained busy with his work. He was forging a kitchen knife. After shaping and quenching it in cold water, only 50% of the work was complete. The most crucial step, accounting for half of the knife's success, was the sharpening process, divided into 3 stages. The rough stone was used for the initial stage, the medium stone for the middle stage, and the finest structured stone for the finishing stage. At this moment, Komatsu had just finished bathing and was wearing only underwear. Melk II, for some reason, blushed and felt embarrassed upon seeing this scene. Meanwhile, deep within the cave, Toriko had descended to a depth of 30,000 meters. The increasing gravitational force in the deep pit made Toriko's movements more challenging. While seemingly losing consciousness, he glanced at Komatsu's knife, providing him with the motivation to continue. He protected the knife as if protecting Komatsu. Toriko moved slowly and carefully, facing the increasing pressure. It seemed that Toriko's pressure was greater than the pressure of my financial troubles. Seeing a small rock rolling down, Toriko had the idea of not resisting gravity but rather relaxing his body, moving like a rolling ball. In times of difficulty, intelligence often surges. Unfortunately, while focused on rolling, Toriko dropped Komatsu's knife. Desperate, he leaped to catch it. Fortunately, in front of Toriko were red pearl crabs, a rare and high-quality species rarely found in the market. The knife glowed, and Toriko sensed Komatsu's ability to attract ingredients and find the red pearl crabs. On the other side, Komatsu was sleeping and dreaming that Toriko would eat all his food. Even in his dreams, he thought about food. Hearing the sound of flowing water, Komatsu observed Melk taking a bath and decided to prepare a late-night meal. Feeling that Melk might be tired after a hard day's work. While Melk was bathing, Komatsu quietly approached with the late-night meal. Melk, seemingly infatuated with someone, released her hair. Komatsu only now realized that Melk was a woman. The atmosphere between the two had become strange, and Komatsu was surprised to discover Melk's true gender. While Toriko was enjoying the delicious and tender red pearl crab meat, a giant creature, a level 53 scorpion beetle demon buffalo, suddenly appeared. Toriko immediately released his killing intent, ready to engage in battle. Surprisingly, the creature's eyes widened in fear, and Toriko realized that it wasn't looking at him. When he turned around, he saw a giant figure pointing and whispering something. The creature obediently followed the command and left. It was Melk I, but because of his tiny voice, Toriko couldn't hear anything. Melk took out a stone, did something with it, and then left. Toriko was still puzzled. The creature handed a stone to Melk, and suddenly his voice became louder. Bidding farewell. Toriko, full of questions, hurriedly followed. Melk sat down to enjoy the meal and shared her past. She was brought by her master from the distant mountains, far away from human settlements. Her master, rumored to be a demon, was never believed by people that he would raise a child, and she was the only one who felt love from the demon Melk. Melk I was like a foster father to her. After spending time together, she grew fond of her master's work. However, he never allowed her into his workshop. She secretly observed and infiltrated the workshop, accidentally dropping a knife and leaving her with the scar she had now. But she considered herself fortunate because that accident taught her fear and revealed the beauty of knives. Every day, she sat beside her master, observing his work and being captivated by it. Milk never taught her anything directly. All her learning was through observing his forging. More than 100 people came here every year to become disciples, but none could endure for more than 3 days. She aspired to become a part of her master's strength, eliminating her own weakness. She named herself Milk II, and as Toriko mentioned, she was an imposter. Komatsu found it fascinating and praised Milk for her courage. Toriko continued to follow Milk I until they reached a place emitting a radiant glow. It was an enormous arsenal of weapons. Milk I held a special stone called the Talking Stone, a miraculous stone found in the nerve strings of a stone beetle. It could capture and amplify surrounding sounds several times. The small creature next to Milk might still be a child, but Milk believed it was the champion in this deep hole. Milk I was here for a crucial task, and due to the intelligence of the scorpion beetle demon buffalo, he assigned it the duty of guarding against any intruders. Toriko was eager to hear about the important task, but he was disappointed as Milk spoke in a small voice. To solve this, Toriko decided to wrap the talking stone around Milk's neck as a necklace. Toriko felt that Milk was a talkative person, contrary to the rumors, and believed that the old man wasn't reticent but spoke too quietly that no one could hear. Fortunately, the talking stone was found. Back at the workshop, Komatsu praised Milk as a true master of knife sharpening with sincere words. While Milk I excelled in everything, Milk II, with her own skills, could produce superb knives. Milk II cried and continued her story. When her master left, she thought he would return as usual. However, days passed, and he never returned. Despite his absence, orders for knives kept coming. Instead of worrying, she maintained her faith in her master's wedding skills. Kokiko, the bat, still stood arrogantly, waiting for the return of the first. Komatsu borrowed a knife, gathered ingredients from the refrigerator, and showcased his culinary skills by preparing a sumptuous feast for Milk to enjoy. Listening to Toriko's narration, Milk I learned that Toriko was acquainted with Milk II. When he left 6 years ago, Milk II was only 15 years old. In the past, Milk received a request to create a sword that required a large amount of materials and took a considerable amount of time to complete, preventing him from returning home. Milk led Toriko to a glowing mine, which was the legendary Milk Stardust. By obtaining this stardust, Toriko could instantly return home. Toriko successfully brought back stones that could sharpen any material in the world. Milk II agreed to create a new kitchen knife for Komatsu. She chose the material to be the fang of an ancient dragon that lived 10,000 years ago. With the grinding stone made from Milk Stardust, the process of sharpening the dragon's fang, which usually took 3 years, was shortened to just 1 day. This is the power of the legendary grinding stone created for sharpening swords. Milk II also wanted to melt Komatsu's broken knife blade to integrate it into the new one, because she sensed that the blade wanted to convey that it could still work and did not want to disappear. While Komatsu and Milk II were busy discussing, Toriko was sitting on the side, casually enjoying the stardust. Thanks to the grinding stones brought by Toriko, Milk II only needed 1 morning to finish sharpening the knife blade. She placed Komatsu's broken blade into the furnace for heating, and then the 2 blades would be fused together to become a completely new knife. While Toriko and Komatsu were taking a hot bath, a streak of sword energy suddenly appeared, cutting the bath in half. This was a sign of the emergence of a divine being. Milk II successfully created the kitchen knife. Overjoyed, the 2 young men were so excited that they forgot to put on clothes, running out naked, causing Milk II to cover her face in embarrassment. Komatsu immediately went down to the kitchen to find an enormous chestnut. A few days ago, it was this very thing that caused his knife to break when he tried to cut it, proving its exceptional hardness. However, with the new knife made from the dragon's fang, Komatsu only needed a gentle touch to split the super hard chestnut in half, using it to slice the meat into thin pieces as thin as paper. Komatsu then used the knife to prepare the ingredients for the meal and found it incredibly easy. Toriko, feeling quite hungry, sat on the side, casually using the Milk Stardust as seasoning. For dinner, Komatsu made a full-topping cheesy pizza for Toriko to enjoy, and afterwards, he sprinkled Milk Stardust seasoning on it. President Igo and Yasaku arrived at the prison to pick up Zebra, anticipating something in the future and needing his strength. After Komatsu got his new kitchen knife, Toriko invited him along with Sani and Coco for a trip on a gigantic cruise ship. However, Zong and the journalist Tina managed to sneak on board. The ship served delicious sushi, with the fish caught right on the boat, maintaining the original sweet taste of the fresh fish. However, Zong's group didn't like raw fish, and instant ramen remained their favorite. The ship reached an area with snow, and they saw 2 horses running while emitting smoke, looking quite pitiful. Inside, a party was being held with symphony music and wine, perfectly matching Sani's sought-after style. Zong and his group were not allowed to attend the party due to their attire not matching the others. Toriko asked for a bit of wine from Sunny, but what he considered a little filled the entire table. Komatsu approached Sunny to thank him for what he had done by providing information about someone who could help Toriko come back. Sunny believed that Komatsu was now embarking on a more dangerous journey than any he had undertaken before, and he invited Komatsu to dance. On this side, Coco and Toriko are dancing enthusiastically. Zong and Tina after their dance were chased by security, resulting in their pants falling down. After the party, Tina, intoxicated, stumbled back to her room. In the resting room, Komatsu proudly showed Coco and Sunny the kitchen knife crafted by the master blade sharpener Milk. The strands of Sunny's hair that touched it were so fine that Sunny couldn't help but praise it. Sunny wanted everyone to share more about the taste of Milk Stardust, but it was a secret between Toriko and Komatsu, leaving Sunny incredibly frustrated. Ignoring that incident, Coco asked Toriko to explain why he was on this rail instead of heading to the Gourmet Pyramid. Now that the train had reached the gate leading to the famous hell, those who passed through this gate were only notorious criminals who had committed serious offenses, and once they entered, they never returned to the world. This place was known as the Honey Prison, a secret honey prison. Toriko and Komatsu were heading to this gourmet prison to meet Zebra. The Zong group was also now imprisoned here, looking pitiful. Zebra was a super troublesome guy, but he was very powerful, and to reach the Gourmet Pyramid, Toriko needed Zebra's help. Toriko took this train because he wanted Coco and Sunny to go down together to meet Zebra, but the response from both was negative. Toriko and Komatsu were then chased off the train, forced to walk despite the prison being tens of kilometers away. However, Toriko sensed Zebra's breath, a breath of destruction and death, inside the most dangerous gourmet prison in the world. Zebra also sensed Toriko approaching. After entering the dungeon, Toriko and Komatsu were welcomed by Deputy Warden Oben. The Deputy Warden revealed that this place also had another name, the Honey Prison, built deep within the earth. The maximum number of prisoners the Honey Prison could hold was over 100 million people, surrounded by extremely dangerous creatures that prevented prisoners from daring to escape. The elevator quickly stopped on the top floor, and the staff working here all had fierce expressions. Indeed, it was the most dangerous gourmet prison in the world. Deputy Warden Oben led the two to Menu Room 4, but in reality this place was used for torturing prisoners. Depending on the severity of their crimes, prisoners would face different punishments. For minor offenses, prisoners would lose their sense of taste, unable to enjoy the delicious aroma of the food. For serious crimes, prisoners would be shown delicious food but not allowed to eat it. The ones who committed heinous crimes, and were considered unredeemable, would only be given water and left to starve to death. Finally, Toriko and Komatsu were led to the office of the warden. Unexpectedly, the warden turned out to be a child dressed as a queen bee. However, in Toriko's eyes, the warden appeared as a beautiful young girl. It turned out the warden could mesmerize others by emitting pheromones like a queen bee. With this ability, the warden could control any creature she desired. However, there was one person unaffected by the warden's pheromones, and that was Gourmet Emperor Zebra. Curious, Komatsu asked Zebra what crime he had committed. The warden replied that he had eaten so much that more than 20 rare and endangered species had gone extinct. The warden then led the two to the room where Gourmet Emperor Zebra was held captive. Zebra's limbs were bound by 4 beasts at each corner, but for him, it was just a form of entertainment that he could escape from any time he wanted. Zebra's roar shook the entire prison, and as he was about to attack Komatsu, Toriko intervened. Just as the two Gourmet Emperors were about to engage in a fight, the warden mesmerized Toriko. However, this trick had no effect on Zebra. Everyone was puzzled about what the child was trying to achieve. The warden announced that Gourmet Prison would grant Zebra his freedom with one condition: he had to capture 500 wanted criminals and discover 100 new cooking ingredients. Zebra devoured the feast in just 5 minutes, still feeling hungry and wanting more. He then looked at Komatsu with a hungry gaze, frightening him. At this moment, the deputy warden announced the appearance of Forest Beet, a dangerous turtle. Whenever it appeared, the surrounding monsters would become extremely fierce, and they began attacking and devouring each other. People referred to this phenomenon as the death hunt season. The forest beet they mentioned was a magma turtle at level 70. Right after finishing his meal, Zebra wanted to expend energy. He quickly mobilized his internal energy, sucking all the air around into his stomach. Then, with a thunderous roar, Zebra unleashed a shockwave that startled the monsters, followed by using his noise missile technique to blow away the level 70 magma turtle. Even the legendary forest beet couldn't withstand Zebra's attack. Now, everyone understood why Zebra was considered the strongest among the 4 heavenly kings. The next day, Zebra joined Toriko and Komatsu's group to explore the desert cactus garden for new ingredients. However, there was a catch: Zebra kept eyeing Komatsu, making him constantly fearful. According to Toriko, anything that caught Zebra's interest would be relentlessly pursued and devoured until extinction. With nothing else to do, Zebra and Toriko decided to fight each other to pass the time. Even the beautiful house they were in got damaged during their brawl. After exchanging techniques, they felt hungry and instructed Komatsu to go to the kitchen and prepare some dishes for them, warning him that they might just eat him if he didn't comply. However, the only remaining piece of meat in the fridge led to another brawl between the two, both eager to claim the last piece of food. Truly, they were both gluttons. Komatsu, fed up, decided not to say anything and pretended not to notice. After a while, the group arrived at the desert garden, which turned out to be a small town. While walking, Zebra spotted a stranger and immediately asked if there were any delicious dishes available, displaying his uncouth manners. Komatsu couldn't help but doubt if this was one of the 4 heavenly kings. On their way, they stopped at a shaved ice shop, ordering 2 cups of sand ice made from a type of rock that didn't melt even in extreme heat, and was 100 times colder than regular ice. The refreshing sensation lingered in their throats for a long time. The owner also helped them prepare sunblock and other necessary tools for venturing into the desert to search for cooking ingredients. As they ventured deeper into the desert, the group found a village. Upon Zebra's appearance, the villagers warmly welcomed him. It turned out that many years ago, there was a civil war in this place, and Zebra was released as a war machine to eradicate all enemies, ensuring peace for the residents. At that moment, a giant creature emerged from beneath the sand, a level 23 8-tailed scorpion beetle. A single drop of its venomous tail could kill any living creature. The beast swiftly attacked a girl in the village, but Zebra's punch cut it into 3 pieces, saving the day. In reality, Zebra's personality wasn't bad at all. Despite his gluttony and a bit of a hot temper, he always helped those weaker than him, which was why the villagers valued him. After spending some time with the villagers, they generously gave the 3 of them 2 specially equipped camels to ease their travel in the desert. These camels could store a significant amount of water in their humps, allowing the group to access water whenever needed by simply turning a valve. Their destination required them to cross the hauntingly beautiful desert maze, also known as the graveyard of gourmet hunters. The group continued their journey through the desert, where the daytime temperature could reach up to 60 degrees. Without the camels, it would have been extremely challenging to traverse. While Zebra was gnawing on a chicken leg, he suddenly stopped, sensing something approaching. It turned out to be desert sand sharks. With just a shout from Zebra, they quickly retreated, burrowing into the sand to hide. Toriko revealed that Zebra could release ultrasonic waves that humans couldn't hear. He always knew how to find sounds that would terrify his enemies, using them to launch attacks. After a day and night of traveling, the group finally reached the desert maze, where the sand beneath was scorched red by the blazing sun, emitting heat far more intense than a regular desert. Suddenly, something frightened the camels, and amidst the calm, Komatsu went missing. When the group regained their composure, they discovered a massive creature emerging from the sand. Zebra began inhaling air into his stomach and released ultrasonic waves in all directions, quickly pinpointing Komatsu's location. Meanwhile, the desert beast, formidable as it was, couldn't stand up to Toriko's powerful punches. It seems that Komatsu has fallen into a deep cave deep beneath the ground. Meanwhile, Zebra and Toriko have entered the heart of the desert maze. Despite their seemingly simple steps, a single misstep could lead them to fall into endless pits. A gigantic sand whale, sensing the hunger of the 2 heavenly kings, offered itself to be captured. Touched by this gesture, Toriko prepared a sashimi dish from the sand whale, showcasing not only its kindness but also its delicious meat. Zebra's stamina surpassed Toriko's, and he didn't need to adapt to the desert had to adapt to him. After crossing the desert maze, Toriko and Zebra witnessed a colossal pyramid, its size hundreds of times larger than the largest pyramid in Egypt. However, Zebra mentioned that this was just a small part of the gourmet pyramid. Beneath the sand, an even more enormous architectural structure was hidden. Komatsu found himself on a lower level of the pyramid. Upon waking up, he started exploring to find an exit. Unfortunately, he encountered a gigantic creature, but it sensed Zebra's presence and fled without daring to turn back. Zebra then warned Komatsu to remember to cook for him when they meet again, or else he might end up becoming his meal, a contradiction between Zebra's good intentions and his fierce appetite. After ensuring Komatsu's temporary safety, Zebra and Toriko continued to advance into the depths of the gourmet pyramid. Suddenly, a monster blocked their path, unaware that they were facing 2 gourmet hunters. Encountering an unexpected delicious meal, the 2 of them enjoyed a satisfying feast. Shortly after, they entered the maze of the pyramid, where the surroundings changed positions periodically. Toriko noticed that Zebra was showing signs of fatigue. He had used his sound waves excessively. Utilizing this technique required an immense amount of energy, in the order of millions of units. Facing a 3-headed wolf at level 60, Toriko took the initiative to engage, allowing Zebra to recover his strength. However, when Toriko was about to be attacked, Zebra, disregarding the danger, stepped in and took the blow. He quickly focused his strength on his hand, delivering a punch that sent the 3-headed wolf flying into the wall. However, this victory came at the cost of completely depleting Zebra's energy, temporarily rendering him unable to speak. Meanwhile, below the gourmet pyramid, Komatsu discovered a very familiar footprint, belonging to the mysterious creature that had appeared in the vegetable sky garden. Back above, the two heavenly kings had devoured the three-headed wolf, but Zebra's energy was still insufficient for a full recovery, barely reaching 2%. In terms of calorie storage capacity, Zebra's body was supposed to be 1.5 times stronger than Toriko's. However, at this moment, Zebra couldn't open his mouth, unable to speak, and had to resort to signaling with his hands, a somewhat melancholic situation. Zebra can quickly recover, but now he can't speak, so he communicates with Toriko using sign language. He instructs Toriko to continue forward and Zebra pounds on the wall, signaling Toriko to break it. With a single punch, Toriko shatters the rock, revealing a secret staircase. Below, Komatsu faces a monstrous snail rushing to attack him. Fortunately, Zebra protects him with a sound armor, causing Zebra to lose his hearing temporarily. Since everything can be potential ingredients, Komatsu takes out a kitchen knife from his luggage and slices through the rock layers he is standing on. Above, Zebra and Toriko confront a group of monsters and Toriko uses his flying fork technique to subdue them. Komatsu luckily falls into a water pool in an underground leakage channel leading to the pyramid. Using a device to check the correct direction, Komatsu's device detects a monster. Curious, Komatsu ventures into the direction indicated by the device, but he is chased by a monster, causing him to lose his pants. While escaping from the pursuing monster, Komatsu inadvertently reaches a hidden location with numerous coffins. There are many strange paintings on the walls, and a distant glowing object turns out to be a book. Komatsu approaches to examine it but is unexpectedly attacked by a monster from behind. After consuming the energy, Toriko's recovery reaches 60%, but Zebra's recovery is only about 7%. The journey continues with multiple paths. A fanged tiger awaits below, and its meat appears to be delicious. On the other side, Komatsu is continuously attacked by the mummy-like monster. Fortunately, thanks to Zebra's sound armor, he remains unharmed. However, the mummy-like monster turns its attention to another one-eyed monster, allowing Komatsu to seize the opportunity to retrieve the mysterious book. Toriko and Zebra continue their journey after replenishing a significant amount of calories. Now they proceed to clear out the monsters in front of them and resume their eating expedition. They devour any creature they encounter on the way, leaving only dry skeletons behind. After eating to their satisfaction, Zebra regains his voice. Both of them fully recover their strength after consuming all the monsters they encounter on the journey. Zebra takes a deep breath and uses sound waves to locate Komatsu. Meanwhile, Komatsu inadvertently encounters the strongest creature in the gourmet pyramid, a fire dragon sphinx at level 92. Although Zebra informs the sphinx that Komatsu is his disciple, the monster shows no fear. Zebra immediately activates the bazooka sound to destroy the floor, revealing Komatsu's location on the lower level. Feeling the formidable strength of the monster ahead, Toriko notices a strange scent and recognizes it as cola. After a roar, the sphinx blows Toriko and Komatsu away. Zebra confidently stands his ground, ready to face the monster alone. First, he uses sound bullets, followed by taking a deep breath and utilizing the voice cutter technique. When the sphinx loses its vigilance, Zebra delivers the finishing blow with thunder voice. However, despite the consecutive attacks, the sphinx stands defiant and retaliates with its tongue against Zebra. Toriko joins the battle and informs Zebra that he smelled cola emanating from the sphinx. Recalling a conversation with Milk the First, Toriko shares information that Mellow Cola is located inside the gourmet pyramid, and the owner is the fire dragon sphinx. Mellow Cola will ripen inside the sphinx's body because the scent of cola is spreading throughout its body. The sphinx raises its leg, gently waving it, causing the ground to tremble. Zebra laughs wickedly, finding the outside world fascinating. Both of them release their aura, summoning two demons to prepare for the battle. Komatsu examines the book he found. Although it consists of ancient characters, he can still identify it as a recipe book. Both attack the sphinx directly, but it remains unfazed, effortlessly dispelling their auras with a simple leg wave. Toriko jumps using his flying fork technique, but the sphinx catches it in its mouth and throws it elsewhere. Zebra, using a barrage of sound bullets, can't penetrate its thick skin. Toriko attempts a foot-swinging knife attack, but the sphinx easily dodges. Zebra then employs a sound slash, causing some of the sphinx's hair to fall. The book Komatsu holds mentions the tears of the sphinx as the mellow cola, and it also provides instructions on how to process special ingredients. Toriko reminisces about their journey, unintentionally discovering the correct way to defeat and enjoy the creatures they encountered on the way. Though Komatsu cannot read all the crazy symbols relying on the images, he guesses their meaning, drawing on his experience reading hundreds of different cookbooks over the years. Toriko praises Komatsu, and he appears delighted. Zebra acknowledges Komatsu's talent in finding unique ingredients, and both decide to trust Komatsu, following the instructions in the book he found. As they prepare to confront a strange creature passing through places Toriko and Zebra have visited, the creature looks up at the commotion. On one side, Zebra and Toriko charge together, but the Sphinx continuously uses its hair to attack them, making Komatsu nervously watch. After receiving Zebra's encouragement, Komatsu imagines intensely the moment when he will butcher the Sphinx following the book's instructions. The first step is to gently knead its entire body, similar to tenderizing meat with a meat hammer, using just the right force. While the Sphinx continues attacking Toriko and Zebra relentlessly, Zebra instructs everyone to cover their ears and then uses the bazooka voice skill. The scream resonates, affecting the Sphinx, and Zebra's attack softens it as per Komatsu's imaginative vision. Next is the chest area, where Toriko will strike the upper palate with a force that's just right. Due to Zebra's recent skill usage, he now has only half of his energy. Following Komatsu's guidance, Toriko will attack while Zebra provides support from behind. Zebra creates a shield of sound to counter the Sphinx's hair, allowing Toriko to approach easily and deliver a tenfold spiked punch to the upper palate. The Sphinx falls and Toriko's attack consumes 300,000 calories. Angry and revived, the Sphinx retaliates by scratching Toriko and Zebra with its legs. Komatsu continues to imagine cooking methods with Toriko and Zebra as utensils. Next, they have to scrape off some scales from its back. Zebra attracts the Sphinx's attention and Toriko jumps up, using his leg knife technique, which consumes over 500,000 calories. Though the scales fly off lightly. The task to obtain the cola doesn't end there. Both must continue to stimulate its instep. Zebra shoots sound bullets into its instep and quickly changes positions. Then he plucks a feather from each wing simultaneously. Both jump up and synchronize a 1-2-3 rhythm, easily pulling apart the two feathers. That action caused the tear ducts of the Sphinx to swell up. Following this trend, if stimulated according to the principles outlined in the book, before releasing CO2 gas, it would dissolve into its tears, turning into carbonic acid and ultimately into mellow cola. Komatsu, enlightened by the Supreme Being, saw the completed dish after the massage, feather plucking, and now Zebra and Toriko had to gently massage the flesh on the Sphinx's shoulders from the inside. Both immediately used their techniques to massage the Sphinx. When Komatsu noticed them struggling with the Sphinx's mane, he remembered that cutting off the mane would be fine. Zebra, somewhat annoyed, said, "Why didn't you say that earlier?" They continued persistently exchanging blows with the Sphinx, battling for nearly half a day. They fought until both were exhausted, but the Sphinx showed no signs of relenting. In the final step, both had to strike with all their might, using 100% of their remaining strength to attack its serpent tail. Zebra and Toriko combined their flying fork and sound bullets on the Sphinx's tail. This attack was as powerful as a nuclear bomb, and finally the Sphinx couldn't endure the pain inflicted by both, shedding tears in two streams, and its tears were the mellow cola. However, at that moment, Komatsu was unexpectedly attacked from behind by the bird-headed monster, causing him severe injuries. The incident happened so quickly that Toriko and Zebra couldn't react in time. Then the bird-headed monster rapidly transformed, delivering a powerful punch to each of them at lightning speed. With a single breath, it quickly sucked up all the mellow cola that everyone had worked so hard to collect. This left Zebra and Toriko extremely frustrated. It turned out that the monster chose death, and only they had been the ones to plunder food from others until now. This monster was cunning beyond expectations. Toriko immediately rushed to attack the bird-headed monster. The collision of two powerful punches caused both of them to be thrown far away. Seizing the opportunity, Zebra jumped in to unleash his sound bazooka technique on the creature. However, it still wasn't enough to defeat the powerful monster. In desperation, the two had to cooperate to have a chance at overcoming this ancient creature. Zebra used his super sound bazooka technique to amplify Toriko's speed several times. Then Toriko threw a supersonic punch at the creature, sending it flying and causing severe internal organ damage. Zebra quickly drained the creature's life force, leaving it shriveled up like a dried corpse. The truth was, this monster had endured hunger for thousands of years inside the Gourmet Pyramid, and it took both Gourmet Kings to defeat it. Suddenly a noise came from behind. Surprisingly, Komatsu was still alive after taking a hit from the creature. It turned out that Zebra had silently created a sound armor covering Komatsu's entire body to protect him. Despite his rough exterior, Zebra cared deeply for his friends. Meanwhile, the Sphinx still lay there, crying, and mellow cola flowed in all directions. When everyone tasted it, they discovered an irresistibly pure and sweet flavor that surpassed even the finest premium wines. It filled Toriko's cells with energy and vitality, truly living up to its reputation as the world's most delicious cola. After obtaining mellow cola, Zebra suggested that Komatsu become his personal chef. If judged solely by strength, even Toriko was slightly inferior to Zebra. If Komatsu agreed to be his assistant, they would form a powerful gourmet hunting duo like never before. However, Komatsu declined Zebra's offer because he trusted Toriko and believed that one day Toriko would create the world's finest menu. To collect mellow cola, Komatsu used a gourmet liquid storage device. He pressed the start button, and it sucked all the liquid inside. After the Sphinx finished crying, it became extremely angry and chased Toriko and the others away. Back in the desert village, Toriko thanked the villagers by giving them some ingredients and mellow cola for providing the 2 camels. As the journey concluded, Komatsu also made a significant harvest by obtaining the ancient cookbook inside the Gourmet Pyramid. This book was part of the culinary heritage passed down by ancient people, guiding new discoveries in the gourmet era. The next day, Komatsu invited Toriko and Zebra to his restaurant for a meal. While waiting, the 2 gourmet kings, feeling restless, engaged in a martial arts exchange. Soon, a fully prepared table of food emerged. Toriko and Zebra started with a refreshing glass of cold cola before focusing on the main course. In just 5 short minutes they had cleaned the entire table, living up to their reputation as gluttonous gourmets. News arrived that the IGO organization sought the corpse of the defeated monster for research. Representatives from the 0th biotope, a secluded area within the gourmet world, were sent to collect it. These warriors possessed terrifying strength and were recruited by the gourmet Yakuza boss. Even the master knife sharpener Milk the First and the resurrection artist Yusaku were members of the 0th biotope. Mansam, the director, revealed that the creature Toriko's group encountered above the vegetable sky and beneath the gourmet pyramid was called a nitro. It is said that nitros have existed on Earth for hundreds of millions of years. One of their remarkable abilities is their incredibly robust vitality. When the environment deteriorates, nitros can enter a state of dormancy automatically. In extreme cases, they can continue to hibernate for thousands of years without needing food and water. Yesterday, the IGO organization received news that another nitro was still inside the gourmet pyramid. Currently, no one knows its whereabouts. Since ancient times, nitros have had an instinct to seek delicious ingredients. There are even rumors that these creatures are the key to approaching the legendary gourmet god ingredients. When the gourmet eclipse occurs, the time when god ingredients appear, a battle for gourmet supremacy is inevitable. The next day, Toriko and Komatsu were sponsored for a vacation at a beach resort. The main sponsor was the young billionaire owner of the colossal dinosaur, Chris. The young billionaire did this to express gratitude for Toriko and Komatsu helping Chris successfully evolve. The high-speed train quickly took Toriko and Komatsu to a crowded beach, a culinary paradise known for its affordable and exquisite dishes. At the beach they encountered some familiar faces, including Setsuno, the alcohol-ridden old man, or the knocking master Jiro, and Rin, who were also on vacation. Every year Rin came here to enjoy seaside cuisine. Toriko began to try famous dishes, such as the musical watermelon that played music when eaten and the squid ramen with a built-in bowl, making it a hot and fresh seafood ramen. Toriko also visited a friend's curry rice shop at the beach, but to his surprise the place was closed. This friend was Cumin, and he explained that 2 days ago, his younger sister Safra went to the sea to find curry ingredients. However, 2 days had passed and she hadn't returned, causing Cumin great concern. Cumin revealed that their family's traditional curry sauce originated from a curry meteorite that only appears on Earth every 99 years. Its flavor intensifies over the years during its cosmic journey. Cumin's father collected the curry ingredients from the meteorite when it fell to Earth. From those ingredients, he researched and created an incredibly delicious curry sauce. Cumin pleaded with Toriko to help find his sister, and Toriko agreed. The group quickly located Safra in a sea area about 10 nautical miles from the mainland. However, Safra was still searching for ingredients to make curry sauce, so she couldn't return with everyone yet. Most of the ingredients were rare and couldn't be bought in the market, so she had to go to the sea to hunt for them. At this point, she was only missing one ingredient, the water tiger, a fierce wild beast living on Horse King Island. Toriko decided to go to Horse King Island to help Safra find the water tiger. For some reason and somehow, Zong's group was also on this island. Suddenly, a roar echoed in the forest, and a gigantic water tiger appeared before everyone. With a level of 70, it was considered a formidable opponent. Indeed, Toriko's knife skills were easily nullified by the water tiger. He swiftly punched it in the mouth, but as the tiger's body was made of water, physical attacks were ineffective. After observing for a while, Toriko discovered the weakness of the tiger and lured it to another location. Once out of the shaded forest, the tiger's strength rapidly diminished. The water in its body began to evaporate. It was at this moment that Toriko rushed in, delivering a powerful punch to finish off the level 70 water tiger. Finally, everyone successfully gathered all the ingredients to bring back home for Cumin to cook a truly delicious curry pot. The smooth and fragrant sauce emitted an enticing aroma, and pouring this sauce onto the plate of curry immediately illuminated it, as they tasted a piece with the rich and sweet flavor of water tiger meat melting inside their mouths. Seeing the delicious food, the gluttonous zebra immediately appeared, asking what his brothers were eating that was so delicious and wanting some for himself. The The next day, Toriko and Komatsu headed to a mysterious forest to gather ingredients as IGO's boss had requested Toriko to collect. Toriko suddenly stopped as there were strange footprints in front of him. A glowing creature in the grass turned out to be a rabbit, but behind it was a giant ox chicken. Toriko used a fork to create a barrier, dodged the attack, and then gathered strength to deliver a powerful punch, sending the unfortunate ox chicken flying straight into the sky. Earlier, Toriko had consumed a ton of mellow cola, which helped his gourmet cells develop, but Toriko was not satisfied with himself because there would always be higher mountains. Coco and Sani were also diligently training according to the boss's list. Sani headed to the Whack Trail, the path connecting the gourmet world and the human world, where he encountered a member of Biotope Zero, who was detaining a person. And that person was Geeman, the gourmet gang leader. In a dark and impoverished city, accompanied by strong waves, Coco felt like everything there was an illusion, life having its ups and downs. At Bishikokai's castle, sous chef Alfaro and his servant Jojo went to the place where the newest model robots were stored, preparing for the upcoming battle to seize God. The next day, Toriko invited Komatsu to a special place in the forest, revealing that there was an incredibly delicious restaurant inside. Due to some undisclosed reasons, very few people knew about this restaurant. It was a house situated in the middle of a blackwater lake, named Bar Maria. At this moment, with no customers inside, the owner immediately came out to greet the two and inquire about what they wanted to eat. A unique aspect was that the owner of this restaurant was not a human but a robot. As soon as the food was brought out, Toriko's mouth watered profusely. Despite being a simple fast food dish like a hamburger with meat and French fries, its flavor was incredibly delicious. The owner also recommended two specialties here, rat potatoes and black rice with jewelry meat, which were truly exquisite. These were the best-selling dishes and favorites of the restaurant. Suddenly, Toriko noticed that someone had been sitting behind him since earlier, and he hadn't noticed. Komatsu immediately recognized him as the mysterious person who had controlled the robot and once tried to steal his knife. His intention was to obtain God, an ingredient that could control the entire world. The intense clash of auras between him and Toriko immediately created waves in the lake. The man's real name was Star June, one of the strongest chefs in the Bishikokai organization. Temporarily avoiding direct conflict with Toriko, Star June left the restaurant. If the two were to truly confront each other, Toriko wasn't certain of the outcome. A few days later, with some free time on their hands, Toriko once again invited Komatsu on a pilgrimage to a temple to seek good fortune. The place they visited was the world's largest gourmet temple, covering an area of over 80,000 square kilometers and welcoming around 9 billion visitors annually for food purification rituals. As usual, wherever Toriko went, the relentless food reporter Tina and the enthusiastic Zong were not far behind. Although it was referred to as a pilgrimage, Toriko's true purpose in coming here was to savor the delicious dishes the place had to offer. He enjoyed a bowl of seafood stir-fried noodles, explored various snack vendors, and indulged in a food tour, relishing the affordable and tasty treats. After eating, both of them participated in the food purification ritual using pure spring water within the temple, leaving them with a comfortable and pleasant feeling throughout their bodies. Later, Toriko hired a sheep taxi service to explore the scenic surroundings of the temple. The staff reminded them to fasten their seatbelts and wear helmets because the sheep could run very fast, reaching speeds of up to 150 kilometers per hour. Next, they toured the snowpine forest inside the gourmet temple, where gigantic trees soared to heights of over 1,000 meters. Upon exiting the forest, they reached the magnificent shrine dedicated to Acacia, the Gourmet Hunter, the greatest in history, who discovered the god ingredient and used it to end a bloody war, restoring peace to the world. Outside, a knife-pulling competition was taking place, with many attempting their luck, but no one had succeeded so far. Zong, the big brother, stepped in to showcase his strength, but despite his efforts, the knife remained firmly in place, embarrassing his younger siblings. Encouraged by Toriko, Komatsu decided to give it a try. To everyone's surprise, with just a gentle force, the knife was pulled out effortlessly from the wooden surface. Finally, Komatsu earned the title of the luckiest person and received the blessings of the gourmet temple. The food tour concluded, and the two of them rode the sheep taxi back home. The next morning, Komatsu, accompanied by a penguin, arrived at Toriko's house. The two bosses of the house welcomed them, but before they could knock, Toriko opened the door, startling both of them to the point of almost wetting themselves. Toriko explained that he used this method to scare them as a preparation for hunting a specific ingredient they were going to find. The miraculous fruit in question is the apple that Toriko and Komatsu, along with the fortunate IGO employee, will set out to find today. This surprise apple originates from a local variety on an island known for endless battles, aptly named the Battle Island. IGO brought seeds from that island back several years ago, intending to cultivate them naturally. It is a special ingredient, and the more unexpectedly it develops, the more delicious it becomes, adding to the intriguing nature of this surprise apple. In an instant, the group arrives at the surprise island, the only island exclusively dedicated to cultivating these special apples. To enhance the flavor of the surprise apples, they are strategically exploding bombs in the orchard in a clockwise direction. Stepping onto the island, the sound of gunfire echoes, making Komatsu quite uncomfortable. Every year around this season, 10,000 people from all over the world gather here for the festival of threatening the surprise apples. The festival adds a lively atmosphere to the island, and no festivity is complete without the king of jesters, the antagonist of sorrow, Zong. Here are the members of the G7, renowned food tasters from Apollo, and Teppei has also joined. Rin, anticipating her crush Toriko's arrival, has been waiting here since yesterday. Of course, Tina doesn't miss the chance to record a video and upload it to YouTube. The official Surprise Apple Festival begins. These young people seem like the mafia, always using guns for scaring. Toriko takes out a stone he obtained from Milk the First, takes a deep breath, and shouts, shaking the entire island. The apple immediately widens its eyes in fear. The esteemed food critic rates this as the highest astonishment level 27 for apples today. Komatsu asks Teppei about the astonishment level, and Teppei, in his usual manner, speaks endlessly. Apollo succinctly explains that the levels range from 0 to 100, and Toriko is currently at level 27. The young men continue to use guns to scaring the apples. Instead of scaring, Teppei approaches the apples, continuously talking about the hardships of his life. Zong imitates him, making the apple look genuinely terrified. Komatsu cooks for Toriko, and just one bite leaves the plate spotless. After eating, Toriko sings Gangnam Style to scaring not only the apples but everyone around. The cute lady is Tsurara Mama, the head chef of Snack Bar Tsurara, one of the 50 greatest chefs in the world. Instead of scaring, Mama only needs to say a few threatening words to astonish the apples to level 20. Truly, a top chef only needs to speak to make the apples fearful. Rin also tries and achieves a level of 20, matching Mama. On the other hand, Teppei keeps talking endlessly, and his stories are so long that he puts the apple to sleep, only to wake up startled, reaching an astonishment level of 30. Terry's gentle scaring earns him a level of 40, and the cheerful penguin's presence frightens the apple to a level of 25. Toriko with a mighty fist, stops just in front, terrifying it to a level of 50. However, due to excessive force, it faints on the spot. Apollo reveals that so far, only 3 people have scared this apple to a level above 90, President Igo with 92, Jiro with 95, and a mysterious person whose name is unknown. There's an apple that Apollo picks up, astonishing at level 80. Zong, unable to scaring it, resorts to using a fart-based technique to scaring, a foul odor even I outside the screen can imagine. He manages to the apple to level 80. Although it's a record-breaking scene for the day, Tina refrains from filming due to its repulsiveness and smell. Toriko and Komatsu enjoy the surprise apple together. Afterwards, Komatsu orders a glass of apple soda and a glass of freshly pressed apple juice to savor the moment. Today Komatsu is in a joyful mood. Upon Toriko's inquiry, he reveals that he bought a lottery ticket and perhaps after the temple visit, luck was on his side, winning the 8th prize. Though the amount is not substantial, with 1 million yen it's still a substantial win. A jackpot would likely be over 100 billion yen. Komatsu, unfamiliar with holding 1 million yen, decides to buy a gift for Toriko. Fortunately, Toriko is also looking to purchase a piece of land, and today's trip is to check out that land. However, with only 1 million yen, it seems challenging. The piece of land for sale has a meager area of 3,300 square meters, starting at an initial bid of 10 billion yen. The reason for its high cost is that there's a tiger chicken currently nesting there, and its eggs are exceptionally delicious. However, this species is introverted, so it will only lay eggs in familiar, preferred places, and the place it chooses to lay eggs is that piece of land. The landowner is an old man named Yaki, renowned for being stubborn. Many powerful gourmet investors and extremely wealthy individuals have come to buy, but their offers have all been completely rejected. At Yaki's house, these young men are opening a suitcase containing 50 billion yen but are immediately looked down upon and told to leave. Indeed, people with money have a different perspective. If they met me, they would sell for just 10 billion. In the sky, a chicken tiger is flying over. As the negotiation breaks down, the mafia wants to capture the chicken tiger. Toriko, feeling indignant, uses his flying fort technique to knock down their weapons because who would disturb a mother chicken tiger about to give birth? Toriko steps into Yaki's house, immediately smelling the aroma of chicken tiger eggs. Without hiding anything, Toriko expresses his desire to buy the piece of land today. However, more importantly to Toriko, he wants to taste one of those eggs with a cute, handsome face. Seeing Toriko's sincerity, Yaki happily takes out an egg for him. Komatsu also cheerfully introduces himself to Yaki to prepare chicken tiger egg dishes. The dishes Komatsu makes include soft-boiled eggs, egg milk, pork and eggs with mushroom cream. Watching Toriko enjoy the meal, Yaki is reminded of his wife. In a blink of an eye, the sky darkens, and Yaki talks about his past as a gourmet hunter. He found a tiger chick in a field a long time ago and has nurtured it to this day. Toriko believes that Yaki raised this mother chicken tiger despite the danger because of greed. In life, everyone is greedy, only Komatsu isn't greedy. Yaki's wife passed away when he was still a gourmet hunter. He went hunting extensively to find ingredients to earn money to take care of his sick wife at home, but the situation worsened, and she couldn't recover. When she passed away, her last words were a simple wish for a family meal with him. He pursued money to the extent of forgetting his dearest loved ones. Indeed, sometimes money can bring happiness, but it's not everything in life. Toriko believes that Yaki, in pursuit of money, forgot how to truly enjoy food. Yaki remembers that his wife's favorite dish was chicken tiger eggs, and the piece of land someone wants to buy is where he and his wife shared their meals. People say that while you can try to do things, don't let them slip away and only view them as memories afterward. Toriko wonders why, after raising a large chicken tiger, Yaki wants to sell the land, which holds sentimental value. Yaki simply answers that he is nearing death, and he doesn't know when he will pass away, so when he dies, no one will own that piece of land anymore. Yaki asks Toriko how much he brought. Toriko has only a sincere heart, surprise apples, and 1 million yen from Komatsu. Toriko's sincere words resemble those of Yaki's wife. The happiness from those things cannot be bought with money. Even if those others offer 50 billion yen, it's not worthy of the happiness Mr. Yaki desires. After his passing, he hopes Komatsu and Toriko will come to play with the mother chicken tiger and her newly hatched chick. The next day Toriko invited Sunny and Komatsu to have a meal. After finishing the meal, Toriko revealed that he was looking for a new cooking ingredient called shining gurumi, also known as crystal fish. This fish species resides in the Death Falls, one of the 3 greatest waterfalls in the world, with an estimated 1,000 trillion liters of water pouring down every second. Despite its colossal flow, Death Falls is so powerful that not even a cannon can penetrate its intense current. Incidentally, Sunny introduced his new teammate, a giant snake from the gourmet world named Queen. Although still a juvenile, Queen's potential size could reach the length of the equator. With the reliable Queen as their water taxi, the 3 immediately set out towards Death Falls to search for the legendary luminous crystal fish. Sunny chose Queen as a pet because of its stunning appearance, while Sunny was indifferent to everything else. Outer beauty was Sunny's top priority. 10 minutes later, Queen transported the trio to the Moors mountain range. Deep within this mountain range lies one of the world's 3 great waterfalls, Death Falls. It is an extremely dangerous place where even the mightiest creatures dare not enter. Feeling hungry, the trio caught some fish to make a grilled fish dish. Toriko held 2 delicious fish in his hands, and Komatsu suddenly noticed that the water below was exceptionally clear. If the water was clear, it meant there was a lack of nutrients and no living organisms could thrive. It turned out that the location and structure of Death Falls turned it into a natural filtration system, absorbing all the nutrients and producing the crystal fish. Quickly they reached the source of the waterfall, where the pressure was so intense that it could tear everything apart. At this moment, a level 48 mountain dinosaur and a level 49 elephant monkey attempted to cross the falls but failed, falling into the powerful current of Death Falls. The 2 monstrous beasts were instantly crushed into pieces without a trace left. The swirling currents below created enormous water vortexes, functioning like high-powered washing machines. Even someone as powerful as Toriko would ascend to heaven if they fell into it. Sunny gently landed on the water's surface, using his sensory threads to form a makeshift raft. At this moment, a level 9 shark hippo unexpectedly leaped onto the water's surface, intending to attack everyone. However, it quickly became a meal in Queen's belly, as it was devoured moments after opening its mouth wide to capture its supersized prey. Despite just having gulped down an immensely large catch, Insani's ice queen looked truly magnificent. To prepare for crossing Death Falls, Komatsu had to wear protective clothing and an air-supplying mask. Toriko and Sunny, having conditioned their bodies in harsh environments, did not need any protective gear. As they approached the waterfall, the wind became stronger, and countless water jets compressed under tremendous pressure could cut through diamonds. When shot onto the body, it caused excruciating pain. Fortunately, Sunny applied tiny sensors on his head to create a shield against wind and water, using a technique called hair shield. As they successfully passed through the water vortex area, Toriko immediately used his knife technique to carve out a path. However, the overpowering flow of Death Falls pressed down on his attack. At this moment, Sunny suddenly remembered a peculiar encounter during his training. He had met a man named Demon, the gourmet gang leader, who was meditating. Suddenly, someone startled him from behind and he jolted in surprise. Demon's unique training method involved eliminating all distractions in his mind, paying no attention to anything around him. Thus he often appeared absent-minded. A dragon suddenly appeared behind the two, but Demon showed no reaction. Despite the bizarre appearance, he remained unfazed and unresponsive. When the dragon was about to attack, Gourmet, without looking, sensed the threat, drew his sword and swiftly cut the dragon into two in the blink of an eye. It happened so fast that Sunny couldn't see anything, and Gourmet returned to his nonchalant demeanor. From that point on, Sunny began training with Gourmet. He tried his best but still couldn't change Gourmet's expression. Indeed, Gourmet was the legendary leader of a notorious gang, and even Sunny, using his most powerful technique, the hair punch, couldn't land a hit on Gourmet, not even once. Gourmet revealed that he activated the infinity technique. Once in this state, human instincts would be heightened to the extreme. Instincts weren't something inherent, they were accumulated through training and experience. To perceive instincts, one needed to first learn to cleanse the mind. A clear mind leads to success, while a mind entangled in illusions deeply traps in nightmares. Sunny found this explanation reasonable, and finally he had an epiphany, adopting the world-weary expression of his elder. Suddenly a group of sawshark sharks appeared. Sensing the danger, Gourmet's body instinctively annihilated them without conscious thought. Later that evening, Sunny cooked a pot of sawshark sour soup. After eating, Gourmet's expression remained emotionless, truly speechless. Returning to reality, Toriko, inspired by Sunny's story, began awakening his own instincts. Indeed, after activating the infinity technique, Toriko's calm mind and water-like composure reached a new level. With just one punch, he penetrated the flow of the deathfall, astonishing Sunny. When did this guy become so powerful? In the end, the group successfully infiltrated the cave inside the waterfall. However, the powers of Toriko and Sunny were completely depleted. The two were exhausted to the point of immobility. To find food to help Toriko and Sunny recover their strength, Komatsu decided to venture alone into the cave. He used milk star dust to create markers, marking the path he took so that he wouldn't get lost and his friends could find him. Upon reaching the end of the cave, Komatsu saw a glowing and radiant lake. The golden glow beneath the water was the shining gourmet fish, also known as crystal fish in legends. Komatsu immediately assembled a specialized fish-catching rod and scooped up a fish from the lake. However, when Komatsu touched the fish, its body suddenly turned black, as if poisoned. The fish vanished from the world, and it seemed that to catch this species, a special method was needed, much like the puffer whales. After several failed attempts, Komatsu became convinced that these fish turned black and were inedible. Then Komatsu noticed the liquid beneath the fish tank, not water but a refined fish oil. Inadvertently, Komatsu touched the head of one fish, and he discovered that only after the fish glowed could he catch it without turning into a dead fish. Komatsu managed to obtain 2 boxes filled with fish and with the group, rode Queen to the top of a high mountain to enjoy the fish and admire the sunset. When the box were opened, a pleasant fragrance immediately wafted out. The fish oil, free of any greasiness, contained essential nutrients beneficial for the heart and brain. The lake was the place that absorbed all the nutrients from the mountain range, and the crystal fish were the crystallization of those nutrients. Looking at the glowing fish, Komatsu suggested making tempura fish. First, he used fish oil instead of regular oil, heated a pan of oil until very hot, then seasoned the fish and coated it in flour. Once the oil was sizzling, he placed the fish into the pan. The fish, fried in refined fish oil, didn't have a fishy taste. After frying, the oil in the pan remained vibrant. And the crystal fish oil could be reused multiple times without deterioration. In the end, they had a plate of golden and crispy fried fish, with a crunchy outer layer and tender, juicy meat inside, boasting a rich and flavorful taste. Anyone hungry, comment your address, and I'll send you some to try. Feeling that something was still missing, Komatsu combined the fried fish with milk stardust seasoning, and indeed, with a touch of seasoning, the crispy crystal fish became even more delicious. The fishing trip today was truly worthwhile. Komatsu wanted to invite Zebra next time, but Sunny disagreed because he found Zebra quite irritating, mainly due to his unappealing appearance. One day, Toriko and Komatsu were having a meal when the Milk Second's vampire monkey suddenly came to see them. It turned out that the Milk Second wanted them to find an ingredient for making knives called fig crystal, a type of fruit that bears fruit only once every 10 years, with a hard diamond-like outer shell but an extremely sweet inner flesh. Coincidentally, that evening the city would organize a culinary competition. The first prize of the competition was a giant fig crystal, so everyone decided to participate. The program's MC was the reporter Tina, and there were 3 judges sitting behind to score the contestants' dishes. The competition quickly started, and unexpectedly the first contestant was Gourmet Emperor Sunny. Sunny used his sensing threads to sculpt 3 beautiful statues from fig crystal. His performance earned him 275 points. The second contestant was Uncle Zone, dressed as a princess. Due to his appearance, he was taken away by a security guard. The third contestant was Komatsu. He blended a fig crystal and mixed it with flour. After cha-cha dancing and making the cake simultaneously, he put it in the oven and made a fruit cake. The cake was delicious, but for some reason, Komatsu only scored 195 points. It turned out that one of the judges had been fired for eating a morning cake, so he was upset and marked Komatsu down. Next was the second disciple, and she made fig crystal jelly, a dish to cool off in the summer with added ice. The dish was super delicious and the judges scored her 285 points. Then came Jiru, the old man who with just a bottle of wine and a few figs crystal, created a dancing lion wine and temporarily took the first place with 295 points. Finally it was Toriko's turn. He used a sparkling crystal stone to create a beautiful fireworks display, but Uncle Zong accused him of cheating because he didn't use fig crystal as an ingredient, so he was disqualified. At this moment, Milk's second vampire monkey also wanted to showcase its skills. It climbed onto the giant fig crystal, and unexpectedly started glowing. The color of the melon truly resonated with it. The judges immediately awarded the vampire monkey the maximum score because it chose the fig crystal as its ingredient. In the end, the vampire monkey offered the prize to Milk's second. Indeed, it's Milk's pet. The next day, Toriko invited Komatsu to search for new cooking ingredients. This time, they were looking for a type of fruit that grows inside the autumn mountain range, with an area of up to 20,000 kilometers long. The place is called the Autumn Mountain Range because the weather only experiences endless autumn. And the cool climate of autumn is very suitable for plant growth. When the fruit ripens, it will have a delicious and juicy taste. This time, Terry the wolf and the baby penguin also joined the two to enjoy delicious food. Seeing some grape clusters on the vine, Komatsu wanted to reach down and pick them, but unexpectedly discovered that they were level 30 dancing grapes. Toriko warned that in this forest, there are very peculiar creatures, so everyone needs to be careful and vigilant. For example, here is the supersonic mushroom, small but runs very fast and is difficult to catch. Inadvertently, they trespassed into the territory of a level 25 emperor bee, so the entire swarm of bees chased after them, causing everyone to run away without their pants. Surprisingly, Coco was also present inside this forest, so Coco used his poison to drive away the bee swarm and save everyone. After that, Sunny quickly appeared as well. It turned out that the goal of the three heavenly kings was the same. They wanted to find a super juicy fruit called the supirs. To make the trip more interesting, the whole group organized a small competition to see who would be the first to find the supirs. Even Komatsu and the baby penguin participated. Coco's pet, Emperor Crow, is both black and large, so he took advantage of the high ground to observe the terrain below. Sunny's baby queen has super sharp heat-sensing senses, so no creature can escape its observation range. Although the baby penguin was somewhat useless, it had the advantage of being cute. Terry the wolf, on the other hand, marked its territory strongly wherever it went. At this moment, two unexpected beasts leaped down from the mountain. They were level 33 sheep pigs. The movement speed of these sheep pigs was extremely fast. One attacked Toriko, while the other captured Komatsu and the baby penguin to take them to their den. Toriko immediately rode on Terry to chase after them. When he reached the foot of the mountain, he encountered Coco and Sunny, who had returned. Coco and Sunny's pets used their bodies as leverage to help Terry and Toriko climb the mountain at the fastest speed. After defeating one sheep pig, Toriko discovered that there were 3 immature offspring in their den. Coco noticed that the actual body under the wool of the sheep pig was extremely thin and weak. They had been hungry for a long time and needed food to feed their young. At this point, Toriko suddenly smelled a faint fragrance from within the clouds. Following the scent, he climbed to the top of the mountain and saw a giant tree. On the branches of that tree were the supirs, fresh and juicy. Toriko immediately picked one to taste. As soon as he took a bite, the fruit's juice filled his mouth, an irresistible delicious taste. The pure fragrance of the autumn range was mixed with the clouds, explaining why these legendary pears were so juicy. With these pears, the sheep pig family would no longer go hungry. On a gloomy and desolate island, occasionally, the carcasses of bizarre creatures fall from the sky, becoming delicious prey for the beasts below. Above is a secret stronghold of the Gourmet Corp organization, where chefs are preparing food. After cooking, they pour the used ingredients and garbage down below. The white-haired chef is the executive chef named Nicini. He is trying to find a way to enhance the gourmet cell level for each member in the organization. The pink-haired one is the insect controller who once faced Toriko in a battle on Ice Hell Island to compete for the soup of the century. Currently, Gourmet Corp is preparing to execute some plot, and to do this, they need to abduct many chefs as slaves. The top server Earth chefs are powerful, so the organization dare not touch them and can only capture those chefs without the ability to resist. Additionally, the organization has successfully researched and developed the latest model of combat-capable robots. Returning to the Gourmet Hotel, Komatsu was in the kitchen preparing a new cake with the ingredients he collected: longevity sugarcane, pears, and fig crystal. The diners here are all very satisfied with the dish Komatsu has just prepared. After completing his work, Komatsu stays in the dressing room and reads a cooking book. In the evening, Komatsu meets a friend named Otaki, the owner of the Fairy Tale Castle restaurant, ranking 99th. Otaki suggests steps for Komatsu to help the restaurant grow, which includes asking gourmet hunters to search for famous ingredients to cook new dishes. Otaki says Komatsu was naive to have a powerful hunter nearby and not know how to take advantage. A professional chef should earn a lot of money through cooking. If you cook well but don't have money, you can't make it in this world. Otaki has ambitions to climb to the top and is not hesitant to use any means to reach that pinnacle. Komatsu recalls the past when they both studied the craft together, and now Otaki has changed a lot. Indeed, with money, everything becomes different. Even a person's character can change. On the other side, Toriko and Terry have entered the scenic garden with just one jump surpassing the 300m wall. The guards can only pretend not to notice and hope the wall will be upgraded. But not everyone has legendary beasts, and the guards worry too much. Coco has also arrived. Sonny couldn't make it and Zebra decided not to come. He wandered off somewhere. The four Heavenly Kings, when they were young, were told by the IGO president that in the Gourmet Garden number 8, there is a mark of an exquisite treasure unique, which is the appetizer in his divine menu. Each Gourmet Garden will have a total dish with 8 courses. If found, they can use all the items in his divine menu. Toriko and Coco enter a cave containing a large box that the group couldn't open when they were young. Moreover, now there's a two-headed chicken with incredible strength guarding this box. Coco will deal with this chicken, and Toriko will be responsible for opening the super gigantic box. Toriko flexes his buttocks, inhales deeply, Toriko's muscles swell. Then he uses the nail punch to punch hard into the box. At Otaki's restaurant, Komatsu is preparing to enjoy the dishes of his friend when he is surrounded by reporters. One introduces himself as Morita from Calorie magazine and expresses the desire to interview an idol like Komatsu someday. Komatsu is treated with cotton candy and beeswax candles by his friend, expensive ingredients. Komatsu glances at his friend and sees him bribing the reporter. In the gourmet guard, Toriko and Coco are still struggling with their tasks. This two-headed chicken continuously attacks Coco. Now Coco uses a complete toxic armor covering his entire body. Coco jumps and slashes with a poisonous sword, causing the chicken to collapse. Toriko is surprised that Coco dealt with it so quickly, however Toriko still can't open the box. Earlier, Toriko's old man said that even with rare ingredients from his menu, it's hard to find a skilled chef who can cook them. Toriko thinks back and decides to unleash the twin nail punch. At the restaurant, Otaki and the reporter discuss finding talented chefs. Otaki believes that in this gourmet era, with rare ingredients and media coverage, many customers will come without caring about the taste. Komatsu has noticed that some reporters came here just for the money without eating anything, because they already had a scripted scenario in their heads to PR Otaki's restaurant. For Komatsu, all customers deserve respect, as well as those who helped him understand the importance of enjoying food. On the other side, Toriko still can't break through the gigantic box. Despite the hard training and overcoming difficulties to stand here today, he is determined not to give up. Toriko uses all his strength, giving 100% power to unleash a powerful blow, finally opening the gigantic box. Powerful electromagnetic waves spread throughout the earth, and Komatsu, Otaki, along with many other famous chefs worldwide, notice it. Toriko thought it was a whole feast inside, but it turned out to be a tiny bean. Otaki thinks that Komatsu is advising him out of envy for his achievements. Komatsu thinks that money has shattered Otaki's personality, then turns and leaves, saying that when combined with Toriko he will reach the top in his own way. Despite the strong words, he cries when remembering the joyful past with his best friend. Otaki, inside drinking, is contemplating when a Bishakukai robot suddenly appears. At this time, the IGO president is proudly sitting on the back of a noble white horse, hoping that the four Heavenly Kings will train diligently. Toriko and Coco have arrived at his office, but the old man is nowhere to be found. The staff here informs them that he is currently interested in something related to the four Heavenly Kings training. The next day, Toriko went to a barbershop to freshen up his handsome appearance. He chose this place because the owner used to be a famous chef. While getting a haircut, customers would be treated to free food. Truly a paradise for food warriors, the Gourmet Hunter. After Toriko finished devouring more than a dozen appetizers, the owner told him to lie down for a hair wash. The owner's movements were extremely professional. Even from the little details, one could see that he used to be a chef with decent culinary skills. Finding it quite interesting, Komatsu also wanted to try, and the owner immediately massaged him in a way as if he were tenderizing meat, before cooking to make it more delicious. Next, the owner brought out 2 plates of cheese-covered beef tartare. The beef was cooked just right, not tough, and retained the delicious tenderness and juiciness of the meat. After finishing the meal, the owner used scissors and a comb to cut Toriko's hair, making it the most unique hair salon in the world. Oh dear, with mossy green hair, you've set a new trend. At this point Coco also entered the barber shop to get a haircut, but the owner accidentally cut too much, so Coco's hair didn't look much different from Toriko's. Afterward, Coco and Toriko revealed to Komatsu that they were searching for the menu of Igo President. The menu had hidden a total of 8 different ingredients inside the 8 botanical gardens of the IGO organization. Yesterday the two of them found a bean in botanical garden number 8. It was the bean of the million tree, a type of tree that grows in the gourmet world. It has the ability to emit sounds similar to the voices of ingredients. That's why chefs around the world heard its call echoing when Toriko opened the chest. While everyone was talking, somewhere else a group of chefs including Otaki was being held captive by the Gourmet Corporation. On this side, everyone suddenly received an urgent message from Director Mansam, so the whole group had to quickly board a plane to Honey Prison. The warden and Director Mansam were waiting for everyone there. As soon as they entered the prison, the warden flirted with Toriko, making Rin jealous because he dared to flirt with her crush. The story is that a high-ranking member of the Gourmet organization has just entered the ice holiday forest to find an ingredient called the sweet nectar tree. However, it has been several days and he has not returned, so Mansam and the warden asked Toriko's group to find him. They heard that the sweet nectar tree can be entirely eaten, from the trunk to the leaves, and it usually grows in winter in places with temperatures lower than -100 degrees. After a while Rin detected the missing group's walkie-talkie signals, indicating that they were nearby. At this point the group was suddenly surrounded by a herd of goat-headed frogs, but Sunny appeared and drove the frogs away, revealing that he was also asked to search for the missing people. Toriko, about to turn the frog group into a meal, suddenly saw the frogs running away very fast, as if they were afraid of something. In another location Zebra, while hunting, encountered a devil bat. He punched it and the bat died instantly. Zebra, being ferocious, needs to find 100 types of ingredients and capture 500 wanted criminals to finalize his contract with Juventus. On this side, after searching the entire morning, the group finally found the sweet nectar tree and fortunately, the missing individuals were still alive. After eating the fruit they quickly regained their health. Toriko immediately used his knife skills to peel the tree bark, revealing a layer of soft and smooth sponge cake with an incredibly delicious taste. The leaves had a cool and gentle minty flavor. Even the frozen dewdrops tasted as sweet as sugar. The layer of soil below was top-quality chocolate. Sunny used his sculpting sensors to turn those ice blocks into a sphere, decorating the sweet nectar tree and turning it into a Christmas tree. Toriko and Coco went to find some rare ingredients in the forest. Although it looked quite large, it was actually quite light and tasted like cotton candy. At this moment, Rin suddenly spotted a wild beast approaching a level 7 swordhorn, which was the reason the frogs were frightened away. Swordhorns are herd animals, so when one appears, its entire herd is likely to be nearby. Komatsu was assigned the task of preparing the ingredients, while the others would confront the herd of swordhorns. These creatures were quite powerful, but luckily, the group successfully delayed them, waiting until Komatsu completed the final decoration for the Christmas tree. The 5-pointed star made of glowing stones quickly emitted the radiant light, making the swordhorn herd less fierce and much more gentle. At this point the missing old man that the group rescued informed everyone that Director Mansam still had a very important task for them. Mansam wanted them to transform into Santa Claus and distribute gifts to underprivileged children worldwide on Christmas Day, and he had already prepared a sufficient amount of gifts. Initially Mansam also intended to call Zebra, but he was busy with something else and couldn't assist. Each member had highly reputable and quality pets to take on the responsibility of transporting goods. The pets moved at supersonic speed, swiftly loading boxes of candy onto their bodies. With all preparations complete, the group immediately set off. These gifts were purchased with the huge profits gained from gourmet arena betting matches. Mansam used the money from the wealthy to support impoverished children worldwide. He also revealed the natural fish oil that Komatsu had found, highly praised by the culinary world. It seemed that he might soon enter the top 100 ranking of the world's top chefs. Rin was delighted to be traveling with Toriko. Terry was carrying them at a maximum speed of 350 kilometers per hour. The destination was a country that had just experienced a civil war. At this moment, a mantis spider was preparing to attack a boy to make a tasty meal. However, before it could harm the boy, Toriko quickly dealt with it using his exceptional knife skills. Toriko and Rin inquired about the boy's situation. Due to hunger, the boy had to risk going outside to find food. Seeing the boy's plight, Toriko decided to help him. In another location, Director Mansam and Komatsu were distributing gifts to the poor. For those who usually struggled to have a good meal, it was an extremely joyful occasion. Komatsu even fried chicken legs with the refined fish oil he found during the crystal fish hunting trip. He wanted the children to experience a fresh and lively atmosphere. On this side, Sunny was also distributing gifts to the children. He even created a gigantic Christmas tree using hair, bringing smiles and happiness to the kids. Over here, Coco was handing out gifts when he noticed a poor girl. He approached her, offering words of comfort and predicting a bright future for her. Coco assured her that his predictions would come true. In another location, Zebra was taking a stroll along the beach when a daring fish leaped onto the shore, attempting to feast on him. However, Zebra quickly dealt with it, and in no time, the fish was grilled and emanating a delicious aroma. It turned out that Zebra unintentionally eliminated a ferocious sea monster that often troubled the villagers, providing a full meal for the local children. Meanwhile, Toriko had taken the unfortunate boy back home and provided food for his siblings. Afterwards, he continued distributing gifts to the children in the area, bringing not much, but enough to exchange for many smiles and tears of happiness. Snow had started to fall, and it was a rare type of snow with a unique flavor, known as flavor snow, which appeared once every few decades. Even in paradise, the joy of the blessed children with food was celebrated. Komatsu, Coco, and Toriko all wore white suits, looking like sophisticated gentlemen as they were on their way to the world's largest casino. This place was beyond the reach of the law, attracting many pleasure seekers and underworld figures who desired to visit. The casino housed exotic and addictive ingredients, including high-quality ones that were difficult to obtain legally. These ingredients frequently circulated through illegal channels, and one of the targets of today's trip was the meteor garlic. This mysterious garlic was believed to grow in places where meteors rarely fell. Consuming it would provide enough energy for an entire month, making it an excellent ingredient for gourmet cells of gourmet hunters. It was the prize at the Gourmet Casino. This casino also served as the Kingdom of Jadar, where Coco had come to train. Despite being the world's largest casino, the people here lived in abject poverty. As Toriko descended, he was confronted by a few fake mafia thugs who attempted to threaten and rob him. Toriko, feigning fear, put on a cute expression that was ironically terrifying. When one of them fired a gunshot, Toriko effortlessly caught the bullet with 2 fingers and then unleashed his intimidating aura, causing the fake mafia members to hastily flee. The group proceeded to the city's marketplace, where even highly toxic ingredients like killer whale were being sold. An old lady approached Komatsu, inviting him to buy some lucky stars. However, Toriko intervened, recognizing them as poisonous stars that caused addiction. He recounted an incident where these toxic stars appeared in a marketplace, resulting in the destruction of an entire city and millions of lives in that area. All the items on display seemed to range from mildly addictive to severely harmful, with nothing appearing to be healthy. Suddenly, they came across a stall selling mushroom sushi, and Toriko wanted to buy it as it could serve as a bedding ingredient. Despite the outward appearance of poverty in the city, the central district was opulent, attracting the wealthy elite who came here to launder money. Any attempted robbery here would likely result in death rather than imprisonment. Toriko, feeling indignant, extended his hand to help, as the rich were willing to gamble with the lives of others. Another thug tried to pick Komatsu's pocket, but fortunately, Match intervened. Just by looking, Match deduced that they had come here for reward ingredients. He disclosed that the area was reserved for VIPs, and the gourmet yakuza, led by his boss, managed it. With Match in charge now, many illegal and addictive ingredients were being transported to the city. Match came to investigate, suspecting that underground chefs were involved, and the mastermind behind it all was Livebearer. Match drew his sword and charged into the base of the underground chefs. Coco realized that trying to confront Livebearer head-on with Match's strength was futile, so their best option was to disrupt Livebearer's casino. Toriko, seeing Match's determination, convinced the group to join forces in dismantling the rigged casino run by Livebearer. Everyone quickly descended to observe the situation. Komatsu strolled, admiring the magnificent scenery. Their every step was closely monitored by the casino's cameras. The prize for today was not addictive ingredients but rather premium ones that looked very delicious. Match believed that the addictive ingredients were likely in the VIP area, so everyone decided to go there. Toriko and Coco immediately went to withdraw money with the black gourmet card in hand. Toriko decided to go big, withdrawing 100 million gourmet dollars. The wealthy people withdrew money in such a distinctive manner, and the shiny coins were presented, indicating they were edible. Coco, being modest, took only 1 gold coin, but with that single coin, Coco planned to conquer the entire casino. Toriko tested his strength with the strength testing machine, resulting in a score of 666. He placed a bet of 1 million, and now he had won 6 million. Coco, with just 1 coin, had now won a heap of rare ingredients. Coco glanced at the camera, signaling everyone, and the group quickly dispersed to attract the casino's attention. On Match's side, he had 1 big. Toriko continued to play with the strength testing machine, playing so much that the staff eventually stopped him. Komatsu was playing odd or even, and Toriko accidentally bumped into him, causing Komatsu to drop a coin and win 3 coins. Toriko suggested finding another place with more significant stakes. The group gathered at the famous 100-faced slot machine of the Gourmet Casino. The machine had 100 vertical and 100 horizontal faces with 60 different patterns, spinning at speeds ranging from 100 to 150 meters per second. Coco immediately inserted a coin into the machine, and the spinning speed was dazzling. Using his extraordinary eyes, Coco observed the machine's movement and continuously pressed the stop button for each row. Now the audience had filled the entire area. After 3 years, only Coco had solved the casino puzzle with just 1 coin. However, the casino staff noticed Coco's apparent ease in winning games in this area and decided to take them to a more enticing section. Another staff member went to a dark room to inform their boss that Coco and Toriko were present. With just one coin, Coco won 1 trillion worth of valuable ingredients. Now, I understand why fortune tellers don't go gambling. If making money is as easy as this, who needs fortune telling? Coco mentioned that it wasn't luck but skill. The staff then took Coco to a more exciting section. As they stepped in, they expected to see dazzling lights. But what they saw was the reality of the underworld. A man had just been poisoned by devil poison apples. Most ingredients here were not only illegal but could also be deadly. The antics in this place treated others' lives as garbage. Money could indeed make people do anything here. The despicable individuals Komatsu encountered earlier in the lobby were now present as VIP customers. Those participating in life-threatening challenges were people who had not settled the debts they owed to the casino. Another person was playing a game with the chance of a durian bomb. Every 10 bombs would kill the guy who ate it in less than 5 minutes. The staff member attempted to use psychological tactics, however Coco refused to play this game, and Match welcomed the challenge, urging everyone to bet on him. A giant figure appeared, expressing a desire for a more interesting wager, surpassing even the VIP area. This person was the owner of the casino and the underworld culinary world's boss, Livebearer. The group followed Livebearer, who referred to this place as the secret VIP area, accessible only to the most special VIP customers. The nobles in this area had their gourmet memories extracted. Coco was aware of this. Here, they gambled memories of the food they had tasted in the past, known as gourmet memories. During his time in Jadar Kingdom, Coco had learned about these things. What he most wanted to find was a drink from complete menu of the holy acacia called Adam. Livebearer believed that Coco might find some information within the memories of someone here. The elderly man was having his memories taken away, not just memories of food but also memories of his daughter's birthday. Livebearer aimed to monopolize the most gourmet memories in people's minds. If memories were completely lost, the heart could stop beating, leading to the end of the game. After the conversation, both sides were ready to fight, but Toriko still wanted to play and bet his own memories to obtain the meteor garlic. Komatsu worried about losing the wonderful memories that both of them had worked so hard to create together. After the deal, Livebearer led everyone down to a deep underground floor, welcoming them to what seemed like Squid Game. My mistake, it was actually the gourmet arena. Both sides would play a culinary card drawing game. If a player drew 2 cards that didn't match, they would lose their turn. If they drew 2 cards with the same ingredient, they would get to eat. However, if the player couldn't finish the depicted dish on the card, all the points would go to their opponent. If a player drew 10 times without a match or failed to finish the food in 2 consecutive draws, they would be declared the loser. The boss also warned that in one set of culinary cards, there would be 2 prank cards, and the dishes depicted on those cards would be extremely difficult to eat. Due to suspicions of potential cheating, Match spoke up. However, the boss claimed to be a chef with the pride of a gambler and insisted he would never stoop so low. Before the game started, the team assigned roles. Coco, with his highly accurate precognition ability, was chosen as the card drawer, while Toriko was assigned the easy task of sitting still and enjoying the food without having to do anything. The boss revealed that he had played this game 214 times and had never lost, making Komatsu a bit nervous. Next, Match would flip a coin, with the boss choosing heads and Coco abstaining. Whoever guessed correctly would get the first chance to draw cards. Surprisingly, after the coin landed, it stood on its edge without falling on either side. Coco had correctly predicted this outcome and earned the right to draw the first card. He drew 2 cherry apple cards, each worth 10 points. The chef immediately brought a serving of cherry apples matching the images on the cards. Toriko simply sat back, watched, and enjoyed an easy 10 points. Coco continued by drawing 2 cards depicting shattered mushroom, worth 20 points. Komatsu used these ingredients to create a rich and creamy mushroom ice cream, inviting Toriko to savor it. After eating, the team had a total of 40 points and was currently leading against the boss. Now it's his turn to draw cards, and even the boss has to admit that Coco's foresight ability is formidable. He drew 2 sausage cards, each worth 50 points. With these ingredients, the boss prepared a dish called burning sausages. After eating, he also received 50 points. Next, he drew 2 mushroom cards, each worth 70 points. But don't be misled by high-scoring ingredients, as they are often challenging to cook and consume, requiring a chef of exceptional skill. In the final card draw, the boss revealed a 100-point egg fruit, bringing his total score to 220 points after 3 consecutive meals. The card drawing round shifted to Coco, and with a 180-point gap, Coco decided to make a bold move by drawing 2 high-scoring cards, pudding cards worth 150 points each. Immediately, a giant pudding appeared before everyone. Toriko had to consume the entire pudding within 150 minutes, or he would lose the match. Toriko started savoring the delicious and creamy layers of pudding. Concerned about Toriko consuming too many sweets and increasing his blood sugar, Komatsu prepared a sauce using garlic, nuts, and bananas to regulate the body's sugar absorption and aid digestion. In the end, Toriko finished the entire plate of pudding, bringing an additional 150 points to the team. Next, Coco drew 2 summer whiskey cards with an alcohol content of 83%, an extremely potent liquor. Despite its strength, Toriko, being the Gourmet Hunter, downed the entire bottle in one go. Following that, Komatsu prepared a plate of cheese cabbage to help Toriko recover from the effects of alcohol. In the final round, Coco drew 2 hazelnut bullet cards, each worth 70 points. These nuts fell rapidly like bullets, releasing a toxic substance upon impact. After finishing the plate of bullet nuts, the total score for the team reached 310 points, surpassing the boss by 90 points. It was at this moment that the boss realized Komatsu, besides the 2 heavenly kings, was no ordinary chef. Komatsu's brain intrigued the boss, and he was determined to acquire it. Coco observed and perhaps sensed something unusual about Livebearer. The real battle was only beginning. After 3 rounds, it would be Livebearer's turn, and what he drew was a stone rat worth 70 points. Although valuable, it wasn't easy to handle, with a level reaching 60. With just 2 strikes, Livebearer effortlessly captured and threw the stone rat with 3 horns into his cooking pot. After consuming it, he continued the game. In this round, he selected a poisonous lizard worth 150 points, a highly toxic ingredient. With 2 swift slashes, he easily killed the creature, then undertook the challenging task of cooking and consuming it. For his final draw, Livebearer struck big, garlic crab worth 200 points. This Livebearer guy played this game in a mysterious and deceptive way. Match still couldn't figure out the trick he was using. In 3 rounds, Livebearer earned an additional 420 points, bringing his total to 640 points. Komatsu admired his talent. Despite winning high-scoring ingredients, Livebearer could effortlessly cook challenging materials. However, what no one knew was that Livebearer's cooking techniques were extracted from the memories of many chefs who lost here. Coco remained calm like still water and deliberately chose 2 cards that didn't match, forfeiting his turn and passing it to Livebearer. After consulting with ChatGPT, Coco's strategy to win this card drawing game was deduced as avoiding drawing large losing cards during the game and forfeiting strategically. Livebearer believed that even if his trick was exposed, winning against him was impossible. However, whether this anime character's name was Livebearer or not, viewers were already aware of the outcome. During Livebearer's turn, he effortlessly accumulated high points with winning cards, and his total score reached 930 points, far exceeding Toriko's team. It was Coco's turn and he once again made the wrong choice, causing Komatsu and Toriko to panic amidst the crowd. The turn was again transferred to Livebearer. Continuously drawing high-scoring cards, he now raised his total points to 1190, surpassing Toriko's team by 880 points. At this point, Coco stated that the most challenging opportunity was also the only chance for the entire group to reverse this one-way game. This time, Coco made the right choice with the Emperor Crab. Toriko entered the fray, using his flying fork technique flawlessly and then passing the cooking task to Komatsu. The Emperor Crab and spicy chili sauce emerged from the oven, presenting a perfect appearance. Toriko folded his hands in prayer, expressing gratitude for the meal. As they say, with great power comes great responsibility. In any vulnerability the team placed their trust. Coco flipped his card, revealing the highly toxic Devil's Poison Potato. An ingredient that not even Setsuno had notes on how to remove its toxicity. It was considered 20 times more toxic than the puffer whalefish and could only be consumed and cooked within 10 minutes, with a mere 10 points. Finding it extremely challenging to eat, Coco skipped his turn, passing it to Livebearer. He drew a Furious Bear card, a fierce creature with a level of 80, but its value was 250 points, corresponding to its worth. Livebearer quickly drew another card, the Cheese Insult, a substance emitting such a foul odor that it couldn't be processed. Due to the significant point difference, he chose this to avoid the hassle of dealing with an level 80 monster. In Coco's turn, he drew a sea urchin mouse and a snake centipede, both with capture levels above 50, but their points were only 10. Coco made the wrong choice in trying to eliminate these 2 tricky cards. In this tense moment, the Toriko team could potentially turn the tide of this game. Due to the point difference, Livebearer discarded all the challenging dishes and confidently waited for Coco's mistake. Coco trusted Toriko and decided to reveal the Furious Bear card to show Livebearer why this anime was named Toriko. Simultaneously as Toriko engaged in the battle, Coco had a private conversation with Komatsu. Allow me to provide more information about this gourmet casino for you to understand. Beasts with capture levels above 60 at the gourmet casino were kept in a special underground vault. Almost all the guests who went there never returned. If they could consume these tricky playing cards, they could exchange one card with Livebearer, creating a dramatic turnaround for the entire group. Toriko took the battle seriously and directly attacked the Furious Bear. He swiftly avoided its attacks, but it was not an easy task. The Furious Bear charged fiercely and launched a relentless assault on Toriko, who then disappeared from sight after a series of punches. A ferocious beast, Coco explained that the Furious Bear was the #1 ruthless omnivore, capable of clearing an entire ecosystem of living creatures on a mountain in just half a day. Toriko concentrating his strength and unleashed the 18-hit nail punch. He charged forward to deliver a straight punch to this furious bear. Komatsu was delighted, but that wasn't enough to defeat this beast. Toriko had to strip off his shirt, revealing his truly powerful muscles. The furious bear charged and punched at Toriko, who, now much more agile, managed to evade all attacks. Coco referred to Toriko's skill as intuition, fighting without thinking, relying on previous combat experience. Toriko unleashed his sharpness, delivering 36 consecutive nail punches, then continued to punch the stomach of the enraged bear. This time, it truly fell. Now it was Komatsu's turn. Coco had previously whispered to Komatsu, trusting in his abilities. Observing Toriko's endurance reaching its limit due to excessive use of techniques draining his stamina, Komatsu cooked the bear, placing the steamed meat on vegetables and wrapping them in large paper. He brought it out, adding soy sauce and sauce for Toriko to enjoy. Before Komatsu finished explaining, Toriko had already finished eating. Coco used the advantage of winning the tricky card and took the crab garlic card for himself, then handed the summer whiskey card to Livebearer. This decision puzzled Livebearer because whiskey was a high-scoring card. Komatsu continued to prepare the crab garlic in sashimi form. Toriko quickly finished it before Coco even finished his explanation. Livebearer analyzed the remaining cards and understood Coco's plan. He thought the chance of success was nearly zero, but let me remind you that the anime name is Toriko, Mr. Livebearer. Now Livebearer had to drink the summer whiskey, an addictive ingredient that Toriko had consumed earlier. Livebearer shared that this was his favorite drink. After that, he ate cheese cabbage like Komatsu did for Toriko. Coco quickly chose to forfeit his turn, allowing Toriko to rest. Livebearer realized this, so he also skipped drawing cards, not giving Toriko any rest time. However, these were Coco's cunning calculations all along. The next two cards chosen by Coco were the Firecracker Dragonfly and the Cheese Insult, both with only 10 points. Coco asked Toriko and Komatsu to do their best for this stage. Next was the Cheese Insult with only 10 points. This was a high-risk ingredient, but Komatsu found a unique way to prepare it, placing it on a crisp biscuit and adding a little apricot jam to make it more palatable. Though it had a slightly strong smell, Toriko easily ate it. With Komatsu's culinary skills continuing the winning streak, the last card Coco prepared was the Bomb Cherry, a tricky ingredient with only 10 points and challenging to process. This was the only way the team could turn the game around. Komatsu, with a tense and careful face, precisely inserted the bomb cherry into a 6°C environment, the ideal temperature for the bomb cherry. He maintained the temperature, separating the layers through delicate adjustments and avoiding any small collisions. Komatsu was meticulous and careful, feeling nervous about this cherry. Toriko, realizing this, approached and simply put the bomb cherry into his mouth, and it began to explode inside him, creating a loud sound that even I could feel. Toriko believed there was no winning or losing with ingredients, everything was a gift from nature. After standing up confidently, he affirmed that all the ingredients he had eaten were delicious. Coco noticed that the bomb cherry had likely caused severe damage to Toriko's internal organs, but now the gourmet cells in his body were beginning to regenerate those damaged organs at full capacity. The Livebearer's face twisted in a perverted delight, seeing Komatsu dripping with saliva due to the memories of his cooking. Coco exchanged a lightning lemon for Livebearer, giving him Furious Bear instead of a 10-point card. Match realized the potential for victory lay in making Livebearer give up in this round so that the team could receive all the points. However, Livebearer also caught onto this plan and ignored the bear, believing he had read Coco's intentions and avoided being psychologically manipulated. Komatsu prepared a lightning lemon with a special sauce made from dragon honey, creating a lemon piece with an electric potential of 10,000 volts when eaten. Despite the challenging nature of the dish, Toriko flawlessly consumed it, stating that if a delicious dish was in front of him, he would be ready to eat it without hesitation. Coco's score was now 1290, turning the situation around in a blink. All 3 rounds had passed, and now it was Livebearer's turn again. He revealed an electric banana, an addictive ingredient worth 180 points. Livebearer grinned maliciously, revealing that he cooked the banana in sugar syrup to completely eliminate the addictive substance. Now he easily consumed it and claimed the 180 points. Livebearer was delighted because, even if everyone finished the remaining ingredients, Coco's team still couldn't surpass his score. He generously invited everyone to finish the remaining ingredients. Coco thanked Livebearer for doing exactly as he predicted. Toriko and Komatsu easily consumed all the remaining challenging ingredients, and Toriko's body had fully recovered. On the table remained only one last ingredient, the deadly poisonous potato card, the worst card in the game. Livebearer asserted that there was no ingredient he couldn't eat and process, even the monstrous beasts that he could easily kill. Therefore, there was no chance for Toriko's team. Coco already knew all of this because those who were fraudulent were easy to spot. He knew that Livebearer would never include ingredients he couldn't eat in this game. Coco concluded with the statement that this would be the last thing Livebearer would ever eat in his life, the chain of the worst foods for the poisonous potato, leaving Livebearer shocked and sweating, realizing he had fallen into Coco's carefully crafted scenario. Komatsu further explained that when consuming multiple dishes simultaneously, it could be either beneficial or detrimental, citing an example that eating watermelon and drinking beer together might have a diuretic effect that is not good for the body. However, pairing liver and garlic enhances the absorption of vitamin B in the liver, which is excellent for health recovery. Coco continued Komatsu's story, explaining that potatoes contain a harmful substance called solanine found in the plant sprouts. However, the toxic potatoes contains a new toxic element called neosolanine, which is about 40,000 times more toxic than solanine. Completely removing neosolanine is impossible. Nevertheless, depending on how the food is combined, the toxicity can return to its original nature. Indeed, Sir Toxic along with predictive abilities, the scenarios Coco prepared all unfolded as predicted. Everything in the food chain that Livebearer was psychologically manipulated by Coco had been planned by him after Livebearer ate the golden shrimp. All of this was orchestrated thanks to Coco's intuition and Livebearer's arrogance. These elements made it easy for Coco to manipulate Livebearer psychologically, and the bomb cherry card was what Coco bet on for Toriko. In return, it caused trouble in Toriko's food chain before eating that dish. Coco strategically planned for Toriko's recovery by having him consume the meat of the furious bear. This was why Komatsu preserved the meat, not wanting to lose the essential nutrients like vitamin B1. The combination of vitamin B1 with allicin in the garlic when Toriko consumed it expedited the recovery process. Furthermore, Toriko consumed the firecracker dragonfly meat just before the bomb cherry, neutralizing the explosive ingredients. Lastly, the disgusting smell of the cheese insult served to protect Toriko's nose from inhaling toxic fumes from the explosion. That was also why Komatsu didn't completely remove the explosive core of the cherry but processed it to maximize its taste, and the lightning lemon afterward stimulated a strong heartbeat, aiding in the recovery process. Match is impressed by the perfect script that Coco has written. Indeed, there is always someone stronger. While the whole group explains their script, Livebearer quickly enhances his body to eliminate any sensations of pain in his brain. Additionally, he has a layer of biodegradable plastic covering his internal organs, ensuring that toxins cannot permeate his body. He proudly declares himself the lord of the gourmet underworld, confident that he cannot be defeated. Coco closes his eyes and adds a final note when drinking the summer whiskey, and suitable vegetable is the cheese cabbage, which contains a large amount of bacteria capable of breaking down alcohol and biodegradable plastic. He drops this information casually, surprising Livebearer, who didn't anticipate that Coco would consider the fact that he covered his internal organs with biodegradable plastic to avoid toxins. Livebearer, unwilling to accept defeat, urges his subordinates to the match. Of course, Coco had planned for this from the beginning. Coco, not just a fortune teller but a powerful gourmet hunter, offers to take on this crazy chef himself. He effortlessly defeats Livebearer using his toxic armor, and Komatsu takes the opportunity to finish preparing the toxic potato and lizard ingredients, the sea hedgehog, and the snake scorpion. They are the ingredients calculated by Coco to assist in the consumption of this final dish. Toriko, after consuming the poisonous potatoes, as expected by Coco, saw the gourmet cells of Toriko evolve after neutralizing the toxin. Toriko proudly declared that Komatsu was his true teammate, making Livebearer hear it. Finally, the whole group together descended into the casino to search for the meteor garlic, with guidance from Livebearer. Livebearer wondered why they didn't use all the data in his head. Toriko explained that doing so would be no different from Livebearer because food is not sensed through thoughts but through the mouth. During the investigation, Match and his Yakuza comrades found the meteor garlic that Toriko needed. Upon arriving at the location of the meteor garlic, Livebearer mentioned that it is also a special ingredient and questioned if Komatsu could process it. Komatsu, with a confident face, stated that he would try his best to process it. Coco and Toriko went to the top floor to admire the cityscape, leaving Komatsu with Livebearer in the kitchen. Under the kitchen, Komatsu struggled to peel the meteor garlic, and Livebearer thought that this special ingredient would be too much for Komatsu. Just as he thought so, he looked back and saw Komatsu finding a way to peel it without any hints. In a moment, Komatsu completely peeled the garlic, then asked Livebearer about the cheese bacillus. He believed that the bacteria in the cheese cabbage could peel off the tough shell. Coco's knocking was now ineffective, and Livebearer quickly approached Komatsu. However, instead of causing harm, he sincerely guided Komatsu in the right direction. Perhaps seeing Komatsu's passionate dedication reminded Livebearer of his own past. This is also true in Coco's prediction. Restraining Livebearer for a short time is also because he believes that with Komatsu's love for cooking, they can wash away the wickedness in Livebearer's heart. Placing this garlic on the table immediately exploded, shooting light across the beautiful sky, illuminating the entire city. Everyone praised and enjoyed the exploding garlic, and the edible part was the core of this garlic. The delicious piece of garlic split into 5 pieces, and everyone thanked Livebearer, inviting him to join the table because with him, the whole group could eat, and the more people, the merrier. As each person took a bite, Komatsu and Match's muscles swelled up, resembling bodybuilders, while Coco seemed like a giant. Perhaps this is the dish that matches his gourmet cells, and this time Livebearer will be the chef, a genuine chef. Toriko also began to eat, feeling the meteor garlic tearing through his clothes and muscles, with his body developing just as impressively. Livebara handed back the casino management to Match and gave him full authority to remove any illegal ingredients. Everyone thanked each other for the delicious meal. On the Toriko helicopter, Toriko and Tom discussed the gourmet match. It seems that Match has now managed to eliminate all illegal ingredients. Livebara has taken responsibility for managing order in the casino. After a conversation, Toriko skydives to a certain area and bids farewell to Tom. President Igo Ichiryu walks alone in a cave, facing the entire Bishokukai group, from head chef to sous chefs. The eldest among them, Doors, introduces himself as the executive head chef and asks Ichiryu about his intentions. Ichiryu smiles and states that he just wants to talk to one person, the boss. A white monkey comes forward, introducing itself as Bile and expressing the desire for Igo Ichiryu to taste its appetizer. The sous chefs immediately unleash their techniques to restrain Ichiryu, with assistant head chef Kuramoto explaining that some of the younger chefs have become stronger and want to test their abilities on him due to the significant evolution of their gourmet cells. The monkey creature takes flight, but Ichiryu effortlessly neutralizes all their supposedly strongest techniques, surprising Nicini, who informs his subordinates that Ichiryu was once known as the world's top figure. He commands the group to unleash their full strength to stop him, and although they intensify their killing intent, Ichiryu casually steps forward. He activates his Conqueror's Haki, a power of sheer attraction, causing the entire group to tremble. After suppressing the Bishokukai chefs for a while, the boss named Midora finally steps forward. Midora is one of the 3 disciples of Saint Acacia, akin to Chairman Igo Ichiryu, and he is the youngest and most favored by Saint Acacia. Ichiryu desires to enjoy God alongside Midora, but Midora immediately refuses, stating that he will take God for himself and keep it exclusively. Despite the potential outbreak of war, Midora asserts that once he finishes speaking, Ichiryu should leave, and if he stays, he will be killed. Ichiryu declares that this will be their final conversation, emphasizing that he still sees Midora as a younger brother. He warns that if God appears, he won't show mercy. After Ichiryu's response, Midora vanishes. Returning home, Ichiryu indulges in hundreds of dishes. Setsuno criticizes Midora for being foolish to reject Ichiryu's conditions. Ichiryu believes that in the future, only the 4 heavenly kings might share a table and savor such worldly delicacies. Setsuno observes Ichiryu eating voraciously, suspecting his intention to awaken all the gourmet cells in his body, indicating the situation is becoming increasingly serious. At the Gourmet Hotel, after a long break from work, Komatsu was about to receive a scolding from the manager. However, seeing the positive reaction of customers to the dish he just prepared, the manager hesitates and decides to go elsewhere. Meanwhile, Toriko is alone in a forest, preparing equipment to search for clues about the 6th ingredient. Unbeknownst to him, someone lurks behind. Toriko enters the Skill Garden forest, discovering colorful crystal flowers, paper lotus flowers, and a large tree known as the lacquer tree, with resin harder than premium cement. While investigating, a Skill Garden craftsman warns Toriko to speak quietly, or else it will arrive. It turns out to be the devil plant horse, hungry and agitated. Toriko uses flying fork and flying knife, but it evades swiftly, even faster than an angry bear. After catching his breath, Toriko remembers the lacquer tree, uses the flying fork on it, and the resin immobilizes the unfortunate horse. Toriko delivers a thunderous punch, rendering the creature unconscious. The craftsmen thank Toriko, as the horse prevented them from working. The mysterious observer revealed as Manchi, a sushi fortune teller, greets Toriko. Then Toriko goes to Manchi's restaurant to enjoy some sushi. He informs Manchi that he is searching for the 6th ingredient of Ichiryu but is unaware of its location. Despite Coco's attempts at prediction, they are unable to obtain any conclusive results. Manchi believes that all they need is a strong belief in life. While Manchi philosophizes, Toriko devours hundreds of sushi dishes. Toriko's 6th training ingredient is located in the Lost Forest. Manchi, upon hearing this, screams, causing a tremor in the sky. He deems it a significant prophecy, emphasizing the need to gather sufficient ingredients. The next day, Komatsu is called in to assist Toriko. To save on fuel costs, the pilot has Komatsu jump down. Luckily, the seat is equipped with an automatic parachute, preventing potential disaster. Toriko quickly goes out to welcome Komatsu. He introduces the place where they are standing as the 2nd landscape garden. This garden is specifically dedicated to researching ingredients from the ocean. Inside, it resembles a miniature ecosystem with various marine species, as they are nurtured in an extremely ideal environment, enhancing their flavors compared to naturally raised counterparts. Toriko and Komatsu sit in a sea turtle boat, diving underwater to a renowned underwater restaurant serving premium seafood. They choose seats by the glass window to enjoy both their meal and the scenic beauty of the ocean. Toriko orders the restaurant's 2 best-selling dishes, slow-cooked beef with potatoes and oyster chowder pasta. The beef is tender, paired with creamy potatoes, and the pasta is immersed in a rich oyster sauce. To finish, they indulge in a refreshing glass of plum Elon soda. After the meal, Toriko reveals that he is searching for an ingredient in the lost forest. As the world's largest forest with an unknown ingredient location, Toriko sought the guidance of sushi fortune teller Manchi. Manchi explains that by gathering the right ingredients for a feng shui sushi roll, it will guide Toriko to his destination like a compass. Meanwhile, member of the IGO organization suddenly approached Toriko to reveal shocking news: the stew pond, renowned as the treasure of the gourmet world, has been frozen. If the freezing condition persists and the temperature continues to drop, the survival of fish species in the pond will be threatened. Due to the severity of the issue, all members of the 4 Heavenly Kings have been summoned, and it has been a while since the brothers gathered. This place is an ideal habitat for penguin chicks, so it really like here. Toriko quickly sensed the aroma of seaweed emanating from below the water, and the pond seemed like a high-class hot pot in nature. Toriko came here to catch a freshwater fish and Rin quickly followed in Komatsu. She didn't seem to care much. The desired fish not only has an extremely delicious taste but also possesses a luxurious and elegant appearance, resembling royalty, hence being called the madam of all fish in the world. At this point, Coco began using his precognitive abilities to determine the location of Madam Fish. He discovered an ice hole used for fishing in front, and Coco immediately dropped the bait down. However, the success rate of catching the Madam Fish is only 40%. Nearby, Sani used his thousands of hair strands to sense the smallest vibrations at the bottom of the lake, while Zebra did the same by releasing sound waves. Komatsu didn't rush to catch Madam Fish because he had to take care of the penguin chick. On this side, before fishing, Toriko had to consume a block of cold ice to cool down in the summer heat, tasting like a high-class hot pot. However, during the recent times of fishing all morning, they only caught a few ugly fish that no one knew the species of. It seems like Madam Fish also sensed the danger, so it dove deep under the lake bottom and hid carefully. The worst part is that Sani kept catching some weird-looking fish, and he even body-shamed them disgustingly. At this moment, Toriko smelled a faint aroma, and then the eyes of the other 3 Heavenly Kings quickly focused on Komatsu. It turns out that a Madam Fish had taken his bait. The 4 Heavenly Kings beside him enthusiastically cheered to encourage Komatsu. After a few minutes of struggling with the fishing rod, Komatsu finally succeeded in catching a grade 83 Madam Fish. Suddenly, an eagle swooped down from nowhere trying to snatch the fish, but luckily for the eagle's meat wasn't tasty. The 4 Heavenly Kings only chased it away instead of harming it. After finding the Madam Fish, Toriko and Komatsu continue to the Firewater Island to search for ingredients to make sushi. The fish on the island borrow the alcohol to drown their sorrows and often forget the way back home because the surrounding seas are made up of various types of extremely strong alcoholic beverages. The boat quickly arrived at the Firewater Island, also known as the Drunken Kingdom, alongside the Champagne Island and the Cocktail Island, where various types of mixed drinks are found. After bidding farewell to the boat captain, Toriko and Komatsu set foot on the island to find the world's best rice vinegar, known as the king of all vinegars. It is made from a high-quality alcohol yeast on the island. Both are eager to taste it because the place has a high-grade alcohol waterfall, causing the animals here to be intoxicated every day, paying no attention to hunting. Toriko immediately took a sip of the delicious-smelling alcohol, which only had 40 degrees, making it suitable for anyone to drink. Then, they found a stream of shining golden beer, a tree full of French fries to be enjoyed with beer, making it all delicious. Even when it rained, it wasn't ordinary water but a high-quality champagne rain. After a while, they found a great 48 emerald dragon, rumored to carry a lot of wine on its back. Coincidentally, Jiru, who is currently on the back of this dragon, invited them up to enjoy the wine lake. The wine here is extremely delicious, and Jiru regularly drinks wine for 7 days a week. Converted to market value, a small bottle of wine taken from the back of the Emerald Dragon is worth billions. Its rarity and value are evident. After 3 days of dining on the beer island, Toriko also brought back the best rice vinegar for Manchi. However, the ingredients they have are still not enough to make sushi. Toriko comes up with the idea to seek Teppei's advice, thinking about the information obtained from Jiro. Based on Teppei's years of experience and training, he reveals that ant armor is made from coffee beans, the head is made from milk, and the abdomen is made from syrup. When boiled, it creates a drinking called ant coffee. Teppei also wants to introduce a few other ingredients to Toriko and Komatsu. Recently, Teppei has revived some important ingredients and is both worried and afraid of violating IGO laws. One such ingredient is the world's most foul-smelling fruit, the bomb durian, nicknamed the stink bomb, which looks like a weapon. The IGO organization is restricting its release into the market. Toriko and Komatsu set out to find this bomb durian. As they step outside, the intense smell prevents everyone from going except Toriko and Komatsu. Toriko mentions that the bomb durian is about 100 kilometers away, and he can still smell the durian faintly here. This smell is not yet the strongest of durians. When the fruit ripens and falls to the ground, it releases a foul stench worldwide. People say that plants within 100 kilometers wither, and fish that smell it float to the surface and die. Despite the odor, it is considered the most delicious fruit globally, so its taste should not be judged solely by its smell. Komatsu wonders how Toriko, with a nose 10 times more sensitive than normal, can remain so calm. Little does he know that Toriko is also trying to maintain the image of a professional gourmet hunter, while a chef like Komatsu should understand him. Komatsu mocks Toriko for enduring the strong smell. After they finish talking about the scent, both of them age several years in appearance. This journey is indeed filled with stench and hardship. Soon, it becomes dark, but they continue to move forward in this foul-smelling atmosphere. The smell becomes increasingly strong, and finally, they reach the bomb durian. The faces of the two men upon seeing the durian tree were truly comical. As the ripe durian was about to fall, their clothes instantly disintegrated due to its smell. Both of them stared blankly in the final moments, and never before has a journey to find food been this difficult. The stench permeates so strongly that even people far away can smell it, not to mention that Toriko and Komatsu are right there. Sani, with an air of arrogance, took a step forward, smelled the odor, and immediately fainted. The two young men in this place lay unconscious, looking clueless. Toriko woke up, mumbled something nonsensical, and promptly fainted again. After a month of struggling, both of them conquered the foul smell of the durian. As they entered the restaurant, everyone ran away. Sani walked in and fainted immediately due to the stench. Komatsu and Toriko were overjoyed, tears streaming down their faces because they no longer had that horrifying smell on them. The solution to neutralize the durian smell was to eat it. Even Terry, the loyal wolf, had to keep his distance from Toriko for quite some time due to the odor of the durian. Now, to make feng shui sushi, only one missing ingredient remains, which is seaweed according to Mr. Manchi. Toriko has no information about seaweed, but thanks to Terry, they can rely on its scent to determine. This is where Toriko used to live, and he has an old friend here. On the nearby mountain, a handsome man introduces himself as a member of the Gourmet Knights and apologizes for mistaking Toriko as an intruder. Takemaru also comes out to welcome Toriko, and Toriko notices that Takemaru has become more refined and mature through the challenging battles they have experienced. The leader of the Gourmet Knights is also Toriko's old close friend, Aimaru. Aimaru greets Toriko and Komatsu. On the way to the Gourmet Knights' residence, the members introduce themselves. Raimaru from the Blue Sky group, Yukimaru from the same group, Kajimaru with a scarred face from the Hidden Lead group, and Tsukimaru from the Milky Way group. Toriko praises the group for being all handsome men, then goes to pat Yukimaru on the shoulder, feeling he is too thin. Aimaru scolds Toriko, stating that they have experience with proper eating habits. Both of them argue back and forth, exhausting each other. On the other side, Takemaru asks Komatsu about the ingredient they are looking for today, which is Iko Nori, a type of seaweed. There is a nearby village called Iko Land where seaweed grows on the back of an electric turtle. Takemaru says that all the food in this place is pure, with a simple diet, and seaweed is the best. Toriko eavesdrops on the conversation and relies entirely on Takemaru. In the evening, Aimaru and Toriko talk about the old days, both having a common goal of obtaining the god ingredient. Aimaru has completed his entire menu, with mostly pure ingredients matching his restrained eating habits. Of course, god is the main dish he aims for. And Aimaru promises to share it with Toriko if he obtains it. The two argue back and forth throughout the night. The next morning, Takemaru leads both of them to gather seaweed. He shares that the village uses everything from nature, no Wi-Fi, no phones, no gas, and no service personnel. Life is peaceful and quiet over the months and years. An old man in strange clothes throws bombs at rabbits for being disruptive, then scolds Komatsu for daring to look at him. The village chief, Nanchi, reveals that he is Manchi's twin brother and discloses that there are up to 5 people like them. Everything here is a gift from nature. In the evening, Nanchi leads the group to the turtle with seaweed, which provides electricity for the entire town. What Toriko needs is a thin layer on its back, and that is seaweed with a pure, sparkling scent. The recent bad weather has prevented the turtle from absorbing enough energy to supply electricity to the town. Therefore, Nanchi asks Toriko to help manually replenish energy. Toriko, with his strength, completes this physically demanding task. As soon as he finishes, he breathes heavily, and the villagers, along with a herd of energy turtles, come over to welcome Toriko. Working tirelessly from night to morning, Toriko has obtained tons of seaweed. They express their gratitude and then return to Manchi's sushi shop with many ingredients they have diligently searched for. As for the durian bomb, it needs to be placed in a bag because the fruit is so putrid that the smell can't be tolerated. Quickly, a makeshift arena is set up, and Manchi prepares the ritual and performs the cooking process by wrestling with the ingredients. This is Manchi's way of expressing gratitude and love for the ingredients. The more intense the struggle, the more he values the food. After 3 days and nights of wrestling in the arena, Manchi completes a gigantic feng shui sushi, which will guide Toriko and Komatsu to the Lost Forest. The length of this sushi roll is supposed to reach thousands of meters, and its top has touched the 9th layer of clouds. At this point, the feng shui sushi starts shaking violently as if it's about to collapse. Indeed, right after that, the gigantic sushi roll falls to the ground, creating a powerful shockwave. The exact location where it fell is the path leading to the lost forest. Toriko just needs to eat this sushi roll, and he will reach his destination. The ingredients used to make the sushi are all top-notch, and Toriko eagerly indulges in the delicious meal. Although the sushi is delicious, the surrounding animals dare not approach because it still retains the scent of durian. Toriko continues to enjoy the meal slowly. After eating half of the sushi roll, Toriko sees the lost forest. It is the largest forest in the world, covering a total area of 30 million square kilometers. Toriko's goal is the bubble fruit, an ingredient that no gourmet hunter has ever found. At this moment, a ninja youth attempts to steal a piece of Toriko's sushi. After being discovered, he immediately runs away. Seeing this, Toriko quickly chases after the thief. While chasing the thief, Toriko unintentionally discovers a mysterious restaurant hidden in the forest, specializing in serving hard-to-find ingredients. However, when he reaches to open the door to enter, the restaurant suddenly disappears in front of the two, and a moment later, it reappears. A voice reminds them to bow and show respect before they can enter. It turns out that the owner of the restaurant is Chef Kairu, ranked 15th among the top 100 chefs. Kairu designed her restaurant deep in the lost forest to protect the ingredients from outsiders. The restaurant is constructed from invisible wood in the gourmet world. It disappears when it senses unfamiliar approaches to protect itself. But then Toriko discovers that the thief who stole his sushi is an employee of the restaurant. The thief explains that he only took a small piece because someone else had stolen the entire sushi roll before. However, Kairu still asks him to apologize to everyone. After entering, Toriko saw the guest who had previously helped him enter the restaurant, an old man with no hair wearing a red traditional costume. Since the person was busy eating, Toriko didn't want to disturb and ordered his food first. Chef Kairu personally brought a bottle of sake extracted from seaweed, but Toriko, not knowing how to drink it properly, accidentally made the wine fly away. It turns out that the cuisine of the restaurant is very unique, and each dish has a different way of eating. Even the smallest mistake can lead to failure. For example, this super small tomato dish will break if the customer uses too much force. Here is a bowl of glowing rice, and if not eaten quickly, the rice grains will transform and become inedible. So, the lunch for the two ended without being able to eat anything. Now they understand why this restaurant cannot thrive in crowded places. If customers come in, order food, and cannot eat it, the restaurant closes. However, the old man continues to enjoy the dishes. After finishing his meal, he introduces himself as Chin, Kairu's master, the owner of Shokurin Temple, and one of the gourmet living legends. Chin is a person with both power and money, with no hair, but he looks genuinely cool in Komatsu's eyes. Komatsu, knowing Chin's reputation, wants to become his disciple. Toriko asks Chin about information regarding the bubble fruit, and Chin laughs, calling the two to follow him. As they leave, Kairu thanks them for coming and invites them to return to enjoy more dishes next time. Chin asks Kairu about an old lady named Chio, and he learns that she hasn't returned. It's said that she is a top 5 chef. Chin promises to return to taste the dishes that Chio cooks next time. Chio, the first head chef of the disappearing cuisine restaurant, is also known as the genius Chio. Each of her knives is worth 100 million, and she has been recognized as a culinary genius equivalent to Setsuno, ranking 5th among the top chefs. Komatsu recalls the upcoming cooking competition and wonders how his friend is doing now. Chin reveals that Chio disappeared without reason, and since then, chefs around the world have disappeared to an alarming extent. Chio used to be the head manager at Shokurin Temple and was Chin's traveling companion. After a while, Chin asks both of them to look down at their feet and sees a massive hole. Chin is the one who created this black hole and eats Toriko's sushi. Chin instructs them to observe the surroundings with sincere and respectful eyes because only then can they see where they want to go. Both bow sincerely, and a Shokurin Temple appears in front of them. It turns out that you have to be sincere in whatever you do. Just as they were about to step up, various traps appeared inside the Shokurin Temple, attacking Komatsu and Toriko. Chin tells them to trust and respect because the wood used to make this temple is not ordinary. It not only turns invisible but also attacks those with disrespectful behavior. Inside the temple, the fire is spreading wildly due to the disrespectful attitudes of Toriko and Komatsu. Toriko rushes to extinguish the fire, but as soon as it's done, the fire flares up again. Chin approaches, prays, and then conjures a giant spoon, putting the flame in his hand and extinguishing it. Without mastering the culinary rituals, touching the bubble fruit is almost impossible. The challenge outside was difficult, and inside, it's full of Komatsu's cries of frustration. Toriko used flying fork techniques to assist Komatsu, but the challenges continue. Rocks and wooden stakes continuously fall from the sky, and Toriko and Komatsu keep dodging. Chin says that when praying, the heart will be serene. Trust and putting faith in the essential principles of culinary rituals are the most crucial. Both seem to have understood something, sincerely pray, but suddenly, Toriko bursts into laughter, causing a large column to fall on his head, making him dizzy. Now both focus intensely and continue to move following Chin. In front of them, there are thousands of people like an army. Chin says that every year, about 100,000 people from young to old enter the temple to learn how to behave in cuisine. It is the strictest training place in the world. However, the people here are not guests but prisoners brought here. If they complete the tasks, they will be free, but most prisoners give up and escape. This young man is Sho, the manager of the temple, who comes to greet everyone. However, Chin introduces Toriko and Komatsu as Tom and Komi since he has a very poor memory for remembering other people's names. Toriko hopes to learn how to scoop fire like Chin, and she reveals that Chin's training is very rigorous. The 5,000-meter mountain swept the Toriko, Sani in the deadly waterfall, and it's the mountain Chin excavated from this place. Toriko admires the way this master conducts his training. Despite the cheerful atmosphere, if one accidentally dies, it would be unworthy of Chin's training program. The Fengshu sushi disappears in the forest because Chin skillfully dug it up. The reality is sometimes too overwhelming. After learning about Chin's harsh training methods, Komatsu and Toriko follow Sho to begin their training. In front of them is the main Shokorin temple. The culinary ritual training is divided into 3 levels: basic, intermediate, and advanced. This temple is where the final exam for the advanced level takes place. To obtain the precious bubble fruit, at least Toriko and Komatsu have to pass the advanced level, and the fruit bubble is somewhere in this magnificent garden. That's Toriko's plan, and unexpectedly, he thinks it's simple but turns out to be true. It is right under the lake in this splendid garden. Toriko touches it, and it immediately breaks. Sho believes that Toriko now resembles a predator stalking its prey. And Toriko regrets losing the opportunity to obtain the ingredient. After analyzing Toriko, Sho wants to challenge Toriko to a fight. Both enter the arena inside, and the rule is whoever says give up first will lose. While Komatsu complains from above, after this match, it will be Komatsu's turn. Toriko attacks head-on with immense power, but it doesn't hit. Continuous long-range attacks from Toriko, but Sho gracefully dodges them all, even avoiding the flying knives. Toriko doesn't underestimate his opponent anymore and seriously activates his killing intent, turning one hand into a knife and the other into a fork, unleashing a deadly technique. However, Sho still manages to evade. Toriko launches continuous close-range attacks, but Sho avoids them all effortlessly. Toriko believes that running away won't defeat him, but as he finishes speaking, Toriko's clothes are torn. It's Sho's skill called Knife Leaf. Although Toriko's strength seems to be superior and Sho doesn't appear powerful, what Sho possesses is something Toriko cannot grasp. The fight continues, Toriko uses his ultimate power, and the strength is terrifying, but Sho hasn't broken a sweat, teaching Toriko in the process. In an instant, Toriko shatters the entire arena. However, this technique is useless against Sho, and it is inaccurate. Sho believes that Toriko's strength is meaningless. And if Toriko can comprehend the culinary ritual, it can significantly improve his current situation. Finally, Toriko says give up, but they make an appointment for a rematch. The next match for Komatsu is a cooking competition in the kitchen, and the rule this time is simple: whoever finishes turning the cabbage into threads first wins. Komatsu is confident in his ability to complete it within a minute because his hand movements are quite fast. He takes out Milk's kitchen knife, and the match begins. Just as he finishes speaking, before Komatsu can cut half of the cabbage, Sho has already completed it with a normal knife. Komatsu looks at him in awe. Sho gives advice that, although Komatsu's approach and emotions towards the ingredient are excellent, there are still many unnecessary movements, and he needs to practice the culinary ritual. Toriko bows and begs Sho to cook a delicious meal so that he can appreciate Sho's skills. Toriko's wish is granted as Sho cooks, but eating like this might dislocate his hand. Eating beans with these 5-meter-long chopsticks, eating each color separately, is like a torture chamber. At 3 a.m., Toriko and Komatsu were peacefully asleep when they were awakened. Sho handed them both martial arts uniforms, instructing them to put them on and meet him in the training hall. The exercise for the day was meditation. Both had to keep their minds calm and clear of any distractions to focus on listening to the essence of ingredients. The candle in front of them was made from torch horsetail, and it would extinguish immediately if the inner thoughts of the two fluctuated. They had to ensure the flame continued to burn for 30 minutes to be considered successful. After finishing meditation, Sho led the two to breakfast, which consisted of rice among eggs dish, fragrant and delicious but as delicate as an eggshell. Toriko tried to use chopsticks to pick it up, but they all broke, so he had to begin the morning training session on an empty stomach. Today, Shu taught everyone the basic greeting posture of culinary rituals, emphasizing the importance of expressing sincere gratitude to the ingredients. Any slight mistake in their movements would trigger the cactus to shoot them like porcupines. Then, Shu gave each person a seed to plant, the seed of the rose ham flower. They had to tend to the plant until it bloomed before they could eat rice, or else they would remain hungry. The next day, the tree bloomed, and a butterfly bread flew over to form a meat-filled sandwich. In order to obtain the fruit bubble, Toriko had to undergo rigorous training at the Shokorin temple. The people there were well-versed in culinary techniques, so they were very strong. Komatsu believed that with diligent practice, the two of them would surely overcome everything. In the following days, both progressed rapidly. While it took an ordinary person a month to complete basic meditation, they only needed 3 days. To increase the difficulty, Shu decided to extend the candle's burning time to 2 hours. Breakfast was changed to super slippery eels, and even during the greeting posture practice, they had to balance a pudding cake on their heads. If they blinked, the cake would melt, signifying training failure. The exercise of picking beans with chopsticks was also upgraded from a pair of 5-meter chopsticks to a pair of 10-meter ones. While they were taking care of the rose ham flower and a butterfly bread flying in and nibbling on a piece, Toriko, angered, waved his hand to shoo it away, inadvertently triggering a devastating technique that destroyed an entire building. Shu explained that due to Toriko's heightened focus, his movements were becoming stronger and more precise, preventing energy wastage. This, he revealed, was the true power of culinary techniques. Not only Toriko but also Komatsu made significant progress. While previously it took him 20 minutes to remove toxins from a puffer whale, now he only needed 20 seconds, with the fish barely realizing the poison sac had been removed. There was even a tale of a fish being filleted to the bone but still living and swimming for years due to the chef's top-tier skills. The two progressed rapidly. They could now maintain 10 candles for 2 hours, easily pick up rice among eggs and slippery eels, and enjoy a delicious meal. Toriko could now effortlessly split a large rock with a gentle wave of his hand, while Komatsu could julienne vegetables thinner than hair. They completed the training much faster than Shu imagined. After hearing the news, Master Chin came to congratulate them but couldn't remember their names. After a brief moment, he named them Tom and Colin. Later, Master Chin took Toriko to a pond to try retrieving Bubble's fruit. This time, when the bubble touched their hands, it didn't explode like before. However, Master Chin revealed a surprising truth: the fruit bubbles here were just fake, used for disciple training. Now, Master Chin will lead the two to find the real bubble fruit. However, before setting off, he senses something dark approaching from above the clouds. At this point, Master Chin leads the two into a bubble forest. The bubble fruit is an extremely timid ingredient, so only one of them will accompany him inside, and Toriko is chosen to pick the bubble fruit while Komatsu waits outside. Master Chin says that if Toriko can show extreme gratitude, he will obtain the bubble fruit and also learn the secret of food's end, a powerful technique that only a few can master. Then, Toriko begins to follow Master Chin into the bubble forest. They walk tirelessly on the endless path until their feet start to ache, yet nothing is in sight ahead. It's only then that Master Chin returns and tells him that the journey ahead is still long. Somewhere in the sky, a creature carrying the breath of darkness is approaching the Shokorin temple. On this side, the journey continues. Toriko feels like he's been here for a week already. Master Chin reveals that Imara once obtained the bubble fruit. Not wanting to lose to his friend, Toriko is forced to push forward with all his might. Toriko wonders why Master Chin is still energetic after such a long walk. Master Chin explains that despite his small stature, he weighs over a ton. Through the technique Food's End, he can store countless amounts of food inside his body to provide energy when needed. At this moment, the Shokorin temple suddenly disappears, as it has detected unknown intruders. Only an old lady's scream shatters the defensive state of the temple, revealing her identity as Chio, the 5th-ranked chef in the world, who mysteriously disappeared half a year ago. Accompanying her is a giant green-skinned monster and a young man dressed in white, surprising everyone as the young man turns out to be Otaki, Komatsu's old friend. They immediately begin to attack the disciples of the Shokorin temple, causing many innocent people to be injured. Meanwhile, Toriko continues his journey to find the bubble fruit. The path ahead is still long, but Toriko is starving to the point where he can't take another step. The hunger overwhelms him, causing him to collapse and lose consciousness. In his haze, Toriko sees the shadows of his friends who fought alongside him in many battles. He feels his body becoming light. Could it be that he's truly dead? He hears the pounding of his heart, the voices of the ingredients once harmonized within his body, and he sends them sincere gratitude from the bottom of his heart. Suddenly, magic happens. Glittering fruit bubbles quickly appear and illuminate the forest, radiating warmth to all living creatures. Master Chin officially congratulates Toriko for successfully obtaining the bubble fruit. Toriko begins to eat one of the fruit bubbles, its sweet aroma instantly melting in his mouth. With each chew, its flavor intensifies. The bubble fruit becomes part of Toriko's body, and he masters food's end. The bubble fruit continuously supplies energy to every cell of Toriko's body. Shortly after, he rises with a body full of vitality. Sensing danger, Master Chin quickly returns to the temple. Elsewhere, without Master Chin's protection, his disciples must face a formidable enemy. Chio has joined the gourmet organization, and an elderly man wields a few staff moves to demonstrate his strength, only to be swiftly defeated by Chio. She wields a pair of sharp dual swords, capable not only of attack but also defense, making her the most formidable opponent. Meanwhile, Komatsu is delighted to meet his old friend Otaki, who suddenly stabs him in the abdomen. Sho, on the other hand, is knocked away by the giant green golem due to its overwhelming strength. The situation is now extremely dire. As Master Chin rushes back at the fastest speed, Toriko sits eating fruit bubbles to store energy, his strength reaching new heights. As for Komatsu, after being stabbed unexpectedly, he surprisingly doesn't bleed. It turns out that Otaki's weapon is a resurrection knife, a tool prohibited from use in the gourmet world. Otaki reveals that he has joined the gourmet organization and realizes that absolute power, not money or ingredients, is what controls this world. In the moment of deepest despair, Master Chin returns. Seeing his disciples defeated by Chio and the gourmet organization, he is filled with righteous anger. He releases a ton of energy reserves stored within his body to transform into a giant. Fearing their opponent is too powerful and the battle will affect those below, Master Chin and Chio take to the sky for a decisive showdown. With sufficient energy replenished, Toriko quickly appears with long, sleek blue hair even more luxurious than Sani's. Chio is terrified when Toriko masters food's end in a short time. Taking advantage of this, Master Chin uses two giant spoons to seal off space and trap her. Below, the green golem appears. Shu reveals it to be the scrum beast, a hybrid of hundreds of natural predators. Despite his long hair, Toriko doesn't rush into battle. He cuts his hair short to maintain his handsome appearance. Then, with a light flick of his hand, Toriko dismembers the entire right arm of the scrum beast, which regenerates only to be smashed by his 18 rapid and powerful punches, shattering its body. At this moment, the pair of spoons in the sky is opened, but the result is not as expected. Master Chin is defeated by Chio in the decisive battle. Seeing this, Toriko is enraged and wants to seek revenge, but Master Chin reminds him to stay calm, not to let emotions override reason. Before Master Chin can finish speaking, Chio launches her decisive move to end him. Sensing the danger posed by Chio's dual swords, Toriko realizes that a direct hit from them could be fatal. He immediately retreats, creating distance from his opponent. Toriko then unleashes knife leg technique, but Chio manages to block it with her dual swords. Seeing Chio rapidly closing in, Toriko is forced to use his fork armor to confront her sharp dual swords head-on. The clash of weapons results in a surprising outcome. Chio's dual swords shatter into pieces within moments. It turns out that the swords she wielded were fake, while the one she holds in her hand is her true weapon. At this moment, a gigantic creature suddenly appears in the sky. It's the Gourmet Corp's tyrannical shark, atop which is a white and red trimmed GT robot. Toriko senses that this is the most powerful GT robot he has ever seen, and their enemies decide to retreat, boarding the tyrannical shark to return to their base. Before leaving, they challenge Toriko to a future duel in the gourmet world. As the tyrannical shark disappears, Shu reveals that it is one of the most powerful beasts controlled by the Gourmet Corp, a formidable force under the Bishikukai's command. The GT robot said that the boss is very angry because Chio was injured while fighting against Master Chin and still insisted on fighting Toriko. Toriko also realized that the name controlling the new generation GT robot is Star June. Komatsu, overwhelmed with emotions, recalls fond memories with Otaki. Toriko suspects that Otaki might have been injected with gourmet cells and instructs Komatsu to wake him up as they are close friends. Komatsu wondered why Chio joined the Bishikukai. Master Chin, lying exhausted on the other side, also said he would explain it clearly to everyone, but now he was very cold. Suddenly, a mysterious figure emerges, wielding two swords, none other than Kairu, the proprietor of Disappearing Cuisine. Seeing that Master Chin was severely injured, she decided to use the forbidden technique, the resurrection knife, gently performing minor surgery on his wounds. After a while of treatment, it was done. Toriko brought many fruit bubbles for Master Chin to eat for recovery, and his wounds healed immediately. Kairu explained that the resurrection knife is made from various species of animals with cell regeneration abilities, but her skills are limited to healing wounds. Komatsu recalled that Otaki had also used this technique, and the rapid recovery of the wound left him with no sensation. Because Igo feared that this technique would disrupt the food chain, it was strictly prohibited. Despite its potency, it cannot resurrect the dead, as Master Chin revealed that attempting to revive the deceased was the reason Chio joined the Bishikukai. If the thin outer layer of the fruit bubble is peeled off, the flavor will be much better, which is Chio's favorite dish. During the battle with Master Chin, Chio also revealed something. She sought the 8th ingredient in Acacia's full-course menu to resurrect her deceased son, and the one who told her was none other than Mid-Aura. He told Chio that gratitude is meaningless in this world. Despite her son's death, Chio still harbors deep resentment, and she directs all her anger towards Master Chin. Acacia sealed 7 ingredients in the full-course menu, but the 8th ingredient is not something Acacia intended to keep hidden for himself. Surely, God is not the only ingredient that the Bishokukai is seeking. This information needs to be quickly relayed to IGO. In the gourmet world, at IGO's secret facility where ingredients are researched and processed, the 0th biotope, Giman remains emotionless, indifferent to love's conversation. Yosaku and Milk the First are also present. Everyone enters the dining room, where 20 members, each possessing tremendous strength, have gathered, invited by the IGO chairman. They all sit down to eat together. The woman with pink hair is Gourmet Literary Master Melisma, also known as the Gourmet Living Legend. The elderly man is Gourmet Setai Master Malaye, specializing in therapeutic massage and alignment. Next to him is Ultimate Pot Artisan Kirebo, Gourmet Mountain Bandit Goblin Ramon, Gourmet Magician Manon. Tak, a warrior of the Garo tribe, Assassin Megarodras, Martial Artist Gourmet Hunter Sakura, Gourmet Astronomer Rala, Gourmet Hermit Kusaru, and Gourmet Surgeon Adashino. Everyone discusses Master Chin's attack and the mysterious 8th ingredient that the Bishokukai is seeking. Today's main goal is to gather forces for God. Then, the IGO chairman asks Gourmet Astronomer Rala about shortening the Gourmet Sun's time, ensuring it will happen in about 6 months. Fighting the Bishokukai is inevitable, and if it happens, the IGO chairman hopes that the 0th biotope will remain unique. As the meeting concludes, everyone leaves. Rala informs the chairman about the 4 beasts awakening from their long slumber. A task he still needs to complete. Ichirio probably thinks the 4 beasts matter will be handled by his reliable disciples. In a month, the world's chefs will gather again, and the Bishokukai will likely come to capture them. Kusero volunteers to be their protector. After the battle, Master Chin bid farewell to Toriko and Komatsu, the only disciples he remembered. Meanwhile, at the castle, Star June also tasted the fruit bubble, and Mid-Aura was engrossed in eating passionately to enhance his strength. At that moment, Alfaro stood lost in thought when Sushefyu informed him that Boss Mid-Aura was still craving food and they needed to find even more delicious ingredients because the bubble fruit alone wasn't enough. Sushefyu revealed that he had been investigating Acacia's menu, and the key to that menu might be the Infinity Bee. The legend about the bee species that could help locate Acacia's ingredients that these bees usually appear in places with bright sunlight. Based on this folklore, Sushefyu speculated that it might be hiding in the human world. You would undertake this mission along with the GT robot. Toriko returned to Komatsu's restaurant and enjoyed the dishes that Komatsu prepared. Toriko was impressed by the new ingredients that Komatsu could cook with after their training session. Suddenly, Gourmet Treasure Setuno came to meet Toriko and Komatsu because she heard that the two of them had mastered culinary principles. So she wanted to see if it was true. Setuno highly praised Komatsu's dishes on the table because they were all made from difficult ingredients. However, she had an important task for Toriko and Komatsu, which was to find a particular ingredient. Both of them immediately accepted the task and went with Tom to the sea. The special wheat Setuno wanted to find was the type used to make phantom noodles, which included flavors from ramen, udon, spaghetti, and many others, attracting the appetites of thousands worldwide. Everyone was eager to taste it because in the gourmet world, the exquisite flavor of these noodles couldn't be overlooked. First, they had to find the golden wheat, which was part of Komatsu's training with Setuno. Komatsu felt a bit overwhelmed when he heard about the honorific food. He thought that although he handled the puffer whale fish easily, he still hadn't reached the level of capturing the bubble fruit, feeling inferior to Kairu. Setuno mentioned that the golden wheat was in this sea area, but as they didn't know exactly where, Toriko asked the nearby fisherman, who directed them to a glowing island. The entire group ascended to the dazzlingly bright island, rendering them unable to see anything due to the blinding light. At that moment, Toriko suddenly snatched Tom's glasses and casually harvested the golden wheat. While they were harvested, Toriko stopped and told Tom and Komatsu to run because right in front of them was the GT robot. Toriko wanted to ask about the robot's purpose, but Shefyu, the robot's controller, attacked Toriko. Yu's main goal was to wait for the sunlight to rise high to catch the infinite bee, but his temper was a bit hot, so he attacked Toriko upon seeing him. Meanwhile, Komatsu was busy picking up the fallen strands of golden wheat. Surprisingly, Yu immediately leaped to attack head-on, then vanished. This GT robot was equipped with biological camouflage to blend into its surroundings, only revealing itself behind Toriko to deliver a powerful punch. Jojo at the castle praised Yu as the most outstanding controller of the GT robot in the Bishokukai. Toriko hurled his fork straight at the GT robot. But you asserted that even though it couldn't dodge in time, the GT robot wouldn't be affected at all because its armor was made of a new alloy, a combination of titan and the hardest material in the gourmet world, the shell of the clam. Despite Yu's claims, Toriko continued to attack relentlessly, proving theory and reality don't always align. You vanished again, but Toriko used his heightened senses to strike you. Unable to withstand Toriko's attacks, you attempted to use psychological tactics to distract Toriko, but Toriko not only grew stronger but also more determined. You signaled Jojo and intended to use the stored power of the GT robot. The robot's eyes glowed, but Toriko declared he would destroy the robot to protect the ingredient. You revealed that the machine was specially designed to move freely in any harsh environment. On the other side, Komatsu had gathered enough golden wheat. You rushed forward to kick but was blocked by Toriko, who retaliated, sending you flying. You persisted with another kick but was effortlessly thrown aside by Toriko as if they were just playing around. Toriko remarked that he hadn't fully exerted himself yet, mindful that the golden wheat material could be damaged. Despite Yu's reluctance to retreat in disgrace, he charged forward to punch Toriko directly, then disappeared stealthily. You rushed towards Komatsu's rear to capture the Infinity Bee, only to be drawn in by the golden wheat. It was acknowledged that Komatsu indeed had a lucky culinary touch, attracting both the century soup and the Infinity Bee. After seizing the Infinity Bee, you vanished as the GT robot had reached its limit. Both of them were sure that Setsuno knew Bishokukai would come there, but when they arrived at the restaurant, it wasn't the case. It was all because Setsuno was busy with something else. Setsuno requested Komatsu to come down to the kitchen, and Komatsu himself would cook Setsuno's noodle dish. Toriko assured him to be confident since he had just gone through a more challenging training session. Setsuno would guide Komatsu on how to prepare the dish and instructed him to listen to the voice of the ingredients. Komatsu took out his kitchen knife, swiftly removing unnecessary parts in a blink of an eye, handling everything very naturally. Setsuno handed Komatsu a bottle of Air 777, an ingredient, and told him to use it naturally since she had plenty of it. Toriko feared it would expand, but to their surprise, the golden wheat absorbed all 100 liters of water. Golden wheat was an extraordinary ingredient. When needed, it could produce sounds similar to human voices. It was Komatsu's first time making the golden wheat emit sounds, which pleased Setsuno greatly. As Komatsu kneaded, punched, the sounds of the golden wheat became clearer, sometimes even sounding like subscribe, subscribe. After kneading the dough all day, the golden wheat flour was finally ready. Setsuno felt very satisfied with its hardness and glossiness, similar to a baby's cheek. Today, Phantom Noodles would be sold again. And the live broadcast's host today was none other than Tina. It had been a while since they had seen this lovely reporter, and surely everyone remembered her well. Before the noodles appeared, Rin had already arrived, embracing Toriko. Komatsu would be the one selling instead of Setsuno today. Phantom Noodles could transform into various types of noodles depending on the cooking method. After some cutting and boiling, udon noodles were ready, and if the dough was cut thin and boiled with century soup, it would become century ramen. The two girls ate the noodles, their faces turning silly with delight. Toriko was no exception, enjoying the noodles with a blissful expression. Tom also arrived to indulge in the feast. And Komatsu gifted him a bowl of noodles shining brightly like sunlight. Komatsu continued to create another dish, a special yakisoba stir-fry to treat the early arriving guests, along with soy sauce ramen and bamboo slide noodles, nagashi somen. As the days passed, the guests became more and more crowded, bustling about. In no time, the evening sky had settled in, and Toriko's belly felt as if it contained a ton of food. Tina felt disappointed for arriving early and not being able to eat much. Setsuno believed that meeting those top chefs had made Komatsu mature a lot. The experiences and lessons had taught Komatsu valuable lessons. All he had been through were the most precious lessons. Setsuno's words sounded like poetry, like literature, captivating to listen to. At that moment, Coco walked on a grass field, scaring away a frightened scorpion, while Sunny calmly sat eating mush roses among the crowd. All three of them were still training to prepare for the battle before the Gourmet Four Beasts awakened. Setsuno informed Teppei that all four heavenly kings had now learned all the culinary secrets. At the Bishokukai castle, you had brought back the Infinity Bee. Teppei felt concerned because he had recently sensed a dangerous smell without knowing the cause. In the Gourmet City, where the atmosphere is unusually quiet, at the King's Gourmet restaurant on the 330th floor, one of the symbols of the Gourmet Tower, the four heavenly kings are gathering for a meal. Suddenly, on the television, Tina delivers an urgent message from IGO advising people to follow IGO staff instructions to find immediate shelter. Meanwhile, Terry is carrying Komatsu along with luggage. Coco and Sunny are boasting to each other about their aristocratic eating habits, while Toriko and Zebra need no introduction. Komatsu has also arrived to pick up Rin. While dining, Sani mentions that in life, one cannot predict what will happen, so it's essential to eat what you like and marry the one you love. Coco, on the other hand, believes in saving the best for last, thinking that things will taste better if eaten later. Toriko immediately states that as long as you enjoy what you're eating, any dish will suffice, while Zebra prefers actions over words, wishing the dishes in front of him would turn into his favorites. During the past week, Komatsu and Kairu at the disappeared restaurant learned how to cook bubble fruit. Today, he will bring it to the 4 heavenly kings to enjoy. Rin boasted about a monster-level measuring device with a level over 100, which made Komatsu worry for the 4 heavenly kings. Today, the group sits down to discuss their final training ingredients, all of which are sleeping beasts in the gourmet worlds. 4 beasts. Outside, people are seeking refuge due to IGO's warning of an impending storm, alongside a notice that the 4 beasts will destroy 2 gourmet world areas and advance toward the human world. 30 billion people are taking shelter at the center of the human world. The television program here concludes as everyone evacuates to Food Plaza Park. Mr. Masan said to the IGO business director that perhaps the favorite food of the 4 beasts is humans, so they have come a long way here. Humans will not lose because President Ichiryu will defeat them, but now the president is in the 0th biotope, so hopefully, trust will be placed in the 4 heavenly kings. While the world worries, Toriko and Zebra continue to fight over a steamed bun. Coco and Sani remain calm, considering it an everyday occurrence. Head chef Yuda brings the food to the group and is pleased to see the 4 heavenly kings not tense despite facing the 4 beasts, so he offers them all the top dishes. Yuda has evacuated all his staff. Toriko admires his courage in not evacuating like others. As Toriko speaks, Zebra devours all of Yuda's cooked dishes. Rin and Komatsu bring the bubbles fruit they prepared for everyone to enjoy. Komatsu is so impressed with the top chef that he asks for his autograph. Everyone sits down and enjoys the bubbles fruit. After being cooked, the intensely sweet tastes like melted pudding on the tongue. Just as Master Chin mentioned. Taking just one bite, the gourmet cell of the 4 heavenly kings grows significantly. Rin also has an important task here, which is the chairman giving her a video message to request. The 4 heavenly kings open the video, and the chairman instructs them on how to defeat the 4 beasts. They divide into 4 directions, east, west, south, and north, advancing into the human world. Humanity is hiding at the center, 1,000 square kilometers away from them. To fight, they need to divide into 4 directions to swiftly defeat the 4 beasts and prevent them from entering the restricted area. If they manage to enter the restricted area, it will be the end for humanity. After finishing their meal, the 4 heavenly kings called their pets to prepare for battle. Zebra's pet is a gigantic Daruma horse, its level unknown, borrowed from a hermit. Meanwhile, volcanic eruptions signal the awakening of the gourmet 4 beasts after hundreds of years of deep sleep, and the 4 heavenly kings have divided themselves into 4 directions to stop their return. All the armies are immediately mobilized, and on the screen, there are many scenes of desolation, where the gourmet 4 beasts have passed, all life is destroyed. On the human side, there are over 100 tanks, missile-equipped aircraft, and the most modern naval warships. However, when facing the gourmet 4 beasts, the entire fleet was wiped out in just 10 minutes. They truly are machines of destruction bringing catastrophe to the human world. At the moment when humanity feels most desperate, the 4 heavenly kings have appeared at 4 different battlefronts. Toriko and Battle Wolf Terry's opponent is Fong King, level 100. Rin and Komatsu also follow to observe. To be cautious, they maintain a distance of 5 kilometers and use smoke to mask their scent so Fong King cannot detect them. Fong King immediately strikes, but Terry manages to dodge. Despite being far away, the impact is strong enough to blow Rin and Komatsu away. Taking advantage of Battle Wolf's extreme speed, Toriko approaches Fong King and delivers 30 consecutive blows to its abdomen. He also wore a scanning device on his hand, which is designed to measure the level of the opponent. It is made from the tongue of a flower-eating tiger. Toriko used this device to scan Fong King and assess its danger level. The reading displayed on the device is 127. Sani's King Octopus Kong is 132, Zebra's Mount Turtle is 130, and Coco's Invade Death is 140. Among them, Invade Death is the creature with the most antibodies in the gourmet 4 beasts, so it is not afraid of Coco's poison. Coco is greatly suppressed by Invade Death. Moreover, Invade Death's shell is extremely tough, and even Coco's poison sword cannot harm it. Sani's opponent, King Octopus Kong, is both strong and resilient, possessing infinite endurance, a quality in which Sani is vastly inferior. Mount Turtle possesses fiery breath that incinerates everything, and when facing Zebra's destructive sound waves, it is equally matched. At this moment, all of humanity is watching the battle on the screen, the confrontation between the 4 heavenly kings and the gourmet 4 beasts. Fong King continuously absorbs Toriko's attacks, becoming more ferocious with each strike. King Octopus Kong on this side is also formidable, growing numerous suction cups. Despite Sunny's attempt to restrain it, it throws him far away. Mount Turtle, on the other hand, unleashes increasingly powerful shots, catching Zebra off guard. Invade Death enlarges its head and fires a barrage of toxic projectiles at Coco and Kiss. It bombards the sky with so many poisonous bullets that both Kiss and Coco are hit and fall. The situation worsens, causing the people to fall silent in worry. Some even collapse, but Tina still believes in the four heavenly kings. Fong King's attacks are blocked by Toriko, while Zebra remains unaffected. These blows do nothing to him. Sunny worries about his hair being damaged in the battle with the ugly octopus. Although Invade Death is formidable, Coco is a master of toxins. When the four heavenly kings are seen unharmed, the people cheer up again. The emotional changes happen too quickly. Rin opens her laptop to review Chairman Igo's messages, as Zebra did not listen earlier. Invade Death now pumps poison directly into the ground to shoot it into the sky, covering a vast area. Coco puts on armor to confront Invade Death because he is not afraid of poison. Queen restrains the octopus's legs, Sunny uses his super long and smooth hair to attack, and Zebra uses the sound bazooka to blow away Mount Turtle. In the sky, a shower of shooting stars falls directly on Invade Death. Toriko asks Fong King a few questions and will let it know what the principles of gourmet food are and why this anime is called Toriko. Chairman Igo reveals the truth: there are not four true beasts, only one. The true beast sent these four into the human world. In other words, they are the limbs of the true beast. But more importantly, someone is controlling these four beasts in the shadows. The people now cheer for the four heavenly kings. Teppei looks at the monitor but senses something underground. Fong King roars angrily. Toriko tells Terry to stay aside while he fights Fong King alone. Toriko rushes forward with a flying sword technique. But Fong King, with its fast speed, evades. Toriko then concentrates his strength, creating thousands of forks and gathering them into one giant fork, which he thrusts forward. In the sky, Fong King, unable to evade in time, is knocked down. Coco has now created a bow of arrogance and fights Invade Death with toxins. He shoots toxic arrows into its body, creating a new toxin called the virus toxin, which breaks down the antibodies of creatures with many antibodies like this one. Coco's hand creates a poisonous spear, and he throws it straight at Invade Death, making it stand still. Sunny believes that the octopus's many tentacles cannot compare to his beautiful hair. He uses his hair strands to tightly bind the octopus, then employs his devilish hair to practice boxing. Finally, he delivers a devastating blow that the octopus cannot defend against, sending it flying sideways for meters. Zebra then says Mount Turtle is just a slow, small turtle. He rushes forward and delivers a sonic punch to the turtle's face. Putting this turtle in a pot to stew with vegetables would make a fantastic soup. That way, Zebra could eat 10 of them in one go without any problem. Zebra then determined to defeat this turtle to have a delicious meal. Rin then relayed the message to the four heavenly kings and said that there is only one beast, which is the final message from Chairman Igo. The four beasts then jumped up and burrowed underground. Zebra immediately used sound waves to search for them and found that they were fleeing, so he rode his horse to chase after them. The leader of the four beasts, its roots, had grown strong underground and formed large creatures over many centuries. In the past, President Ichiryu alone would handle it, but now he hopes the four heavenly kings will unite to defeat it. At this moment, the monster is changing its plan to enter the center of the human world. People in the evacuation area are ecstatic about the four heavenly kings' absolute victory, but after observing the TV screen, they notice something abnormal. Underneath the submarine, something suddenly appears and blocks it. They are roots creeping all over underground. Terry is accelerating to take everyone to where the monster is hiding. Coco uses electric waves, Sunny uses connection abilities, and Zebra and his horse are following their own sound waves. In the city, the tree roots have emerged from the ground and are attacking central buildings. The city is deserted, and the monster freely destroys the buildings in delight. After wreaking havoc for a while, the monster emerges from the ground, revealing its true form. In the Gourmet City, the people are stunned by its appearance. It continues to ravage the city as if nothing happened. Terry, Toriko, and Komatsu are rushing at full speed to reach the monster. People in the city are evacuating in panic. Mr. Zong appears out of nowhere and stops Tina, asking why they are panicking like this. He's really clueless, the situation is critical, people are running away, and he's here asking questions. The monster destroys all the skyscrapers and grows more tentacles to capture the remaining people. It senses the aura of the four heavenly kings behind it. Teppei below uses trees to protect the collapsing buildings. Below ground, the four beasts gathered with their master, who absorbed all the nutrients from them. The four heavenly kings, observing from a distance, noticed that after being satiated, the monster became even larger and more powerful, spewing a kind of foam into the sky, creating a green rain. Coco described it as a cursed rain, stating that if humans were hit by this toxin, they would die within an hour. Therefore, Coco urged everyone to go to Yuda's gourmet tower to bathe immediately, as he had detoxifying food. Yuda, observing from afar, also noticed the dire situation. At that moment, Komatsu and Daruma Horse were tasked with retrieving the antidote. The four heavenly kings assembled a battle plan to defeat this monstrous green creature. On the other hand, Mr. Zong still thought it was a film trick, while Teppei continued repairing the collapsed buildings. Toriko couldn't detect any scent emitted by the monster. Zebra heard its normal breathing and heartbeat. Coco observed that its electric waves were not chaotic, and there was no sign of imminent death on its body. Sunny, unimpressed, criticized the ugly monster. Before everyone could prepare, Zebra ran to inform them. Coco acknowledged his actions, recognizing the need to send a message to millions of people in the area. Zebra's threatening messages were indeed effective. Then Zebra used thunder sound, followed by a thunderous punch on the monster. Komatsu reached Yuda, who hesitated to provide the antidote, saying it was impossible at the moment. On the other side, Zebra was punched far away by the green-skinned monster, infuriating him. Kiss disrupted its vision with its fur, while Coco covered himself with poison armor, but their attacks were futile. Yuda could produce the antidote, but providing it for 100 million people at this moment was impossible. Even at the fastest pace, only 100,000 people could be helped. Queen tied its legs. Sunny used his hair demon to strike, but the punch transmitted through the creature's body and struck Queen, leaving Sunny unable to move and falling down. Toriko below used continuous punches, but the resilient monster remained unaffected. Rin measured its power level to be 320. Yuda needed skilled individuals, and Setsuno and her apprentice Nono arrived. Is the top-ranked cooking server high enough for Yuda? Now the level of the monster has not stopped at 320 but has risen to 350. Seeing the national treasures arrive, Mr. Yuda was delighted, but he believed that several more chefs were still needed. The head chef of the Disappear restaurant, Kairu, had also arrived, along with the top underground world chef, Livebearer. The top 4 Damala Sky 13 from Damala's curry restaurant, Lulubu, the head chef and owner of the 7-star traditional Japanese restaurant, Zurara Mama, ranked 31st as the head chef of Snack Bar, and Sumayer. The cafeteria manager at Nacom Gourmet School, all came. All the world's top chefs had gathered. The person inviting them was Johannes from Igo, a cool and dangerous guy with black glasses. Outside, the 4 heavenly kings had been knocked down in all directions. Rin saw the situation was not good, so he sprayed smoke to conceal everyone. Toriko advised Rin to stay away from this place because normal people would dissolve due to this green rain. Teppei summoned plants to help them cover from the rain and temporarily escape the monster's sight. Teppei revealed that the toxicity of this rain was very strong, and the longer it lasted, the weaker the 4 heavenly kings would become. He discovered that Rin's mist could weaken the curse rain's density. Teppei told her to stand in a high place and spray mist to reduce the toxicity in the rainwater. After Rin left, Teppei revealed to everyone his suspicion that someone had secretly incited the 4 beasts to rise and destroy the world. Inside the top restaurant, Yuda revealed that the antidote was mochi, a traditional Japanese rice cake made from glutinous rice. Based on the principle of opposing colors, the mochi had to be purple to neutralize the toxicity of the green rain. However, with limited time, everyone feared they couldn't make enough antidote for 100 million people. Moreover, mochi had to be made from special ingredients, meaning any slight mistake in the preparation would ruin it, something only world-class chefs could handle. Even if everyone tried their best, they could only save a maximum of 50 million people. At this point, when the rain began to show signs of stopping, Rin was on the roof of a high-rise building using mist spraying devices to limit the rain. On the other hand, the monster was too powerful. Even though the 4 heavenly kings continuously attacked it, it could still knock everyone down one by one. On this side, after hearing that only 50 million people could be saved, Komatsu asked everyone for a chance. He was determined to find the simplest way to make a purple mochi even an ordinary chef could do. Livebearer also called his friend Thailand, the 19th ranked chef in the world, whom nobody understands about poison as he does. After thorough discussion, the chefs decided to give Komatsu 10 minutes to come up with the simplest way to make purple mochi. They provided Komatsu with a quiet space to be creative. In the kitchen, Komatsu was dealing with the most critical ingredient for making the purple mochi, which was the color-changing glutinous rice. He had to mix different colored rice to balance them and achieve a perfect purple color. Any minor mistake could lead to the rice losing its color and the experiment failing. Meanwhile, the city residents received a message from the Igo organization. Thailand revealed the truth about the curse rain. Those touched by the rain would ascend to heaven within an hour. At first, Zong was clueless and didn't believe it, but after hearing that Thailand was an expert in cooking poisonous dishes, Zong and his gang became serious and concerned. Thailand instructed everyone on acupressure methods to slow down the toxin's development in the body and prolong life. 3 minutes had passed for Komatsu, and as he remained silent, people outside grew worried. Kairu, who had witnessed Komatsu's cooking technique and learning ability, believed Komatsu would not disappoint. Facing difficult circumstances, he would progress quickly. Outside, the 4 heavenly kings continued to be pummeled by the monster. If they weren't all-powerful hunters, they would have been defeated long ago. At this moment, Komatsu had only 1 minute left. Everyone thought he had failed, so they prepared to follow the initial plan. However, Komatsu emerged with a bag of purple mochi in hand, proving himself. Everyone in the room quickly summoned the chefs, all of whom had to obey Komatsu's orders. The IGO organization gathered all the chefs worldwide, totaling over 100,000, in a short time. Now everyone was working together to save the world. Komatsu then instructed everyone on how to make purple mochi. First, they had to soak the color-changing rice in water and salt. After soaking, the rice was steamed for 30 seconds. Then ground into flour after steaming. A little sesame oil was added, and finally, the mixture was kneaded into round shapes, resulting in deliciously soft mochi. Komatsu took only 3 minutes to make this mochi. Actually, the sesame oil wasn't necessary, but it enhanced the flavor of the mochi, making the antidote taste better. Everyone was horrified to find the 4 heavenly kings incapacitated, with Zebra barely able to breathe. The poison from the green rain had weakened them immensely. Suddenly, Toriko remembered Godfather saying that when the 4 beasts were heavily injured, their meat would taste as delicious as the finest fruits and vegetables. It turned out the meat of this monster was indeed delicious. Everyone tried their best to defeat it and then cook it. The monster, hearing this, unleashed a wave of destruction energy toward everyone, but Zebra protected them with his sound armor. When the monster attempted another attack, Terry kicked into its mouth. The pet force was tasked with dealing with the monster to buy time, while the 4 heavenly kings prepared to perform a technique Godfather had taught them. The condition for using this technique was for the 4 of them to reach an extreme hunger state. If successful, they would generate a special energy of the top predator in the gourmet food chain. On this side, the monster had its 1 arm and 1 leg broken by Queen, but quickly behind its back. Hundreds of giant tentacles regenerated. The monster used these tentacles to grab Terry and threw him to the ground, brutally beating him, causing Terry severe injuries. Coco's Emperor Crow and Sonny's Queen were also quickly defeated by the monster, losing their ability to fight. Suddenly, something unexpectedly started shining. It turned out that the 4 heavenly kings had successfully created gourmet energy. The monster immediately rushed forward, but the scenery around suddenly changed. The monster found itself on the dining table of the 4 hungry demon kings, and in gourmet culture, delicious food should be shared. The gourmet energy had awakened, turning into a mouth and entering the body of the monster, starting to bite and swallow everything inside it. When it was full, it emerged outside again, even devouring the newly grown arm of the monster. The 4 heavenly kings stood watching with great joy. Gourmet beasts were just food for gourmet energy. Inside the body of the monster, everything was about to be eaten up. Despite all its efforts, it couldn't escape. As the mouth kept eating, the monster quickly shrank until it was tiny. When the sun shone through the clouds, only 2 small orange pieces of meat remained, and the monster had been defeated. Elsewhere, Tepe discovered a mysterious figure in a black cloak, suspecting him to be the mastermind behind the awakening of the 4 beasts. Luckily, the 4 heavenly kings' pets were only slightly injured and quickly recovered. Komatsu then brought purple mochi to everyone to neutralize the poison in their bodies. The mochi was soft and chewy, and the antidote was delicious. At that moment, the meat in the sky suddenly exploded. It turned out that those who had been eaten by the 4 beasts were still alive. They quickly reunited with their families. The remaining meat fell down, emitting a tantalizing aroma. Zebra seized the opportunity to eat a big piece, making Sunny furious. The remaining meat was quickly transported to the chefs to prepare food for everyone to enjoy. There were fried rice, curry, hamburgers, beef steak, gourmet grilled meat, and many other dishes served to everyone. The 4 kings also sat down to eat enthusiastically. Zebra even called for more delicious dishes to be brought up. Finally, humanity was saved, and everyone enjoyed a satisfying meal of gourmet meat. In the 4 kings' assembly, there were still 2 people eating, so Komatsu had to stay behind to serve Toriko and Zebra. Tepe, in a daze, encountered a nightmare and gasped for breath as he woke up on a recovery bed. He was in the laboratory of a 4-armed girl named Pukin, with the Sicea medical town having rescued Tepe. Pukin provided Tepe with hazelnuts, butter, and calorie-rich bananas, all foods meant for recovery. Later, Pukin informed Tepe that the mystery person who scared him was her master, Mohayan Sheishai, a Sicea possessing the world's strongest technique, also one of the gourmet national treasures like Ms. Setsuno. Therefore, it was possible that he was the one who revived the 4 beasts. After talking with Tepe for a while, Pukin noticed that Tepe's scar was getting bigger. In the gourmet city, people were still eating and discussing the group's victory. Zebra was still not full and kept demanding more food from Komatsu. There was an abundance of food on the table, and Zebra's greed knew no bounds. Yuta and Setsuno praised Komatsu's cooking skills, noting that besides hearing the voice of ingredients, what made Komatsu outstanding was his affection for them. Setsuno wanted to introduce him to the G7, but Yuta believed Komatsu was already among the top-ranked chefs. While they were enjoying themselves, Toriko pondered about the words of the GT robot, promising to meet him at the cooking festival. While accompanying everyone to find the ingredients assigned by Shiryu, Toriko felt his strength increase significantly with each battle. Everyone looked up at the endless starry sky and thanked Komatsu wholeheartedly. In the gourmet world at Snow Mountain Hill, IGO's president learned of the defeat of the four beasts by the four heavenly kings, but the real enemy had not yet revealed himself. In the president's hand was a unique kitchen knife made by Milk I, emitting a dangerous golden light. However, the IGO president stated that he would only use this knife to make salad, seemingly making light of the situation. Toriko and Terry went off to train again, when suddenly a monster appeared. The guardian of the mountain Toriko was training on. Luckily, its meat was delicious, so Toriko had to focus his strength, using a powerful punch to send it flying thousands of miles and shattering the mountain. Its meat was as tasty as Wagyu beef but incredibly tough. Toriko looked at Terry and recalled the time with Rin, where she tried to measure Terry's level with her device but got an error. It couldn't be determined because the maximum level the device could measure was level 999. Indeed, Toriko's beloved pet had to be that strong to be worthy. Johannes arrived with luggage to Toriko's location and handed him a message from IGO. They wanted the four heavenly kings to provide some ingredients for the cooking festival, which was to be held on Cooking Island, where all the chefs would gather. On this day, billions of people were expected to attend, and the event would be broadcast live worldwide. Due to the four beasts' invasion, the ingredients prepared for the festival were lacking. 8 botanical gardens were severely damaged and unable to supply the ingredients. The ecosystem was also severely disrupted, and the ingredients IGO requested from Toriko were creatures from the gourmet world. In IGO's hotel, Komatsu had become world famous for making detoxifying matcha. The manager now looked at Komatsu with great satisfaction and thanked him. Thanks to him, the restaurant's business was thriving, and the manager worried that someone might kidnap Komatsu. Just as he finished speaking, Toriko appeared outside the G7 members' hall, Kit and Peinomi. They came to inform Komatsu that he had made it to the top 88 of the world chef rankings and was eligible to participate in the cooking festival. Toriko and Komatsu set out to find new ingredients for the festival. This was the first place they came to catch Galala crocodiles, but this time, the area was much more dangerous as it was filled with gourmet world creatures. Komatsu felt worried about whether he could perform well at the cooking festival. Although his cooking skills were improving, he still lacked confidence. While pondering, Toriko was suddenly attacked, prompting him to retaliate with a flying knife. It turned out to be Takamaru and Imaro greeting them. Both revealed they were helping clean up the remnants of seeds scattered by the four beasts. Now, they would accompany Toriko and Komatsu. Komatsu felt that the place was quite peaceful, mainly because all the creatures in the area had been eaten by the four beasts. Komatsu was curious about the seeds scattered by the four beasts. Imaro then asked Komatsu if he knew about thorny fruits. These fruits had sharp thorns that stuck to animal fur, germinating when embedded. The four beasts brought many here, and although Toriko knew, he kept quiet, thinking they could resolve it easily. Apart from their duty to nature, Imaro and Takamaru came because they heard the four heavenly kings were searching for festival ingredients, and Takamaru wanted to accompany Toriko. Sani and Queen arrived at the Death Falls. Due to the four beasts' attack, the mountains here were destroyed, preventing them from obtaining fish oil. Sani couldn't push back the waterfalls before, but now, he had changed, becoming even more handsome and stronger. Sani sensed someone had been following him for a while. It was the fried food chef, Oil King Wabutora, also known as the culinary genius Oil. He came here for fish oil, known for its flavor and popularity. Sani offered to explore together. Meanwhile, Coco dressed up and went to the casino where he met Match. Coco was tasked with finding ingredients at the casino, but Match refused to cooperate with IGO, so there was no obligation to supply food for the festival. Knowing this, Coco came to gamble and bet on food. The Toriko gang continued steadily but hadn't encountered anything strange yet. Toriko smelled the scent of metanol, a chemical used to enhance the sweetness of fruits, which was currently underground. Just as they finished speaking, flesh-eating flowers emerged from the ground, and they were creatures from the gourmet world, not just one but 3. Toriko tried to block them with Forkamore, but they easily pierced through and attacked Komatsu. Toriko used his flying knife to chop them down, while Takamaru also attacked, but the flowers didn't die. Instead, more of them appeared. This is why they were dubbed gourmet demons. After Toriko cut down one, roots emerged from the ground. Imaro believed they had to destroy them at the root, otherwise, they would regrow and attack again. Toriko decided to confront them alone and entrusted Komatsu's safety to Takamaru and Imaro. Toriko unleashed 50 nail punches, creating a fierce shockwave. Imaro and Takamaru observed how much Toriko had changed over time. Sunny was quite surprised when Wabutora walked on water because his body was coated in oil, making him wonder why he couldn't detect how to find oil here. Afterward, Sunny taunted Wabutora, making him quite annoyed and wanting to have a fight with Sunny. Coco and Match went to the casino. Coco inquired about King Jita, and Match recounted that he and Chef Joe had disappeared. Coco suspected that the mastermind behind everything was the Bishakukai and then rolled the dice. Zebra returned to the pyramid in the Gourmet Desert and met his old friend, the Sphinx. The root of the plant creature had appeared in its original form. Called Mon Plant. It contained chestnuts because it smelled of methanol and furanol. It shot sharp thorns, but Toriko's flying knife didn't affect it. Toriko found it very strange, but the stranger it was, the more delicious it could be. Toriko displayed his knife skills, and although the plant creature dodged, the knife struck its head, shattering its protective shell. Toriko delivered another blow to its mouth, but the plant's ability to regenerate was formidable. Meanwhile, the Oil King opened a bottle of super spicy chili sauce and swallowed it all in one breath, making Sunny feel a sore throat just by looking at him. He began to excrete oily substances, intending to pass through the swift-flowing waters of Death Falls. Back in the Gourmet Casino, Coco decided the outcome of a red-black game to determine victory or defeat and gather rare ingredients here. Zebra gently advised the Sphinx to climb quickly to avoid his anger. Back to the battle between Toriko and the monstrous plant, Toriko innovatively created a new technique infused with the destructive power of 50 spikes, delivering a devastating punch that shattered the creature's body, ultimately succeeding in defeating the target. He decided to name this technique the Supersonic Spike Shot. Regarding the Oil King's oil, it could only block the rushing water but not the falling rocks, which led to Sunny's dissatisfaction and many complaints. After Toriko defeated the monstrous plant, Komatsu used the ingredients from its body to make food for everyone. The flavor was incredibly delicious, but Toriko, being a bit gluttonous, ended up eating the entire portion of ingredients that was supposed to be brought back to the IGO organization. At this moment, the appearance of an old man made Komatsu extremely nervous, and it turned out his identity was Zoz, the king of cooking, the top-ranked chef. Zoz had won the Cooking Festival Championship a whopping 14 times, and even a touch of his hand was enough to turn the super tough outer shell of the monstrous plant into dust. Upon receiving news of the upcoming cooking festival, all chefs from around the world had gathered on the famous culinary island to take on the challenge. In a certain vehicle, Toriko was happily enjoying his meal, while Komatsu appeared worried because he had decided to register for this competition. His opponents were all top-tier chefs, and Komatsu mainly joined to get their autographs rather than out of confidence. The vehicle quickly brought the two to the location of the cooking festival, a highly renowned holy ground for chefs. As soon as Toriko stepped out of the luxury car, everyone there hunted him down like Korean idols. Sunny found this creepy and created an invisible shield to protect himself from the fanatical fans. Coco simply warned not to touch him if they didn't want to be logged out, while Zebra, with his fierce face, scared people off just by being seen. Finally, Komatsu was warmly welcomed by everyone for discovering the simplified way to make mochi, saving the world. Soon after, some familiar faces like the live bearer and Setsuno also appeared, followed shortly by the IGO's black suit guards. They were here to ensure everyone's safety from something Toriko was also aware of. Reporter Tina quickly reported that many people had gathered at the cooking stadium, with a capacity of over 100 million. Outside the stadium, over 3 billion people were watching the festival on television and online platforms. The winner would receive the title of Super Chef, a feat achieved by only 5 people in the world. Zebra didn't care much about that, he was only concerned about filling his stomach. Meanwhile, in the stands, Uncle Zon was extremely annoyed sitting on a cheap folding chair. At this moment, the host with the microphone declared the official opening of the 50th Cooking Festival. After the cooking festival was announced to begin, the host immediately introduced the 100 contestants participating in this competition. First was the reigning champion from last year, the top-ranked king of cooking, Zoz. Next was the 6th-ranked chef who captured the hearts of all sweet-toothed girls, Enio. Following them were the 4th-ranked curry king, Damala, then the 5th-ranked medicinal cooking specialist named Yuda. The 14th-ranked Wabutora and the 17th-ranked live bear appeared in sequence. Standing out among the chefs was the 2nd-ranked female chef, Setsuno. Without keeping the audience waiting for long, the eagerly anticipated figure, the head chef of the gourmet restaurant, ranked 88th. Komatsu quickly stepped out to cheers and applause. Seeing Komatsu looking worried, Toriko encouraged him wholeheartedly, boosting Komatsu's confidence. Meanwhile, the Bishakukai group had also prepared to execute their plan. The host finished introducing the chefs' names, while Rin continued diligently with her task of taming her beastly creatures. Mansam and Shigematsu were worried about the Bishakukai's plot. At the cooking stadium, Patch was invited to the stage to give the opening speech. After observing the contestants in front of him, he warned them to ensure food safety and hygiene during cooking, or they would risk receiving embarrassing 1-star reviews from the media. Komatsu, upon hearing this, looked bewildered, and Toriko shouted from a distance to boost Komatsu's spirits. After a speech full of threats and assurances for the safety of the competition, Patch was applauded by the audience and stepped down. Wabutora, the Oil King, came to greet Komatsu as he had heard of him for a long time. He quickly shook Komatsu's hand in greeting, leaving a handful of cooking oil in Komatsu's hand. The elder chef Kama also came to thank Komatsu for his contributions to the world. Then, other contestants like Speed King Tun and Chef Naramaru came to greet everyone. An elderly hermit chef, radiating an aura of wisdom, appeared to deliver a lecture. Komatsu took the opportunity to ask for autographs from each person. The top two chefs stood apart, observing the other chefs conversing with each other. Zaz expressed his desire to retire after the competition, but Setsuno disagreed, believing that as long as people still eat, there will always be a need for cooking. Neither of them was willing to yield the title of super chef. When they faced off against each other, the audience erupted with excitement. The members of the G7 group were also eagerly anticipating the competition. Meanwhile, as Komatsu was still fretting, the host quickly introduced the format of the first round. Contestants would have to participate in physical activities such as swimming, racing, and endurance running before cooking. This round would eliminate half of the initial contestants. They would have to swim across Takoyaki Island to collect ingredients. Next, they would have to run through various mountains and collect cooking utensils at the foot of Okana Hill. The fastest person would choose the best ingredients. In this situation, Komatsu was in danger, but Toriko still had faith in him, while the youth zebra remained calm and continued eating recklessly, ignoring everything. At this point, the competition had begun at the referee's command. Tina was right by the rice coast, ready to report and even prepared a mouthful of raw rice to stave off hunger. Contestants on the shore were warming up their limbs, while Komatsu worried about being eliminated from this round of the competition. Meanwhile, Toriko and Zebra remained calm, competing to see who could eat faster. Mr. Manchi, clumsy as ever, stumbled as he stepped onto the stage, accidentally squeezing the trigger of his gun, causing everyone to immediately dive into the sea and swim to the island to gather cooking ingredients. The audience above cheered and encouraged them. At this moment, a mysterious young man who was still asleep suddenly woke up, realizing that he had missed the competition. While other chefs were swimming like athletes, Komatsu swam like a child learning to swim. However, many people, both familiar and unfamiliar, attentively watched and cheered on the contestants. Currently leading was Mami, ranked 29th, known for being the head chef of an underwater restaurant, hence the menu consisted mostly of fresh sashimi. However, Wabutora, the Oil King, used his unique skill to run on water, taking the lead with his deep-fried menu. The contestants behind were still in hot pursuit, with Komatsu struggling to keep up. Both Sani and Toriko admitted defeat as they realized Komatsu couldn't swim. Just as Komatsu was about to sink, Zebra suddenly created a sound buoy to help him. Komatsu was relieved to swim back to shore easily, but then Setsuno appeared. She thought Komatsu was drowning and came to rescue him. Seeing her standing on the water, Komatsu was surprised and greatly admired Setsuno. The truth behind this technique was that before one foot sank, Setsuno immediately lifted the other foot, moving so fast that others couldn't see it. Seeing that Komatsu was okay, she gracefully glided across the water's surface. Feeling that this was a fair competition, Komatsu requested Zebra to remove the sound buoy so he could rely on his own strength. Zebra, though indifferent on the surface, still cheered him on wholeheartedly. Meanwhile, a mysterious figure observed the competition from above with a sinister smile. Komatsu struggled while swimming. While Wabutora used the buoyancy of oil to ride the waves effortlessly, yet Setsuno easily surpassed him. Behind them, top-ranked Chef Zaz and Speed King Tun chased after. Despite swallowing countless gulps of seawater, Komatsu remained determined to swim to the finish line. Setsuno reached the first destination and leisurely selected the best ingredients for cooking. Tina, beside her, explained about the bicycles prepared for transportation. The contestants had to use them to transport their chosen ingredients for cooking, and they quickly arrived to make their selections. As the competition heated up, suddenly, on top of a tall building, a mysterious figure with a sinister smile appeared. This person had decided to reveal themselves, and furthermore, he could stand at a 90-degree angle to the building. The host quickly introduced the newcomer. He wasn't a Spider-Man but indeed the final contestant in this culinary competition. The demon-faced chef named Tengu Brunch, ranked 3rd in the world, emerged. All the audience members were extremely excited by his appearance. Brunch took a deep breath and shouted loudly, "I will defeat everyone." Zebra remained silent, but everyone knew his style: less talk, more action, the hallmark of Zebra, the Gourmet Emperor. Brunch immediately leaped onto the table of the 4 heavenly kings, facing Zebra directly. Zebra mentioned a contestant named Komatsu, calling him his companion and claiming that he would humble Brunch's arrogant attitude. However, something seemed amiss. Komatsu wasn't actually Zebra's companion. Brunch declared his intention to defeat Komatsu, but the 4 heavenly kings swiftly responded, cautioning against arrogance and not underestimating others. After the exchange, Brunch dashed off.
Though he appeared arrogant, the four heavenly kings knew Brunch's true strength was not just empty boasting.
After struggling with the sea, Komatsu finally arrived at his destination, his body exhausted. In the distance, Brunch also arrived. Komatsu admired Brunch, but upon seeing Brunch's physique, he couldn't help but notice how immature it seemed.
Komatsu acknowledged this observation, questioning how his culinary skills could compare to Brunch's.
Komatsu was genuinely participating in the cooking competition, given his tendency to seek autographs from top-ranked chefs whenever he encounters them.
Sani angrily questioned why Komatsu should seek the autograph of that arrogant guy.
Brunch argued that the remaining ingredients were mere leftovers, but Komatsu eagerly examined each ingredient, envisioning delicious dishes. At that moment, the ingredients seemed to illuminate with joy, happy to be chosen despite being deemed ordinary.
Brunch proposed to help Komatsu gather the remaining ingredients to create a unique dish. Despite the long journey ahead, Komatsu and Brunch collaborated.
Sunny was annoyed, but Toriko found the collaboration remarkable, appreciating Brunch's kindness. Despite his forceful entry onto the table, Brunch managed to spill only glasses and bottles, ensuring the safety of the food on the plates and the drinks in the glasses. These actions made Toriko see Brunch in a different light, recognizing his kindness. Komatsu and Brunch, both passionate about food, immediately bonded as if they had been longtime friends. This camaraderie showcased the harmony among exceptional chefs. The journey to the cooking island is now jammed with a 120 kilometers traffic backlog, estimated to take 20 hours to clear. These giraffe deers are genetically engineered creatures derived from grass-eating deer. They have strong vision and smell, and when they emit a sound, it signals potential danger. The atmosphere at the festival is tense, emotions running high. After cycling to transport ingredients, participants will carry them on a long run to the cooking arena, but the race doesn't end there. Our chefs will cook the chosen ingredients at the cooking arena, and their dishes will be tasted by the 7G7 judges. Only 50 out of the top 100 chefs will advance to the next round. The leading chefs pedal ahead, while others like Livebearer and Kairu follow closely behind. Bizarre food queen Kapuriko not only carries weight but also fights off obstacles and uses the spoils as ingredients.
She's a strong girl indeed. Restaurant owner Odin Genshan deals with a wild boar, using recipes dating back generations. He decides to cook soup with the boar, following the traditions of his ancestors.
Demon mice attack the chefs, but the poisonous chef Thailand swiftly defeats them with 2 strokes. Komatsu pedals slowly, so Brunch pulls him along for speed. This is the real battlefield.
Komatsu's spirits must be soaring.
In a flash, Komatsu and Brunch catch up with the leading chefs.
Brunch even sabotages the path to eliminate trailing chefs.
This is the essence of competitive spirit. Sometimes, cunning tactics make for a thrilling contest.
The current top ranks reach the Kankatsu mountain area.
They abandon their bicycles and start running, but the speed of these elderly folks is remarkable. Truly, they are top chefs of the planet.
Tina is at the equipment station, where chefs choose cooking tools provided by the organizers within an hour. Chefs must quickly select the tools they prefer.
Coco believes that the key to winning this round lies in selecting the right ingredients and cooking tools. Setsuno, Zaz, and Yuda are the first to arrive, breezing through the equipment station. One might have thought these 3 would reach the finish line first. But no, Brunch and Komatsu arrive first.
Brunch's victory seems to fuel his arrogance.
85 contestants complete the race, and the one who arrives at the finish line with Brunch is Chef Komatsu.
Zebra listens to Komatsu's heartbeat, sensing his nervousness.
Yet, the gourmet quartet still believes he'll be fine because cooking is his forte.
Instead of choosing Milk's knife like Milk Second, Komatsu opts for an ordinary one, surprising the audience and renowned chefs alike. Brunch questions Komatsu why he didn't use Milk's knife.
Komatsu honestly replies that he didn't bring it because Brunch helped him with everything so far. Komatsu decides to use a regular knife to make up for his dishonesty.
Komatsu leaves Milk's knife behind, demonstrating that his purpose here is not about winning or losing but about honesty. Brunch turns away, calling him foolish yet intriguing. The 4 heavenly kings and Milk Second praise Komatsu wholeheartedly.
Patch lets Komatsu know that he greatly admires Komatsu's actions, and he will score fairly. Upon hearing this, Komatsu's heart beats faster and becomes somewhat unstable. Komatsu gradually calms down and listens to the call of the ingredients.
After some consideration, Komatsu chooses hardshell crabs. With just 1 knife skillfully wielded, he impresses even the top chefs. Concentrating on what he loves to do, Komatsu pays no heed to the disparaging remarks around him. Living true to oneself like Komatsu leaves no room for complaints.
The dish is simple yet impressive. The crab shells resemble crispy fries.
Setsuno introduces the dish Komatsu made for everyone.
Komatsu's dish is called beach fried rice, and the G7 group hasn't tasted it yet, but Toriko is already salivating. All the ingredients Komatsu chose are not wasted, they are leftovers but exceptionally delicious.
Next, the top chefs will showcase their innate talents.
The first place in this round goes to none other than Setsuno, and Komatsu also successfully advances to the next round. Now, they will begin the second round, and the arena unfolds below with a gigantic scale brought up. The first match on the scale of death is Lucky Cuisine chef Komatsu facing off against the Oil King Wabutora. The rules are as follows: the food on each side of the scale is equal in quantity. Chefs must quickly cook the ingredients and offer them to the audience for tasting. If the quantity of ingredients on one side decreases, the scale will rise, otherwise, it will fall. Since Wabutora uses the oil that Komatsu found, he wants Komatsu to use Milk's knife to compete with him. While Komatsu is still contemplating, Wabutora starts cooking with oil. In no time, Komatsu's scale drops. In a critical moment, Komatsu decides to cut the ingredients with Milk's knife. The elderly are very picky about fried food. And Wabutora's fried dishes make them eat easily and happily. Sani sees that Wabutora is spurred on by Komatsu's talent. Now, Komatsu is getting closer to the flames. Komatsu struggles to lift the ingredients into the oil pan and fry them with a large spoon, surprising the audience and viewers. It's a giant beef steak. Everyone thought Komatsu wouldn't cook it through, but after a while, it's done because Komatsu is very close to the fire. Thanks to the learning and training process with Toriko throughout the journey, the supersized beefsteak pieces are cooked in an instant. Komatsu learns not only from Toriko but also from Coco. His composure was evident from the Gourmet Casino. The cheese slowly melts and flows over the steak. It's both cooking and performance art, and both sides of the scale are equal because they handled all the ingredients. Komatsu's beefsteak dish dominates entirely because he uses only natural fish oil, while Wabutora's ambition led him to mix second-rate oil with fish oil to speed up cooking, which backfired. Today, the oil genius Wabutora learned a valuable lesson. Chef Komatsu is the winner of this round, and Wabutora acknowledges what Sani said about Komatsu is correct. They shake hands happily like two friends. Komatsu's battle has boosted the spirits of Brunch, Setsuno, and Zaz on this side. Setsuno, Zaz, and the other powerful chefs easily secure victories. Only 25 chefs remain for the next round, where 16 will be selected to aim for the championship. In the next round, the rules are simple: the ingredients are on the islands, and a helicopter carries Tina to provide direct information about the islands the chefs will choose to participate in. This competition is to test the chefs' skills and their culinary luck. Each chef will choose their favorite island and use their skills to cook the best dish. For this contest, everyone will choose a companion to start with. For Komatsu, the companion he chooses is none other than Toriko. At the Maiden Island, Setsuno chooses Nono as her companion. Despite the cute appearances of the creatures there, Setsuno doesn't hold back and swiftly defeats them with a single kick. Toriko and Komatsu's group decides to choose Gourmet Island, where everything from the grass to the rocks is gourmet food. Toriko's appetite leads him to consider eating a flower, but Komatsu stops him because if the ingredients are consumed before cooking, they will be disqualified from the competition. On the other side, Coco was chosen by the poison cooking expert Thailand as a companion, while Tina has to go to Gigan Island to report because the unexpected companion of Brunch turns out to be Zebra. Because both of them are equally temperamental, they end up fighting each other immediately, with Tina on the side getting shaken. Elsewhere, Sani is chosen as the companion of medicinal cooking Yuda. They venture to find ingredients on the plant island because Sani fears encountering ugly creatures. Meanwhile, top-ranked chef Zaz selects Zong as his companion, simply because he opts for someone significant and doesn't feel the need for a teammate. Zong, unsure about his talents, is astonished when he sees the island they've chosen is inhabited by a giant squid. It tries to attack Zaz, but he easily subdues it with a single strike. At this point, both Komatsu and Toriko have harvested a lot of ingredients, but the problem is that the ingredients keep replenishing every time they pick them. With this situation, Komatsu won't be able to complete the challenge. After a while, many contestants have finished their part of the competition. The first to present his dish is Thailand, whose poisonous shrimp easily captivates the judges' palates. Now, only Komatsu and Brunch have not returned. Tina, on the scene, reports that Brunch and Zebra are fighting, and unfortunately, many unfortunate creatures on the island have died because of their battle. Sensing time is running out, Brunch quickly brings them back to cook. Meanwhile, on the other side, Mansam is still keeping an eye on the Bishakukai, while Zin has to watch the festival through his phone. Meanwhile, Komatsu and Toriko feel discouraged because they can't harvest all the ingredients on the island. Feeling they won't finish on time, Komatsu suggests Toriko eat all the ingredients they've collected. Though he says so, Komatsu is inwardly tormented, making Toriko lose his appetite too. Komatsu holds back his emotions, urging Toriko to eat while enjoying the scenery. Toriko, trying to comfort him, starts analyzing the nature of the plants around them and discovers that the soil above is incredibly rich. When rain falls, the water seeps through the ground.
blending with the island's ingredients and flowing into the sea. The seawater holds the essence of the entire island, and the creatures that can absorb it are oysters. If they catch one, it's like obtaining the essence of the entire island. Without many words, Toriko immediately dives into the sea to catch oysters. In no time, he finds a massive oyster as big as the island itself, with an incredibly tough shell that even Toriko's flying fork technique can't break. Provoked, the oyster charges at Toriko, intending to ram him, but Toriko remains calm, making gestures before the meal and then unleashing 10 incredibly powerful punches that shatter the hard shell, revealing the succulent and nutritious oyster meat. Finally, Komatsu uses the oyster meat to treat the judges, squeezing lemon over the meat to enhance the flavor. Not only that, but the fried oyster dish also garners praise from everyone, with Toriko continuously eating until Komatsu has to remind him to eat less if he doesn't have a girlfriend. Brunch is extremely confident with his monster meat dish, while Zebra just wants to eat the meat plate. Brunch hurriedly brings the plate to the judges for tasting. Finally, the list of the 16 contestants who passed the third round is announced, luckily including Komatsu. However, unfortunately, he will have to face the top-ranked Chef Zaz in the next round. After that, the list of other pairs is also announced. At this time, the giraffe and Mansam sense the impending danger, and all 4 heavenly kings are ready to face the Bishakukai organization. The 16 faces who made it through the third round have emerged, but the danger named Bishakukai is approaching. Meanwhile, inside the waiting room, Komatsu faces immense pressure because he is considered a strong candidate for the championship. At this moment, he meets an old friend, Uemi, and the two friends embrace warmly after a long time. Uemi praises Komatsu's honesty and fair play in the competition, which moves him to tears. Uemi also cries with him because shared tears are joyful. Komatsu quickly asks about his old friend Otaki, but Uemi is unsure of his whereabouts. Toriko, Sani, and Koko appear, and Komatsu introduces them to Uemi. Seeing Toriko and everyone being so close to Komatsu, Uemi admires his friend a lot. Komatsu explains that Uemi is the chef of Nakam Gourmet School and is acquainted with Ms. Samayer. While they're chatting, Uemi is called away by a bodyguard because he's now the chef for Chairman Moi, a millionaire and owner of a famous gourmet travel conglomerate, who seems to be plotting something very secretive. On the other side, Brunch is recharging his body with energy, sensing that something unpleasant is about to happen. Toriko also feels like he's being watched by someone. The host announces that the showdown between Komatsu and the top chef Zaz will begin in a few minutes. Sani and everyone encourage Komatsu with all their might, while Toriko believes that he will definitely defeat Zaz. Hearing those words made Komatsu very happy and filled with confidence as he stepped out onto the tournament stage. As soon as Komatsu left, the Toriko team immediately returned to a state of readiness, sensing the imminent danger. Outside, the host announced the beginning of the match between the newly famous chef Komatsu and the world-renowned chef Zaz. Zaz had won 14 consecutive victories in 14 culinary festivals. Zaz told Komatsu that he would compete to his fullest without giving Komatsu any leeway. The host introduced the rules of this tournament. The two chefs would have to cook in a completely dark room. They had to rely on their senses and experience to cook, as even a small mistake in the cooking process would affect the quality of the dish. Komatsu and Zaz entered the dark room, with darkness surrounding them. Komatsu had to grope his way through the darkness to find the kitchen and ingredients. Meanwhile, Zaz had already started cooking. Komatsu had to bend down and grope further. While concentrating, he suddenly felt he had caught something, but then a terrifying heat and glowing red eyes appeared in the darkness. Toriko outside also sensed danger. At this moment, outside the festival, the Bishakukai forces immediately mobilized their monsters to attack Mazam's giraffes, causing their heads to fall. In the sky, countless GT robots appeared, along with other monsters, attacking the stadium and key areas on the island. Their purpose was to eliminate all the chefs present. At this moment, Starjun appeared before Komatsu, causing Toriko to be extremely furious. Outside the stadium, the giraffes reared up, transitioning to attack mode, continuously emitting energy beams from their mouths to destroy the invaders. Mazam also used electricity to activate his muscles, transforming into a giant for battle, as the war had officially begun. Outside, the Bishakukai monsters and GT robots had to face off against Mansam's defensive forces, causing the audience watching the cooking festival to feel extremely worried. Inside the arena where Komatsu was competing, he was seized by Starjun, and fear was evident on his face. Despite his efforts, Komatsu couldn't escape. Zebra created sound waves from a distance to protect Komatsu, while Koko transmitted deadly toxins through Zebra's sound waves to Starjun's hand, but he easily neutralized them. Sani above used his senses to try to bind Starjun, but it was ineffective. He ignited a blue flame, burning both his senses and the area where Komatsu was competing. The monsters on this side have arrived, and the people are running in panic. The sous chefs of the Bishakukai appear, the chefs ready to fight. Brunch promises to deal with them all for ruining the epic tournament.
In the midst of the dangerous situation, Toriko also steps forward behind Starjun to rescue Komatsu. Both exchange intense gazes, creating a significant disturbance. Inside, the chef's Oz, left unprotected, has been defeated, surprising Setsuno greatly. Toriko swings his leg, creating a giant blade flying towards Starjun with great destructive force, but luckily, Zebra creates a sound barrier to protect the audience. Then Toriko kicks on the other side, creating a flying fork that surprises Coco and Zebra. Coco starts using his power to shoot poison bullets at the monsters in the sky, but suddenly they are stopped and sucked into a giant vacuum tube. It's Grinpatch, the king of odd eats, who even considers Coco's poison as a delicacy. Sonny, protecting Komatsu, suddenly has a giant crab claw cut off a chunk of his hair. It's Tommy, making Sonny horrified by this insect-like creature's ugliness. Sonny, disgusted, turns his hair yellow, resembling a Super Saiyan to fight Tommy. The monsters gradually attack the people, but an electric surge flies to destroy the giant monsters, led by Brunch and other top chefs forming a battle team. After a series of continuous attacks from Toriko, Starjun remains steadfast as if nothing has happened. The sky is now filled with the creatures of the Bishakukai. During the journey hunting the puffer whale, Toriko experiences fear induced by Starjun. Toriko asserts his determination to protect all the chefs, especially Komatsu. Toriko grabs Starjun and delivers a nail punch, followed by another punch, sending Starjun flying far away. Starjun realizes that Toriko can now unleash powerful punches without sweating. Toriko claims he can punch all day without fatigue and then rushes to deliver another punch to Starjun. Starjun decides it's enough, unleashing his killer intent and delivering a punch to Toriko, knocking him into a pile of rubble. The GT robots replicate in overwhelming numbers, along with countless monsters outside. Rin and Mazam try to defend, but Mazam has lost control due to being drugged in hopes Rin will leave as he can't control himself and might do something terrible. Everything in the arena is destroyed, and the festival has ended. Brunch approaches Komatsu, surprised that someone as weak as Komatsu hasn't fled. He advises Komatsu to escape because capable chefs will fight here. Brunch creates lightning to disperse the approaching monsters. Livebearer and Wabutora attack fiercely, proving that even chefs can fight fiercely. As Rin runs, she releases a sleep-inducing gas at the monsters, made from the Lazy King ingredient. Some monsters are unaffected, so Rin prepares her laser sword for attack. After taking a full blow from Starjun, Toriko struggled to get up from the rubble. Toriko unleashed 54 punches, causing Starjun to fly through the wall, but Toriko relentlessly pursued him and continued to unleash his fork punches, sending Starjun flying out of the stadium. Toriko followed him, using a boomerang combined with a flying fork to attack Starjun head-on. Starjun fell, and Toriko delivered a powerful punch that sent him crashing into a nearby mountain. This relentless combo shattered Starjun's mask and armor. Meanwhile, Masan fought alone, laughing as he defeated numerous GT robots, his muscles bulging with each strike. The chefs in the arena launched fierce attacks, but their numbers remained relentless. Toriko and Starjun, both handsome and powerful, summoned their appetites for battle, charging at each other. Toriko landed a fork punch to Starjun's abdomen, but Starjun countered with a blow to Toriko's mouth. As Toriko fell, he spun, creating a leg-made blade. Starjun countered with fire, but Toriko created a fork shield. Seizing the opportunity, Toriko jumped, forming a hand blade and struck Starjun, but it was Toriko who fell first. Toriko pushed Starjun away by his hair, but after a relentless assault, Toriko's arms were immobilized. Masan sat atop a pile of GT robot corpses, reminiscing about his past encounter with Godfather. Godfather taught Masan that with great power comes great responsibility and subdued Masan with a single finger. Since then, Masan's power had been sealed, and now he used electric shocks to release the seal, his strength increasing by the minute. Meanwhile, the chefs continued their battle against endless waves of creatures. In a dangerous moment, Komatsu received help from the Rice King's grasp, and the sous chefs of Bishakukai began to join the fight. Match and the Gourmet Knights were ready for action, as Match once again faced the dual-muscled opponent, determined to defeat him once more. Despite the efforts of the Yakuza and the Gourmet Knights, they were overwhelmed by Yu's single-handed onslaught. Takamara battled a half-human, half-beast mummy, breaking its ribs, but the creature retaliated, sending Takamaro crashing into a wall. The pot artisan Kuribo, tasked by the IGO president to monitor Kusero, suspected him of being a spy for Bishakukai. After clashing with Takamaro, the half-beast mummy turned its attention to Brunch, hoping to capture him alive for the boss. Brunch, without many words, unleashed a 1000 volts current, more powerful than Pikachu's. Toriko and Starjun on this side are still fiercely battling, with consecutive blows from both. After a while, Starjun begins to show signs of exhaustion but still doesn't forget to provoke Toriko. Yu on this side calls upon the mighty beasts to end this meaningless battle as quickly as possible.
Starjun suggests that instead of warming up, Toriko should use his full strength now, as their current combat appears weak.
Hearing Starjun's challenge, Toriko immediately unleashes his flying forks, followed by thousands more converging to create two large forks charging at Starjun. However, he evades them all and appears behind Toriko, and both immediately exchange powerful blows to the chest.
Toriko continues to emit the aura of his gourmet demon, hoping to deliver a decisive blow to Starjun.
At the arena where Brunch fights against the half-human, half-beast Elg repeatedly tries to persuade Brunch to join the Bishokukai, but Brunch is not easily swayed. Brunch continuously unleashes bolts of 100,000-volt electricity at Elg, yet after countless strikes, Elg remains steadfast. The local residents scatter in panic. Uemi loses sight of Chairman Moi, suddenly spotting him and chasing after him.
Other billionaires and IGO traders are discussing the ongoing conflict between IGO and Bishokukai. The Rice King throws salt into the eyes of the beasts here, thinking he has one. He lets his guard down and is stealthily attacked by a Nitro creature.
Not only this Nitro but others appear as well.
The blue-skinned monster is Zarajira, the chief of food management, alongside Gur, Bishokukai's talent scout. Yuda comes to aid the Rice King, urging Komatsu to flee.
Toriko and Starjun on this side fight tirelessly, with neither gaining the upper hand. Toriko's attacks are easily countered by Starjun, except for his boomerang, which drains Toriko's strength. Yuda engages in combat with the Gourmet Nitro World monster. As soon as he charges, it strikes him with one hand, knocking away his sword and forcefully pressing him to the ground. Then, it lunges to attack the Chef Damala. Livebearer rushes in to assist, swinging his blade repeatedly at the Nitro monster. Despite the barrage of attacks, the damage inflicted seems negligible, and the Nitro retaliates, causing Livebearer to collapse. The two Saisia swiftly rush in, using their rescue Firefly lights, and proceed to aid Livebearer.
Everyone wonders why such terrifying creatures like the Nitro are obedient to the Bishokukai.
Cairo steps forward to provide a simple explanation. It's because the leader of the Bishokukai is essentially a tyrannical demon who not only tames Nitro but also commands other powerful beasts through the honor of gourmet food. Cairo removes his mask and prepares to fight the Nitro creatures.
Meanwhile, Coco's toxins are absorbed by Grinpatch, rendering his attacks ineffective.
Unyielding, Coco continues his assault, but Grinpatch absorbs his toxins and retaliates with a potent poison storm. Coco removes his headband, shooting continuous toxins at Grinpatch, who swallows them all.
Coco then leaps, attempting to cut Grinpatch's suction tube, his vulnerability. However, the tube is reinforced with Gourmet World Oak resin, harder than diamonds. Unfazed, Coco presses on, relentlessly attacking him. Toriko and Starjun continue their relentless battle. Toriko weakens while Starjun remains robust, blasting blue flames at Toriko.
As Komatsu flees, he prays for culinary divine intervention and is fortunately protected by Zebra's sound armor. Yun, the penguin, comes to Komatsu's rescue after he's knocked down by a monster.
Coco persists in battling Grinpatch, whose suction tube undergoes unexpected transformations.
After a series of attacks, Grinpatch swallows Coco whole, laughing triumphantly. Though Toriko falls, he rises defiantly, declaring that I am now stronger than ever before and that change is inevitable. Luckily, Coco on this side is still alive. Earlier, Coco created a fake body out of poison to deceive Grinpatch, a result of training with his comrades. Toriko, while fighting, recounts stories from the past about the strength he and his teammates have built, which is the power of friendship. Not only that, but his current strength is also thanks to the dishes Komatsu has cooked. After some talk, he flies in to deliver a powerful blow to Starjun's abdomen. On this side, Coco also reveals his robust muscles, surrounded by poison. Once again, Coco attacks Grinpatch with poison cannons, which Grinpatch absorbs into his stomach, causing it to swell like an elephant's belly. Grinpatch retaliates by shooting poisonous darts at Coco. Komatsu sees Coco fall and wants to rush to help, but with Coco's body full of toxins, no one can approach.
Grinpatch inhales deeply, creating a poisonous vortex attacking the arena below.
The destructive force creates a giant hole, and fortunately, Yun rescues Komatsu from it.
Komatsu can only watch helplessly as his comrades slowly fall.
However, Coco is still strong enough to prevent Grinpatch from touching his friends.
Coco believes that the Bishokukai is here to capture the chefs because chefs in this gourmet era are more precious than social idols.
The battles are also about fighting for the chefs. They are irreplaceable in this era. Coco is determined to risk his life to protect Komatsu because the dishes Komatsu and other chefs have created bring warmth, satisfaction, and hope to people around the world, especially to crying children, wherever they may be. Therefore, Coco must fight to protect everyone. It is the duty of a gourmet hunter.
Coco's words illuminate the darkness of this gloomy atmosphere.
Grinpatch then uses a poison tornado,
and Coco counterattacks with a poisonous spear. Grin Patch advances toward Komatsu, but Coco appears from behind, embracing and squeezing him tightly before both plunge into the deep pit together. On the other side, Starjun becomes more serious as he feels Toriko getting stronger day by day. Sunny closes his eyes to focus his spirit on battling the repulsive monsters before him. Tommy continuously regurgitates insects from his mouth, causing discomfort to everyone, including Sunny. Tommy relentlessly attacks with a swarm of disgusting insects, and Sunny fights back using his frying pan, dazzling light sweeping away the monsters. Toriko and Starjun release their gourmet demons and glare at each other, then launch into direct attacks. Komatsu, trying to escape, is surrounded by the insect swarm. Tommy finds Sunny fascinating and releases adhesive level 90 bugs, but Sunny, now stronger and more formidable, creates a protective shield with his hair, followed by a thorn rain attack, defeating all the ugly bugs. Not stopping there, Tommy releases large insects in hopes of cutting off all of Sunny's hair. The bugs fly in to cut Sunny's hair, knowing it hurts as much as pulling a tooth. When Sunny was young, he accidentally broke the chairman's precious vase, but instead of scolding him, the chairman bandaged his wound. He also said that everything will eventually break, and when that happens, a new light will shine on this era. Now witnessing the scene of the monsters rampant and the screams of everyone, Sunny's heartache is worse than ever. He is transformed into strength, his hair has turned into a golden color, now Sunny looks no different from the Super Saiyan form level 3 like Goku. The bugs, even if they wanted to, couldn't cut Sunny's hair. More importantly, each strand of hair grows from hunger, it grows to the point where it can spread throughout the universe, so Tommy's bugs are nothing compared to Sunny's power. A bug has been pierced by hair, while the others are quickly crushed, but this also makes Sunny's mind increasingly irrational. Tommy sees Sunny is really strong, so he decides to take action himself. Calmly dealing with his bugs because they are too useless, he lands on the ground facing Sunny, but before he can attack, he is already hit by Sunny's hair, breaking an arm. But the problem Sunny faces is also very serious, something is waiting to break out and control Sunny's mind, so before it's too late, Sunny has to defeat his opponent as quickly as possible. Tommy uses his speed to dodge Sunny's hair with eyes formed by hundreds of tiny eyes. He can observe all the movements of Sunny's hair and realize that in this form Sunny cannot fully control his hair, so he takes the opportunity to get close and attack. Sunny had no choice but to revert to his old form for defense, but while focusing on attacking Tommy. Tommy's severed arm unexpectedly grabbed Sunny's neck from behind. Seizing the opportunity, Tommy rushed in and landed a punch on Sunny. He grabbed Sunny's hair, then kneed into his abdomen, using force to throw Sunny to the ground. Finally, he coldly used his hand to stab through Sunny's chest. At that moment Sunny's seal is also broken. Tommy is joyful but unexpectedly realizes that his hand is stuck, while Sunny's hair turns yellow again covering his face. Now he can fully control each strand of his hair. Tommy cannot move, although he doesn't see any of Sunny's hair clinging to him. It turns out that Sunny has used his cut hair to lock him tightly. Sunny also knows that Tommy's severed arm can be controlled remotely, so he deliberately creates this trap to lure him. Now with this bright hair Tommy's fate is sealed, but he is also the first person who can touch Sunny and cut so much of his hair like this. Now both are extremely focused before the opponent's final blow. In a moment Tommy's left arm is swallowed up by Sunny's hair. The hungry demon inside Sunny is extremely dangerous, and then when both attack, Tommy is pierced by Sunny's hair. He tries to fight to the end but still cannot escape the fate of being swallowed up by Sunny's hair. Although victorious, Sunny himself has been quite seriously injured. Komatsu, at this moment, witnessed the people protected by Zebra being escorted to safety. Now, Komatsu only hoped that Toriko remains safe. On the other side, Brunch saw the face of Elg. Before he could introduce himself, he was struck by high-voltage electricity, but surprisingly, Elg could still regenerate as before. Even after enduring a lightning strike from Brunch, he could still recover and counterattack. This makes Brunch unable to understand. The truth was that Elg was the oldest member of the Bishokukai organization. His lower body was the Horse King, an immortal from legend. To attain the eternal youth and immortality of the Horse King, he fused with it. Upon hearing this, Brunch immediately drew his Thunder Sword to verify Elg's immortality. In a flash, he lunged forward and unleashed the Thunder God's Fury technique to shatter Elg into pieces. However, Elg, being truly immortal, regenerated his cells, surrounding Brunch with multiple replicas. A figure emerged from the ground, seizing Brunch's leg to allow another to leap forward and attack him. It turned out that within Elg's body, there were cells of tapeworms, creatures whose body, when severed, could regenerate into new entities. This revelation made Brunch realize that his opponent was indeed living up to the legend of immortality. Meanwhile, a surprise unfolded as Kuribo turned out to be a spy. He captured Ume, who fortunately was spared due to being Chairman Moa's personal chef. He, along with several others, were members of the NEO group, infiltrating numerous spies into IGO and other organizations worldwide. More importantly, the group included Zaz, a top chef. Brunch became more serious now.
He continued to use electric currents to attack his opponents, creating a thunderstorm that assaulted all of Eld's replicas. However, over time, Eld's resistance to electricity increased, and hundreds of Elds immediately rushed to gang up on Brunch. As the two batteries around Brunch's neck ran out of power, Eld did not expect this to be part of Brunch's plan. He could convert the attacks he received into electricity. Brunch unleashed a powerful lightning strike, infusing his blood into his enemy's body, turning it into a conductor that incinerated the Elds to their very cells. Regardless of how many times Eld regenerated his body, Brunch's blood remained inside, shocking him. Finally, Eld could no longer bear it and revealed his true form, over 200 years old. Feeling ugly, he covered his real appearance, but to Brunch, he looked handsome compared to the mutant creatures in his village. Upon hearing this, Eld smiled and dissipated into dust. At this point, Zebra had completed evacuating the people from the arena and was ready for combat. The audience and Tina outside the stadium couldn't understand how they could safely leave. The host immediately used the microphone to announce that it was thanks to Zebra. Meanwhile, Yuta and Kairu couldn't stop the Nitro monster. Other chefs were quickly subdued and captured by the Bishokokai. Just as the monsters were about to attack them, they sensed an extremely dangerous presence, akin to death itself, which was none other than Zebra. Meanwhile, Zong and his two siblings were planning to escape, but Zong wanted to stay because if he left, who would defeat Nitro? His younger sibling expressed profound admiration for Zong, touching him deeply as he hugged them both, bolstering his courage to fight. However, upon seeing the terrifying monster before him, he became frightened. Luckily, Setsuno arrived to rescue them. She instructed them to flee and leave the matter to the elderly. True enough, she swiftly defeated the lingering monsters with a single move. At that moment, Setsuno's opponent appeared. She was Chiyo, wielding a lightning-fast dagger to attack Setsuno. On the other side, Zebra easily knocked Zarajira thousands of meters away. As for Rin, she had to fight 3 opponents at once, so she summoned a gigantic sword and swung it in a sweeping motion, putting the monsters to sleep with a single strike. Match, on this side, also easily countered his opponent's attacks with his sword. Even though the opponent had increased strength, Match still managed to win. At this point, Zebra had to contend with the Nitro monster. He easily twisted its arm and delivered a blow, then used his sound gun attack. Taking a deep breath, Zebra unleashed a horrifying roar, followed by a sound punch, causing the remaining 2 Nitros to want to gang up on him, but Zebra blew them away with his bazooka sound waves. On the other side, Setsuno gained the upper hand by reducing the air pressure around her opponent, but her opponent also took advantage of it to increase speed, yet all her tricks were defeated by Setsuno. Unexpectedly, Kuribo grabbed her, and Kusero immediately drained her calories, while Chef Zaz used his sword to strike Setsuno. Fortunately, she was still strong enough to not be defeated, even managing to escape the encirclement. Seeing the scar on Zaz's eye, Setsuno remembered a legendary chef who won the championship in the first tournament. Named Joie, known as the Dark Chef, who was probably the one Zaz obeyed. Caught off guard, Zaz stabbed Chiyo because she was just blocking the way for him, and Kusero immediately struck her down. The purpose of the Neo organization is to create chaos through the battle between IGO and Bishokokai, and they have a deeper purpose. Zaz wants Setsuno to join the Neo organization. Of course, she refused. Now the Neo organization's spies, including Vice President Shigematsu, took action. He took advantage of Mansum's inattention and attacked him by surprise. Komatsu and Yun, after much effort, found Toriko, only to see Toriko being beaten up by Star June. Seeing Toriko being defeated, Komatsu couldn't believe his eyes. All the memories rushed back. Where was the strong Toriko against the monsters? Where was the Toriko who always defeated his enemies and became stronger after each battle, and happily smiled while eating delicious food cooked by Komatsu? Seeing Toriko's current situation, Komatsu was extremely worried, but he was not Starjun's opponent. Inside Toriko's mind, his demon continued to lecture on the power of friendship. When Starjun approached, Komatsu loudly called out to Toriko to wake up quickly. Toriko immediately got up and punched Starjun. Toriko said he only slept for a while and still couldn't get it. He would finish off Starjun first and then sleep. Starjun stood up proudly, asking Toriko how he wanted to die. Toriko said I could fight however I wanted, so they sized each other up. Starjun was surprised to see himself being hit, so he defended against Toriko's attack, while Komatsu and Yun quickly stepped aside. Starjun sensed Toriko's increased strength and was curious to see his limits, but Toriko said he had no limits, and now was the time to show him the best results of his training, the ultimate routine technique. On the other side, Zebra and the others are continuously gaining the advantage, while Mansam doesn't understand why Shigematsu betrayed. However, thanks to his ability to recall memories, he decides to stand up because he will not be defeated by anyone other than Chairman Ichiryu. Returning to the study session with Aimaru, Toriko hasn't grasped anything yet but senses his danger. Toriko asks about the image of himself being shattered in his mind earlier. Imaro explains that it's the ultimate routine, a skill that can turn imagination into reality to execute attacks flawlessly. By creating illusions on the opponent, or rather turning all imaginations about one's strength into reality to make those imaginations real, users need to expend a lot of energy as well as absolute belief in their own strength. Only then can they win against any opponent. It sounds extremely fanciful, but at this moment, Starjun feels like he's become food on Toriko's plate. He then gets punched so hard that it shatters like a mountain. Reflecting on what just happened, Starjun understands why Toriko is so strong, but he still refuses to concede to Toriko, not willing to let this battle slip away from his grasp. They both look at each other for a moment before launching their attacks.
Toriko's flying knife technique is not to be underestimated.
Although Starjun manages to block it, facing a series of Toriko's attacks, he is forced to resort to his most powerful weapon, a flaming sword that destroys everything it touches. Seeing his opponent wielding the flaming sword and its danger akin to the laser sword from sci-fi movies, Toriko remains confident. Toriko uses the ultimate routine to imagine himself winning, but instead finds himself being split in two. Immediately, a slashing blow tears through the ground toward him. It seems that Starjun has also learned the ultimate routine from their encounter. Feeling overwhelmed, Toriko combines fork and knife to attack Starjun. Starjun then creates a wall of fire to protect himself, and Toriko takes the opportunity to land 50 fork punches followed by 60 spike punches on Starjun. Both exhausted, they continue to clash with each other. Meanwhile, the manager Jojo reveals himself as a Neo spy and blows up the Bishokukai base. Starjun, unaware of this, continues to fight Toriko. They exchange blow for blow. Even in the blazing flames of Starjun, Toriko remains undaunted. His cells constantly regenerate despite severe burns. But this also causes Toriko to consume a lot of calories. Regardless of everything, he still charges into battle with Starjun to the end. Komatsu cheers from the sidelines, while Toriko manages to knock away Starjun's sword and continues to land powerful punches on Starjun.
Starjun doesn't yield and retaliates, exchanging techniques with Toriko to the end.
Both fight until they collapse to the ground, but Starjun is the one who stands up first. Toriko also stands up, but as they prepare to unleash their punches, they hesitate because they sense the presence of someone else, who has now approached the stadium. Everyone there feels the presence of this mysterious figure, who rides a level 295 Dark Chef Snake.
Approaching the arena.
The tycoons and the 3 members of the G7 organization also sense his presence. The mysterious figure lands in the arena, accompanied by the young man Teppei. Zebra, with his super-sensitive ears, hears everything and plans to attack but is intercepted and controlled by Teppei's vines.
It seems that Teppei is being influenced by the cloak-wearing man.
The 2 Nitros flew in to attack him because they sensed he was the most dangerous one. The cloaked figure pulled out a strange knife and successfully subdued the 2 Nitros.
Setsuno seems to recognize the knife and its wielder, as the knife is the legendary Cinderella belonging to a person named Frozy, the chef goddess.
The cloaked figure, none other than the first champion of the tournament called Joie, unleashed a powerful slash with the knife. Setsuno had to muster all her strength to block it, but the force of the slash split the entire arena.
Seeing Setsuno forced to wield her own knife in battle shocked Yuta beyond belief.
Despite blocking the attack, she was injured.
Sensing a powerful enemy, Toriko and Starjun temporarily stopped fighting and decided to head to the arena. Feeling Setsuno's weakness, Joie plunged the knife into the ground, reviving the 3 Nitros Zebra had defeated and ordered them to eliminate Setsuno. Setsuno prepared to fight but was restrained by Teppei's vines.
At that moment, one of the Nitros was flung away, and the one who appeared was none other than Knocking Master Jiro. At this moment, Starjun, Toriko, and Komatsu rode their beasts back to the stadium. Starjun seemed worried, which left Toriko confused about what was happening. On the other side, the Nitro had been struck by Jiro's fatal acupoint, rendering it immobile. Jiro, realizing that Teppei was aiding the enemy, angrily shouted, "This idiot still hasn't woken up." The loud roar was so shocking that even Brunch was astonished. Jiro, one of the 3 strongest individuals and a terror to creatures in the gourmet world of old, was known as the Beast King. In the gourmet world, Ichiryu and Midora faced each other, while outside, the strongest of Igyo faced the strongest of Bishokukai. The starving beasts on the gourmet world's lost islands were eager to make Ichiryu their prey, having endured hunger since yesterday. They wanted to feast, so Ichiryu activated the Conqueror's Haki, illuminating the surroundings, then his hand transformed into giant chopsticks, picking up the strongest beasts one by one. Midora, seeing this, also activated his Conqueror's Haki. Feeling that killing someone like Jiro would be a waste, Joie invited him to join Neo. Jiro, annoyed, slammed his hand into the ground, paralyzing everyone around, effectively immobilizing the entire island. In other words, he had acupunctured the entire planet, but Joie could still move. At this point, outside the arena, the geological formations rose due to the Earth ceasing its rotation. Joie marveled at Jiro, calling him a monster. Jiro immediately transformed behind him, shattering his cloak to reveal his true face. However, when this face appeared, everyone was utterly astonished because it wasn't Joie's face but the face of chef goddess Frozy. Seeing the geological formations rising, the individual immediately flew up and used the Cinderella sword to cut them down. Despite the striking resemblance to chef goddess, Setsuno and Jiro remained skeptical that this person was Frozy. Therefore, they decided to collaborate to find evidence. However, with the sharp blade in hand, he could easily dismantle the techniques of both Setsuno and Jiro. Despite witnessing the opponent's power, they still doubted that it was Frozy because she had indeed passed away many years ago before their eyes. The one bearing the face of chef goddess launched an attack. Setsuno, injured, couldn't dodge, and Jiro hurried to her aid, suffering severe injuries himself. They both decided to embrace each other in the face of imminent death, but Toriko appeared just in time to rescue them. Komatsu also arrived, but the situation was not pleasant. Starjun jumped down from his dragon, realizing who was in front of him and the revelation about Jojo being a spy for Neo. Surprisingly, the mysterious figure aimed at Komatsu. And Teppei appeared. Knowing he was being manipulated, Toriko found it challenging to handle. Komatsu tried to awaken Teppei but failed. Toriko and Starjun decided to intervene but were stopped by Teppei. Both were then freed by Setsuno, who, along with Jiro, decided to awaken Teppei. Joie now had to face Toriko and Starjun's killing intent, but he easily dominated them, showing his superiority and concern only for Komatsu. Toriko immediately unleashed his nail punch while Starjun used his flame lance, but both were knocked away within a second, and even his strike left a wound on both their chests. Meanwhile, in the world of Gourmet, the situation of the two strongest men was more tense than ever. Midoriya extended a long tongue that resembled the legendary Orochimaru, devouring several beasts and even Ichiryo's chopsticks. After that, Midoriya extended his massive, elongated tongue through the ground where Ichiryo was standing. But Ichiryo managed to leap up and evade it. Ichiryo then recalled the memories of the past. In the past, famine and war led to scarce ingredients, forcing Midoriya to steal from others to survive. He endured countless beatings and even fainted due to hunger. Fortunately, chef goddess Frozy found and took care of Midoriya with great affection. Frozy's care and nourishment quickly restored Midoriya's health, surprising Frozy herself. Upon seeing others approaching, Midoriya attacked, but Acacia overlooked him, considering Midoriya a new member of the family. Acacia named each member of his family. The eldest, Ichiryo, was called Dragon, the second, Jiro, was Wolf, and finally, Midoriya was named Tiger. From then on, the three, along with Acacia, hunted rare ingredients. Jiro also introduced his traveling companion, Setsuno, to the family. Those moments together were the most precious to Midoriya until the day God appeared. It drove Frozy to search for God to fill the hungry bellies of people worldwide. This caused intense opposition within the family, but with her determination, Frozy couldn't be stopped, and upon her return, she fell seriously ill. Midoriya resolved to find the water of life to save Frozy, but it was guarded by the water dragon. After fighting the water dragon, Midoriya weakened significantly. Not wanting Midoriya to die for her, Frozy used her remaining strength to cook God for Midoriya to heal his wounds, sacrificing her life in the process. Midoriya mourned for 6 days and nights, and Frozy was buried on a high mountain peak amidst the grief of everyone. Acacia promised himself and others to change the world for the better. The war ended shortly after, and people worldwide enjoyed plentiful meals, but Midoriya lived on in memories because God had taken Frozy's life. Because God caused Frozy's death, Midoriya decided that he alone would consume God and all other ingredients in the world. Ichiryo threw a pair of giant chopsticks at Midoriya, but Midoriya quickly devoured them, causing Ichiryo to lose one arm. The loss of his arm caused considerable pain to Ichiryo. Meanwhile, both Toriko and Starjun were subdued by Joie. Toriko tried to block Joie's advance towards Komatsu, but it was in vain. Joie questioned Komatsu about the book he had found in the Gourmet Pyramid, believing that whoever found it must have exceptional culinary luck, and Joie wanted to exploit Komatsu to obtain God. At that moment, Zebra unleashed his roar to attack Joie, having escaped from the troublesome roots, joined by Sunny and Coco. Seeing his friends gathered, Toriko urged Komatsu to flee since their mission was to protect him. Starjun felt saddened upon learning that his teammates had been defeated. Joie believed that all 4 heavenly kings were severely injured, questioning how they could possibly win against him. Joie reminisced about their first encounter in the kingdom of Jadar, where Coco realized the true identity of their opponent. Joie was indeed the personal chef of the Jadar kingdom's ruler, the Dark Chef. Seeing the 4 heavenly kings engage, Jiro and Setsuno put all their efforts into awakening Teppei. However, he suddenly used acupuncture on himself and then punched Jiro.
This led to a fierce hand-to-hand combat between them, but with Teppei's current strength, Jiro needed Setsuno's assistance.
On the other side, Zebra disregarded the identity of his opponent and immediately launched a sound orb combined with Sunny's poisonous hair technique straight at the formidable Joie.
Despite Joie's immense power, he remained unscathed.
Zebra persisted with his sound orb, but Joie swiftly countered it with his knife, followed by a series of slashing attacks.
Even Sunny's hair couldn't withstand the assault,
and all three had to brace themselves against the onslaught until Toriko intervened to create a barrier. Despite Zebra and Sunny's coordinated attacks, Joie effortlessly repelled them all with his sword. Inside, the members of the Neo organization had started to vote on recruiting additional members. They intended to utilize the reserve of ingredients at the casino and wait for Joie to return with Komatsu to persuade him to join their ranks. The battle with Teppei was intense. He easily severed Setsuno's sword, enraging her, but she managed to trap him by controlling the pressure around him.
Jiro took the opportunity to push back Teppei.
Though Jiro collapsed due to severe injuries,
he successfully sealed the cells controlled by Joie in Teppei's body.
Now, they could only wait for the outcome of Toriko's group's battle. However, the situation looked bleak, with even the four Heavenly Kings on the verge of defeat. Joie then proposed that Komatsu join the Neo organization to help him reshape the world's order. However, Komatsu refused because he was Toriko's teammate and his only wish was to find God and fulfill Acacia's menu. More importantly, Komatsu would never serve someone who viewed chefs as mere tools. Seeing this, Joie decided to send Toriko's group to heaven to threaten Komatsu, as the solar eclipse was imminent and God would appear, ensuring that Joie would never give up. Zebra asked if it must be very delicious, and Joie remarked that he was truly foolish, as having God in one's hands meant having the power to control the world. However, Komatsu didn't care about that, and not even the four Heavenly Kings would let someone like Joie interfere with Acacia's menu.
Toriko also didn't give up because God would be the full course in his complete menu.
Seeing that all four Heavenly Kings were still alive and well, Joie planned his move, but his sword suddenly was firmly held by Star June. His forehead began to glow, and his third eye awakened through the battle with Toriko, awakening Star June's gourmet cells. Star June pointed his finger to the sky, concentrating his power and launching a direct attack at Joie.
However, he was still no match for Joie. The Heavenly Kings then pooled their strengths, channeling and combining them.
After much effort, they created a sphere containing the power of their friendship.
Then, the four combined their efforts to push it towards Joie.
Joie found this amusing and split the sphere in two with his sword, causing an explosion that blew them all away.
On the Sky Island, Ichiria had only one arm left and endured countless life-threatening blows from Midora.
However, he understood that Midora had chosen the wrong path that Acacia and Frozy had set, so he had to help him at all costs. Ichiryu regained his arm and unleashed the King's Chopsticks technique, but Midora remained unfazed by the blow, effortlessly defeating Ichiryu with a single strike. He then summoned his Gourmet Devil and intended to devour Ichiryu. Back on the battlefield, the four Heavenly Kings were heavily injured, and Joie was determined to capture Komatsu by any means necessary, even if it meant using force. In his subconscious, Toriko reached out to his demon to borrow its strength. Toriko unexpectedly extended his demon arm, piercing through Joie's body.
During the battle with Star June, Toriko's gourmet cells also awakened. A demon would appear and instinctively consume everything.
Joie constantly provoked Toriko's cells to transform so he could witness Toriko devouring his teammates, laughing at their shared desire for God. Joie follows the philosophy of enjoying delicious food alone and denying it to others if it's not to his liking. Under his influence, the demon within Toriko fully emerges. Meanwhile, before finishing off Ichiryu, Midora is suddenly reminded by Ichiryu of their childhood memories. Ichiryu talks about the desire to share one last meal with everyone, which brings tears to Midora's eyes. Nevertheless, he still decides to unleash his punch. His roar emitted a bright light that spread across the island. Terry on the hilltop noticed something and, with the Emperor Crow and Snake Queen, ran towards Toriko.
The demon within Toriko emerged before everyone's helplessness, destroying everything in sight.
Komatsu, suppressing his fear, ran to Toriko, shouting about their friendship, memories, and shared desire, but was devoured by the demon. In the depths of his consciousness, Toriko saw the demon and himself, determined to fulfill their dream of completing their full menu.
The demon emitted a brilliant light.
Soon after, a Toriko figure emerged, surrounded by a dazzling light. He had fully mastered his instincts, easily shattering Joie's sword and defeating him. Joie charges forward with his sword, but is blocked by the power of friendship, fueled by the adventurous memories that give strength to Toriko and the gratitude for the ingredients that make delicious dishes.
Joie cannot comprehend this,
believing that ingredients are merely tools for controlling the world.
He then transforms into a giant demon to try to defeat Toriko.
Appearing as a complete demon, Joie wields his sword to attack, but all his strikes are dodged by Toriko. Despite being pushed back, Toriko easily counters, punching away Joie's sword. They engage in a fierce hand-to-hand combat, where Toriko's attacks carry images of the ingredients he has consumed.
Toriko overwhelms Joie effortlessly because he lacks appreciation for ingredients.
Joie decides to unleash his strongest technique, drawing a circle and executing a life-ending strike.
Toriko prays, surrounded by images of ingredients that quickly merge into his arm.
He delivers an immensely powerful punch, pushing back Joie's attack and sending him flying into the sky. Thus, Joie is defeated along with his Cinderella sword, prompting other Neo members to flee immediately.
Komatsu happily runs towards Toriko.
Star June suddenly notices shooting stars in the sky, falling one after another.
On Sky Island, Ichiryu is still alive because Midora showed mercy.
Facing the meteor shower, Toriko and the four Heavenly Kings join forces to protect everything, including the animals and other people, and eventually, peace is restored.
Star June decides to return to Midora. Komatsu asks Star June to deliver a message to Otaki, promising a rematch at next year's food festival. Star June advises Komatsu to deliver the message himself and promises Toriko to meet again in the gourmet world for another showdown.
At the hospital, Mansam are being treated, and the truth about President Shigematsu and Director Yum being spies is heart-wrenching. However, the immediate concern is to rebuild the city, and Mansam is finally praised for his handsome looks. Unexpectedly, Midora appears with President Ichiryu in hand, returning him to Toriko before leaving.
However, Jiro and Setsuno didn't want him to leave with an empty stomach.
Just then, Komatsu brought out a ocean soup to treat them, reminding him of memories with Frozy. They all sit together to eat. Midora sheds tears for the happiness of his small family in the past. And President Ichiryu is delighted to eat with his family again. Midora stands up to leave, thanking Komatsu for the delicious meal before returning to the gourmet world.
Ichiryu can only watch Midora leave, hoping to meet again.
Later, Tina's news reports progress in the city's reconstruction, with free food distribution to the citizens, and many difficulties are being effectively addressed.
Toriko and Komatsu stroll together.
Toriko knows that Joie is still alive, and the mystery of him possessing the face and skills of Chef Goddess remains. However, Toriko is determined not to let anyone get their hands on the legendary god ingredient.
Coco, Sunny, and Zebra are also on their way to the gourmet world.
Toriko, of course, cannot stay still. He holds Komatsu's hand, dragging him along despite Komatsu's apparent reluctance. Toriko and Komatsu embark on a new journey, facing strange creatures as part of their daily routine. Now, they explore unknown delicacies together on their journey. Time has passed about a year since Toriko entered the gourmet world. Today on a beautiful day, a soft candy suddenly fell from the sky and woke Toriko up. Fish suddenly jumped out of the ground in the field. Toriko lay on a big leaf and had a good sleep. When he woke up, Toriko said that he could function continuously for 2 weeks without sleep. Then it started raining soft candy. Today, the weather is sunny and there are many candy eggs. Toriko looks very satisfied while eating. Sometimes there are also chocolates and cotton candy. In some areas, there is even mountain rain where a mountain suddenly falls and a giant bird flies to eat the mountain. Taking advantage of their departure, Toriko climbs up a tree and takes the eggs. One egg can make a perfect fried egg dish.
The area where Toriko is currently in is called Land Sea, and it seems that there will be big waves soon. When Toriko has collected enough ingredients, he will prepare to return. When talking about returning, Toriko is talking about returning to the human world. But before returning, he will bring the collected ingredients to his base. It is a supergiant tree which is full of ingredients that Toriko has collected. These ingredients will be brought back to the human world. When hearing the news that he can finally return to the human world, Komatsu, who was cooking, was so happy that he cried. A year before Toriko brought Komatsu here, he started collecting various ingredients. Currently, Toriko is a little worried about the situation in the human world, while Komatsu is 10% worried that he might die here. After all, he has been alone in the base for a long time, but with so many ingredients, how can Toriko bring them back? He just needs to chop down the tree with one swing and then fix his handsome hairstyle for himself and Komatsu. Toriko plans to bring the ingredients back directly. Returning to the human world, at this time, a truck is transporting something. Suddenly a pill falls from this cargo truck. In a high-class Chinese restaurant, people can only eat seasoning with the taste of ingredients. A year ago, after a fierce battle with the four beasts and the dark chefs, most of the ingredients' houses and the land became dry. Therefore, the human world is facing a food crisis and Igo's food reserves are also running out. In this deadlock, the food produced by Igo has to sacrifice the original taste of the ingredients and only retain the nutritional value. Because eating food tablets all day makes people go crazy. In a vegetable shop called Tata, normal ingredients like fresh honeyed turnips are considered high-class ingredients. It is not only placed in a tempered glass cabinet but also has 2 guards standing at the door. The price has also increased 100 times compared to before.
Today Suguru comes to the shop to buy medicine. His mother is sick and bedridden, and Suguru has a dream of saving enough money to buy fresh and delicious ingredients for his mother to eat. Because the shop is about to close, the owner gives Suguru a honeyed turnip and reminds him to keep it safe. As a result, on the way back Suguru is stopped by two guards. Don't blame me, blame this era. The job of these food guards comes with a restriction ring, and if they violate the contract their fingers will explode. Can this be compared to fresh ingredients? The two guards took Suguru's turnip. They are the ones hired to collect ingredients. Shortly after they left, a super large turnip fell from the sky. Suguru sees a super large rice bowl like a mountain, and Toriko brings a pile of ingredients back. He smells the hunger and sadness everywhere. Toriko gently pushes the ingredients to everyone. These ingredients can soothe the wounds and hunger of humans. They are ingredients that can cleanse the soul and heal all wounds. Suguru also meets Komatsu carrying a basket of vegetables. He can directly burn the pan on his hand and the ingredients from the basket fly out. Komatsu quickly chops and stir-fries at an extremely fast speed. A delicious dish is completed. Everyone is very happy about the return of Toriko and Komatsu. Toriko says that without enough food and clothing humans will lose their sanity. The two unlucky guards who were here earlier had their bones broken by the ingredients. On the other side, at Igo's headquarters, Chairman Mansam finally waited for Toriko to return. Toriko was quickly called, and Komatsu was very happy to see the other three heavenly kings. Everyone had been waiting for a long time. Zebra's volatile temperament remained unchanged, and Sani even asked Komatsu if he had undergone plastic surgery. In reality, Komatsu's appearance had changed somewhat. Komatsu, who had gone through many experiences, became stronger in appearance. Right after that, Rin, the beautiful girl, also arrived. After the battle, when Toriko was feeling down, Rin called on everyone to encourage Toriko. Now that she saw Toriko return safely, Rin was naturally very happy. She even proposed to Toriko to marry her. Okay, let's do it. But everyone thought something was fishy here. To make sure that this wasn't a joke from Toriko, Rin asked again. Toriko's answer remained the same. Everyone was surprised and even cursed Toriko. Aren't you and Komatsu a couple? Did you two break up? After that, the three heavenly kings arrived at the first biotope. They had been searching for a long time but couldn't find Old Man's main dish. Neither Coco nor the hairstylist Sunny could find its electromagnetic waves, not even Zebra's ultrasonic waves. The ingredients that Toriko brought back were just a drop in the ocean. The real solution was to collect Old Man's complete menu and find ingredients that could be used endlessly. Although the first biotope was completely destroyed by Zebra, Toriko still found some interesting things. He could smell the presence of many remaining creatures. Old Man had indeed passed through here a long time ago. Following the scent, Toriko smelled the direction of Old Man. In fact, in the image you can also see a creature standing in front of Old Man, probably a Nitro. At this moment, Toriko felt his maturity on the path of gourmet hunting. Komatsu revealed that Toriko had relied on his sense of smell to find him all this time. Compared to the normal human world, every place in the gourmet world was dangerous. However, there were also safer places within it. Toriko named those places the break rooms of the gourmet world. It was similar to the invisibility technique of the invisible restaurant. It was a unique ecological environment. For ferocious beasts it was an unseen dark corner. However, Toriko could only maintain it for a short time. At this moment, Toriko discovered a similar environment in the first biotope. He speculated that it was an old man's trick. Despite the entire island showing signs of destruction, why leave such an empty area? Inside it couldn't be seen, touched, or heard, but it could be smelled. Indeed, it was a safe area. Beyond the thick air wall there was another world inside. Looking from the inside out, everything was clear. When people first entered they discovered the final treasure chest, Old Man's complete menu. Before leaving, Toriko noticed another creature in the house, which was the Nitro he had seen standing in front of the Old Man. It seemed to be a dried up Nitro. After ignoring it, everyone arrived at Area 1 biotope. Seeing that Komatsu was safe, everyone was relieved. Kairu immediately asked about the other kidnapped chefs, but when Toriko found the Bishakukai base, it had been destroyed and only Komatsu was there. The other chefs had been taken elsewhere, but Komatsu believed they were still alive. Moving back to the main story, the chefs had come because they heard the call of the ingredients. Although Livebearer didn't hear the call of the ingredients, he had tasted them through memories. It was the billion bird, also known as the phantasmal bird, from ancient times existing in the gourmet world. Its entire body, including its feathers, could be used. Even more surprising was its reproductive ability. It could lay nearly infinite eggs in any environment with ease. Its lifespan stretched thousands or even billions of years. In the past it was also known as the king of poultry. With it the problems of the human world could be solved. Therefore the next crucial step was to hatch the eggs. Toriko had an idea for this. The Old Man's entire menu was designed to hatch the eggs. First, sow the seeds of the million tree for the appetizer. The eggs of the billion bird would only hatch when nested on the million tree. Then use broth made from various types of shrimp, jellyfish and other seafood as fertilizer, and the million tree would grow rapidly. Next, sow the princess straw seed for the salad on the tree accompanied by the Lord Hail as a drink.
Now they just needed to patiently wait for the eggs to hatch. The chefs went back to preparing while waiting.
During this process, Komatsu asked why the billion bird, if it was so powerful, wasn't noticed. Toriko explained that they were difficult to eat. It was said that the billion bird couldn't fly and had many enemies. To counteract these enemies, they evolved an endless reproductive habit when attacked, but their taste was terrible, so the number of predators hunting the billion bird decreased. As the number of billion birds increased, they stopped reproducing endlessly. It was said they became extinct, which left no other choice in the gourmet era. At this moment, Komatsu remembered Setsuno's words: a chef does not choose the ingredients choose the chef and the customers. He wondered if the billion bird had chosen them, and he would stay until the day the billion bird was born. Surprisingly, the billion bird was born the next day. Sunny thought the newborn billion bird was ugly, but Komatsu found it quite cute. Next, Toriko would feed the bird the fish dish on the complete menu Mitarashi kelp, so that after eating, the chick would grow quickly. Then, he would feed the meat dish on the full-course nihil bug with the dessert dry melon. After that, the nihil bug would become an adult and the billion bird would eat it, and the feathers on the billion bird's head would take the shape of infinitely laying eggs. With this preparation, everything was ready. Finally, they just needed to startle it and the billion bird would lay infinite eggs, and the eggs it just laid would hatch immediately. This was the old man's full course, the infinite ingredient, the billion bird. With the billion bird as an infinite ingredient, the human world was finally saved, and now it was up to the chefs to create delicious dishes from it. The chefs of the human world were determined to turn the billion bird into a delicacy. Although many considered the billion bird unpalatable, its appearance suggested otherwise. Its dried and ground beak could substitute rice, its claws used as seasoning, and its meat perfect for stewing, simple yet delicious. This proved that the lack of delicious dishes wasn't due to the absence of quality ingredients, but a lack of culinary creativity. Chefs diligently researched various billion bird recipes, from curries to hot pots, each striving to create delicious and filling meals for everyone. In short, the billion bird might not be inherently delicious, but the chefs, with their skills, transformed this disregarded ingredient into culinary delights. Wabutora busied himself with frying chicken, the sizzling sound of oil a comforting melody to his ears. It had been a while since he last heard such a delightful sound. Finally, humanity had escaped the brink of apocalypse and could savor the true taste of ingredients. People ate with tears streaming down their faces, tears of gratitude for their saviors, for their own survival, and for the opportunity to enjoy such delectable meals. Though not the most exquisite dishes, they were not mere medicine, but the aroma of fresh ingredients, the richness of the sauce, and the satisfying feeling of each bite. Everyone was moved, rediscovering the joy of eating. Toriko, witnessing the sight of people eating and crying, exclaimed, "Chefs are truly amazing. The taste of the billion bird I experienced in the gourmet casino's brain data pales in comparison to what everyone has created. It's remarkable to turn the billion bird into something so delicious." Komatsu disagreed. From the start, he never considered the billion bird difficult to eat. On the contrary, he believed it to be an excellent ingredient, making its extinction even more unbelievable. Stroking the billion bird's head, he murmured, "Those monsters had no idea how delicious you are. To live for thousands of years unnoticed, going extinct in silence, I wonder how that feels." He recalled Ichiria's words, "Without someone to prepare it, an ingredient holds no value. Just like my full course menu." Hugging the billion bird tightly, Komatsu said gently, "Everyone thinks you're delicious now. Thank you for being reborn into this world." Even before its rebirth, the billion bird had sensed Komatsu's care. Now his heartwarming words brought tears to its eyes. At that moment, the billion bird understood Komatsu's feelings. It suddenly raised its wings, creating a rustling sound. Komatsu and Toriko watched in astonishment as its wings grew longer, vibrant feathers overlapping one another. Soon a pair of glistening wings emerged. Though its face and wings seemed disproportionate, it didn't diminish its splendor. The billion bird flapped its wings and soared into the sky. "How can the billion bird fly? I thought it couldn't," exclaimed a surprised Toriko. But with Komatsu's influence it seemed plausible. "Old man, do you see this? Your full-course menu has taken flight." Tears welled up in Komatsu's eyes as he watched the billion bird soar through the sky. It was the first time he had witnessed such beautiful plumage. Could it be that being recognized by the world allowed it to soar through the heavens? The billion bird circled overhead seemingly joyful. Suddenly its rear end twitched with a thump, several shiny eggs dropped from its body. Komatsu swiftly caught one. Both he and Toriko sensed that this was no ordinary egg, it was entirely different from the previous ones. Komatsu firmly believed that the billion bird was a special ingredient, and these eggs were undoubtedly its essence. He immediately gathered Coco, Sunny and the others, sharing the news of the billion bird's flight. Sunny, almost screeching in astonishment, exclaimed, "What? That filthy bird is flying now? And it's beautiful? Are you serious?"
Komatsu swore it was true, adding emphatically, "It has a handsome face too." Coco was more interested in the origin of these eggs. These eggs weren't laid due to an attack but as a result of praisem. This detail alone proves that this is a special ingredient. While such a phenomenon seemed unusual, ultimately as long as an ingredient was edible and delicious it didn't matter. Eagerly Toriko cracked open an egg, pouring the yolk into a cup. The yolk was smooth, translucent like jelly with no sign of its usual opaque form. Everyone was amazed by its pudding-like elasticity. Observant as ever, Coco pointed out, "Look closely, the yolk is spreading, shimmering like gold dust under the sunlight." Toriko gulped, immediately taking a sip. The yolk, as smooth as pudding, glided down his throat with a gentle suction. Overwhelmed by its deliciousness, he could only manage a delayed, "delicious." Komatsu, seeing Toriko's exaggerated reaction, panicked slightly. Is this another hair-growing ingredient? Can it be mass-produced to save the balding population? Oblivious, Toriko continued to savor the taste. Only after fully experiencing the exquisite flavor of the billion bird egg did he answer Komatsu's question. "My hair grew longer because it's so incredibly delicious." The rich flavor of the 1,000-year-old billion bird spreads throughout the body, opening up the pores and promoting hair growth. Sunny, gazing at Toriko's long, flowing hair, felt a mix of envy and anticipation. It has such amazing hair-nourishing effects? He then eagerly took a gulp himself. Sunny, already known for his incredibly long hair, found even his eyelashes growing to a startling length after consuming the bird egg, making it difficult for others to look him in the eye. Coco wasn't spared either. His transformation gave him the air of a dashing male lead straight out of a romantic drama. Zebra's eyebrows and hair also grew at an alarming rate, leading him to exclaim that the egg was more like a magical elixir than food. Meanwhile, Komatsu, completely absorbed by everyone else's dramatic changes, remained oblivious to his own incredible transformation. Toriko closed his eyes, taking a moment to process the sensations washing over him. "It's as if my body, down to a genetic level, is being completely revitalized, even the smallest of wounds healing at an accelerated rate," he murmured in awe. He cracked another egg, raising it in a toast to the others. "I've decided," he announced, a newfound confidence in his voice, "these billion bird eggs, they're going on my life menu, under the beverage category." The others responded with smiles and nods of agreement, their faces glowing with delight. Suddenly, Rin came rushing towards them, her face alight with excitement, only to stop short, completely speechless at the sight before her. "What in the world?" she stammered, completely bewildered. "Why do you all look like magical girls?" The Earth's magnetic field was in complete disarray, a massive whirlpool forming in the sky. The cause of this global anomaly, the three animal partners of the four heavenly kings, Terry, Kiss and Quinn, were engaged in a fierce battle. Each clash of their immense power shook the very foundations of the land, the air crackling with energy as their attacks collided. Finally the three managed to separate, panting heavily, ready to resume their brawl when Terry noticed movement in the distance. It was Toriko. He was back. The fight instantly forgotten, they rushed towards their returning friend. Toriko beamed, running his hand over Terry's soft, luxurious fur. "I'm so sorry for worrying you, buddy," he said, his voice full of warmth. Terry had grown considerably in Toriko's absence, his massive jaws now a tight fit in Toriko's embrace. Looking at his other two companions, Toriko realized that all three were now ready to face the challenges that awaited them in the gourmet world. Suddenly Tom came bounding towards them, a bottle of sake clutched in his hand, yelling Toriko's name. He'd come to celebrate Toriko's return. They exchanged hearty cheers, draining their cups in one gulp. Toriko, sensing his friend's thoughts, smiled warmly. Their time was short. Before leaving, there was one last thing Toriko needed to do: confront the mysterious figure residing in the treehouse. After all, their next journey would be a long and perilous one, and who knew when they'd have the chance to return here again. At the headquarters in Egypt, Mansam received exhilarating news: they've commenced operations in the city. With the land on its way to recovery, other systems would gradually regenerate, breathing life back into the world. In time, the human world would be restored to a vibrant and beautiful home. He issued an order for the reconstruction of Area NEO, emphasizing the importance of railway lines. Just then Johannes arrived with a report: the device for measuring capture levels of gourmet world ingredients is essentially complete. Having served diligently for so long, Johannes had finally been promoted to director of NEO's development bureau. Mansam was immensely satisfied with their progress. As expected, the full revival of the gourmet age relied on obtaining ingredients from the gourmet world, and of course the strength of the four heavenly kings. It was remarkable that Toriko had chosen to include this unique ingredient in his full course menu. Taking Toriko in all those years ago was undoubtedly the right decision, he murmured. He vividly remembered the day he and Ichiryu, the former president of the IGO, were on a hunting expedition in the wilderness. They came across a young, emaciated Toriko, weak from hunger and barely able to crawl across the dry earth. Ichiryu was the first to recognize the boy's unique nature. Toriko was a natural-born gourmet cell host. However, Ichiryu walked up to him without a word and handed him a piece of bread. Toriko took the bread and stuffed it into his shirt, then trembled and was about to leave. Ichiryu asked him where he wanted to go. Toriko thanked him and said he wanted to go to the village where everyone was starving. He wanted to bring this bread back to share with everyone. Ichiryu was touched by the boy's heart, although he was so hungry that his stomach growled and he staggered. He always thought of others. As soon as Toriko finished speaking, he fainted. Ichiryu hurriedly caught him and only then discovered that the boy's fingernails were almost gone. This was a sign that the boy had been gnawing on himself. He was so hungry that he had to bite his nails to relieve the hunger, yet he still endured it, thinking of the villagers first. Such purity, kindness and loveliness were rare in this world. Therefore he made a bold decision. I want to adopt this child. My life's menu is meant for those who have a sharing heart like yours. Later, if one day the gourmet age collapses, this sharing heart will certainly become a powerful driving force, shouldering the age and humanity. Mansam still remembered Ichiryu's bright smile at that time. He had said, I want to see what kind of magnificent menu this young man will assemble in the future. Although he was no longer able to witness it, there was no doubt that his belief had been passed on. Mansam raised his glass high, toasting to the great chairman, and also to those who always carry a deep concern for all living beings. In the gourmet world's rock forest, Setsuno and Jiro came across a giant million tree. Upon seeing it, Jiro guessed, Midora must have cut it down to make a tombstone. It's well maintained, the stone flowers are even blooming. However, I heard the land here has been barren for a long time. Setsuno said. Could this be the work of the regeneration specialists? Jiro shook his head. It must be Midora's doing. The rock forest was the place where the three of them trained together, filled with memories. Back then, Midora was the weakest, but now, even Jiro himself might not be his match. Jiro took out a bottle of wine and slowly poured it onto the ground. He told Setsuno not to worry about that idiot anymore. Sooner or later, he would have to pay for the sins he inflicted upon the human world. Compared to him, the most important issue now is Schwa, Setsuno's side. We have to be mentally prepared for a direct confrontation with him. Exploring gourmet world, we might very well lose our lives here. In short, we will wait for Toriko and Komatsu in the gourmet world. After all, they wouldn't be returning to the human world. Will the human world be alright? Jiro turned back to look at Setsuno and said, it will be fine. Those Toriko kids are more reliable than we think. At Setsuno's restaurant, Komatsu arrived looking for Setsuno, but Nono greeted him instead. Nono informed him that Setsuno had already left for the gourmet world, and it was uncertain when she would return. Komatsu said he would come back another time. Nono called him back asking if he wanted to stay for a meal. Though Komatsu himself had brought the billion bird eggs, she insisted on treating him. After bidding farewell to Nono, everyone gathered. Mansam roared, is everyone ready, all 5 of you? The 4 heavenly kings and Komatsu responded in unison, ready. Receiving their confirmation, Mansam swiftly stripped off his clothes, grabbed a glass of wine, and settled into a bathtub. He changes so quickly. Why is he taking a bath again? Before departing, Toriko led everyone back to the treehouse. He had a hunch about the place. Previously, treasure chests hidden in different habitats were always guarded by beasts. Komatsu didn't understand. Is there something unfinished? Toriko walked straight into the air while the others following closely. Zebra grew impatient. This is troublesome. Whatever it is, let's finish it quickly. He unleashed a powerful sound blast aiming to shatter the treehouse. However, despite his efforts, the structure remained unscathed. Such strong wood it probably only exists in the gourmet world. Sunny, standing in front, remarked. There's a front door, why not use it? Everyone followed Coco inside. The house was spacious, everything crafted from leaves, even the refrigerator and bookshelves. Moreover, there were many adult books, causing Coco's small face to flush red. Komatsu discovered an entrance leading downwards. It led to a bedroom with a unique bed and bedding made of leaves. But the first thing that caught Coco's attention were the piles of adult books in the corner. Toriko intended to continue downwards to find the owner, but there was no other exit on this floor. The only option left was to use his nail gun for a simple and crude solution. Komatsu and Coco were blown away by the storm created by the nail gun, but the house didn't budge. The hot-tempered zebra told them to move aside, wanting to try his super flame. Still nothing. Toriko was sure his sense of smell wasn't mistaken. The target was currently on the first floor. Sunny's hair fluttered wildly. This must be another one of the old man's pranks. The entrance must be hidden somewhere in this small room. I'll find it. He noticed something amiss with the scenery beside him. Komatsu rushed over, and indeed there was a path inside the well. Following it, they arrived at a bathing room with an enormous hot spring. Instinctively, Toriko and Komatsu stripped naked, ready for a soak. A speechless Coco asked, "What are we doing here?" According to the electromagnetic waves he was picking up, the pool in the yard was also suspicious, seemingly connected to another location. "Let's dive down and see." With it, he jumped in. However, after swimming from one side of the pool to the other, all he found was the bottom. The pool was connected to a secret location. Zebra had already used echolocation to pinpoint the position. Meanwhile, Komatsu discovered that a window on the first floor could be opened. In other words, the entrance to the first floor had been right in front of them all along. The hot-headed Zebra immediately erupted, kicking the window open with a bang, urging everyone to enter. However, upon stepping inside, they were met with the sight of Nitro lying on the floor, his head smashed by the window. At first Toriko, Zebra, Sunny, Coco, and Komatsu all thought it was a GT Robo, but upon closer inspection, it turned out to be a living creature. Toriko asserted that it was Nitro and told everyone to bring water to water it. As soon as he finished his sentence, Nitro stood up and slapped him. The whole group was stunned. Before they could regain their composure, Nitro roared, demanding that the 5 of them greet him properly. He grumbled that they were late and had even hit him on the head with a window. Komatsu hurriedly tried to calm him down and introduce themselves. Nitro became even angrier upon hearing that. He couldn't believe they hadn't heard of him. Komatsu naively replied that they hadn't. Nitro was disappointed, kneeling and pounding the ground in frustration, reproaching them for not greeting him first. He then introduced himself as Chi-Chi, a partner of Ichiryu. The 5 were dumbfounded, then gasped in astonishment. However, Chi-Chi corrected himself, saying the partner part was just a joke. Chi-Chi began to talk about his relationship with Ichiryu. They met 500 years ago when he had been asleep for tens of thousands of years but was awakened by Ichiryu. Everyone was confused because the story was so short, but Chi-Chi couldn't remember the details, only that it was 500, number 490, or was it 480 years ago? Chi-Chi changed the subject and asked why the group didn't come to see him when they saw him outside earlier. Chi-Chi was furious because he had pretended to be a withered corpse to get their attention, but they just walked away. He said he then planted seeds in the ground, watered them, and they grew into leaf chairs. Toriko awkwardly explained that at that time, he was prioritizing completing the president's full-course menu, so he didn't go in. Besides, his intuition told him that Chi-Chi wasn't a bad person, but very troublesome. Suddenly he noticed Komatsu and asked if he had met a woman before coming here because he smelled like a woman. Chi-Chi excitedly grabbed Komatsu's collar and sniffed him like a pervert. Komatsu hurriedly explained that he had met Nono at Setsuno's restaurant before coming here. Seeing that, Chi-Chi changed his attitude and begged Komatsu to give him his shirt, promising to tell him everything. Although reluctant, Komatsu had to give him his shirt. Chi-Chi was overjoyed when he received the shirt and shouted that he felt 100 million years younger. Everyone was speechless at this bizarre act. Not understanding why he liked clothes that smelled of women so much. After getting the shirt, Chi-Chi told everyone to sit down and listen to his story. He said that before they went to the gourmet world, he had something to give them. The group looked around curiously, suddenly the ground shook, and the floor collapsed. They fell into the kitchen, where an apple was displayed on a plate. Although it looked normal, when they saw the apple, their bodies began to react. Although they didn't have time to think, the gourmet demons of the 4 heavenly kings and even Komatsu's appeared. Chi-Chi laughed, but then he changed his expression and punched the gourmet demons in the head. Only Toriko dodged in time. The other 3 were all hit. Chi-Chi happily remarked that these gourmet demons were so cute. Komatsu asked in bewilderment what was going on. Chi-Chi seriously replied that it was one of the dishes in Acacia's full-course menu. The 5 held their breath and waited, but Chi-Chi chuckled and said, sorry, I was just kidding. Toriko and the group immediately frowned. Toriko was about to rush over and give the old man a lesson in joking, but Chi-Chi stopped him and explained that although this apple was just an ordinary apple, it had been placed next to one of the ingredients in Acacia's full-course menu and had it sent. It was just an ordinary apple, yet no one could take their eyes off it. If just a whiff of the ingredient was enough to drive people crazy, how appealing would the actual dish be? Chi-Chi reminded them that the place they were about to go to was a world filled with such ingredients. Toriko wondered why he had been in the gourmet world for so long but had never felt anything like that. Chi-Chi exasperatedly explained that it was because he only hung around safe places. Toriko suddenly understood and became even more eager to taste those amazing ingredients. Just smelling it was already so intoxicating, if he ate it, he would surely go to heaven. Is this the level of ingredients in Acacia's full-course menu? Truly a whole other level. Chi-Chi picked up the apple and asked if everyone wanted to try a piece before they set off. Komatsu volunteered to cook something else. He remembered Chi-Chi calling himself a flavor sage, so was he a chef? If so, why not cook together? However, Chi-Chi refused and told everyone not to underestimate a flavor sage. His mission was only to deliver this apple, everything else was none of his business. Coco was interested in whether Chi-Chi could reveal any more information. But no matter what they asked, Chi-Chi only said that the answer lay in the gourmet world. I'll help you find more clothes that smell like women. Chi-Chi blushed and asked with a suggestive tone, really? Are they warm? Seeing that Komatsu had found Chi-Chi's weakness, everyone immediately came up with a plan. Toriko bluntly said, "Let me ask Rin if she has any pajamas to throw away, they're guaranteed to be warm." Coco also stammered, I have many female customers who come for fortune telling, I'll ask if they have anything warm." The psychological warfare tactic worked perfectly. Chi-Chi was so moved that he cried, "You guys are such good people. Life is so wonderful." He then agreed to help everyone cook. The group had an unforgettable night. Chi-Chi leaned on a pile of dishes and said, "The night of the gourmet world is coming. The nocturnal beasts are much more powerful than the daytime ones. If you are ready, let's go," the five shouted in unison, "Let's go." As everyone was about to go outside, the ground suddenly shook. Chi-Chi smiled and said, "Just in time." What he was referring to was the mollusk fruit beast that usually resided underground, the watermelon octopus. This monster was at capture level 265, which was nothing to the current 4 heavenly kings. But at this point, fighting wasn't the focus. Chi-Chi explained, "This monster is a camping monster. Before the fruit ripens, it hibernates underground. Now it's awake, we'll use it in place of a tent." Everyone was dumbfounded by Chi-Chi's suggestion. Do they have to crawl inside this octopus to sleep? Wait a minute, this seems to be a watermelon? Chi-Chi shouted, "Don't underestimate this watermelon octopus. With the combined strength of you 4, why couldn't you find my log cabin? Do you think that was a coincidence? This octopus is also known as the safe monster. Even in the harsh gourmet world, it can turn itself into a safe haven, very difficult for enemies to detect. Even if it's discovered, it's rarely attacked. Although sooner or later, higher level beasts will find it, but for this area at the entrance to the gourmet world, it's more than enough to be your sleeping quarters." Chi-Chi's explanation surprised everyone even more. It turned out that this was the transportation that Ichirio had prepared for them. That master truly cared deeply for his students. Chi-Chi continued, "Anyway, after meeting you guys, I'm somewhat relieved. It's precisely because of you guys that Ichirio can rest assured and entrust everything to you. The torch has been passed, and the ones who will carry it to the finish line are you. Go, everyone is probably waiting for you at the harbor." Komatsu blushed and stepped forward to ask about Chi-Chi's next plan. Chi-Chi folded his arms and pretended to be unconcerned. "Me? I'm going to hang out with some female ants then take a nap." Sunny gritted his teeth and said, "You really are a pervert." Chi-Chi said that he would also go to the gourmet world later but wouldn't go with them. He advised them that although the gourmet world was dangerous, it was also a place full of excitement. Whenever they got lost, they just needed to follow their gourmet demon's compass. As everyone was about to leave, Chi-Chi suddenly remembered something. I almost forgot, there's one more thing I want to give you." The Toriko group arrived at Toriko Harbor, named in honor of Toriko, the one who discovered the most ingredients. This showed how much respect he commanded in this era. It was also a nostalgic island where Toriko and Komatsu first embarked on their journey to the barren island. In other words, their story began at this harbor. They arrived at the harbor on the back of the watermelon octopus. The harbor was packed with people seeing them off. Rin ran up, calling Toriko's name, worried about her fiancé's safety. Toriko understood her feelings and told her that everything in the human world, including their upcoming wedding, was entrusted to her. He promised to bring back God to make their wedding cake. Chairman Mansam handed Toriko a large bag containing a capture-level measuring device and other important tools. He reminded Toriko that the environment in the gourmet world was like a living organism. The path they traveled would leave a trace, like territory marking, making it difficult for strong beasts to approach. In other words, the path they took would become a unique road. Currently, the human world was still recovering, with a lot of work to be done, so they needed to open up routes and transport ingredients from the gourmet world. The chairman would arrange for people to receive them. Once the route was fully established, those with certain strength could also easily enter the gourmet world through this path. Imaro told Toriko to go ahead and pave the way, the gourmet knights would follow. Zong also confidently declared, "I will be the first to catch up with you, maybe even surpass you." However, no one paid attention to his words. Milk II also came to see them off. She handed Komatsu a bag containing an apron, a whetstone, and whetstone shoes. With these, Komatsu could sharpen his knives endlessly without much effort. Komatsu patted his chest, promising her that he would definitely use Milk's knives to prepare Acacia's full-course menu. People from the sand garden came to see Zebra off very early. Zebra frowned and asked, "Who are you?" "We're from the sand garden," a guy replied. Match announced that the gourmet underworld would also come to support them soon. They needed a lot of delicious ingredients, and these tasks were entrusted to pioneers like Coco. Besides these people, the chefs remaining in the human world also came. Komatsu noticed a silly figure in the crowd. "Yun Yun, long time no see," Komatsu exclaimed. He hurriedly invited Yun to come along with them.
Everyone was ready, each carrying their ideals, heading towards the gourmet world.
Toriko's dream was to obtain God from Acacia, completing his life menu.
Coco aimed to get Adam, Sunny desired the dessert earth from Acacia, while Zebra had no specific goal. As long as it was delicious, he wanted it all. As for Komatsu, their chef, he wanted to prepare all the ingredients in everyone's dreams. Their first stop would be the third entrance to the gourmet world, the ghostly harbor of Yuto Island. The watermelon octopus flew swiftly towards the gourmet world, both fast and stable, truly a means of transportation specially chosen by Chairman Ichiryu. Komatsu took out something resembling a tray and introduced it to everyone. This is a capture-level measuring system built into a food tray, a new device invented by IGO. He asked the others to wear specially designed bracelets. By using the laser beams emitted from the bracelets and shining them on ingredients, the data of those ingredients would be transmitted to this tray. Sunny was curious, this thing was developed in the human world, so why does it have data on gourmet world ingredients? Komatsu explained that he heard it was based on a gourmet ID card to create. One morning, Director Mansam woke up and found a card next to his pillow. It contained data not only on about 300,000 types of ingredients in the human world but also the data IDs of many ingredients in the gourmet world. The recorded number of ingredients reached several million. Although such good fortune rarely occurred, and they didn't know who sent it or if there were any dangers, they reluctantly decided to use it. Komatsu continued, since the gourmet world is full of mysteries, let's name this measuring device Tray Zebra, lying leisurely and swirling his wine glass. Said, whatever the name, as long as it works. There are definitely more than just a few million ingredients in the gourmet world. Who knows when we can even use this measuring device? Might as well try it out now. As he finished his sentence, a giant stingray leaped out of the water.
Toriko quickly used Pear to fire a laser beam.
This monster was called Devil Stingray, with a capture level of 299. They were people who had defeated even beasts over capture level 400, so there was no need to be afraid of such a low-level creature.
Yuto Island was right before their eyes.
It was normal for some beasts to cross the poison tide and infiltrate the human world. The Devil Stingray detected the lower-level watermelon octopus and attacked. They had no choice but to fight. Zebra jumped to his feet, ready to attack the monster, but everyone was horrified to see it pierced by a sharp wave. No one had witnessed such a scene before, they were all terrified. But upon closer inspection, it wasn't an ordinary wave, but a sea of thorns. Its color was identical to seawater, but it was actually made of sharp thorns, its power and sharpness not to be underestimated. This was the nature of the gourmet world, even beasts with a capture level of over 200 could be easily killed. Without Toriko needing to say a word, Komatsu had already run into the cabin for safety. The fighting was left to the four heavenly kings. Zebra excitedly launched Sound Bazooka towards the raging sea of thorns. Sunny used his hair shield to block the incoming waves. Coco and Toriko also quickly joined the attack. The sea of thorns was stopped, broken thorns scattering everywhere. Amidst the chaotic scene, Toriko noticed a frog leisurely drinking tea, leaning against the thorns as if nothing had happened. His actions exuded elegance and romance, like a true nobleman. Who was this frog? Toriko intended to use the measuring device to check. But it swiftly jumped and dodged the laser beam with incredible speed. After a while of fighting, the group finally passed through the sea of thorns. Komatsu breathed a sigh of relief. Zebra felt the journey was getting more and more interesting. Toriko, however, was still preoccupied with the frog. He was sure he wasn't mistaken. Who was that frog? They had now reached the harbor of Yuto Island, the most difficult route to the gourmet world. Countless ships and people were trapped here. Just anchoring at the harbor was fraught with danger, let alone passing through Yuto Island. Yuto Island was shrouded in dense fog and also known as Maze Island, capable of misleading any intruder. Even ships equipped with the most advanced equipment, once lost in this fog, would sink without a trace before even finding the island. Komatsu found this place creepy. The ships here were not stranded but seemed to be floating. Toriko bravely laughed and told everyone to look, the gourmet souls were waving to them. Komatsu turned to look and nearly had a heart attack. On the decks, skeletons were waving. Komatsu couldn't stand the shock and shouted, "Ghosts!" Toriko thought that if it were ghosts, it would be easier to handle. But this was the gourmet world. The gourmet world had 8 main continents. According to the division, the area Toriko and the others were entering was Area 8, connected to Yuto Island. It was said to be the continent where Acacia's salad heir resided. Yuto Island was enveloped in a thick fog, making it impossible to see anything ahead with the naked eye. Zebra was still enthusiastic as usual, this place is amazing. From here on is an uncharted world, with many paths yet to be discovered. In short, whether we can see clearly or not, we must move forward. Hearing everyone's excited shouts, the watermelon octopus also enthusiastically sped up. Suddenly, the entire group, along with the watermelon octopus, plunged into a giant abyss.
Good heavens! Why isn't there any land here? Komatsu cried out, his face pale with fear. Where did the gourmet world's ground go? What happened? As soon as he spoke, Queen swiftly darted out from the watermelon octopus's mouth. Its massive body stretched upwards endlessly, reaching the ground above in the blink of an eye. It opened its jaws wide, clamping onto the ground, its huge tail wrapped tightly around the watermelon octopus, trying to pull it up. Sunny exclaimed with joy, "My baby did it again." However, Queen suddenly felt a sharp pain throughout its body. Missile sausages pierced through its body like bullets. If it were just one or two, Queen could still handle it. But this was a whole barrage of missile sausages densely raining down on its body. In less than half a minute, Queen's body was riddled with wounds. The excruciating pain made Queen's muscles bulge, but it still clung tightly to the ground. It knew it was everyone's only hope for survival. The slightest slip-up, and those on the back of the watermelon octopus would be doomed. At that moment, Kiss rushed to help. It used its precise attack speed to take down each missile sausage one by one. But it wasn't just a large number of missile sausages, there was also a bird demon with a capture level of 251. In front of this giant monster, the missile sausages were like mere snacks. Yun Yun had to use all his strength to dodge and manage to survive. Kiss quickly turned and charged towards the monster. The two sides were locked in a fierce battle. Komatsu and Yun trembled with fear. However, Zebra appeared quite relaxed. "How boring," he muttered, standing up and walking towards the cabin. "Hurry up and finish them off. I'm going to sleep." So boring. Only then did everyone notice a bizarrely shaped giant monster had appeared nearby. Coco urgently warned everyone, but Toriko and Sunny were already enveloped in fog. In the blink of an eye, they were snatched away by the monster. Komatsu broke out in a cold sweat. Sunny immediately activated his tracking mode. Zebra gathered energy for his sound wave. "Can you entertain me a bit?" he asked, firing continuous sound waves towards the monster floating in midair. While Zebra confronted the monster, Sunny used his hair to track down Toriko and Coco, wanting to pull them back. However, the monster's retreat speed was too fast, surpassing the range of Sunny's hair. Terry gathered strength in his legs, preparing to jump and chase after them. Just then, Toriko's voice rang out, "Terry, don't come over here." "I'm fine. Protect everyone." Terry blinked, seeming to understand. Zebra opened his energy shield and said in an annoyed tone, "What are you yelling for?" As if I didn't know. Seeing that no one seemed to be planning on rescuing Toriko and Coco, Komatsu anxiously asked, "Aren't we going to save Toriko and Coco?" Zebra immediately retorted, "You fool. Think about the consequences." He continued, "Moving forward requires taking risks, but not risks that would get us all killed." Moreover, he had faith in Toriko and Coco's teamwork. He believed they would be alright. Komatsu's bracelet actually had a communication function, but it couldn't establish contact with Toriko and Coco at the moment. Perhaps this strange fog was interfering with the signal. Zebra's sound bazooka was also useless, he couldn't use echolocation to pinpoint their location. However, Sunny had secretly prepared a tracking method. He was using his meticulously controlled hair to track Toriko and Coco. At this moment, Toriko and Coco were drifting through the thick fog. The white mist prevented them from seeing the ground clearly. "Coco, are you okay?" Hearing Toriko's voice, Coco breathed a sigh of relief. They were both fine for now, but the fog was too thick, and they didn't know where they were. As the two were fumbling for a way out, Coco suddenly felt a strange electromagnetic wave. He called it strange because its appearance was unbelievable. He told Toriko to try and smell it. Toriko inhaled deeply, and then his eyes suddenly sprang open. "The smell of food!" he exclaimed, and then ran like the wind toward the source of the scent. "It can't be anything else, it's the smell of food." Coco hurriedly chased after him. Breaking through the dense fog, the two arrived at an unexpected sight, a town. The ancient streets were lined with countless food stalls. The aroma of food wafted through the air, stimulating every cell in Toriko and Coco's bodies and awakening their primal desire to eat. Toriko swallowed hard. Why is there a food street in the gourmet world? It looks so normal and cozy. Coco was equally surprised. He looked at the tables in the restaurants. The place was quiet with food but no vendors. However, the food was all real and steaming hot as if it had just been cooked. Not far from them sat a frog leisurely enjoying wine. It was the same frog Toriko had met before. Noticing their gazes, it slowly spoke, "This is the real mist. It's not about real or fake, it's about whether you believe or not. In the gourmet world, that's all that matters, only those who believe." At that moment Sunny, who was secretly following behind and preparing to rescue them, had a bad feeling.
At this moment both Toriko and Coco had been captivated by the food and began to devour it. The frog leisurely raised its glass, its words laced with hidden meaning, "As long as you believe I can treat you." Toriko had completely fallen for the food eating non-stop. "I can't believe I can enjoy restaurant-quality food in the gourmet world. I haven't found a place like this in the past year and a half." Coco, looking at the steaming bowl of soup, pondered. "I wish Komatsu and the others were here. This soup doesn't seem poisonous." The frog, still holding its glass, explained to Toriko with a knowing look, "The fog has cleared a bit, but it has nothing to do with the weather. In the gourmet world, every day is a sunny day, perfect for enjoying delicious food." This made Toriko even happier, and he shared that he also enjoyed eating this way in the human world. However, he was more curious about the frog's name. The frog turned its head and explained, "The gourmet world has far surpassed human intelligence. It will shatter all the limits we've come to know. New knowledge is constantly being discovered. Simply put, in the gourmet world, what you can imagine, and even what you can't imagine, can appear. From the appearance, the aroma to the taste, everything. The old palate will disappear in the blink of an eye, and a whole new sense of taste will awaken." "You mean after coming to the gourmet world, the knowledge accumulated in the human world might be overturned?" Coco asked. "The real mist is just a type of weather phenomenon in the gourmet world, but it contains endless possibilities. It's a miracle of nature and could be the source of completely new and delicious ingredients." He suddenly remembered something. "Oh right, there's something I haven't told you. Back at the thorny sea, I accidentally pointed my laser at you." "It's no big deal, don't worry about it." Toriko grinned mischievously. "Then why didn't you dodge at that time?" The frog blinked, looking a little bewildered. Taking advantage of that moment, Toriko shot a laser beam at its chest. However, the frog didn't panic. Toriko guessed that it would soon disappear into thin air. He stared at the frog, waiting for the inevitable. As expected, the frog's body quickly withered, as if all the life had been sucked out of it. Every day in the gourmet world is a sunny day, perfect for enjoying delicious food, but also a sunny day for death. Its voice grew fainter as its body shrunk. Finally, its head slumped onto the table with a loud thud. Toriko and Coco jumped back in fear. At that same moment, Komatsu's bracelet received data from Toriko. Sunny closed his eyes, focusing on pinpointing Toriko and Coco's location. "What are those two idiots doing in there? It's not good, they're surrounded." Meanwhile, inside, Toriko and Coco had attracted the attention of another monstrous creature. It opened its maw, revealing rows of sharp teeth, looking utterly horrifying. "Is the price for the meal blood, and only the blood of that frog is nutritious enough for it?" Coco shuddered. Toriko and Coco hadn't expected other creatures to exist in this place. The monster was incredibly agile. One moment it was in the restaurant, the next it was clinging to the roof, sharp teeth, sharp claws, and a sinuous body. It looked like a gigantic lizard. With a single swipe of its tail, it flipped the entire restaurant. Toriko and Coco dodged out of the way and stood in the middle of the street. The monster roared angrily, "Are you trying to eat for free? Not a chance." In the blink of an eye, countless other monsters emerged from everywhere, surrounding Toriko and Coco. The lead monster roared, "We won't let you eat for free. Eat for free." Before Toriko could finish his sentence, he felt his body constrict. His face felt like it was being crushed, and his entire body trembled uncontrollably. He felt his strength being sapped away. Looking over at the frog lying on the table, he saw a creature clinging to it, sucking its blood frantically. Toriko hastily took off his jacket, as he suspected his body was covered in blood-sucking leeches. The creatures wriggled, draining his blood at an alarming rate, as if they were trying to drain the entire ocean. In the blink of an eye, Toriko was utterly drained. The frog, having been drained earlier, was now nothing but a dried husk, which soon dissipated into thin air. Anyone unfortunate enough to be targeted by these blood-sucking leeches would be drained dry in minutes. Not even a heavenly king like Toriko could escape this fate? But then again, in this real mist where reality was blurred, who could say for sure what was real and what wasn't? Look at Coco, he seemed completely unharmed. Coco had figured it out, it was all an illusion. This real mist was nothing but a sham from the beginning. He realized that the reason he hadn't been attacked was that his body was poisonous. The leeches couldn't suck his blood, they would definitely choose a physical attack to deal with him. As if to confirm his suspicions, as soon as he finished his thought, hundreds of monsters charged towards him, spitting poisonous projectiles. The projectiles rained down, leaving no room for escape. Coco quickly responded, his hands ablur as he threw spinning darts, deflecting the poisonous projectiles mid-air. He successfully neutralized almost every single attack. However, one monster took advantage of his momentary lapse in concentration and charged towards him. "This is my chance," it roared, firing a barrage of projectiles at Coco. However, when it came to speed and wit, Coco was still superior. The monster had only managed to grab a poison doll created by Coco. Enraged, the monster didn't even pause to think before attacking again. Unfortunately for it, it had once again grabbed hold of another one of Coco's poison dolls. And it wasn't just that, even Toriko's lifeless body covered in blood-sucking leeches was also a poison doll. The leeches on Toriko's body dropped to the ground, proving Coco's words to be true. The lead monster was bewildered. When did they do that? How did we not notice? Coco smirked triumphantly. From the very beginning, from the moment we stepped into this real mist, we were already dolls. Perhaps you should pay more attention to your surroundings. The monster only now noticed their surroundings after being reminded by Coco. The sky had changed, the air was no longer filled with the real mist but with poison gas released by Coco. The monster finally realized it had been tricked. Those spinning darts weren't meant to attack but to disperse the poison. Unfortunately, by the time it realized this, it was already too late. Facing the panicking monsters, Coco simply stated, "It's not about real or fake, it's about whether you believe or not. Whether you believe it or not, I'm still the winner." All the monsters collapsed poisoned. Coco watched, letting out a sigh. His poison dolls were nearing their limit. The moment Toriko told him about the frog, Coco had already planned this whole act. It was a perfect performance. However, what surprised Toriko the most was the quality of the poison dolls. It was almost impossible to distinguish them from real people. He asked Coco, "Is this also the power of that monster inside of you?" Coco answered without hesitation. "That's right, these poison dolls were created using my power. By infusing them with life poison, the poison itself transforms into a living organism. Adding a bit of emotion allows me to create dolls that are almost identical to real people. However, doing this requires a considerable amount of energy. Creating 2 dolls in such a short time is already my limit. But what bothers me more is that Sunny's feelers haven't stopped buzzing this whole time," Coco said, his face turning grim. "It seems the puppet master is about to make an entrance." Looking at the grotesque faces of various sizes and expressions in front of him, Toriko put on his milk bracelet, ready for battle. "Coco, you step back, it's my turn." Outside, Sunny and Komatsu were worried sick, but inside it was as if nothing had happened. Sunny urged Toriko and Coco to run while they still could. Looking at the latest data from Toriko, Komatsu's face turned pale. Their current opponent is the monster that kidnapped them in the first place, the Tonyuden. Sunny felt a cold sweat run down his back. From the moment they were kidnapped, Toriko and Coco had been trapped within the Tonyuden's territory. He had no idea how to fight this monstrous creature. The countless faces, big and small, with their different shapes and expressions, were a terrifying sight. Then the massive head at the center spoke, "Humans from the harbor. It's been so many years since someone has set foot here. How should I eat you? I'm really looking forward to it." Trying to scare the 4 heavenly kings with illusions, "You miscalculated, Tonyuden," Toriko scoffed, feigning nonchalance. He was no stranger to illusions and fear tactics. This time he summoned his monstrous appetite devil, showing Tonyuden a horrifying hallucination of itself being skewered and roasted over a fire by a red demon. It was an enhanced version of his intimidation tactic, combined with the chilling aura of the king's dinner. The Tonyuden's faces contorted in terror, their eyes bulged, drool dribbling from their mouths as they vanished like smoke. All that remained was a single, gigantic face, fainted dead on the ground. With the illusion dispelled, Toriko and Coco reappeared. Safe and sound, standing on solid ground once more. Everything they had experienced was nothing but a figment of Tonyuden's imagination. "To think you took them down with just intimidation, that's amazing, Toriko." Coco exclaimed, genuinely impressed. "Dealing with those level 500 to 600 monsters doesn't require much effort anyway." Toriko chuckled, brushing it off. Komatsu and the others were worried for nothing. Despite Toriko's relaxed demeanor, Coco couldn't shake off a feeling of awe. Even as a bystander, he could sense the terrifying power within that illusion. And yet Toriko had broken free so effortlessly. Is this the result of a year and a half of training in the gourmet world? He wondered. Meanwhile, Zebra finally stirred, stretching languidly as he yawned. "Is it over? I'm starving." Komatsu immediately understood Zebra's indifferent reaction. He had seen through the illusion from the start, hence his bored facade. "Did you think something like that could faze me? Now food," Zebra said, as if it were the most obvious thing in the world. "Look," Toriko exclaimed, pointing towards the fallen Tonyuden. Its eye was now leaking a continuous stream of soybean tears. Looking closer, they noticed the creature was covered in a layer of what seemed to be delicious tofu skin. "So even though this guy looks hideous, it's actually edible from head to toe," Toriko remarked. Komatsu's chef DNA instantly activated at the mention of edible ingredients. Pulling out his trusty giant pot from within the watermelon octopus, he got to work. A mouth-watering aroma soon filled the air as Komatsu whipped up a feast. There was a steaming pot of tofu hot pot, brimming with tofu fish sausage and tenderized bird meat. The monstrous leech-like creatures, now detoxified, were sliced and grilled to perfection. And of course, no Komatsu special was complete without his signature rich broth and creamy mayonnaise. Every dish was a testament to his exceptional culinary skills. Toriko, drooling at the sight, dug in with gusto after offering his thanks. The tofu skin, thinly sliced and incredibly tender, melted in his mouth. To think this hideous creature could produce such delicious tofu skin.
It's like a culinary underdog story, Sunny exclaimed between sobs, deeply moved by the taste. Zebra, not one for elaborate descriptions, chose to express his satisfaction by stuffing his face. Komatsu's jaw dropped when he saw Zebra lift the entire pot to his mouth. At least use a bowl, he cried out in dismay. It wasn't just the four heavenly kings and Komatsu who were enjoying the feast. Queen Terikis June and even the watermelon octopus were happily digging in. As they ate, Komatsu was overwhelmed with emotion. My dream is to travel the world with everyone sharing meals like this, he confessed, tears welling up in his eyes. Toriko smiled warmly at him, placing a hand on his shoulder. Komatsu, this is all thanks to you. Just then a series of loud croak-croak sounds reached their ears. Turning around, they saw a dapper-looking frog driving towards them in a cute little car. Everyone was taken aback by his peculiar appearance, a comical blend of fashionable and tacky. The frog, sporting a pair of sunglasses, greeted them with a cool demeanor. Unfortunately, he spoke in frog language, leaving everyone clueless. The frog tilted its head in confusion when everyone continued to stare blankly. Croak croak, what is that thing? Sunny and Komatsu blurted out in unison. The frog finally realized he had been speaking in frog language and quickly apologized in human tongue. Toriko's jaw dropped. It's you, the frog we met at the Thorny Sea. Indeed, the name's Croak Croak in your tongue, you can call me Mappy, the frog replied with a slight bow. Mappy introduced himself as an explorer from the bewitching food world, his trusty steed a 455-level beast Sararu. He was sent by the esteemed Daruma hermit to escort them. What does that old geezer Daruma want with us? Zebra questioned. Don't tell me he's found some delicious ingredients for us. Komatsu suddenly recalled seeing Daruma hermit's tribute on Zebra's menu. He also remembered Zebra borrowing the hermit's mount. According to Mappy, the Daruma hermit was their village chief. Speaking of the bewitching food world, Komatsu thought of Brunch. Wasn't that Brunch's home? I'm sure Brunch is looking forward to seeing you all again, Mappy chirped. I have no interest in seeing that idiot, Zebra scoffed. Komatsu, however, was determined to visit this bewitching food world, but since he went through the trouble of sending for us, we should accept his invitation, right? Besides, we'll get to experience the delicacies of the bewitching food world, he said, his voice laced with excitement. Sunny, on the other hand, had reservations. The ingredients in the bewitching food world are quite bizarre. Who knows if they're even edible, let alone delicious, he pointed out. But Toriko didn't seem to care. For him, as long as it was edible, it was good enough. Besides, didn't Chichi say to follow our gourmet compass when we're lost, he reminded them. Zebra rolled his eyes. We're not lost. Toriko ignored him and turned to Mappy. Lead the way. Sunny leaned in towards Toriko, whispering, are you sure about this? He's a frog. It seems awfully suspicious to just follow him blindly. Don't worry, I don't smell any danger on him. It's fine, Toriko assured him. Sunny frowned, unconvinced by Toriko's reasoning. So because he doesn't smell bad, it means he's trustworthy. But he's so ugly. Alright, everyone get on board. We're about to depart. Mappy announced, gesturing toward his car. Initially, everyone was eager. However, as soon as Sararu sped up, they were left in the dust. Wait up, they shouted, urging the watermelon octopus to chase after Mappy's vehicle at full speed. They soon arrived at what seemed like a giant maze, surrounded by towering white rock formations. Your basic strength is more than enough to survive in the gourmet world, Mappy commented, casually stretching his legs on the car roof. Who does this frog think he is, talking down to us? Sunny grumbled. Don't underestimate Mappy, Toriko warned Sunny. Just think, could you drive through the Thorny Sea while casually sipping coffee like him? Coco chimed in, impressed by Mappy's nonchalance. Mappy, Komatsu asked, is it always this dangerous at night in the gourmet world? Day and night in the gourmet world are two completely different beasts, Mappy explained. This place is dangerous even in broad daylight and especially so at night, but you guys can easily take down a Tonyuden, so there's nothing to worry about. He paused for emphasis before adding, however, you should know that nighttime is when the 8 kings reign supreme. Komatsu shuddered at the mention of the 8 kings. He knew they were the 8 apex predators ruling over the gourmet world. Before Mappy could continue, an oppressive force pressed down on them, rendering them immobile. Mappy, removing his sunglasses, glanced up at the sky. Sararu, why did you take a shortcut through here? The watermelon octopus trembled on the verge of fainting. This is the footprint of Heracles the Horse King, one of the 8 kings left behind thousands of years ago, Mappy explained, his voice hushed with reverence. This 8th region is his territory. A cold sweat broke out on Toriko and the others as they struggled against the overwhelming pressure. Even a footprint left behind millennia ago still held such terrifying power. They couldn't help but shudder at the thought of what would happen if they encountered the Horse King himself. Would they be crushed like ants? Just one look at this barren wasteland tells you how powerful the Horse King is. Zebra remarked, his voice grave. Ha, you can tell what kind of mood Heracles was in by looking at his footprints, Mappy said with a chuckle. When he's angry, the area around his footprints becomes barren like this. But when he's in a good mood, they transform into lush fields, clear lakes, and become havens for all sorts of creatures. Komatsu, having never experienced anything quite as exhilarating as this, felt a familiar sensation creeping up on him.
His face contorted into a comical expression of sheer terror. "If this were the human world, this footprint alone would be a World Heritage Site," he exclaimed. "You worry too much," Mappy reassured him with a chuckle. "The 8 kings, each one reigns supreme over their own continent in the gourmet world. When they all travel together, that's when night falls on the gourmet world." Coco drew a parallel to the human world. "It's similar to when high-ranking officials make visits and maximum security measures are put in place. In other words, the entire gourmet world is currently on high alert." Despite the tense atmosphere, Mappy seemed unfazed. "At night it's not just the beasts that become stronger, but the environment also becomes harsher," he explained. "Since ancient times, to survive, creatures have had to avoid both the 8 kings and the harsh environments while searching for food. This led to the formation of many travel routes known as gourmet streets. These are the rare safe havens in the gourmet world." Of course, he added, safe is a relative term. There are still plenty of dangers lurking in these parts. Toriko's eyes widened. "That explains it. That's how Komatsu and I managed to survive in the gourmet world for a year and a half." It dawned on him that they had been lucky enough to stumble upon these gourmet streets. "It's next to impossible to find these gourmet streets without a considerable amount of luck," Mappy chimed in. "Moreover, these gourmet streets connect the 7 civilizations that once existed in the gourmet world. The bewitching food world is one of them." As they continued their journey, the scenery transformed once more. This time they found themselves before an expanse of glittering golden water, a stark contrast to the desolate surroundings. This was the Golden Swamp, a vast swamp of golden sand, heavier than lead, known for its incredibly strong buoyancy. Objects could float effortlessly on its surface, and the golden shimmer, that was sunlight reflecting off millions upon millions of golden sand particles, creating a breathtaking spectacle. "It's breathtaking," Sunny whispered, tears welling up in his eyes. "With a view like this, who cares about the bewitching food world? Just one glimpse is enough to last a lifetime." But as everyone was captivated by the mesmerizing scenery, Mappy suddenly cried out in alarm. "Croak! Croak!" Everyone turned to him startled. In his haste, he had forgotten how to speak human again. "Clouds! The clouds!" Alarmed, everyone looked up and saw a massive, dark cloud resembling a slab of iron descending from the sky. "This is bad. We need to dive into the golden swamp now. If that thing catches us, we're done for." The sky was pitch black, the sleek black cloud suddenly transforming into the shape of giant feet, as if someone was stomping on the earth. It was the iron cloud, and it was about to fall. Hearing Komatsu's warning, Toriko and his friends, standing under the giant footprint, were all bewildered. "Whose stinky feet are these, daring to trample everywhere like this?" A heavy cloud fell beside the octopus watermelon, creating billowing waves of golden sand. Sparkling golden water droplets danced in the air, a truly magnificent sight. But this was not the time to marvel. Glancing at the words on the stone tablet, Toriko turned around and frantically explained to everyone, the iron cloud was the true entity of this island. Formed from iron clouds that had accumulated for tens of thousands of years. Dense iron cloud would slowly descend. As its weight increased every few hundred years, it would sink to the ground. However, this didn't mean that only one cloud would fall at a time. On the contrary, whenever this happened to regenerate itself, the iron cloud would create a heavy downpour. It was a torrential rain of steel, as if someone was stomping down, called the iron steps. Simply put, hundreds of feet in the sky would continuously fall to the ground, potentially causing massive casualties. Toriko tried to cut off these iron feet with his leg knife, but their hardness surpassed that of ordinary steel. The demon knife only left a faint scratch on the ground, not causing any real damage. Numerous iron feet, along with an entire giant iron cloud, gradually descended. "If we can't get through, then we go back." It sounded reasonable, but they didn't have time to turn back. Seeing the iron cloud about to collapse, Komatsu was so worried that his head was about to smoke. Seeing their guide return, Komatsu immediately told Sunny to get in the car and hide inside the octopus watermelon. There was still plenty of space inside the octopus watermelon, otherwise it wouldn't have been able to carry Queen Terry and the others. At this moment, the iron cloud was about to fall on the octopus watermelon's head. Thanks to his tentacles supporting it, he wasn't crushed immediately. After everyone was ready, the octopus watermelon took a deep breath and plunged into the golden abyss. At the very last second, the group successfully escaped inside the octopus watermelon. It's truly spacious. The windows are covered by a thin air membrane, preventing the golden sand from entering. Looking out from here, they can appreciate the allure of the golden claw even more. Brilliant golden light illuminates everything, sparkling fish swim around. Mappy, exhausted, explains to Toriko, the golden sand of the golden claw is called pure gold, known for its high transparency. Toriko looks at Mappy, panting heavily, feeling like he's devolved into a tadpole. "We're doomed," Mappy laments. Toriko is startled. "Can't we just dive into the sea and escape?" Mappy draws out his words regretfully. "Impossible. If we dive down from the golden claw to escape, the golden sand in the swamp will flow into a giant cave. It's the entrance to the golden labyrinth, with only an entrance and no exit. No one has ever escaped this labyrinth. We can't go down. So can we wait for the iron cloud to rise again?" No, the iron cloud won't rise for at least a few years, moreover the golden sand is constantly shifting.
The octopus watermelon can't withstand its flow.
Seeing the glowing cave close by, Toriko hurriedly instructed the octopus watermelon to turn around, but it was already too late. In diving mode, the octopus watermelon was not skilled at swimming, and its memory was pulled into the cave by the golden sands. There was no turning back. Coco was puzzled. No matter how formidable the golden claw is, it shouldn't have made things so dire for him, who could leisurely drink coffee amidst the golden waves.
The highly skilled frog had shrunk back, regressing into a weak tadpole. What exactly happened to Mappy?
Mappy was in terrible shape, as if he were about to draw his last breath at any moment. The golden labyrinth isn't something one can navigate through sheer power alone. Those who reach the exit aren't the strongest but the ones blessed with luck.
In essence, it's all about fortune. Hearing this word, they all felt reassured. Isn't that precisely what describes Komatsu?
It's your turn to shine, Komatsu. Everyone turned to look at Komatsu, who, startled, looked as frightened as a gorilla. The group then split up to search the octopus watermelon's insides. The rooms within were well equipped, though the bathroom and toilet seemed a bit far from the bedroom. The warehouse kitchen and dining area were unusually spacious, indicating a group of food lovers once lived there. They found a manual control room with detailed operation instructions posted outside. Since they were relying on Komatsu's fortune to escape, they put him in the driver's seat and handed him full control.
Toriko had confidence in Komatsu's abilities. He was certain that their smooth entry into the gourmet street was thanks to Komatsu.
Komatsu would use his sense of smell to assist, while Zebra and the others would support with their own specialized patrol skills. Zebra's Echo's ability made the situation inside the cave crystal clear. The problem arose as soon as they set out. They faced a split path, with only a left or right choice.
Sunny and Toriko had differing opinions. Toriko insisted on going left, but Coco was undecided. Zebra deemed the left path more feasible.
However, the wildly shifting golden sands left them no time for discussion. They were about to crash into the rock wall in the center when Komatsu grabbed the control and made the octopus exhale sharply, stopping their momentum. Everyone was so shocked by the sudden movement that they were wide-eyed. Komatsu pulled the control lever, maneuvering successfully through the situation, even though they didn't know when the next crisis would arise. Surviving this one brought a sigh of relief. Mappy, still weakened, was full of doubts. He wondered how these people could remain so cheerful in such an impenetrable labyrinth, as if they knew the way out. But their group of 5 was truly remarkable, carving an unbelievable new path through the endless maze. He thought maybe they really could succeed. Meanwhile, in a distant part of the gourmet world, Joie laughed maniacally. Magnificent Acacia. So this is what they call fortune. Joie had found the path to the Gourmet Star's banquet table with precise timing, showcasing unparalleled luck. Yet even at the peak of fortune, Joie's desires surged within him. Only the chosen ones could pave this path, a treasure even Acacia himself coveted. To Acacia, fortune held significant importance. People only appreciate health after illness, and only after loss do they value the simplicity of each day. For Acacia, who had everything, everyday life was mundane. He didn't need to experience loss to know. His insatiable appetite told him everything. It informed him of the countless ingredients he didn't yet possess, the known but untasted foods that fascinated him. It made him aware of the vastness of his hunger even as he slept. Blue Nitro, leaning on his hand, watched Joie's ambition with a sinister reminder. You're the second human to carve a path to the Gourmet Star. Joie smirked. The first was my mother Frozy, right? She saw this path from the very beginning.
Can fortune bloom with Acacia's full course?
The other Nitro confirmed that under certain conditions, it could.
This solidified Joie's resolve. He would not share Acacia's full course with anyone.
Before the table of Blue Nitro, Joie made a bold declaration. He would claim the full course himself and leave the rest to his subordinates. Rest assured, the arc has long been completed. On the other side, his loyal group received Joie's signal and prepared for action. Shigematsu excitedly shouted to everyone that Acacia's full course was about to awaken. The sight of the extending deer made Casero smile in awe. What a miracle! An empty space, yet a path appears the moment Joie steps on it. The director chuckled, noting that the path had always existed. Joie had merely seen it the correct path.
The little guy trailing them fell into deep thought as he stared at the road ahead. Is it really that amazing? Aren't there paths everywhere? Don't reveal that. It's true that seeing many paths could make you as popular.
Meanwhile, Komatsu, steering the octopus watermelon, let everyone out of danger. Mappy was shocked. He couldn't believe they had found the exit. Back to his pre-diving state, Mappy watched as everyone surrounded and praised Komatsu, yet Mappy kept replaying Toriko's words in his mind. Toriko had said that without Komatsu they wouldn't have made it to Gourmet Street.
So did Komatsu truly see the path of golden fortune? Though unaware of his own luck, Komatsu was no ordinary man.
Along the way, the team had even taken treasure chests from the cave. One particular caught Komatsu's eye just as a massive drop of water struck the octopus, shaking it violently. Mappy explained that this was due to the dominant fish in Area 8, which caused such rainfall, but there was no danger. In fact, they could take the opportunity for a relaxing bath. After bathing and eating, the rain hadn't stopped. Out of nowhere, a creepy eyeball floated through the air, scaring Komatsu half to death. Mappy reassured him. That's a guardian from the village coming to pick us up. He called out, look. There's the entrance to our village, it's the Hex Food World. Looking up they saw the gates of the Hex Food World ahead. Komatsu noticed a ghostly blue flame rising at the main entrance, drifting like a spirit then slowly spreading apart.
Mappy pointed at the strange sight excitedly shouting, "Look, the pregnant fireworks are going off. Is that really fireworks? Are there even fireworks that rise so slowly? They aren't colorful at all. In fact, they're eerie. It's not sending someone off, is it?"
Their arrival had already been reported to Tengu Castle, where Branch shouted commands to his subordinates.
"Tonight we celebrate."
Toriko instructed Terry and the others to wait with the octopus at the entrance, but Komatsu couldn't contain his excitement, hoping to see Branch after so long. Coco thoughtfully had kissed stay behind, promising to bring back delicious food.
Mappy suddenly realized, "Wait, did we bring any ingredients? Toriko, did you?" Everyone exchanged glances realizing they might need gifts.
Mappy explained, "In the gourmet world everything is traded for ingredients, meals, lodging, goods.
Money is worthless, only ingredients have value." Zebra remarked, "I didn't bring money anyway." Sunny teased, "Because you always take things by force." "Never mind, let's see what we can do," they agreed as they pressed on.
Komatsu followed behind Mappy with eager anticipation as they approached the main entrance. Suddenly many small eyes popped out from the ground, their heads wobbling. While their fluffy appearance might have been endearing, the black, oily sludge covering their bodies was somewhat revolting. Sunny was startled and almost fainted when a creature called Mooney popped its head up. He couldn't understand why he always encountered such gross things. Komatsu was also so scared he kept shouting. The scariest moment came from Zebra. His booming voice commanded, "Disappear." The Mooney creatures froze in place, eyes nearly popping out from their sockets. Thanks to Zebra's intimidation, they saw no more Mooney creatures on their way into the village. Passing through the entrance, the village's overall scenery unfolded. Winding streets were lined with all sorts of stalls bustling and lively.
The crowd and curious gazes greeted them warmly as they walked in.
Mappy, delighted to be home, ran up to greet them. The villagers, though friendly, all had bizarre appearances. By comparison, someone like Brunch would probably be considered the village's heartthrob. Sonny, with his extreme aesthetic standards, couldn't handle the visual shock. These strange creatures shattered his perception of appearances once again. At that moment a long-haired, bearded man approached Sonny, sighing deeply. "Oh, it's been so long since a human visited the village."
Sonny retreated in fright, thinking, "What kind of creature is this?" Mappy patted his shoulder and introduced, "This is Takeshi, the little brother of that famous Numerihian's grandson." Sonny muttered, "So his name is Takeshi?"
Suddenly, Komatsu shouted in surprise, "Whoa! A faceless creature." Mappy quickly explained, "This is no Pakichi, Komatsu. He does have a face, his facial features are just very small, possibly because of his large head." Other villagers were equally strange, including cockroaches evolved from Mars and cross-species giant spiders. Sonny was on the brink of losing it. He really didn't want to deal with these unsettling creatures. At the same time he was a bit curious whether there were cockroaches on Mars.
Toriko meanwhile was focused on finding delicious food, catching a whiff of an unusually fragrant takoyaki. Hearing about food, Komatsu excitedly followed, while Coco, feeling a bit unsatisfied, said, "You're gonna eat already? I haven't finished exploring yet."
Toriko and Komatsu arrived at the takoyaki stand. There was only one older man running it, but the takoyaki machine was huge. Rumor had it that it could make 2,000 pieces at a time. Toriko boldly ordered 2,000 pieces as an appetizer. The iron table in the storage area was soon filled with takoyaki. With lightning speed, the owner flipped them over in an instant.
Komatsu marveled, "This speed, this skill. I couldn't manage the scale and size."
Freshly made takoyaki was ready and Toriko grabbed a big bowl and started eating without stopping. The outside was soft while the inside was chewy and flavorful with a slight crunch, absolutely irresistible. But Sonny was different. Just looking at the bizarre appearance of the takoyaki killed his appetite. The group continued to wander around. Everywhere they looked, there were new and interesting sights.
Someone called out to Zebra, "Hey friend, want to join us for a drink?"
Zebra shot them a sharp glance. The shopkeeper, frightened, quickly apologized. Toriko and Komatsu were having a good time. Komatsu exclaimed, "I never thought the gourmet world would be this fun. I always imagined it to be scarier and more disgusting." Komatsu spotted a kitchenware store filled with all kinds of items. A beautiful kitchen knife caught his eye. It looked familiar, as if he had seen it somewhere before. The shopkeeper praised him for his good taste. It was a knife he made, taught by a customer about a year ago. Although that person was big and silent, they were a genuine artisan. Hearing this, Komatsu understood. Coco wandered into a toy store and found many interesting weapons and plush toys. He particularly liked a dark bandage roll.
Sonny bored and disgusted. Suddenly he noticed a store that looked somewhat normal, not as creepy as the others, but the name was puzzling. 18 pounds of canned meat for beauty? He couldn't resist. Sonny bought a can and gently opened it. Inside was a tiny girl unclothed and blushing. Sonny froze in shock, then threw it away as if it were something filthy. Toriko and Komatsu were used to Sonny's dramatic reactions, but this time it seemed like he was genuinely traumatized. He must have encountered something truly horrifying. However, their concern vanished when they spotted a mixed porridge shop. Just the thought of it was delicious, so they pulled Sonny in. The bowl of porridge was thick with a few eyeballs floating on top. It looked eerie but tasted absolutely amazing. Toriko was full of praise. Sunny couldn't bring himself to eat and planned to have bananas to cleanse his stomach. But these weren't ordinary bananas, they were natto bananas. Opening them to reveal the sticky natto made Sunny feel like passing out, yet Toriko and Komatsu ate happily. After the meal the group headed to a bar. Coco, who didn't drink much, ordered a ghost coffee milk. Meanwhile Toriko and the others enthusiastically shouted cheers. While they partied wildly, Brunch had long grown impatient. He had prepared a grand feast and had been waiting forever, but no one showed up. Seeing the group drunk and oblivious, Brunch stormed over angrily. "Why are you here? All the food on my side is ready, why haven't you come yet? How long are you planning to make me wait?" Brunch's tirade left everyone stunned. Komatsu's eyes went wide. "Mouth agape, Brunch, I missed you so much." No sooner had he spoken than he started vomiting. Coco, already tipsy, staggered over. "I'm drinking alcoholic coffee milk, you know." And then he too started throwing up. Brunch panicked. "Coco, you can't throw up. If you vomit poison, we're doomed." Brunch then took the whole group to Tengu Castle and brewed Yeti snow tea to sober them up. Listening to stories of Brunch's legendary feats and his incredible cooking skills, Zebra remarked, "The taste is decent, but his personality. What a handful." Brunch, overhearing this, wanted nothing more than to punch Zebra. Among these people, Zebra was the one Brunch disliked the most due to his unpredictable temper. Toriko reminisced about when the human world was in danger, and how the gourmet world had offered a lot of help. Brunch confirmed, "That's right, at that time the only ingredients left here were golden eggs and takoyaki. But that was because the leader of the Bishokukai had been meddling." Brunch swore to take him down if they ever met again. Toriko took a sip of tea and said calmly, "If you could handle him you wouldn't be suffering like this. Komatsu and I have met him before. He has the power to destroy everything if he wants. Right now he's probably stronger than anyone and he's terrifyingly hungry." Speaking of hunger, Zebra started to feel hungry and urged Brunch to serve the food. Brunch was exasperated. "Didn't you all just eat till you were stuffed?" Coco got serious. "For the future of the human world we can't stay here alone. This time we want to meet Daruma." "Well, you're in luck because he's on the brink of death," Brunch said. Everyone was shocked. "Since when?" Brunch continued. "He's at the therapeutic hot spring now. There's a doctor from the human world treating him, so he should be fine." Just then Mappy rushed in breathless. "It's bad, Daruma's condition." The whole group hurried to the hot spring, but seeing Zebra still calmly sipping his tea, it didn't seem too serious. Daruma lay flat on the ground, drenched in sweat, his face pale. Surrounding him were villagers. Milk, the first IGO staff. Daruma was gasping for breath, his body trembling, looking like he was at death's door. Brunch anxiously shouted, "Oh well man, are you okay?" Daruma slowly opened his eyes, a dazed expression on his face. He waved his hand trying to say something, then closed his eyes again. Brunch yelled, "Old man." Daruma opened his eyes again, his lips moving. Brunch leaned in close. "Say whatever you want, old man." Before he could say anything, Daruma closed his eyes again. Brunch screamed in despair. Daruma reacted again, but this time Brunch was no longer upset. He slapped Daruma on the forehead. "This is ridiculous. What do you want? Decide if you want to live or die already." Adashino, who had witnessed the entire scene, spoke up. "He's fine, he probably just peeked at someone bathing and got a bit too excited." Hearing this, Brunch was furious. Seeing Daruma's still racing heartbeat and dazed mind, Brunch grew even angrier. He grabbed Daruma's beard and prepared to lash out. Wake up now, you perverted old man." Komatsu and Sani were stunned to learn that the beautiful woman was none other than Adashino, the genius surgeon who could cure any illness with just a kitchen knife. Even as a gourmet specialist she was a formidable figure in the human world, but why are her eyes like that? As IGO's number 0 operative, she appeared alongside Master Ichiryu a year and a half ago, Adashino explained, and she's not the only one. Milk is here as well. Milk the first stepped out from behind them. However, compared to his previous appearance, he had lost his left arm. It seemed that the quiet craftsman mentioned by the shopkeeper was indeed the Milk. Milk spoke, but his voice was so soft that the Komatsu group couldn't hear anything. Only Zebra could hear him. He translated Milk's words for everyone. He's talking about what happened a year and a half ago, and how to capture Acacia's salad air. Milk used soundstones to tell the 4 kings and Brunch how to prepare air, then instructed them to split up and depart in 4 directions. Komatsu didn't understand why they had to act separately. Wouldn't it be safer and more reassuring to travel together? Adashino explained that it was to avoid the risk of the entire group being wiped out. When the gourmet world entered night, the climate in Area 8 became much harsher, to the point where even the spring of origin couldn't be approached casually. The land leading to the center of Area 8 was originally the rain area. Although it was marked as sea on the map, it was actually a desolate wasteland with all kinds of storms raging. Initially they planned to divide into 10 or 20 groups. But since the targets were the 4 kings, dividing into 4 directions was sufficient. Of course they couldn't accurately determine the location based on the 4 kings alone. They had anticipated this. Therefore they arranged 3 guides, including the talented Saisia Dinner, the food hunter of Kappa Valley Nosh, and the famous chef that everyone knows, Tengu Brunch. Mappy explained that they were the current representatives of the Hex Food world, each with top-notch strength, almost on par with the Hex Food Beast Knights led by himself.
Nopakichi and Takishi. Naturally 4 paths and only 3 guides wouldn't be enough, so Mappy would lead the final group himself, regarding the person following Mappy. He especially emphasized, "You'd better prepare yourself thoroughly." Grandpa Daruma opened his eyes and said to Mappy with reluctance, "Don't push yourself too hard, if possible. I'm serious. If it's really possible then you absolutely must do it, although I can't guarantee 100%, I believe you can get air. This old man has a strong feeling that if I can eat air, my illness will be completely cured." Brunch interrupted the rambling old man with disgust. That lecherous old man, the horny Daruma. Why not just try dying once and get it over with? After setting off, Brunch turned to look at Zebra following behind him and laughed loudly. "Ha ha ha, Zebra. Did that lecherous old geezer force you to come along too?" Zebra replied with a blank face, "That old man asked me to help eavesdrop on some things. Consider it the price for exchanging for cooking ingredients, but could it be that all the guys with titles like hermit are horny old men?" Brunch wasn't sure either. Maybe all hermits are like that. But there was no time to think because the group had arrived at Stardust Hill, where countless large and small meteorites rained down like crazy. Each impact with the ground created a small explosion. Crossing this place was no different than going through a heavy artillery battlefield. Zebra on the other hand found this place quite interesting. Compared to Bomber Fire, this place is much cuter. But then he wondered, why do I have to team up with that Tengu guy? Barely provoked by him and was close to fighting on the spot. Sani was paired with Nash, who yelled, "Hurry up mommy. You're kinda slow, let's get air." Sani almost lost it. "It's not mommy, it's Sani. How can you get both syllables wrong when there are only 2? Then Sani suddenly remembered, wait, weren't we supposed to visit Daruma? How did it turn into fetching air for him? And why do I have to team up with this weird Kappa guy? And this hideous outfit, it's so tacky and has absolutely no style." Sensing Sani's impending meltdown, Nash explained, "This is a demon feather cloak, made from the feathers of the mysterious Noko demon bird. It has top-tier defense in the monster world." Sani really couldn't stand Nash's choppy staccato way of speaking. He was just about to walk away when a scorching laser beam swept past him from behind. They were in the plains of the bee's nest, where laser rain fell from the sky. The only way to get through this was to use nimble footwork to constantly dodge. And dodging everything by reflex in such a dense laser rain was truly playing with your life. But this was reality, they had no other way to pass. Meanwhile, Dinner was moving with Coco. He was curious whether Coco had really been on the list of dangerous creatures. Coco didn't dodge the question, admitting frankly, "And I'm even more dangerous now than I was then." Then Coco asked Dinner, "Of the 7 civilizations that once flourished in the gourmet world, aside from the hex food world, are there any others left?" Dinner confessed that he didn't know for sure. In fact, he wasn't even sure how prosperous those places had been. Regardless of the civilization, all of them were heavily devastated, leaving only ruins and hunger. "Our village has survived until now thanks to the endless optimism of everyone," the village chief once said. "When everyone can genuinely smile, that is when the entire village enjoys the greatest food of all, air." Coco was supremely confident, "Don't worry, we will definitely get air, so that everyone can eat it." They were currently in a poisonous grassland, but the poison here was completely harmless to them. Clearly this is a path custom designed for us. The final pair was Toriko and Komatsu. On the way while in the vehicle, Toriko asked Mappy, "Has anyone in the village ever eaten air?" Mappy replied, "The village chief had to use countless connections just to learn how to handle air. Air is the dream of the entire village." Toriko had also heard that collecting Acacia's full-course menu had to follow the correct order and route. In other words, without eating air, it wouldn't be possible to access the next dish, the soup pair in Area 7. Komatsu wondered, what effect will eating air actually have? Mappy said, "That's hard to say. There are many places in the gourmet world that normal humans cannot pass through. It said there are mountains where you can't breathe, caves where growth speeds up 200,000 times, gates that only souls can enter, and ravines where time flows backwards. Could Acacia's full course be made up of ingredients that help you overcome those places?" Regardless of what was said, the core was still about upgrading gourmet cells. If not, as Toriko was feeling, a powerful pressure would come from somewhere, making his entire body unable to move, as if completely locked in place. This was a force of suppression that forced people to submit, and yet Mappy was calm as if nothing was happening. He asked Toriko, "You feel it, right?" Toriko immediately thought back to Mappy's words, "Prepare yourself." He understood what Mappy was planning. However, the one who truly wasn't affected was Komatsu. While Toriko was sweating profusely, Komatsu was as calm as usual, not feeling it meant not being afraid. Toriko looked around at the scene before him, which shook his very soul. Everywhere were high-level horse species leisurely strolling. Dharma war horses, Janus unicorns, all of them were present. Komatsu was surprised. What is this?" Mappy casually introduced, "This is Horse King Hill, the lair of the Horse King Heracles." Toriko was drenched in sweat. He didn't understand why they had to come to such a dangerous place. Komatsu was trembling, stuttering, unable to utter a single sentence. And yet Mappy remained calm as if nothing were amiss. "We, the inhabitants of the gourmet world, able to develop our own civilization, all owe our existence to the protection of the 8 kings from ancient times.
We have survived until now because we are sheltered by the 8 kings, therefore we must also offer tribute to the kings. There's no hiding from the kings who rule the entire gourmet world continent. To capture air one must face the Horse King. Mappy's chosen method was sacrifice. In Mappy's eyes there was now a shimmering haze. We will die here. But I don't know if my life can be exchanged for forgiveness from the Horse King. In the human world the 4 kings are the pinnacle, but in the eyes of the gourmet world's 8 kings, they are mere ants. Toriko felt the air become terrifyingly heavy, as if his entire body was being crushed, unable to breathe. Even raising his hand became incredibly difficult. He struggled to raise his hand, trying to look towards Komatsu. Under such immense pressure, there was no need for measurements to know how strong the opponent was. Even the concept of capture level became meaningless. As long as the aura is terrifying enough, you don't need status or background, you can still make others bow their heads. The 3 of them stood before a mature Dharma warhorse and already felt insignificant. Meanwhile the Horse King Heracles was many times larger and more majestic. The difference in power was obvious. The Horse King Heracles didn't need to be angry, just lying there exuded an aura that shook the heavens and the earth. The repeating patterns on his body were symbols of absolute power. That aura was higher than everyone else, making Toriko and Komatsu not dare to look up. Komatsu was so scared that he was turning into a gorilla, his familiar trembling state returning. Mappy, who was prepared to sacrifice himself, calmly explained, although there are other phantom beasts Heracles, the king named Heracles is only one. Toriko felt suffocated, the air like thick, sticky clay as if plugging his nose. Mappy said that's because the air on Horse King Hill is extremely thin, so air trees grow here. Toriko recalled when he entered the gourmet world's underground forest, he had seen this type of tree that could generate air. Mappy sighed. Toriko, Komatsu. I'm about to die, I'll become fertilizer for the air tree. Toriko had long guessed that Mappy intended to sacrifice himself bravely, he just hadn't expected it would be to become fertilizer for a tree. Mappy gently stroked the air tree. If extremely powerful life is used as nourishment, the air tree will produce extremely high-quality air. Saying this, Kararu started to tear up. Mappy was a bit choked up, saying to him, "You have to take care." Then he shouted at the Horse King Heracles, "Please use my life to exchange for permission to capture air. Please take my life alone." Toriko rushed forward to stop him, yelling, "Shut up." In reality Toriko's head was also in a mess at this moment. What should he do? On one side was air, on the other was the absolutely powerful king. There was no other option but to fight. Komatsu on the other hand was staring intently at the air tree, lost in thought. Elsewhere Daruma the hermit, along with Melk and Adashino, had arrived at the Atmosphere Garden, located on the eastern side of the Hex food world. At the very end of the village. This place had nutrient-rich fertilizer, fish, and localized sunlight, which helped the soil become fertile, producing many types of plants. Thanks to photosynthesis the air here was abundant, making it one of the few places in the Hex food world suitable for recuperating. Only by coming here could Daruma the hermit's illness be alleviated. Melk saw the Heracles foal and sighed. They have inherited the bloodline of the Horse King. Adashino added, there are also Daruma demon horses, and juvenile Janus unicorns. Daruma looked at the fertile fields and couldn't help but exclaim, there are horses that eat grass and horses that eat meat. But all the war horses living in the Horse King Hill area are air-eating horses. Although they sometimes ate grass, meat, or nibbled on fruit, they mostly preferred to eat air. For them breathing was the source of life. Every time the Horse King Heracles breathed, he could maintain a breath-holding state for about a month. In other words, with just one breath, even without eating anything, he could continuously exert his full power for a whole month. Conversely, if he did nothing at all, just lay still, one breath would be enough to live comfortably for a whole year. The Horse King, one of the 8 kings, only needs to breathe once to sustain life for a year, and a normal human? One breath is only enough to exert full power for about 8 seconds. Even if they do nothing, just holding their breath, they can only last a few minutes. For the Horse King, air is the source of energy. Melk exclaimed, perhaps this is why the Horse King is called an immortal, ageless warhorse. Daruma the hermit sighed, if you compare the breathing of the Horse King to humans, it's blatant cheating. Because the lung capacity and quality of inhaled and exhaled air between the two are unimaginably different, each time the Horse King Heracles breathes, it can absorb about 5.6 trillion liters of air. Converted into volume, that's equivalent to about 300 million cubic kilometers, almost the entire volume of seawater in the Atlantic Ocean. But Heracles only exhales about 10% of the air it inhales, therefore Area 8 is always in a state of severe oxygen deficiency. The air it exhales, commonly called waste, is full of toxins. Under the influence of convection currents, this toxic air transforms into various types of rain that fall to the ground. This is why Area 8 is called the continent of rain. In fact, Heracles' one breath per year is almost equal to the total amount of air that the gourmet world's animals, plants, and microorganisms need to survive. However, when Heracles reproduces, the situation is completely different. At that time it needs 100 times more fresh air than usual. And only one thing can provide enough air in one breath, the fruit air, which grows on the air tree. Air, the king of all gourmet ingredients. It can be said that Heracles' breath created the strange climate of this land. Normally it's fine, but when it's the Horse King's breeding season, it needs 100,000 air fruits. It is said that, the moment an air fruit ripens and falls to the ground, The amount of air released is enough to dispel all the clouds in Area 8. The ground will then be illuminated by sunlight, and a rainbow with 100 different colors will appear. Only in that instant can this continent, always covered by thick clouds, link with the other continents along with water, air, light. Saying 100 colors of the rainbow is no exaggeration. Compared to air, even a normal rainbow is nothing. Just one air fruit, crystallized over hundreds of years, contains enough air to cover the entire atmosphere of a planet. At that time, the horse king Heracles usually gives birth to a new generation of offspring. It rushes onto the rainbow, then roars across the sky, flying over the continents. In ancient times, this roaring action was called the Herrick reaction. Today it gives birth to a new life that shakes the continent. Tomorrow it will display its power to the entire world. Because of this, the horse king Heracles has become a symbol revered by all of humanity. However, Milk noticed another important detail: the horse king's offspring, though seemingly normal, are actually premature. Adashino explained if they are born before fully absorbing enough air, then they are indeed premature. And in the tens of thousands of years that have passed, no descendant of the horse king has ever crossed the rainbow. Daruma the hermit added, when air ripens, the blue nitro always steal it first. They don't have special handling techniques, but they steal that technology from others. But because they can't defeat the blue nitro, they also can't harvest air. If Heracles personally approaches the tree, the air fruit will immediately spoil due to hypersensitivity. After all, without air, the horse king's bloodline will weaken, and if one of the 8 kings, the horse king, declines, this entire continent will also collapse. Daruma looked up at the sky where rain was falling lightly inside. At this time, what we can do is only to become fertilizer for the air tree, to become food for the horse king. Although the effect is not great, our abilities are only so much. Milk approached and comforted him. Don't be too pessimistic, sir. If it's Toriko and Komatsu, who knows, they might actually be able to capture air. Milk was about to say more, but the sound amplifying stone in his hand fell, causing Daruma the hermit to not clearly hear the latter part. At this moment, Komatsu drew the milk knife, his eyes showing a determined look, ready to risk everything. Toriko and Mappi were both stunned by that aura. They had rarely seen Komatsu display such a battle-ready stance. Komatsu calmly said, "I hear the call of the ingredient." Mappi had never seen Komatsu unleash his power before, and his jaw dropped in stunned silence. Toriko's expression, on the other hand, was completely the opposite. He felt that Komatsu would definitely accomplish something great this time. Just mentioning the call of the ingredient, and Komatsu's entire body blazed with an intense aura. He really could hear the ingredient calling his name. Toriko smiled triumphantly as if this was only natural. But Mappi was confused, asking, "You say ingredient, could it be that air tree?" Komatsu gently swung the knife, then shook his head. "No, the ingredient calling me is something further ahead." Toriko and Mappi looked in the direction Komatsu pointed, which was toward the horse king's air tree. In front of them again was the horse king Heracles with its overwhelming power. Sensing that the 3 intended to pass it, Heracles emitted an intense killing intent. In an instant, the 3 of them were blown away by the shockwave of an invisible bomb. Just one glance was enough to make the ground seem to shake. This was only a warning, not a real attack, but the level of disparity was still too clear. Could they really face such a terrifying opponent? Mappi stopped them. "The tribute hasn't been offered yet. How can you talk about stealing air? The horse king will definitely not allow it." But Toriko had made up his mind. "If you don't let us pass, then we have no choice but to use force to break through." Mappi was shocked. Toriko didn't give him time to think, immediately urging, "Take Komatsu to where air is. If Karuru runs at full speed, it won't be long before you reach it." Mappi was speechless, intending to say he would sacrifice himself here as a tribute, but Toriko interrupted, "If you die to offer a sacrifice, then we can't eat air together." That statement made Mappi even more confused. Komatsu asked Toriko, "Then what are you going to do?" Toriko said sternly, "It's obvious, isn't it? You two go capture air. I'll stay here and hold back the horse king." Mappi was shocked. "Are you stupid? How can you possibly win against the horse king? Doing that is certain death." Toriko remained steadfast. "If it's certain death, then I must die after completing my mission." He looked at Komatsu, his eyes full of trust. "Komatsu, you are the one who will prepare air. Air is calling you. Let the horse king witness your skill. Rest assured your dish will be protected by me to the end." With those words, Komatsu was immediately reassured. He pulled along the still hesitating Mappi and got into the vehicle. Karuru understood the intentions of Toriko and Komatsu, activated acceleration mode and sped straight toward the air area. But what awaited them wasn't just the horse king. A Dharma demon horse suddenly charged from the side, raising its hooves to stomp straight down, almost crushing the entire group. Karuru took a deep breath, switched to high-speed mode and stepped hard on the gas, shooting away like an arrow and escaping by a hair's breadth. As they were frantically escaping, Toriko unleashed a powerful aura, shaking the entire land. The horse king and the surrounding warhorses immediately turned to look at him. Toriko began throwing punches, continuously pounding the ground, creating tremors that resonated deep within the earth. The warhorses had murderous expressions, but Toriko wasn't afraid at all, yelling, "Heracles! Got some time? Wanna fight?" The horse king tilted its head slightly, its eyes seemingly filled with a hint of suspicion. Toriko continued to shout, "If you insist on having a sacrifice then, I will be the one who sacrifices myself. But only if you can kill me with your own hands." Toriko's eyes were bloodshot, filled with red veins, and the power from his entire body erupted without concealment. The Horse King Heracles' face darkened, and it slowly stood up, its oppressive force like the sky collapsing. Although Toriko's words sounded full of momentum, in reality he was worried to death. Am I really about to fight one of the 8 kings? Can I hold him back for even a little while? 10 minutes or even less? Sweat flowed down, his body constantly and instinctively reacting to the undeniable fear of a powerful opponent. "Mappy, Komatsu, you two have to hurry." The red Oni inside Toriko roared, baring its fangs ready to fight. "Come on, Horse King Heracles." While Toriko was using his life to buy time, Zebra and Brunch were traversing the Stardust Hill area, amidst the frantic meteor rain. Zebra used Soundwave Demolish, shattering all the meteors in the sky, but the continuous falling rocks were starting to irritate him. Brunch stretched, saying, "Step aside, let me show you some skills." He roared, electricity coursing through his body, using the stored electricity to magnetize his entire body, becoming a giant living magnet. The meteors here contained a lot of metal, and they began to be drawn towards Brunch at a dizzying speed. Zebra seized the opportunity, shouting, "Now take them all out at once." Zebra was ready, yelling, "My turn to move aside." Super sound burst. Under the extreme sound waves, all the attracted meteors immediately exploded into rock dust. Meanwhile, at the plains of the bee's nest, Sunny was using his hair to create a protective umbrella, resisting the laser rain that burned like fire. His mind felt like it was about to explode from the heat. In contrast, Nosh was running through the lasers as if nothing were happening, dodging precisely like a ninja. He even turned back and urged Sunny, "Hurry up, old man." Sunny was still trying to cope when the rain suddenly became more intense. The high-intensity laser rain began. Nosh then removed his hat, revealing the shiny round plate on his head, the Minton pufferfish headplate. Even when lasers hit his head directly, he wasn't harmed because he had compressed all his muscle fibers into the plate, creating an invincible shield that reflected all attacks. Sunny was shocked. "Seriously? You had such an awesome move and didn't say so earlier." Nosh smiled wryly, "This move only lasts a few seconds. After that I'll be immobile for a few minutes. I'm counting on you then, Sunny." Sunny froze. "I was hoping you would help me. How did it turn into me saving you?" With no other choice, Sunny grabbed Nosh by the scruff of his neck and ran for his life, unsure when the move would run out, so running first was the only option. At Poison Rain Prairie, Coco and Dinner were strolling leisurely. Coco used a poisonous mist defense to block the poisonous rain, while Dinner carried temporary detoxifying flowers. Both were safe. This type of flower was extremely rare, almost extinct, but with Dinner's regeneration ability, replanting them wasn't too difficult. However, while they were leisurely strolling, poisonous hail began to fall, a poison so potent that even Coco's poisonous mist was pierced. They fell to the ground and corroded the surface, stronger than sulfuric acid. Coco was stunned. "I didn't expect the poisonous hail to have such physical power." Protecting against the poison alone wasn't enough, they had to find a way to resist physical damage as well. They decided not to stop and run straight to Slow Rain Hills. At the same time, Komatsu and Mappy were also rushing towards Slow Rain Hills. Komatsu tightly hugged the car seat, his head almost flying off from the speed. In his mind, he only had one thought: "Wait for me, Toriko. I will bring back the cooked air right away." How long could Red Oni fight against the Horse King Heracles? Toriko had no idea. But to help Komatsu obtain air, he was willing to risk his life, holding the Horse King back for as long as possible. Outwardly, Toriko looked incredibly imposing, but in reality, he was panicking intensely. His mind was completely blank, unsure of where to even begin. Unable to come up with a plan, Toriko decided, "There's no point in thinking. Just unleash everything I've got. Come on. Let's start this." Toriko roared. Red Oni emerged with sharp claws, charging straight at the Horse King. The Horse King Heracles was chillingly calm, glancing at him with a disdainful look, and then simply exhaled through his nose. With just one breath, the battle was over. The ground in front of Toriko was carved into a bottomless pit. Everything in the path of that breath was blown away, including half of Toriko's body. Toriko had thought, "Since I'm the main character, I should be able to exchange a few blows with the 8 kings." The result? Before he could even land a hit, he was cut in half by a single breath. As Toriko realized this, strawberry syrup began to squirt out from his severed body. He collapsed to the ground, powerless to resist. Heracles merely glanced at him, then turned away as if he had just swatted a noisy mosquito, putting on a show. Ultimately, that's all you were. The sound of hooves faded into the distance. Toriko lay there, his eyes gradually dimming, losing all their luster. But Toriko wasn't dead. Would the main character die that easily? Remember back at the treehouse, Chi-Chi had said there was something important she wanted to give them. It was holy water from the gourmet world.
The miraculous medicine Chi-Chi mentioned, capable of activating gourmet cells to the extreme, was a powerful restorative item. Even though they each only had a single bottle, Chi-Chi believed that once you get to the gourmet world, the holy water will definitely come in handy.
Toriko only having half his head left, would that count as a minor injury? But when you received the potion from Chi-Chi, Chi-Chi had also asked, is Toriko's blue hair natural?
Toriko thought back and remembered his hair seemed to be black when he was a child.
Sunny chimed in, only his hair is blue. What color are the other parts? Chi-Chi subtly hinted, what resides within you isn't just red oni, it could be something even more terrifying. If you don't use it in time, it will be too late. Toriko was still immobile, but the holy water was being absorbed by his body little by little.
The gourmet cells inside him began to divide fiercely, in the blink of an eye regenerating new tissue and organs. His consciousness gradually returned. At that moment the horse king Heracles suddenly felt uneasy, halting his steps. But it wasn't because Toriko had revived, but rather an air tree nearby began to subtly change. The tree started to emit a larger amount of air than usual, and release an intoxicating aroma, constantly stimulating Heracles' appetite. This tree, there's something strange about it, Heracles thought. Inside a dark room, Red Oni pushed the door open, stepping inside to find Blue Oni, the lazy one, lying idly.
Before Red Oni could say anything, Blue Oni opened his mouth. Rare to see you. What brings you here?
Red Oni, I don't want to, but if the host body dies, it's all over. Blue Oni chuckled sarcastically, you troublesome dim-witted red cell.
Red Oni said worriedly, I'm still no match for Heracles.
He looked at the Blue Oni, who was larger than him, hoping the other could come up with something. Blue Oni raised his claw, striking out, causing Red Oni to break out in a cold sweat. Blue Oni smirked, if I unleash my power, can that body handle it?
Red Oni stammered, thanks to the holy water, the injuries have recovered. If we could eat that ingredient, we might be able to hold on for a few minutes.
Blue Oni laughed, interrupting, then let's play a game, although I have no interest in eating that immortal horse, but it's fine for entertainment. At this time the air tree was being infused with life, constantly growing, bustling with air fruits budding. Heracles finally realized that human from before cooked it. In the blink of an eye that air tree had been cooked into an edible fruit, the fruit began to continuously grow and fall. At that very moment Blue Oni reached out from inside Toriko's body, grabbing an air fruit about to touch the ground and devoured it immediately. Delicious to the point of madness, Toriko's saliva poured out non-stop, his eyes wide as he chewed furiously. In an instant Toriko's body began to swell from the inside, Blue Oni completely separating from his right side, eagerly stepping onto the front lines of the battle. Heracles the Horse King immediately sensed the killing intent. Turning his head, he saw Blue Oni, a berserker radiating pure battle frenzy. He swung his arm like a windmill, spinning round and round with ever-increasing speed. With clear intention Blue Oni focused all his power into a single, heaven-shattering punch aimed directly at the Horse King. Boom! The punch landed squarely on Heracles' face, nearly knocking even the Horse King's tongue out. Despite Heracles' massive size, Blue Oni exuded immense energy, completely disregarding the size difference. After the exhilarating punch he grinned triumphantly, not a bad flavor, this punch is enough to brag about for the rest of my life. I punched the Horse King Heracles in the face. How many people can say they've done that? The Horse King wouldn't let it stand. Enraged he raised his two hind legs to unleash his ultimate move, Heracles' kick. His killing intent spread across the entire continent, causing the creatures of the forest to flee in panic. Birds took flight and wild animals stampeded away, as if a natural disaster was about to strike. All the animals on the continent were fleeing, even the slowest species were sprinting at top speed. In the atmosphere garden hermit Daruma and Melk also felt the tremor. Daruma trembled.
The Horse King is fighting? Mappy didn't finish the ceremony? What have Toriko and the others done?
Melk's expression was grave. He clearly understood what was happening, but now all he could do was believe in Toriko. At the entrance to the food space, Terry, Kiss and the other beasts also sensed the terrifying aura. From the body of the watermelon octopus, three small adorable creatures emerged, climbing towards the cave entrance. It was their time to join the fray. As the Horse King unleashed his kick, the rushing air swirled into a vortex, engulfing the sky. Within that vortex Blue Oni was at the peak of his excitement. If that punch had landed perfectly, who knows, I might have been able to fly straight into space for a joyride. He looked at Toriko, try to survive okay? Even though Red Oni and I are different, we are both parts of the appetite inside you. Toriko slowly stood up. His black hair fluttered in the wind. His sharp eyes and demeanor even more intense than his previous blue hair, resembling Star June. At the same time Komatsu and Mappy raced towards slow rain hills. Only one thought occupied Komatsu's mind, I have to cook air as soon as possible. He tried to jump out of the vehicle, but even the slightest movement felt like his body was being crushed, making movement incredibly difficult. Mappy explained air is close by, but due to the influence of the air fruit, the air here is incredibly dense, making it feel like you're walking underwater.
A familiar voice chimed in, spot on. Moving around here feels just like swimming. Komatsu turned around, it was Zebra. Zebra said Brunch went to get the knife. A chef is useless without a knife. Only the specially crafted knife of the first milk can handle air. Komatsu said anxiously Toriko was fighting the Horse King, we have to cook air right away. Zebra remained calm, muttering sound travels faster in liquid than in air. A supersonic shot from here should definitely reach him. Embracing Komatsu with one arm and pulling Mappy with the other, Zebra activated his sonic speed, arriving in front of air in a flash. On the other side Brunch also drew his 40-meter knife, exclaiming in surprise this knife is so big, it could split the entire continent in half. Compared to the knife Komatsu used, this one was a true heaven-cleaving greatsword. On the way he encountered Sunny, who was using his hair for super speed movement. With hundreds of long strands of hair constantly pulling and jerking, he improved his speed and maneuverability, overcoming his previous weaknesses. Sunny shouted Nosh. Do something too. Nosh, hugging a huge bundle of food, replied don't rush me. I am doing something. This is a load of ingredients I just gathered. Brunch thought, these two really aren't in sync at all. From a distance Kararu rushed towards them. Wait, wasn't Kararu carrying Komatsu? No, on the vehicle were Coco and Dinner. Coco used his poison body to create a Kararu clone for convenient high-speed transportation. Better than sheltering from the rain with an umbrella like before. Brunch chuckled, this bunch, each of them is a monster. If they continued at this pace, everyone would converge at air immediately. Brunch unleashed electricity, rushing towards air. Komatsu stared in awe at the hovering, ripe red air fruit. This is, the king of all ingredients, air? But it wasn't yet time, he said to Mappy, air isn't fully ripe yet. Cooking it now, isn't the right time. Mappy was shocked, what? You called me here and the fruit isn't even ripe yet? Komatsu pondered, his expression worried, not ripe, can't be cooked. They had finally found air but it wasn't ripe, what was happening? Just then, Coco, Sunny, and Brunch arrived. Coco exclaimed in amazement, this is the food king? It looks to be 500 meters wide. But the important thing wasn't its size, it was why the fruit wasn't ripe. What were they to do? Komatsu continued to explain based on what the first milk had said, if we follow his exact cooking method, we can indeed handle this air fruit. But the deliciousness will only reach about 70%. To unlock the true flavor, we have to wait until the fruit is fully ripe and just touching the ground. The instant it touches the ground, that's the best time to cook it. Dinner asked why wait for the moment it touches the ground? Is there any proof? Zebra looked annoyed. Why should we believe that guy? Brunch spoke up, Komatsu can hear the voice of the ingredients. Then Komatsu explained further, if we can cook air right when it falls to the ground, the deliciousness will increase from 70 to 100%. Coco suddenly realized, so, the Nitro's cooking method isn't perfect? Sunny laughed, well then, serves them right. Even if they steal air, if they don't know how to prepare it properly, they can't enjoy its true flavor. See? That's why having a professional in the team is so important. Nosh then asked, if we have to wait until it's ripe, are we just going to stand here and stare? Toriko can't wait any longer. Everyone immediately fell into thought, searching for a solution. Brunch came up with a hypothesis, because the slow rain hills region has an extremely high air density, not only does the rain slow down, but everything slows down. Maybe that's what's making air ripen slower. The whole group was stunned, no one had ever considered this. To prove it, Brunch pulled out the knife crafted by the first milk, the blade so sharp it could cut through air itself. Komatsu felt his whole body lighten, all the pressure vanishing. Brunch declared, I'll cut through the air surrounding air, helping it ripen faster. Komatsu was still uneasy, that's not enough, we need to provide more nutrients. Zebra took out a pile of food, these are the things that fell with the meteor shower at Stardust Hill. Nosh brought a bunch of snails and insects he had caught at the plains of the bee's nest. Dinner also had some fruit gathered at Poison Rain Prairie. Sunny frowned, collecting stuff while running away? These things look horrifying. Komatsu was delighted, ugly is fine as long as it's nutritious. The problem was there were still too few ingredients. Dinner confidently took on the task, leave it to me, I'm a regeneration specialist, I'll multiply the quantity. Nosh then said, I'll prevent air from touching the ground before cooking. To avoid any shocks. The others followed Komatsu to prepare the kitchen. Everyone worked together for an air fruit that reached 100% deliciousness. Mappy teared up at the sight, Komatsu scolded gently, don't just stand there getting emotional. Hurry up and help me. Mappy wiped away his tears and nodded, now's not the time to cry. We have to seize every second and bring air back to Toriko as soon as possible. While Komatsu's group was preparing to cook air, Toriko and Blue Oni were still trying to buy time in their battle against the Horse King Heracles. Ever since Blue Oni appeared, Toriko's hair had reverted to its original black color. Now he understood why Chi-Chi had asked about his hair color. Blue Oni appeared with a leisurely smile, not taking the battle seriously. He scoffed, you're really reckless. Pushing yourself to protect something, turns out it's because you're pregnant?
Even though it only took a single blow, and not a direct hit, Heracles was forced to use her true power, a rare occurrence that happened only once every 10,000 years. Because of the child in her belly. This time she would fight for real. She took a deep breath, and in that instant, Blue Oni felt as if he was being pierced. The terrifying power of a creature that was both a queen of beasts and driven by parental instinct had reached an incredible level. Blue Oni was crushed by the pressure, his eyes bulged out and all the air around him was sucked away. Even though it was only 1/10 of a normal breath, the surrounding space became a vacuum. Toriko was also being crushed under the pressure. He reached out to save Blue Oni. His hair changed from black to blue. Red Oni and Blue Oni were joining forces. Toriko struggled to breathe, trying to buy just a few precious seconds. He realized that for the Horse King Heracles, most creatures in the world aren't worthy as opponents. Even though they were using all their strength, neither Toriko nor the two demons inside him were a match. Heracles had once unleashed Gourmet Breath, wiping all living things from the world, except for herself, with a single inhale, and now she was using that move on Toriko. Meanwhile on the other side, Komatsu's group was sprinting to finish cooking air. Brunch was flying into the air, slashing at the air around air to reduce the pressure. What seemed like a simple act of cutting air actually required incredible skill. If he accidentally cut the fruit, all their efforts would be in vain. Dinner was using his medicines to clone the ingredients and fertilize the roots of the air tree. The air-cutting method of ripening the fruit began to take effect. Now it was Komatsu's turn to perform. He drew the knife of the first milk and began to follow the instructions he had been taught. However, a major problem arose. Inside the air fruit was a large amount of air. Due to the pressure difference with the outside, the air was swirling inside the fruit, causing the skin to swell and leak air. Zebra quickly plugged the leaks with ultrasonic plugs. Komatsu exclaimed, "A fruit with a diameter of more than 500 meters, filled with delicious air inside. If we follow the traditional method, we would have to release it slowly, leading to a 30% loss of flavor." The solution was, keep the fruit in its original shape, wait for the exact moment it falls, and then release all the air accurately. If we can do that, even if the air escapes, the deliciousness will still remain inside. Sunny was surprised. Isn't the flavor in the air? Wouldn't releasing it all mean losing everything? Komatsu smiled. If the fruit exploded, then yes, we'd lose it all. But if we keep the skin intact, we won't. He asked Sunny to use his hair to tie around the air fruit to maintain its shape. Sunny panicked. Easier said than done. This fruit is as big as a planet, how can I tie it? Zebra reported, I've plugged all the leaks. Komatsu thanked him and then asked Coco to release some toxins, applying pressure to the fruit to precisely control the ripening point. Komatsu slowly peeled away the outer skin and then continued to dig deeper into the flesh of the fruit. Depending on the region, the texture of the skin was completely different, requiring him to carefully listen to the whispers of the ingredient. If he deviated by even a millimeter, the entire ripening rhythm of the fruit would be disrupted, leading to a complete explosion. This was truly a tightrope walk over the air fruit, a super-level ingredient. Komatsu was demonstrating all the skills of a refined and experienced chef. But Komatsu alone wasn't enough. The air fruit was swelling more and more, and the leaks were increasing. Even though it was just air, the pressure of each leak was as strong as a volcanic eruption. Zebra had to continuously create more ultrasonic plugs to seal the leaks. Nash felt the tension. This fruit could fall at any moment. He immediately prepared a shock-absorbing system on the ground to prevent the fruit from being damaged upon impact. Sunny unleashed his hair, trying to hold the entire fruit, but the fruit's diameter reached over 1,500 meters, while his hair only reached about 700 m. Fortunately, he had the technique of remote hair control, compensating for the lack of length. Coco, next to him, released toxins as Komatsu requested. At this moment, the poison demon emerged from Coco's body, a sign that the deliciousness within the air fruit was overstimulating him. Coco tried to remain calm, but the aroma kept spreading, tormenting everyone. Not only humans. Creatures outside were also lured in by the scent. A diamond inferno beast, level 500, was drooling greedily, circling around the air fruit. Mappy stepped forward with a stern face. Leave these to me. I'll show them what 3-beast style is all about. Everyone was doing their best to complete their assigned tasks. The moment seemed to stretch on endlessly, feeling like it would never end. But in reality, less than 10 minutes had passed. Suddenly, a cracking sound echoed. The entire fruit shook violently. The stem was about to break. Komatsu was startled. It's about to fall. Air is about to fall. And we're still a little short. I haven't finished processing it. Everyone held their breath, looking towards Komatsu. Komatsu shouted, I need more time. Give me 2 minutes. No, just 1 minute is enough. It's too late. The stem broke, and the air fruit fell straight to the ground. Sunny yelled, Nosh. Nosh roared and used all his strength to create a giant, cushioned head, catching the enormous air fruit. The fruit was so large that Nosh's head turned red from congestion. He gritted his teeth. This is really too much.
Just as the giant air fruit was about to fall to the ground, Nosh used his head to prop it up, but his small body couldn't withstand its terrifying weight. Sunny's hair tendrils wrapped tightly around the air, just in time to help keep it from falling. However, even with high power mode activated, it was very difficult for his hair tendrils to hold the fruit. Komatsu was sweating profusely with worry, his hands working tirelessly. Sunny and Nosh were about to give out. Nosh strained his head to hold the fruit, his whole body about to be crushed. He couldn't hold on any longer. In the midst of the tension, Komatsu suddenly sped up his movements significantly. Wasn't this the ultimate skill that Frozy used? It seemed like the gourmet demon within Komatsu had also awakened. After a series of operations, he finally carved a small hole to release the air in one go. The fragrant air swelled from the small hole as if a volcano was erupting, a truly magnificent sight. Komatsu was blown away by the air pressure, but luckily Zebra caught him in time. Nosh was almost crushed by the fruit, but Brunch quickly pulled him away. The fruit fell to the ground safely, continuing to spew out its fragrant flavor. The whole thing was nerve-wracking, but it ended smoothly, and the fruit was safely depressurized. Before everyone could even sigh in relief, they were stunned by the magnificent sight, their hearts as taut as a bowstring. It was the air that had accumulated for tens of thousands of years inside the air fruit. This amount of gas amounted to 5 million trillion tons, equivalent to 25 billion cubic kilometers in volume, completely surpassing any volcanic eruption. The air from air immediately blew away the clouds and tore through the atmosphere. In just a few dozen seconds, the entire amount of gas was released. The sky cleared and brilliant sunlight shone across the earth, a truly spectacular scene. Komatsu, carried like a sack of rice by Zebra, tilted his head back and looked at the sky, so astonished that he couldn't speak. But in his mind he could only think of Toriko, who was still fighting. He wondered how he was doing. To be honest, it was a bit anticlimactic. The process of preparing the air felt a bit simple and violent. Although the task division was very clear, giving each character a role, there wasn't much creative imagination when it came to the actual cooking. The scene of Komatsu preparing the air happened a bit hastily. But that could be because the air was so huge, and carving out the fruit was already very elaborate. Back to Toriko. A few seconds before air was completed, Toriko was still facing the Horse King. The vacuum space made it impossible for Toriko to move, but he wasn't dead yet. In this annihilated atmosphere, even with a weak aura, Toriko's heart was still beating, not stopping at all. The Horse King prepared to deliver the final blow because a human dared to eat air, which was truly unimaginable. Toriko knew he no longer had the ability to retaliate, but he still looked directly into the king's eyes without fear, only filled with fighting spirit. No matter how strong the opponent, once he decided to fight, Toriko would never waver. That was the spirit of a gourmet hunter who survived in the wild. And that final blow from the Horse King was a tribute to Toriko, a true gourmet hunter. The Horse King was about to strike when a fierce gust of air swept in, distracting him. Surely air had been completed. This was the fresh air that the Horse King had been waiting for tens of thousands of years. Finally that moment had arrived. He decided to abandon the battle with Toriko in order to enjoy the nine-tailed air. Now was a once-in-a-thousand-year opportunity to reproduce, and he absolutely couldn't miss it. This was the most important thing. As for the battle with humanity, he would deal with it after the new king was born. The Horse King took a deep breath of air that was many times greater than previous reproductions. Now he no longer had to breathe sparingly, nor was he worried about giving birth to a premature child. In the area that had just been sucked into a vacuum by the breath of destruction, a great storm suddenly broke out. It was the wind of hope, the first wind at the Horse King's fall after tens of thousands of years, and also the bell that ended the battle. The excess air from air swept across the land. In the fierce storm, Toriko, who had been abandoned by the Horse King, heard the sound of trumpets of victory. Komatsu and everyone had succeeded. Air had been processed. The entire continent, which had been covered in dark clouds, was now illuminated brightly through the layers of clouds. The villagers of the Jewel Realm were all stunned with their mouths agape. Brilliant golden light was scattered across the ground. Seeing this, the hermit Daruma sweated profusely with worry. Air has fallen. Could it be that Mappy has failed? Was it impossible to process air? But as the light shone everywhere, First Milk took hold of the sound-amplifying stone and said in a confident voice, "No, they succeeded. Surely they used a method that we have never known to cook air." The hermit Daruma asked, trembling, "Really? How do you know?" First Milk smiled gently, "I heard the sound of the knife. The knife I forged said that second has completed the air dish." At this time Komatsu was still unconscious. Zebra shouted loudly, "Hey kid! Wake up!" The spotlights on, Coco, Sunny and everyone else surrounded Komatsu and praised him. Komatsu woke up with a start, shouting as soon as he opened his eyes, feeling a pounding headache, unable to stand. As soon as Zebra let go, Komatsu collapsed to the ground. When he heard everyone say that they had succeeded, he finally breathed a sigh of relief, weakly saying, "Thank goodness, I thought we had failed. Quickly tell Toriko this good news." Zebra said, "Don't worry, with this kind of world-shaking event, Toriko and the Horse King must already know." Mappy's eyes welled up with tears. No one was looking forward to this moment more than the Horse King. Sunny suddenly pointed to the sky and shouted, "Look, a rainbow!"
A colorful rainbow spanned the sky, its shimmering bands of color as if with a life of their own, flashing brilliantly amidst the land filled with fresh air. But the residents of Slow Rain Hills closed their eyes in silence, quietly waiting. Toriko was also waiting. At that moment he noticed several figures running towards them from the hill across. It was Terry and the others. They had come to witness the birth of the future destined rival, the new Horse King. Despite his small stature, the new Horse King's spirit was in no way inferior to the previous Horse King. Under the light of the seven-colored rainbow, the old Horse King looked more gentle and benevolent than ever before. The sacred neighing of the new Horse King echoed throughout the world. With light footsteps, he ran quickly on the seven-colored bridge, a bridge that had not resonated for tens of thousands of years. This neigh was a declaration: the new Horse King was born. The news that heir had been processed and the new Horse King had been born immediately spread throughout the world, a sacred, beautiful, mysterious reply from Heracles, its incredible power yet unknown. The 8 kings of the other continents naturally sensed it. The powerful warriors operating in the night in the gourmet world also heard it. Even in the human world, people who were looking forward to the revival of the gourmet era heard it. Ippon felt a surge saying, something happened in the gourmet world. Rin was even more excited. Toriko succeeded. Milk the Second shouted happily, I heard it too. I even heard Komatsu's knife. Toriko's fiancé was both happy and moved. My husband is truly amazing. Everyone was happy. Only Zong, who was still picking his nose and missed the opportunity to be in the picture. President Mansam smiled brightly. Alright, it's time to open the path. Let's open the infrastructure line into the gourmet world. Warm sunlight shone across the land, and from the ground came sounds of pop pop pop, and then a series of brilliant flowers bloomed across the hills, blending with the sunlight to create a picture full of color and life. After the nutritious air was released from the air fruit, the plants began to awaken, creating a mesmerizing scene. The land that had been covered by dark clouds was now transformed into a continent of brilliant flowers. But Komatsu's mind was still confused and worried about Toriko. Finally he saw a figure approaching from afar. It was Toriko with Terry and Kiss. Toriko looked like a warrior just returning from the battlefield. You guys did a great job, thank you Komatsu, Toriko said. Komatsu was so moved that he burst into tears, rushing to hug Toriko. Everyone shouted, Komatsu, get a grip, that's someone else's husband. Someone else's husband, huh, even more stimulating. Mappy was also moved to tears. Toriko, it's so good that you're still alive. I thought you were kicked in the butt by the Horse King. Seeing Toriko hugging Komatsu, Koko approached to congratulate him. Without a doubt, you are the person who contributed the most this time. Toriko just laughed and said, I was just trying to buy some time. But Koko recognized that Toriko's aura was completely different, as if something inside him had awakened. The electromagnetic waves also detected it, and so did Komatsu. Both of them had grown more after the battle. Sunny also teased, Toriko is really lucky. Yeah, if those things hadn't happened, I wouldn't have made it through. Toriko sighed. Komatsu quickly asked, Toriko, what about the Horse King? Toriko replied, I also tried to invite her to eat together, but she looked very satisfied at the moment, probably resting. Toriko looked at the giant air fruit behind him. This is Acacia's air. What a terrifying existence. I can clearly feel the flavor vibrating. Toriko turned to Komatsu and said, actually I've decided something, but he was interrupted by the sudden noise. The villagers and the little group flooded in. Kaka brought us here. The flower field in the Slow Rain Hills area is so beautiful. First time coming to Slow Rain Hills. Wait, can we still call it Slow Rain Hills now? Brunch saw Hermit Daruma coming and shouted, Hermit Daruma, is your body alright? Hermit Daruma stood up in a cheerful way, don't talk nonsense, seeing this scene has cured me completely. Komatsu ran to Milk the First. I used Milk the Second's knife to do it. Milk the First spoke softly because he wasn't carrying a loudspeaker. But Komatsu couldn't hear clearly over the noise, even so he didn't mind. Toriko said loudly, everyone has gathered, let's enjoy air together. Let's offer our gratitude to all the ingredients that have been given. Before eating, the whole village gathered, waiting for Komatsu to serve the dish. The air fruit, after all the air was released, had shrunk a lot, but it was still huge. Not only the gourmet world residents, but also the people in the human world could be shared. Komatsu gently cut each piece of the fruit and gave it to everyone. The pieces looked small, but they were as heavy as lead, with an elasticity like rubber. It looks like cabbage on the outside, but it's like meat on the inside, like a living creature, Komatsu said as he carried a large tray. Toriko took a deep breath of the rising aroma without even eating it. Just smelling it made his soul tremble. Looking up at the sky, he saw a flash of cosmic light flash and disappear. Koko asked worriedly, are you alright? Did you inhale too much? Toriko said, I don't think it's a hallucination. Maybe just by inhaling the concentrated oxygen in air, the capillaries in my eyes have been activated, and my vision has increased dramatically. Although it was only for a moment, being able to see the entire universe from Earth, if such a terrible power could be obtained, wouldn't it be possible to conquer the entire universe? Toriko picked up the piece of fruit and turned to Koko saying, Acacia's full course as expected, contains an unimaginable power. Koko had already anticipated it to some extent, but hearing Toriko say so, he became even more convinced.
Sunny and Zebra also realized this. The entire course of the gourmet god Acacia, even in the gourmet world, was at the pinnacle of flavor. And yet the monsters hidden within them had not yet revealed themselves. Sunny wondered, could it be that the monster inside me is giving this power to Toriko? Zebra immediately retorted, it's not that simple. The monsters inside us aren't the type to be considerate. They are the embodiment of craving. They go crazy when they see delicious food and tear it apart. Coco felt there was a different answer. In fact, Air had recognized Komatsu and Toriko. Toriko excitedly shouted and called Komatsu, do you remember that smelly vegetable from that year? The one that was known as the king of vegetables, the first dish we hunted together. You once advised me to put it on the full course. I hesitated, but now it's different. Air's taste is so perfect, the aroma is captivating, the flavor goes without saying, and it also has a miraculous effect on the body. That's the first ingredient we hunted in the gourmet world. It's also the starting point to return to the human world. Actually, I had decided before eating it, Komatsu didn't need to hear any more to understand. Right when he was cooking, he had already felt it. Toriko shouted, please everyone listen. Thanks to everyone we were able to capture Acacia's salad, which is Air. I want to make it the salad on my full course. Everyone applauded in agreement, so in Toriko's course there was only a main course, a side dish, and a dessert missing. The main course will surely be the mythical meat. Some people said that BB corn or rainbow fruit weren't good enough, but in fact it's not that. The more top-notch the ingredients, the better, but the most suitable is the best. If you just keep chasing after the highest class, you'll just get caught in the trap that others set up. Finding yourself surpassing yourself is what's meaningful. After sharing the air and congratulating Toriko on completing the salad of his life, the feast continued until evening. The sky was clear and cloudless, filled with sparkling stars, as if they could fall at any moment. Everyone had happy smiles on their faces, singing and dancing merrily. Everyone secretly hoped that this light would never fade, and hoped that it would spread all the way to the human world. But where there is light there is darkness. In the shadows, Tepe's group was secretly preparing to act. Brunch prepared dishes such as grilled air meat, mixed salads and vegetables stir-fried with basil. Every cooking method he could think of was tried. But the common conclusion of everyone was, eating it raw is still the best. Worthy of being Air, the main dish on Acacia's menu, its pure natural flavor surpassed all cooking methods. Mappy was eating and crying, I'm so moved. If it weren't for Toriko, I wouldn't have been able to see this peaceful and happy scene now. Wah! This is our dream and hope, to live and eat together with the whole village. It's really too wonderful. Hermit Daruma also swayed emotionally, that's right, that's right. For this day I have suffered so much. But it's true, eating it raw is still more delicious, he said with a smile as he chewed. Brunch put his hands on his hips and said, hey old man, weren't you sick? Komatsu wasn't surprised. It's easy to understand. Because no one has ever eaten air before, we have to study from the beginning. But I really like the feeling of thinking about how to make this air dish the most amazing salad for Toriko's menu. However, Coco reminded, everyone is easily fascinated by the flavor and forgets the true value of air. Eating this legendary air is not only simply delicious but also has the ability to cure all diseases. Due to the surge in oxygen intake through respiration, blood circulation also increases and metabolism is strongly activated. All bodily functions are increased many times over. After one breath, light scratches disappear. After 2 breaths, cuts close. After 3 breaths, even deep wounds begin to heal. If you maintain continuous breathing, fractures and severe burns can also be healed. Not only that, after eating air, it doesn't matter if you don't breathe for a long time, you can even die for hours underwater or live for days in a place with absolutely no oxygen. Coco's thoughts were interrupted by Sunny's question, Coco, what's wrong with your hand? Coco looked back and realized that without him noticing, his hand had turned into the hand of Poison Devil. Sunny also noticed that there was something different about his hand. It looked disgusting. The devils in their gourmet cells had all manifested. But Zebra said calmly, it's not that it ran out, but it has actually become a part of our bodies. He raised his arm that looked like a piece of black charcoal. Now it can move according to my will. That meant that they had begun to control the monsters inside their gourmet cells. Although it was only one arm now, sooner or later the whole body would be integrated. This is the greatest effect of Acacia's full course. After hearing Zebra's words, Sunny not only didn't feel relieved but instead became even more worried. Sooner or later I'll become a glowing-haired monster like that? That's so gross. No way, no way. Zebra looked confused. No way to what? Seeing that his arm had returned to normal, Sunny finally breathed a sigh of relief. Toriko silently looked at his hand, lost in thought. Hermit Daruma spoke up to remind him, not everyone possesses that talent. Those who have gourmet cell devils residing in their bodies, even in this village of mine, there are only a few. The rest are descendants of those who were lucky enough to survive after being eroded by the cells. Hearing this, Toriko and Komatsu immediately listened attentively. What exactly happened in this village in the past? Hermit Daruma began to tell, our ancestors were originally just ordinary humans. A long time ago they were captured by the Bishokukai organization and turned into slaves of the Nitro. Hearing the word Nitro, everyone immediately fell silent and paid attention.
It seems that at that time, the Nitro had already discovered the ingredients that would later be called Acacia's full course. And before those ingredients ripened, there must be humans to exploit them. The four Beast Kings were also essentially created by Nitro hundreds of thousands of years ago, with the aim of capturing humans on a large scale. Toriko exclaimed, so the four Beast Kings have existed for a very long time.
After capturing humans, Nitro would inject gourmet cells into each person, perhaps to increase their survival ability so that they could be more effective slaves. It could also be to nurture them into fertilizer for the menu, or to make them taste better.
In short, no one has yet understood what Nitro's true intentions are.
Komatsu was curious, so, what's it like to inject gourmet cells?
Hermit Daruma explained, there are three methods, one injecting gradually, eating little by little over a long period of time, to allow the body to adapt. The advantage is that it is safe, but it takes a lot of time and the failure rate is still high. 2. Direct injection, inject the cells directly into the body. This method helps to adapt quickly, but if it fails, the person will be eroded by the gourmet cells, turning into a monster, even losing their life. Brunch added, the ancestors of our village were of the second type, injected directly.
Because they couldn't adapt, they turned into monsters. Those who survived became slaves. Their descendants are today's gourmet world residents, as well as the ancestors of the civilizations that once flourished on the continents.
Komatsu finally understood, so that's why people here have strange shapes. Is it because of this? Komatsu was quite tactful, but Sunny was blunt. EW.
So it's because your ancestors were injected with gourmet cells that you all look so bizarre?
I really admire your ancestors, they still escaped from Nitro's grasp and survived until now.
Hermit Daruma nodded, it's all thanks to the protection of the 8 kings.
From ancient times, we have lived under the shadow of those kings.
Because only the 8 kings, even Blue Nitro, dare not act recklessly. Even so, I still can't understand why those Blue Nitro didn't appear this time.
Well, anyway, on behalf of the villagers, as the chief of the gourmet world, I sincerely thank you. Without a doubt, the 5 of you are saviors from the human world. All the villagers stood up and bowed in gratitude, but as soon as the words of thanks were finished, everyone in the village suddenly fell down and fainted.
What? Everyone panicked. What's going on? Why did they all faint at the same time?
From the shadows, a disheveled man with messy hair stepped out. He gently patted Komatsu on the shoulder, whispering in his ear, I have something I want to say from the bottom of my heart. Would you like to hear it?
It's better if you just obediently fall asleep.
Before Komatsu could react, Teppei pierced his chest with just one hand. The first to react was Toriko, but it was too late. As soon as he turned his head, he saw Komatsu's heart being pulled out, then crushed by Teppei on the spot. Komatsu immediately spat out blood, his eyes filled with horror and pain. Toriko's face was splattered with hot blood, and he couldn't believe that this nightmare had come so quickly. Filled with worry and anger, he screamed in pain, Komatsu! But don't worry too much, because according to the protagonist's logic, Komatsu will surely awaken his devil soon, and reforming his body is only a matter of time. At this moment, a familiar scene of a door opening appeared again, carrying the ominous sign as always.
A grayness swirled through and Blue Oni pushed the door open and stepped inside.
The space inside looked very large, with countless tables and chairs. And among those empty tables and chairs, there was someone wearing a napkin, already sitting down.
Blue Oni walked behind him and asked, so delicious you've gone crazy? Red Oni smiled, it's really an amazing flavor. A part of my body has awakened, it's all thanks to you.
Blue Oni looked annoyed, if I ever meet that horse again, I won't play around anymore. I'll just kill it. Red Oni raised his glass, his eyes deep, it seems the world out there excites you.
Blue Oni grinned, what else is fun for us besides eating? I also want to eat quickly, eat until I can't swallow anymore.
Red Oni could only sigh, there's no way around it now.
A different world.
Blue Oni smiled mysteriously, that arm will have a chance to show itself soon, let me see, how strong you are.
Toriko's shout also awakened the other 3 members of the 4 heavenly kings.
When they saw Komatsu being pierced through the chest, the group immediately took out holy water of recovery to save his life. But before they could do anything, a vine like a whip stretched out from Teppei's arm, smashing all the bottles of holy water. The other people in the village, those who had not been defeated by the poisonous snake, also began to appear. Shigematsu smiled faintly, breath of eternal sleep, it should have been enough to stop the heart with just one breath. I didn't expect there were still so many people who could sense the instability and survive until now. He glanced at Milk the First, Adashino and the others, intending to talk nicely with them.
After all, they were about to go to heaven. We are Neo and we came to get air, you don't need to care about anything.
Toriko hugged the seriously injured Komatsu tightly, his face full of gloom, his voice so heavy that the air suffocated. Shut your mouth, I don't care what you want because in a few seconds you'll all be dead. Komatsu's chest had been pierced, his heart was torn out. It seemed impossible to save him, but the others still had a chance. Brunch immediately used a defibrillator to perform CPR on everyone. Sunny used his hair to create wings blowing away the remaining poisonous gas. The large snake, seeing Sunny interfering, lunged to attack him from behind, but Zebra had already detected its location and forced it to swallow a chain of sonic bombs.
Boom!
The bombs detonated inside the snake's stomach, tearing through its throat. In an instant the snake collapsed on the spot.
Toriko carried Komatsu and handed him over to the gourmet surgeon Adashino. Adashino immediately drew her revival kitchen knife. Dinner also brought out a visceral fruit, a type of fruit used in medicine.
Toriko was trembling with rage, barely able to contain his anger and said, "Please, please save Komatsu." After he finished talking, he widened his eyes and yelled, "Please, no one is allowed to interfere with this." At this moment Toriko's left arm had transformed into a red oni arm, the bulging muscles overflowing with power.
Shigematsu was dismissive, taunting, "Toriko, what's with that look? Don't tell me you intend to take on all of us by yourself?"
Brunch, Sunny and Milk were all stunned, but only for a moment because Toriko acted too quickly. He only needed one hand to deal with them one by one before they could even scream. Their heads were flying off their necks.
Shigematsu realized right now, Toriko had become unimaginably strong, but it was too late.
As he prepared to make a move, Toriko was already right in front of him. "By Shigematsu, go down there and kneel before Godfather Ichiryu and apologize. This technique is the last of my mercy for you." Even though Toriko held back, Shigematsu still couldn't withstand the firepower of the infinite punch. He was sent flying away by the punch. Finally there was Teppei, the one who had directly injured Komatsu. Toriko absolutely couldn't forgive him. He poured all of his strength as if possessed, and swung his fist at Teppei. But Teppei blocked every blow, his solid muscles rubbed against the tree roots, creating a chilling crack sound.
Teppei's face was expressionless, showing no hint of murderous intent.
Toriko's eyes were bloodshot, filled with murderous intent. "There's no way I'll ever forgive someone as awful as you, Teppei." While Toriko was facing off against Teppei, Shigematsu was being flung through the air like a bullet by the infinite punch. A level 498 spiked turtle, a reptile, tried to swallow him whole.
Like a lucky find.
But the force of the punch hadn't dissipated. Just as the turtle opened its mouth to swallow Shigematsu, the remaining power from his body pierced through the turtle's throat.
Flying straight through its head, Shigematsu continued to be launched into the air.
The sound of the impact attracted a flock of manta birds. They eagerly swooped in surrounding him. More and more birds gathered, opening their blood-stained beaks, wanting to swallow him in one gulp. At that moment Shigematsu regained consciousness. An image of President Ichiryu smiling flashed in his mind. "Shigematsu, I really like your ambition, because I have no desire. You're the most suitable to be vice president." Remembering the president's words, Shigematsu shed tears. He blamed himself for betraying that trust and those expectations. "If that's the case, then let me use this life to satisfy Mother Nature's hunger." In less than 2 minutes since his appearance, Shigematsu had part of his body devoured by wild beasts, and the rest absorbed by the air tree as fertilizer.
Before heading out, Toriko had asked Mansam, "Is it possible to restore those manipulated by Joie to their former state?"
Toriko didn't intend to save everyone. He only hoped that, if there was a way, he could save 3 people, Human, Shigematsu and Teppei, because they had once been allies. Mansam explained, "Imagine humans as ingredients. Once they are prepared by Joie, their gourmet cells will have a permanent wound etched into them. That wound will change the flavor of the ingredient, turning enemies into allies. In other words, if no wound is left behind, they won't be manipulated. Of course, the prerequisite is that the gourmet cells must not succumb to his absolute power. If the cells recognize the wound, it will never disappear for life. In short, the wound that Joie inflicts on those he manipulates is irreversible," Mansam concluded. Actually, it wasn't completely hopeless. By inflicting an even more severe wound on the gourmet cells, surpassing Joie's influence, it might be possible to break the control.
Only.
If the damage was so severe, it was uncertain whether they could return to normal or die first. Toriko believed that as long as there was a possibility, it was worth trying.
That was why he used Shigematsu as the first experiment. Shigematsu had indeed regained consciousness, but his body couldn't withstand it. In the end, he was torn apart by wild beasts, becoming fertilizer for the air tree. Toriko, with his red oni arm, struck hard against Teppei's equally bulging muscles. Both sides were incredibly strong and the battle became extremely intense. Toriko steadily gained the upper hand, forcing Teppei to retreat. Toriko first retracted his muscles and then in one breath, unleashed an extremely powerful recoil punch. Teppei reacted quickly, immediately leaning back to avoid the fatal blow, but Toriko's nail punch pierced through the clouds, punching straight out of the Earth's atmosphere. Teppei turned and used his root-like thorns to wrap around Toriko's arm, but with a single muscle contraction Toriko tore apart that control technique. Ordinary people couldn't breathe through their skin, but gourmet cells could operate all respiratory functions at 100% through the skin.
Air was sucked in and expelled like a jet engine. The air between them gradually became turbulent.
Their muscles grew larger and larger, accumulating even more force than the previous attack. Toriko unleashed a new recoil nail punch. Teppei didn't fall behind either.
His arm and root-like thorns also continuously swelled. A hissing friction sound rang out. The two fists collided violently, stirring up tornadoes. Neither side would yield. Toriko roared, continuously hammering straight into Teppei's arm. Teppei couldn't withstand the storm-like destructive force. The root-like thorns were severed in an instant. It was clear Toriko had become much stronger than before. Teppei immediately realized he had to report back to Joie. This attempt to take air
has failed. Zebra blocked his path. You think you can escape, despite being surrounded by powerful fighters. Tepe showed no fear, gathering this many strong people. Yeah, it probably won't be easy to escape next time. With that, a cloud of dust rose from his location. Tepe's entire body disappeared as if evaporating from the world, right before everyone's eyes. Indeed, Tepe's skills were not to be trifled with. Coco and Toriko, unable to react in time, witnessed the strange scene. Coco was bewildered. Without touching Zebra's sonic positioning, or Sunny's battle kitchen, he completely disappeared. The naked eye couldn't keep up, even faint electromagnetic waves left no trace, just. How did he do it? Toriko bent down and sniffed the ground. There was a lingering scent, but he couldn't determine the direction it came from, nor the direction it left. The origin of this scent could not be identified. He appeared here, then disappeared from this space. Hermit Daruma sighed, this is troublesome. I didn't expect someone to be able to pass through the back channel. This isn't good. It could implicate Komatsu. What's the back channel? How's Komatsu? Hearing the old man mention Komatsu, Toriko and the others turned to look. At that moment Adashino and Dinner were operating on Komatsu, but the situation was extremely dire. Adashino couldn't access the right angle. Damaged tissue couldn't be treated with medicine. Dinner was also incredibly tense. Komatsu's condition, more accurately, wasn't that his organs couldn't be regenerated, but that the entire chest area where his heart used to be had been torn apart and taken away along with the space. Hermit Daruma spoke slowly, his heart has been taken away. To save him you must find a new heart to replace it. By eating an ingredient called pear, you can graft a new heart onto Komatsu and help him recover. Hermit Daruma's words left the entire room silent. Even he didn't know if it was coincidence or fate. But for the time being, this was the only way to save Komatsu. Pear was currently sleeping peacefully in Area 7, the next region. It was a type of soup known as pure water droplet from the inside out. However, it was located inside a stone fortress in a mountainous continent. Having found a solution, Toriko's group immediately set out. They were seen off by Hermit Daruma and the others to Area 8, and from there headed southeast on the path to Area 7. Komatsu's life was a matter of minutes and seconds. There was no time to delay. His hollowed-out chest was connected to a temporary artificial organ, enough to maintain blood circulation, along with an artificial respirator keeping his lungs functioning, helping him absorb a small amount of oxygen. But all of this was only a temporary measure. Komatsu was now on the border between life and death. He was completely unaware of what was happening, so the possibility of complications could not be ruled out. Brunch had packed all the necessary items. Toriko intended to have the watermelon octopus transport air and the prepared ingredients at Area 8 back to the human world. The 10 bridges connecting the human world and the gourmet world were now fully open. The human world would also begin sending aid in return. The first Milk stepped forward to announce he, along with Adashino, the Hex Food World warriors and riding the watermelon octopus, would escort air to a safe location. Brunch, wearing a huge backpack, approached Toriko and asked, "Am I really allowed to take this?" Toriko replied seriously, "This is the mission I'm entrusting to you. Only you can transport it, I'm counting on you." Brunch, knowing the seriousness of the situation, Brunch didn't ask any further questions. At that moment a monster suddenly appeared. Toriko turned to look and was astonished. Isn't that the great electric shark? It tore through the waves full of vigor. It was clearly the hot-tempered type, leaping from the sea. It revealed a tail dozens of meters long, yet it was an electric train? What the hell is this? An electric train crawling up from under the sea? The electric train landed, skidding to a stop right in front of Toriko, leaving a trail of fire due to friction with the ground, just like a real train. It was the next guy for Toriko's group. Electric Shark glanced at Toriko provocatively, then opened its mouth wide. The dense rows of teeth made one's legs tremble just looking at them. Toriko pulled its mouth open and turned to Hermit Daruma to ask, "What is this? The way it looks, it's trying to eat me. Is it okay to travel with this thing? What if it attacks?" Daruma calmly replied, "Electric sharks are safe monsters, though a bit crude, but their security is higher than the watermelon octopus. The dangerous monsters in Area 7 won't be able to detect it." Toriko was still flexing his arms, trying to keep the monster's mouth shut, as if it really saw him as an enemy. The feeling was completely different from a companion. He was still worried. Traveling with it really doesn't feel good. But Hermit Daruma was indifferent. Just play with it. After all, now is when you're still allowed to fool around. Because when you get to Area 7 it will be forced to be well behaved, as that is the only area in the gourmet world where indiscriminate hunting is forbidden. Zebra, unable to stand the noise between Toriko and Electric Shark, gave it a punch that knocked it unconscious on the spot. "Shut your mouth, or I'll really kill you." What if it was a high-level brutal monster? Zebra had never lost any battle. A monkey with high intelligence and terrifying strength completely dominated Area 7, therefore the place was called Monkey Restaurant. It not only conquered the ferocious monsters on the continent, but also strictly managed the social system and eating rules. The leader of the Monkey Mountain Range, also one of the 8 kings, named Monkey King Bambina. He was the most mischievous of the 8 kings, and because of his warlike and impulsive nature, he was also called a troublemaker. Rumor had it that his strength surpassed even the Horse King. What? Even stronger than the Horse King. Previously the Horse King merely breathing had almost cost Toriko his life, now there was someone even stronger. Hermit Daruma warned, if you want to capture Acacia's pear soup, you will inevitably have to battle the Monkey King, you four should prepare yourselves mentally. Toriko calmly replied, we've been mentally prepared from the start, instead of telling us to prepare, the Monkey King is the one who should be careful. Because right now we are not as easy to deal with as before. Even though the line sounded familiar, no one thought anything of it. Sunny smirked, who knows, since he's a monkey, maybe it'll be easier to communicate with him. Mappy called Toriko back and gave him a small bag, which was the amulet that he always carried with him. He said in a trembling voice, Toriko, I beg you. Please don't die. Be careful. Toriko smiled and accepted the amulet. He recalled, isn't that the iron clouds that fell on the gold swamp and remained there for many years? At that moment the Horse King Heracles appeared right behind them. A valiant figure, his brown fur billowing, his aura fierce, as if he wanted to swallow the entire land. No one noticed when Heracles had arrived, perhaps the Horse King's teleportation had reached a divine level. Although before, each time he appeared he left behind hoof marks, this time there were none. It was unclear whether it was due to extreme anger or extreme joy. Before the Horse King's divine might, everyone was stunned. Mappy almost fainted from fear. Is that really the Horse King? Suddenly the Horse King took a breath, a powerful gust of wind sent the entire watermelon octopus train flying over the iron clouds, launching straight out of the gold swamp. A boost from the Horse King saved them so much time and effort. Heracles turned his head and glanced at Toriko, his expression proud but his eyes warm as if to say, I'm helping you. But don't think I'm approachable. Hermit Daruma exclaimed in surprise, could it be? The Horse King has taken notice of Toriko? At that moment a rainbow appeared in the sky, a sparkling bridge called the Rainbow of Hope, leading to Future Island. Only those recognized by the Horse King could walk on it. Toriko shouted, thanks Heracles. The Horse King proudly turned his head away, saying nothing. Toriko smiled faintly. The electric shark, the monster and transportation vehicle which Zebra had punched unconscious, now lay obediently waiting for departure. Toriko climbed into the carriage, turned his head and shouted, let's go. Pear, wait for us in Area 7. And so Toriko's group, with burning determination, began their journey to the land of the Monkey King Bambina. In Toriko's heart there was only one prayer, Komatsu. You must live. The electric shark sped along the Rainbow of Hope. The clanging sound rang rhythmically between the vast sea and sky. Sunny raised a glass of red wine, frowning as he asked, what exactly is this so-called pure water droplet from the inside out, Pear. Can it really heal Komatsu's wounds? Coco pondered, it sounds absurd. But in this gourmet world, anything can happen, we'll only know if we try. The electric shark's speed was extremely impressive. If they maintained this velocity, they would reach Area 7 very quickly. Toriko went to the first carriage, looking at Komatsu lying still and unconscious. For the time being his condition was stable, there were no signs of deterioration. Komatsu was protected by Zebra's ultrasonic armor, Sunny's hair protecting from afar and Coco's poison barrier surrounding him. No matter where the enemy came from, for now, nothing could threaten him. The electric shark was over 2,000 meters long, and Komatsu was in the first carriage, the safest place. The last carriage was a huge cargo car where Terry, Kiss and Queen were sitting. Queen even stuck her head out, seeming to find the carriage a bit cramped. Coco thought to himself, who knows, maybe some beast even more dangerous than the electric shark will discover us. As soon as he finished speaking, the train began to shake violently. Could it be a beast after all? They looked up to see a swarm of giant sea urchins falling from the sky like rain. Sunny reassured the group, calm down, be careful, let me use my measuring device to check what they are. But Zebra, known for his hot temper, couldn't hold back. He immediately opened fire, ultrasonic bullets continuously exploding in mid-air. The air immediately filled with fragments and dust, creating a haze. The electric shark, its nose tickled by the smell and dust, sneezed loudly. Toriko felt that something was wrong. He bent down to sniff the sea urchins falling into the sea and exclaimed in surprise, these aren't living creatures. They're pollen. Sunny couldn't believe it. What kind of pollen is that big? At that moment gigantic fresh leaves descended from the high cloud layer. This was the 7th continent, Area 7, a vast land with no end in sight. Coco recalled past data, even in the gourmet world, Area 7's area was second only to Area 4. The total actual area reaches 8.4 billion square kilometers. The Earth we live on is only 510 million square kilometers, meaning this continent could swallow the entire Earth. Area 7 was truly a continent beyond imagination. Not only did it have high mountains, dense forests, rivers and grasslands, but also strange and diverse species of plants, ranking among the top in the world. The electric shark sped across the rainbow and landed safely. As soon as it stopped, they were surrounded by the native inhabitants. The animals and plants here were strangely enormous. The train carrying Terry and Kiss was so big, yet it was smaller than the teeth of those beasts. Sunny shouted anxiously, these monsters all have capture levels above 600. This is outrageous, are we going to fight? Coco quickly stopped him,
telling him to remain calm. Unexpectedly, the monsters just looked around and left out of boredom. To them, the 2,000-meter-long train looked like a tiny earthworm.
Sunny still insisted. They definitely detected us, Coco explained. Area 7 doesn't allow free hunting. If you want to attack, you must get permission from above.
Toriko added, I never thought a place like this would exist in the wilderness, a land run by monkeys with strict rules and a magnificent ecosystem.
Even the butterflies here are many times bigger than the electric shark.
Zebra grumbled, this place is so troublesome. As the electric shark began to move again, a figure lurked in the bushes nearby. The group had entered a fairy tale world. Everything was impossibly large, from leaves to insects. Before departing, Hermit Daruma had instructed them on the route. After arriving in Area 7, the first thing they had to do was find the origin tree, said to have the third tallest canopy in the world. There they might find clues related to the pear soup.
Or even find pear right on the spot. Sunny wondered, does this Area 7 not have any civilization like the Hex food world? Regarding that, Hermit Daruma had never mentioned it.
If there were any important clues, he certainly wouldn't have left them out. It was possible that the civilization of Area 7 had died out long ago. Suddenly a small figure lightly leaped onto the moving train. Zebra was the first to notice its presence. The group immediately opened the carriage door to investigate. They saw only a small monkey standing a few carriages ahead with a blank expression.
It had a small body but didn't look cute at all. It slowly took steps towards Toriko's group.
While walking, drool dripped down, then it opened its mouth, revealing sharp teeth. It was clearly ready to fight.
Sunny panicked, don't tell me the hunting permit has been issued. The permit to eat us.
Zebra, however, wasn't the least bit afraid. He was even eager to fight immediately. If that's the case, then we can also take action, right?
He laughed loudly, accumulating energy in his mouth, preparing to unleash his attack.
Sunny intended to stop him, but before he could open his mouth, Zebra fired an ultrasonic laser. The powerful laser exploded right inside the carriage, shaking the entire compartment. Poor electric shark, who knew what it had done to offend him, was bombarded right in the face. The light faded and the dust gradually settled. The small monkey lay sprawled on the ground motionless. Judging by its posture, it probably wouldn't live much longer, but Zebra had no intention of letting it off the hook.
Pretty tough, you stinky monkey, he said, then lifted the monkey's head, roaring angrily, listen here, you brat.
I don't care what the rules are in this place.
But don't even think about riding over me and acting recklessly. I am the law, everyone has to adapt to me.
The monkey, though covered in blood, half of its body paralyzed, had a strange smile in its eyes.
It let out a scream. Zebra, still angry, followed up with another ultrasonic blast, sending it on its way. Sunny angrily cursed, you idiot, you killed it.
That scream was to call its comrades.
The monkey horde is about to swarm us.
As predicted, after the monkey's scream, a horde of giant monkeys began to appear, surrounding the train.
From the towering grass, strange rustling sounds and pressure emanated.
These were the ferocious monkeys that dominated Area 7. They should be avoided if possible.
Coco looked out the window and shouted to Electric Shark, quickly retreat from here.
But as soon as he finished speaking, several gigantic apes appeared from the grass. They growled, their eyes bloodshot, full of murderous intent, staring intently at the train. These were the species known as Devil Apes, level 688. However, at this moment, strength levels didn't mean much. The most important thing was, the group had been completely surrounded by a horde of giant apes.
Electric Shark began to sweat with fear. Was it really about to be a big battle again?
Zebra had indeed caused trouble for his comrades countless times, and this instance was no exception.
Sunny, cursing Zebra as a game-ruining teammate, roared, now what? We're surrounded. The sheer number of monkeys here was terrifying. What were they going to do now?
Zebra truly lived up to his reputation as the greatest troublemaker among the 4 heavenly kings. As soon as he opened his mouth, he wanted to fight to kill. He summoned his gourmet demon. His ferocious aura was such that even if a monkey was defiant and wanted to duel, Zebra was ready.
Disregarding Toriko and the group's advice, Zebra leaped from the vehicle. Seeing a monkey charge, before it could even make a move,
he immediately unleashed a hand chop as massive as a mallet, sending the monkey's head flying. Blood gushed from its carotid artery. Zebra calmly wiped his hand and said, a stubborn bunch, why don't you obediently follow the god of death to the afterlife? Coco had warned earlier not to kill under the Monkey King's rule, but Zebra paid no heed. More and more monkeys charged and Zebra fought with increasing fervor, continuously unleashing ultrasonic cannons in rapid succession. Seeing his friend being ganged up on, Toriko couldn't stand idly by. He ordered Kiss and Queen to get off the vehicle, preparing for battle. Toriko's first opponent was a monkey named Dancer Monkey, small in stature but with a capture level of 650. Toriko attacked with his nail punch, but the monkey countered by twisting his arm, nullifying the technique. Toriko was shocked that his special skill had been rendered useless. The monkey was incredibly agile. Its actions were fluid like flowing water and drifting clouds, steadily pressing closer. Left with no other choice, Toriko had to get serious. He severed the monkey's right leg, but it remained unharmed, grinning widely. Toriko had to use his nail gun, firing directly into it to make it taste pain. Toriko warned everyone, be careful. These monkeys know strange martial arts.
Coco agreed, as his opponent, a level 622 monkey, even knew how to use weapons.
Sunny encountered a level 668 Medusa monkey, whose head was covered in snakes, just like a true Medusa.
Zebra meanwhile met a level 671 guanine monkey that was meditating as if it had attained enlightenment, making him burst into laughter. Trying to achieve enlightenment? Then you probably aren't afraid of death, are you?
These monkeys used a type of martial art called monkey martial arts, wild instinctive combat. Area 7 was organized with an extremely strict class system, and the monkey restaurant also had a ranking system. To earn the right to eat and reproduce freely from the Monkey King, a monkey had to reach master rank. But this time the attacking monkeys were not masters, but new recruits, the lowest rank. They were as numerous as ants, seemingly endless, and attacks had no effect on them. Toriko used his nail gun, yet they still dared to fart in front of him.
Coco realized their level increased every time they were injured, and they had the ability to convert damage and release it, like the 4 beasts before them.
Worse, they also had regenerative abilities. Limbs that were severed would grow back as if nothing had happened. At that moment all the monkeys suddenly knelt down in unison. A gigantic monkey appeared, silencing everyone who broke out in a cold sweat.
Toriko and the group didn't understand what was happening, asking each other, who is this? And why is it so terrifying? Someone guessed, is that the Monkey King? Sunny and the group were worried, while Zebra was excited. The boss is showing himself? Is he really that strong?
Zebra looked down and saw a strange flower growing from the ground. A few monkeys were glaring at him. Immediately after, the ground beneath Toriko's group split open, collapsing completely. This was a vertical pit trap.
Those falling couldn't move freely. Coco quickly shouted for everyone to get inside the electric shark for protection.
After the group disappeared from the surface, the atmosphere among the monkeys calmed down slightly. They silently looked into the pit, awaiting orders from the gigantic monkey leader. A moment later Toriko's group landed. With their thick skin and tough bodies, they were fine, but their biggest concern was Komatsu's injuries. Fortunately the electric shark was fully equipped inside, and Komatsu was being meticulously cared for. Although they seemed to have fallen very deep underground, looking around the place didn't resemble a tunnel at all, but rather the ruins of an ancient civilization that once thrived.
Everyone's eyes widened in surprise. Is this an ancient ruin?
They had never heard of such a place existing underground. As the group was still astonished, a figure stepped out from behind them. Let me guide you, to show you the civilization that once flourished in this land.
It was a nitro. Why was there a nitro here?
It was unclear whether it was good or bad, but Toriko's group still decided to follow. This place was once the ruins of a kingdom pioneered by people who were formerly Nitro's slaves, and it is now uninhabited.
Sunny whispered doubtfully to Toriko, is it really okay to follow this guy? Toriko hesitated. I haven't sensed any malice yet, and he's the one who saved us from the monkey horde. Coco asked curiously, what does it mean that no one lives here anymore? Didn't this civilization disappear a long time ago? Nitro nodded in confirmation.
They continued to a neatly arranged area with stone tables and chairs. Nitro said this used to be the dining hall, where banquets were held daily when the civilization flourished.
Toriko smelled a pleasant aroma, the lingering scent of happiness.
Nitro said, because this place was once filled with contented smiles. Without him saying it, Toriko could also feel the warmth. The temperature, even the laughter, everything seemed to appear right before his eyes. Boisterous laughter, lively feasts, and friendly old men inviting him to a glass of wine. But in a blink of an eye, everything returned to reality. Only ruined walls, shattered stone tables and chairs with no trace of past glory. Toriko rubbed his eyes in surprise. He had been seeing strange illusions lately and wondered if there was something wrong with his eyes.
Sunny anxiously asked what was wrong, but Toriko just waved his hand, saying he was fine and brushing it off.
Finally Nitro led them to a room full of murals. He said this was the reception room for the elders of the ancient kingdom.
Toriko looked at the paintings and felt as if he had seen them somewhere before.
Zebra pondered, then seemed to remember who Nitro was. Upon entering the reception room, there were many strange tables and chairs. Some chairs were so large that they seemed capable of seating several people at once. Nitro said, because this place welcomed all kinds of guests, some even complained that the chairs were too small.
Sunny exclaimed in surprise, just how tall were the guests back then? Nitro invited everyone to sit down, then began the introductions. The Nitro in front of them was named Kaka. He said he had already heard about their group from Chi-Chi. It was hard to believe that Kaka knew Chi-Chi. Kaka continued, Chi-Chi and I, and another person named Gigi, are the 3 rare old friends remaining among the Nitros. There was a time when the 3 of us were called the Golden Chef, the Silver Chef, and the Bronze Chef. During that seemingly endless period of time, Kaka went on, the 3 of us dedicated ourselves day and night to culinary research. Sunny was extremely surprised. I didn't expect that pervert to have such a grand title. He guessed that Chi-Chi must have been the Bronze Chef. Toriko also remembered that Chi-Chi had mentioned this before, but no one had paid much attention. Kaka continued, from ancient times we engraved food recipes on the walls in the form of murals, so that if extinction occurred, the recipes would still be preserved.
Especially the methods for preparing special cooking ingredients. Hearing that, Toriko suddenly remembered something. I've seen those murals before in the Gourmet Pyramid. The book Komatsu got was from that place too, right? Zebra, when asked, immediately said, I don't remember, I only remember that one nitro escaped from that pyramid.
Kaka didn't hide it. Yes, that was me. At that time it was Komatsu who awakened me from my hibernation state. We nitros can enter hibernation, but we cannot wake ourselves up.
There were some nitros who couldn't wake up in time because the Earth's conditions changed during their sleep. In other words, hibernation is a gamble with one's life. Komatsu is my savior. When I just woke up, I hurried off to regain my strength and get to where I needed to be, so I didn't have time to thank him. Everyone began to feel confused. Coco curiously asked, this used to be a kingdom built by humans who were once slaves of the nitros after escaping oppression.
So why would a nitro appear and leave behind formulas? Kaka replied, because among the nitros,
there were also those who were once slaves of the blue nitros, for example the red nitros whose vocal cords were destroyed and were enhanced only to collect ingredients. This land was once a kingdom of hope built by exiles. During its most prosperous period, even the wild monkeys on the continent lived together here. It was truly a paradise of freedom. But that civilization collapsed. Everything started with a rebellion by the monkeys. However, the direct cause was something else.
Kaka was about to explain when Komatsu's entire body suddenly trembled. He quickly stopped to administer first aid.
Kaka noticed Komatsu's blood flow was slowing down. He immediately ordered Zebra to increase blood pressure with sound, and Sunny to expand his trachea.
Everyone shouted anxiously, Komatsu, hang in there. Don't die.
After a period of effort, Komatsu's condition stabilized, but according to Kaka, if things continued at this pace, the artificial organs in medicine would only hold out for a maximum of one more week. That means Komatsu only has 1 week left to live. During that time you absolutely must get pear.
If you're late by even a moment, he will die. Kaka looked at the 4 impatient individuals and said, I know how to get pear in a way that even the blue nitros don't know.
Everyone was stunned upon hearing this. Even so,
if the blue nitro are also looking for pear, can we get it first?
Although the specific method was unknown, simply knowing there was hope was enough to make everyone feel relieved. However, Kaka warned, don't rejoice too soon. This method is very dangerous and extremely difficult to execute. Komatsu is so severely injured, if he continues to accompany you, it will only cause him more pain.
His body is too weak, he can't endure it anymore.
I suggest you leave Komatsu here, under my care. After I tell you all the information about pear, then you can depart. Though the proposal was logical, the entire group fell silent for a moment.
Toriko was the first to object. I don't agree. Komatsu will come with us.
His eyes were bloodshot, his voice full of resolve. I won't let him out of my sight again. Komatsu's protectors are us. Kaka was silent for a moment, then continued, the place we're heading to is the most dangerous area in Area 7.
Coco interjected, I know, I heard that place is called the Origin Tree.
But Kaka shook his head. Before getting there you have to pass through the Gravity Mountain Range. That range is made up of special rock formations that react with living organisms, emitting a powerful magnetic field. The higher you go, the greater the gravity, 100 times that of the surface. Furthermore, at that altitude, the air is so thin it's impossible to breathe. That place is collectively known as Mount Nowhere. Once you step foot in it, there's no turning back. Even in the gourmet world, this is one of the most dangerous places. Hearing this, the group remembered the moment they first arrived in this land, feeling as if some force was pressing down on their bodies. It turned out to be due to the magnetic field in this mountain range.
Kaka emphasized, and yet you still intend to bring a severely injured person like Komatsu along? What if he dies along the way? Toriko didn't back down. From the very beginning, when we stepped into the gourmet world, we prepared ourselves to face any challenge. We will not.
Kaka cut him off. Do you know the one living on that mountain is one of the 8 kings, the Monkey King Bambina? And the ingredient pear is a part of the Monkey King's body.
The whole group went silent. What? A part of the Monkey King's body? No way. Then there's no avoiding it anymore. Kaka asked again, even so, do you still want to bring Komatsu along?
Toriko growled, of course. We'll show that beast the power of super hunters. The strange rules of this continent.
I also want to have a talk with him.
Toriko raised his fist full of vigor. If the target is set, then let's go immediately.
We only have 1 week.
This will probably be the biggest challenge since entering the gourmet world. Let's go, brothers. To Gravity Mountain, where the Monkey King resides. Seeing Toriko's determination, Kaka said no more, only silently pressed a brick on the wall. A secret door slowly opened. They hadn't expected the underground labyrinth to have such an intricate design. Toriko suddenly remembered, there was a similar mechanism in the Gourmet Pyramid before. Kaka explained, this underground kingdom is very vast, so there are many passages leading to the surface, but this exit is the closest to the continent. When Kaka urged the group to hurry, Toriko pointed to a flower Kaka was holding. What is that flower? They had seen this type of flower before falling into the underground kingdom.
In the gourmet world, one should absolutely not touch strange plants or flowers out of curiosity. Kaka said, that's a Toriko flower. This flower is essential for the upcoming journey. It's not for decoration but because it's a trump card that will help protect everyone's lives. Toriko was skeptical. Just a small flower like this? Toriko expressed doubt, but Kaka replied seriously, don't let curiosity harm you, this flower is extremely dangerous. If used incorrectly, I'm afraid you might also lose your lives. To quell the group's curiosity while climbing the stairs in the tunnel, Kaka began to explain, this vast Area 7 has experienced many mass extinctions. And this flower, more precisely, its pollen, is the main cause. On this continent, any creature is terribly affected by this type of pollen. As the electric shark reached the end of the tunnel, the story of the Sandorico flower paused. The electric shark suddenly burst out of the ground, breaking through the soil and soaring upwards. Its appearance startled a nearby capture level 702 sapphire ant. The gigantic beast turned its head, staring intently at the strange little bug that had just emerged. Seeing the four preparing to act, Kaka hurriedly stopped them and held up the Sandorico flower. If you don't believe how terrifying this flower is, then witness it with your own eyes. The Sandorico faced the sapphire ant, a tiny flower confronting a giant beast. The sapphire ant, as soon as it recognized the flower, immediately turned and fled, vanishing in an instant. It fled just from seeing the flower? The group was astonished, but Zebra found it perfectly logical. The monkeys from earlier had also cast panicked glances their way. It turned out to be because of this flower. The pollen of the Sandorico is the strongest allergenic antigen. Any living creature that inhales it will immediately suffer from pollen allergy. Toriko couldn't believe it. Is there really a way to cause species extinction like this in the world? It's too unbelievable. Kaka shook his head. This is no ordinary allergy. When Sunny was about to touch the Sandorico, Kaka immediately shouted to stop him, but it was too late. The pollen flew straight into Toriko's face. Immediately Toriko's entire body seemed to transform into a faucet. Fluids gushed out everywhere, tears, snot, sweat, all ceaselessly pouring out. The other three were no exception. Water flowed from them like springs. They screamed miserably. If this continues, our bodies will dehydrate. Zebra, usually the calmest, also began to panic. What the hell is this? Is this the power of pollen? Toriko felt the amount of water in his body rapidly decreasing. His body began to weaken, and he collapsed like an open water pipe. Water gushed from their bodies to the point of overflowing the entire electric shark carriage. Fortunately, Kaka was with them this time. He brought a type of sea cucumber containing 300 liters of water, distributing it for everyone to drink to rehydrate, and also gave them an allergy antidote. If I hadn't brought the medicine this time, I'm afraid Toriko's story would have ended here. After drinking all 300 liters of water, the four heavenly kings finally recovered their full strength. That was dangerous. Toriko almost died. Toriko still felt a chill as he stood up. Zebra couldn't help but want to fight Sunny. Normally I'm the one causing trouble. Are you joining the club now? Sunny retorted bitterly. I didn't know the pollen was that strong. Kaka felt somewhat relieved. After this experience you must surely understand the horror of Sandorico. In just a few seconds, it can drain all the water from a living creature's body, regardless of size. The original Sandorico in nature has a 100% mortality rate. The one I brought has been improved to reduce its toxicity. 100% mortality rate? The group was stunned. No wonder even the sapphire ant fled just from seeing it. Kaka reminded them, the antidote also has its limits. Don't think that just because you have medicine, you can do whatever you want. Everyone shuddered. A single slip with this thing means instant death. Coco was still wondering. A 100% mortality rate is beyond imagination. Is this also a part of the training in the gourmet world? Kaka replied, it's only to prevent fighting, because in the DNA of the creatures on this continent, the fear of that flower is deeply etched. Now even the four heavenly kings had that fear imprinted in their DNA. After continuing their journey, the group crossed a land filled with giant dandelions, but this time they weren't traveling by electric shark. Instead they rode on dandelion seeds to move. The idea was truly incredibly unconventional. As the group floated along on the soft dandelion silk, everyone was surprised and amazed. What shocked them the most was a sight at the peak of a mountain called Hot Pot Mountain, where a layer of transparent soup like lava had accumulated. Toriko remembered, isn't this the soup from Jiru's full course menu? Coco also nodded in confirmation. That's right, this is the soup called consumption lava. Kaka continued to introduce the environment here. Area 7 was a vast mountainous region occupying 70% of the continent's area. Centered around the 100G mountain range, this area was divided into 4 regions. Each region was controlled by a master of the Monkey King. The group was currently in the North Mountain area. The ruler of this place was Mr. Goritaurus. In fact, it was the 4 masters, granted freedom by the Monkey King, who established the bizarre rules for this entire continent. They divided into 4 factions, together setting up a ruthless set of rules that completely forbade free hunting. In other words, the culprits behind the distortion of natural laws here were those 4 masters. As everyone was engrossed in conversation, they suddenly witnessed a horrifying sight before them. Many monkeys were planted head down into the ground, each with a bloody hole gouged into its chest. Despite having seen many brutal scenes before, this sight left the entire group utterly stunned. Zebra immediately leaped off the electric shark to investigate further.
Toriko smelled blood and instantly realized, these are the same monkeys that attacked us earlier, but now they appeared in such a manner, it was beyond imagination. Coco carefully examined the wounds and uncovered an even more brutal truth, they weren't killed, they committed suicide. At this the entire group became even more dumbfounded. Sunny put forth a hypothesis, perhaps these monkeys being too hungry, attacked us without permission from their superiors. As a result, when exposed, they chose death before being executed. Toriko was shocked to his very core, his worldview was turned upside down. Is this nature? Has food ceased to be an instinct? At this moment a small frail monkey trembling, held a knife and walked towards them. Although clearly frightened, it still tried to appear brave, advancing step by step. It seemed to be under orders from above, commanded to kill them, the survivors. Toriko sternly requested Kaka to hand him the Sandarico flower. When the flower was presented, the little monkey immediately trembled more violently but still couldn't stop. Its mission was to kill them. Toriko carefully took the flower pot. He now understood, what was even more terrifying than the horror etched deep within their genes was the command from above. The moment it came into contact with the pollen, the small monkey immediately suffered an allergic reaction. Tears and snot poured out ceaselessly, like torrential rain that couldn't be stopped. After only 2 seconds it collapsed to the ground, convulsing painfully, awaiting death. Toriko immediately yelled at Kaka, please give me the antihistamine and the sea cucumber containing water. Kaka instantly understood, Toriko was the punch first, save later type who didn't need to act directly yet could still move his opponents, a commendable kind of wisdom. It's just that. All those flowers and medicines belonged to him. Toriko poured the medicine and sea cucumber water onto the monkey. Sighing, this continent is truly bizarre, Area 7 though vast, is stiflingly narrow like a prison, there's nothing truly wild about it. The small monkey choked on the sea cucumber water, coughed violently and slowly regained consciousness. It cautiously backed away, looking at Toriko warily, but Toriko gently asked, you're hungry, aren't you? Eat as much as you want. Looking at the large piece of meat, the small monkey swallowed its saliva, its eyes welling up with longing and humility. If you want to eat, don't hold back, eat your fill. If you're afraid, then just bow your head and run away quickly. No one makes any rules, freedom is ours, that's the beauty of the wilderness. Toriko's words made the monkey hesitate, then it silently took the meat with trembling hands and burst into tears, sobbing as it ate. It had been a very long time since it had eaten anything so delicious. Toriko ignored his companion's calls, patiently feeding the small monkey, if you want to eat, just eat a lot, no one will stop you, eat your fill. When we get pair and save Komatsu, if you can also eat that dish with us. And celebrate like the ancient civilization, with the people of this land. Toriko kept talking and the small monkey's eyes were filled with tears. It hugged the food, choking, unable to swallow. Hey, those tears of yours. They're not from pollen allergy, are they? Upon hearing that, everyone burst into laughter. Kaka was also moved, he never expected Toriko's group to be such warm-hearted young men. But suddenly he became vigilant, something was coming. When he turned to look, oh my! A gigantic creature with a terrifying aura entered. It was Master Gourmet, one of the 4 masters of this region, creature capture level 1405, but the number no longer mattered. The small monkey seemed to lose its soul the moment it saw him. Toriko looked at the small monkey, then turned to the other creature, immediately understanding the situation. He boldly declared, I will break the rotten rules of this continent. Sensing the murderous intent from Toriko, Gourmet let out a roaring growl. Zebra smirked, if you're too arrogant, I won't just defeat you, I'll cut your DNA double helix in half. Zebra unleashed his supersonic blade, an upgraded version of the basic sonic blade, by adding 40,000 sound vibrations per second, vastly increasing its sharpness. With a single strike, Gourmet was sliced in half. For the first time he clearly felt the sensation of being cut in two. But to fall with just that one blow would be too humiliating for the title of master. Gourmet's 2 halves began to stir, and from within them emerged countless baby monkey heads. Accompanied by a miserable howl, his body began to regenerate, from the monkey brain to the entire lower body, all organs and muscles were gradually regenerating. A terrifying ability, but unfortunately his opponents were the strongest quartet of hunters, the 4 heavenly kings. Zebra was the first to make a cut, now it was Coco's turn to act. Coco leaned into a cool pose and his hand began to secrete poison. Toriko wielded his fork, coordinating with a deadly barrier technique. The name of the technique sounded rustic, but it was both sharp and extremely toxic, truly a national weapon. The poison seemed to have eyes, darting straight into each growing monkey head, thoroughly destroying each one. In an instant the 2 masses of flesh were completely dissolved in the poison. Gourmet finally revealed its true form, colossal fangs, its bestial nature clearly visible in its gigantic bloody mouth. It turned out that what they had seen before was just a shell. Now enraged, it revealed its entire body from beneath its skin, raising both hands high, preparing to crush the entire group. It opened its mouth and dazzling light accumulated within its throat, clearly gathering energy for a terrifying technique. Toriko immediately ordered the electric shark to retreat. The electric shark quickly spewed water onto the ground, then burrowed into it and hid. First they had to protect Komatsu. As the electric shark retreated, the battle officially began. Terry and Queen could no longer hold back either. Gourmet spat out a ball of light. Sunny was the first to rush forward, shouting, "Everyone get out of the way, I'll handle this." His hair swung through the air, forming a Demon King's fist of dazzling golden light, punching straight through the opponent's light ball, creating a fierce sizzling sound from the friction. Toriko wore his fork armor, Coco summoned his poison demon, Zebra wore his ultrasonic armor, and Kaka was also ready to fight. Looking at them, everyone was gritting their teeth. It was clear they wouldn't stop until this monkey was utterly defeated. Even though the Demon King's fist had taken the heaviest blow, it still caused an enormous explosion. The explosive light covered half the sky, and the pressure blew away surrounding earth and rocks, causing the ground to rise into mushroom-shaped columns of smoke. Gourmet thought that blow had taken care of his opponents, but when the smoke cleared, they were still standing firm, completely unharmed. In reality, Coco hadn't even attacked, because he saw that the tremendous energy emanating from Gourmet had been absorbed by Sunny's left arm. Sunny smiled, "My left arm doesn't eat much, but whatever it eats is a bonus." Kaka whispered, "It's not that simple." Indeed, Sunny swung his left arm, vomiting out all the absorbed energy, transforming it into the Demon King's vomit technique, with a demonic face still visible on Sunny's hair strands. The name of the technique sounded horrifying, completely unsuited to Sunny's dazzling style, but its power was beyond words. That massive vomit struck Gourmet directly, hitting its target perfectly, leaving him unable to resist. The other three each summoned their respective animal companions. Zebra had no pet, but he wouldn't be outdone. He used sound teleportation, charging towards Gourmet, raising his fist high into the sky. "Try a taste of the death punch." Gourmet immediately understood. If he couldn't block this blow, he would surely die. He immediately used his ultimate technique, round dance, to defend himself. But Zebra was much stronger. His death rhythm easily broke through the opponent's defense. Even so, Gourmet managed to dodge the fatal blow by ducking his head to avoid the punch, but this was a team battle. They couldn't just focus on Zebra. The moment he dodged the punch, Sunny unleashed a demon's blow from behind, striking his neck, causing him to howl miserably. The chain combo rained down on him, giving him no time to react. That wasn't all. Kiss also delivered a precise kick from the side. Coco was also ready to unleash his bacterial gun. Once hit, the bacteria would spread and cause complete destruction, but they had underestimated Gourmet resistance. His round dance skill allowed him to generate potent poison antibodies extremely quickly. He roared furiously, pounding the ground as if to tear everything around him apart. Toriko quickly dodged that heaven-shattering punch. Well, master, normally I wouldn't say anything, but once you make a move, it's truly terrifying." Toriko leaped into the air, extending his gigantic demon arm, closing in on Gourmet and saying, "I can understand you monopolizing food, but just to climb to a higher position, are you perhaps dreaming of the 8 Kings throne? I once fought an 8 King, even tens of thousands of creatures like you wouldn't be equal to one of their breaths." Toriko plunged down like a rocket, punching Gourmet right arm clean off. He didn't just speak, he proved it with action in a single breath. He had once been torn apart by the Horse King. To defeat the Monkey King, who was even stronger than the Horse King, and dream of becoming a ruler? That was a long, long way off. Kaka saw Gourmet in a vulnerable state and told Coco to use the Sandorico flower against him. But Coco refused. "If we have to use an extinction-level flower just to deal with a master, what will we use when we face the Monkey King? What I'm betting on isn't a 100% mortality rate, but a 100% absolute poison." Kaka remained bewildered upon hearing this. He only saw Coco summon his demon and slowly drip poison into its mouth. The scene wasn't exactly pretty, but the effect was beyond reproach. After being poisoned by the demon, Gourmet immediately deflated. In the blink of an eye, everything returned to silence. His eyes were blank, his gaze vacant, looking like he was high on drugs. It truly made one curious, wondering if he was high. Toriko, who had just started, was still full of fighting spirit, extremely energetic. This battle had shattered the rules of the North Mountain region, disrupting the balance of the entire Area 7. Their world began to descend into chaos, and it was also when their way of life began to change. Toriko laughed heartily. "We fought well, so we must be hungry, right? How about we eat that hot soup with the monkeys?" Gourmet had never been treated so kindly. His expression was a mix of surprise and emotion. Kaka looked at Toriko, who was smiling happily, and wondered, could the gourmet cells in his body defeat even the Monkey King? After the battle, the electric shark resurfaced, confirming Komatsu was safe. The group breathed a sigh of relief. But Kaka still frowned. He felt something very worrying. Because while everything else was still in chaos, the Monkey King Bambina was leisurely standing on the mountain, enjoying the breeze. Fortunately, that was just the Monkey King's initial form, a fluffy coat like toxic porcupine quills. What was the Monkey King doing? Skipping stones on the water. That's right, he was so idle that he loved skipping stones across the water. Every time he saw a stone bounce and splash, he would grin like a child who had been given candy. That innocent grin truly didn't fit the domineering title of 8 King. But the world is vast, and what matters most is having fun. The Monkey King whooshed from one rock to another, the small stone bouncing merrily. He headbutted once and then let it continue to bounce. Although he was alone, he giggled as if he were at a grand feast. But playing small games gets boring, now he had spotted a much bigger game in the distance. The Monkey King merely flicked his tail, and a gigantic mountain was instantly sliced in half. He lifted the entire mountain with both hands, running at breakneck speed, then let out a roar and threw the mountain like a ball. That mighty mountain should have fallen heavily, causing a terrifying impact, but with the Monkey King's power, it bounced like a stone-skipping game on a river. It turned out this was the Gourmet World's specialty of bouncing mountains, a mountain over 1,500 meters high that could fly through mountain ranges, dancing across the surface of the sea. During its flight, influenced by wind, temperature, terrain and water bodies, it gradually shrank, circled the earth for about a week and upon returning, transformed from a mighty mountain into a tiny pebble. To the outside world this phenomenon was considered a type of celestial event of unknown origin, but in reality it was very simple. It was just the Monkey King's entertainment when he was idle. Meanwhile, due to Goritoris's defeat, the North Mountain region fell into chaos, and the rules set by the Four Masters began to collapse. The collapse in North Mountain spread to other regions, a rebellion erupted. Where there is oppression there will be resistance. Just one spark and the entire prairie will catch fire. From a rebellious group of monkeys the entire gourmet world began to fluctuate. Creatures on the continent began to freely enjoy feasts, no longer bound by the old rules. Toriko and his group left the chaos behind and continued their journey. Seeing the monkey horde gradually reclaiming their wild instincts, Toriko felt satisfied. To hunt freely, that is the true nature of the wilderness. To not share nature's blessings, that is unnatural. Seeing everyone deep in thought, Kaka added, actually the animals and plants in this land are so large thanks to the nutrients from pear. The origin of pear is from the Monkey King's body, but most normal pear comes from a place called origin tree. It is the flow of pear soup gushing from there that nourishes this entire continent. Because of this abundant nutrition, all creatures here swell up so much. However, after the blue nitro stole pear, the nutrition severely decreased, forcing creatures to find other ways to absorb nutrients. The result is the mutated extinction flower Sandorico. Although Sandorico has killed many creatures, it also curbed the expansion of the blue nitros. And because the remaining amount of pear was too little, the flow of nutrition has begun to trickle back into the continent. Coco deduced, the Sandorico antidote is a creation of the civilization before Kaka's time. Even the blue nitros don't know how to prepare it, and they also don't know how to properly cook pear. Kaka said, if Komatsu dies, it would truly be a great loss. He once obtained the notebook from the gourmet pyramid. It's very likely he read its contents. Currently his brain holds the future of cuisine, Toriko mused, then said, we're not keeping Komatsu for that reason. It's just if he dies, we won't be able to eat together anymore, that's all. The other three nodded in agreement. Still, eating together was more important than anything else. Kaka suddenly understood. Perhaps I said something that caused a misunderstanding. I just wanted to thank the benefactor who awakened me. Afterward he urged everyone to quickly get going. We're almost at the place called Origin Tree. But Coco seemed worried. He stood up, feigning a desire to check on Komatsu, but deep down he always felt something wasn't right. While the electric shark continued to rumble across the plains, a dark conspiracy was slowly spreading. If there was a traitor in their group, things would be very bad. Coco was extremely cautious. After a long night's journey, as dawn was just breaking, Toriko's group finally saw the origin tree. Before them was a gigantic tree trunk with dense foliage covering the entire sky. Toriko looked up and asked, shouldn't it be nighttime now? Sunny turned to mock him, did you hit your head fighting? Dawn just broke. Toriko was startled, then why can I still see stars? It turned out that those sparkling lights were the reflections of pear fruits hidden among the leaves like a galaxy. Kaka explained, this place is also known as the Stardust Tree. Those shimmering lights like stars are actually the rare ingredient pear, Acacia's divine soup. Toriko was astonished, all of it is pear? Kaka nodded, that's right, pear is originally a part of the Monkey King's body, and it's the jewelry the Monkey King uses to flirt with females. Like the peacock's colorful tail feathers, Coco commented. Sunny also nodded, it's understandable to use decorations to attract a mate, but something as sparkling as stars, I wonder what part of the Monkey King's body it is? Toriko pondered, then asked, so what species is the Monkey King? Isn't Bambina just a name? Kaka replied, just as the representative of horses is Horse King Heracles, and of wolves is Wolf King Guinness, Monkey King Bambina belongs to a species called Kintamandril. Hearing Kintamandril, the group immediately understood. What symbolized the male was testicles. Toriko screamed, no. Kaka enthusiastically confirmed, that's right. Pear is Bambina's testicles. Sunny nearly vomited, you're going to make that into food. That's disgusting. Kaka remained calm. The name Bambina is also rumored to originate from an ancient courtship word. Sunny was now disconnected, holding his head and screaming, oh my god, what is this? I don't want to know anymore. Toriko mused, I've heard that many dishes use testicles, but I never imagined the legendary soup pear would be the Monkey King's testicles. Using it to replace Komatsu's heart, it's truly too emotionally complex. Coco tried to console him, but there aren't many ingredients that can shine as brightly as stars. Normally not everyone gets the chance to see balls like that. Sunny also reluctantly agreed, it's truly like a giant celestial phenomenon.
Kaka continued, the origin tree is one of the 100 gourmet wonders, you have to witness its overwhelming beauty with your own eyes to understand. Toriko began to get curious, if balls are the origin, what intense flavors and energies do they hide? He dreamed, after Komatsu was saved, everyone must sit under this tree and eat pear to truly appreciate it. However, he suddenly noticed a figure, it looked like Sunny's master demon. But when Toriko looked closely from the front, he couldn't make out the face. The electric shark rumbled past and Toriko thought he was hallucinating, so he rubbed his eyes and looked again, but the figure had vanished. Kaka, seeing something strange about Toriko, urged the group to continue. Zebra however scratched his head, we've come all this way, why not taste a bit of pear? The trees are full of legendary ingredients. It'd be a waste not to try a little. But Kaka quickly poured cold water on the idea. Sorry, pear isn't that easy to catch, even though there's a lot, it's a special super ingredient, one of the hardest to capture on Acacia's full course menu, we don't have time to catch it right now. Sunny however thought differently, catching it isn't hard, cooking it is the problem. If Komatsu were here, he surely would have eaten it a long time ago. Well, they could just wait for Komatsu to recover and then come back to eat it. Toriko then asked, are we going to go and catch the origin of the pear soup now? Kaka suddenly spoke up, you all still have the air you got from Area 8, right? Be ready because next is the Gravity Mountain Range. Don't think that just eating air is enough. The electric shark sped towards the Gravity Mountain Range. Kaka asked Sunny, have you fed the electric shark air yet? Sunny replied confidently, of course, don't worry. I even pumped air directly into Komatsu's stomach, he's currently in a special pressure chamber with air, ensuring enough oxygen. Seeing that everyone was well prepared, Kaka solemnly said, now is when it truly begins. You must be on high alert, because the danger zone isn't just about the terrain. As soon as Toriko heard this, he looked out the window, oh my god. Outside is a giant wild Sandorico forest. Never mind the antidote, even having enough medicine is a problem. Kaka reassured them, now the electric shark has minimized its aura, so it's temporarily safe. But even a slight stimulus and will be instantly annihilated. Entering the spiritual mountain range, in contrast to the chaos below, it was strangely silent inside. From the ruins of the previous civilization until now, they had taken 2 days. During that time Toriko's group both cared for Komatsu, who was being tormented by spirits, and took the opportunity to replenish their own air, just the preparation alone took an entire day. They reached Mount Nowhere, an area with almost no signs of life, they only had 4 days left to completely heal Komatsu. Everything was going too smoothly, making the group begin to worry. This was supposed to be a dangerous area, yet they encountered no obstacles, forcing them to be extra vigilant. Everyone secretly tightened their guard. Suddenly Toriko shouted, look! There are flying pigs in the sky. Everyone looked indeed, a winged pig was flying. Kaka immediately recognized it, that's a level 705 flying pig, it shouldn't be found in this area, it must have gotten lost and ended up here. Unfortunately ahead was the 100G mountain range, the flying pig couldn't stop in time in the strong gravitational environment. And with a crash, it fell to the ground. Its gigantic body was crushed in an instant, the impact of the fall shook the entire electric shark. Kaka solemnly said, we've arrived the 100G mountain range, where the Monkey King resides. The group stepped out of the electric shark, only to feel gravity pressing down like a heavy wall. The spot where the pig had just fallen was flattened into a thin wafer. Toriko noticed the fluids from the pig being sucked directly into the ground. Coco pointed down, all of this is made up of the remains of living creatures. Kaka added, this 100G mountain range has crushed billions of lives, like a black hole sucking everything in. Toriko didn't care about theories, he wanted to investigate himself. Kaka tried to stop him but Toriko resolutely refused, if I don't step inside, I won't understand what the 100G mountain range is. The moment he set foot on the ground, Toriko felt a terrifying pressure descend from his head, pressing straight down onto his entire body. The ground beneath his feet sank deep into 2 large holes. Toriko had trained under gravity 5 times in the snake's cave in the human world, but this place was only the entrance and was already 10 times heavier. Toriko turned to look at Sunny's group, intending to call everyone forward, but he saw the entire group standing still like statues, their eyes wide with surprise, staring at something right beside him. Sunny's surprised reaction was understandable, but even Zebra being shocked meant it was definitely no small matter. Toriko tilted his head slightly and felt an irresistible pressure overwhelm him. Right beside him a monkey with a strange smile stood there. Without needing to say much, it could only be the Monkey King Bambina who had appeared in this place. Even so, Toriko wasn't completely sure. The monkey looked at him with eyes as if it had already secured them in its grasp. Toriko was bewildered, not knowing what was happening. It was unclear whether it was due to the pressure from the Monkey King or the gravity of the place, but the entire group couldn't move. Toriko noticed that the monkey was no longer smiling, drool even flowed from the corner of its mouth. He broke out in a cold sweat. The first time he met one of the 8 kings, the Horse King, Toriko didn't even dare to think about measuring its strength. But this time he wanted to confirm clearly, was the monkey in front of him really the Monkey King? Compared to his imagination, this creature was a bit small. Toriko wondered if it was sleeping? He cautiously tried to raise his hand and emit a probing laser beam. Suddenly the monkey let out an earth-shattering roar, leaving Toriko's entire body numb and covered in goosebumps. Sunny immediately understood that the monkey was the Monkey King Bambina. Even at a capture level of 6,000, for a creature at the Monkey King's level, the number no longer mattered. Zebra had entered a battle-ready state, and Coco quickly rushed to support Toriko as if he had anticipated the situation. Sunny had just blinked in 0.1 seconds, but that was a fatal 0.1 seconds. As Star June once said, even a 0.1 second delay in a wild environment can be fatal. And when he opened his eyes again, before him were only severed body parts: Toriko's arm, Zebra's head, Coco's leg, bones, and Coco's poison splattered everywhere like rain. Sunny froze, hot blood was carried by the wind, splashing directly onto his face. And then his entire body was flung far away. What had happened? He screamed in despair, sweat pouring like rain, looking around but seeing no one. And where was the Monkey King? Where were Toriko, Zebra, and Coco? The entire world suddenly became empty. He was all alone. Sunny glared, seeing Zebra's head rolling on the ground. The sight made his heart clench and tears flowed uncontrollably. He fell to his knees, tears and sweat mingling, his emotions shattered in despair. Sunny looked up and saw a small umbrella being held out. It was the little monkey from before. It couldn't speak human language, only made ooh-ah sounds, and pointed in one direction. He followed its gaze. Zebra's head was melting. But it wasn't Zebra, it was Coco's poison puppet. Toriko's arm was also there, that meant they might still be alive. Hope flared. Sunny used his Demon King's hair to swallow Toriko's arm, gathering all of Coco's poison. Despite the extremely potent poison, he accepted it all, as long as everything was brought back completely. After gathering everything, Sunny followed the little monkey, crossing a region with suffocatingly heavy gravity. Finally, he found Coco lying motionless. He immediately used his Demon King's soil to return the poison to Coco, helping him recover his body. When Coco regained a little consciousness, Sunny quickly asked, "What happened?" Coco said he wasn't quite sure either. He only knew that before he was hit, he had seen the shadow of death appear on his leg. Although he had immediately created a poison puppet to protect himself, he couldn't remember what actually happened. Sunny looked at the usually calm Coco, who was trembling with fear, and felt a cold sensation surge through him. This fear, he had experienced it all too clearly not long ago. At this moment, the little monkey interrupted the two of them once again, pointing forward. Coco looked and saw electromagnetic signals from Toriko and the others, which meant everyone was still alive. Hearing this, Sunny immediately regained his composure. Hope was ignited, a tiny seed of courage began to sprout from a heart that had been covered in despair. They continued to follow the direction the little monkey pointed, and finally found Toriko and Zebra both using their demon arms to protect themselves. Toriko sighed, compared to this situation. Death might even be more peaceful. A feeling of failure and despair filled him. His self-respect, pride, and confidence they had built up over time crumbled into fine dust. But then the whole group quickly pulled themselves together. They decided to start over from scratch. Everyone gathered and began to analyze what had happened. Kaka explained, everyone was lucky. Even the little monkey leading them was just luck. But what was puzzling was that clearly no real battle had taken place, so why was everyone almost dead? Kaka said sternly, the Monkey King was simply playing games. No one in the group understood. So Kaka began to explain in detail. Initially, the Monkey King was playing hide and seek. He closed his eyes and shouted, asking if everyone had finished hiding. At that time, he was the Oni in the game. When Zebra charged to attack, the Monkey King immediately switched the game to guess which hand and pointed. A whirlwind blew out with that gesture. Result, Zebra's head was twisted to a pulp. If not for Coco having created a poison puppet beforehand, Zebra would have been dead. Coco nodded in confirmation. I told Zebra to prepare beforehand. Fortunately, we had that precaution. Then the group asked, what about Toriko and Sunny? Kaka said, with Coco, the Monkey King played a knee-butting game, and Coco broke his leg. With Toriko, he played arm wrestling, and Toriko's arm was twisted and broken. When he saw Sunny close his eyes, he thought Sunny was playing the Oni in hide and seek, so he hid inside the mountain. As for Kaka, he had secretly released Sandarico pollen into the air. But just as the Monkey King was about to hide, he sneezed. With just one sneeze, the terrain changed, and everyone was blown in different directions. If at that time, Sunny hadn't closed his eyes, and the Monkey King hadn't suddenly left to hide, then all four Heavenly Kings would surely have been annihilated. As for the electric shark, as soon as it saw the Monkey King, it burrowed underground to hide, so Komatsu remained safe and sound. After hearing the whole story, Toriko gently said, among the 8 kings the Monkey King is the most mischievous, he only likes to play. To be precise, we never truly fought, and we never truly lost. To be even more precise, we weren't even qualified to be opponents in the Monkey King's game. Kaka had been mentally prepared beforehand. He seriously asked everyone, he is one of the 8 kings. The Monkey King Bambina. So do you still have the determination to challenge him?
Legend says that the Monkey King himself passed down the Enbu technique to the monkeys on this continent.
What do you think? Everyone bowed their heads in silence, no one answered. Coco asked, does the Monkey King want as many opponents as possible, which is why he taught them Enbu, right? In other words, if one masters Enbu to the peak, then...
Kaka didn't deny it and continued, if you can do that, the possibility of fighting on par with the Monkey King will no longer be zero.
I ask again, do you still have that determination?
No one responded. Toriko looked up, sadly saying, let's rest today. We need to rebuild everything that just collapsed from scratch.
Kaka seemed impatient, reminding them, only 4 days left.
But from another perspective, it could also be said, there are still 4 days. To regain their courage they first needed to rest. In fact, this was a time for each person to reflect. The almost completely annihilated battle they just experienced forced them to confront their true strength.
Toriko's stomach rumbled. The more he thought about eating, the sadder he became.
Just then the penguin panicked and ran out of the electric shark, yelling, something's wrong, Komatsu's condition has worsened. The group no longer had time for sadness, everyone rushed to check on Komatsu's condition. Komatsu was breathing heavily, his face constantly contorted. Fortunately it was just a false alarm. This continent was too harsh and the whole group was worried about Komatsu. While they were heartbroken, suddenly a gurgling sound came from Komatsu's stomach. Toriko was stunned, so he's just hungry. This proved that Komatsu still craved to live. Toriko's tears welled up, he hugged Komatsu. Weeping as he said, I'm sorry Komatsu, you want a really full meal too, right? Both Zebra and Sunny also had red eyes, heartbroken and blaming themselves. Toriko leaned close and whispered, please forgive us. Because we were overwhelmed by the Monkey King's power, we faltered. But from now on we will not fall again, we will definitely, the whole group will reach the place where Pear is to give you a delicious meal. Thinking of Komatsu, Toriko regained his spirit and immediately called Kaka, let's start Enbu training immediately. Kaka was delighted to see them recover their spirits. It seems you have found some remaining courage. Toriko forced a smile. Courage? The only thing burning within me at all times is hunger. The basics of Enbu are evasion skills, but it is not merely a combat technique. You must be able to control every cell in your body. Although gourmet cells all share a strong craving for food, each type of cell has different personalities and abilities. There are intelligent cells, sluggish cells, lazy cells, unruly cells, and even dormant cells. Each person can control their body at will, but not all cells obey the brain. Therefore, before practicing Enbu, you must synchronize the thoughts of all 60 trillion cells in your body, only then can training officially begin. It's time to fight the Monkey King, but now they have to learn a new skill. No matter how they calculate it, there isn't enough time. Coco also couldn't understand why they had to unify the will of their cells before starting to practice the evasion skill. Kaka explained, that's so you can properly control the flow of energy in your body, because if you misinterpret the intention or type of attack, your body won't be able to react accurately. In our bodies there are cells that will be alert when encountering heavy rain, as if they are being attacked. But there are also cells that feel joyful when they feel the cool rainwater. This explains why we don't feel strange during acupuncture or cupping. But we feel pain when acupressure points on our feet are pressed, because there is a difference in perception at the cellular level. If the cells in the body don't act in sync, energy will become stagnant, but if all are united, then energy will flow smoothly, helping to release force effectively. Even gravity will be nothing. And if they can overcome the gravity obstacle, they can operate in the 100G mountain range as flexibly as a dragon flying and a phoenix dancing. Hearing this, everyone understood the problem. Sunny recalled, that little monkey was jumping around as if it was nothing. Even though this area had 10 times the normal gravity, it was still lively. Everyone was stunned. What monkey? Every monkey here is a monkey. Right? Toriko, who was intently studying, was startled. Wait. That monkey isn't a beginner at Enbu, it's just a beginner, but it's already that strong. Kaka seriously introduced, its name is Aichi, a new Enbu practitioner. After that, Kaka continued to lecture. Gravity is actually also a type of natural energy, not inherently malicious, but the way cells perceive it is very different. Some cells resist gravity, treating it as pressure. There are also cells that adapt and release it, so they are not affected. If all cells are united in thought, choosing to release gravity, then gravity will not be able to cling to the body, it will be released instantly. Coco curiously asked, do you mean transforming the body from a water basin to a colander? So absorb and then completely discharge. Kaka nodded, exactly, absorb and then discharge. So that energy flows through the body. Toriko then asked the final question, so how can the body reach that level of cellular force release? Kaka's face was serious as he pulled out a treasure. Only through arduous training can it be achieved. And to train the foundation of Enbu, you must start with this. It was a BB bug. An incredibly shy creature, and the exercise was, catch it with bare hands. It sounds simple, but in reality it's super difficult. In the entire gourmet world, there are few creatures as weak and sensitive as the BB bug. If even slightly startled, they will curl up into a ball for absolute defense or flee at super speed. Sometimes it's heavy as lead, sometimes light as a feather.
Able to fly with the wind, sometimes rolling like a race car. In short, it freely adjusts its weight in physical state. During the training process, the catcher must continuously adjust their hand strength and coordinate their entire body to adapt to the unpredictable changes of the BB bug. And this 100G mountain range is full of BB bugs, Kaka even joked. Perhaps it's because you guys have good luck, so they gather here. And these bugs are delicious too. Learn skills, increase strength, fill your stomach, it's truly learning while having fun. Toriko still casually said, catching a few bugs is a small matter. Kaka smiled, then let's start with just one. Toriko eagerly grabbed and threw a BB bug into the air, then reached out to catch it as usual, but the BB bug suddenly floated in the air. Toriko was dumbfounded. It should fall, shouldn't it? Just as Toriko was distracted, the bug fell extremely hard, hitting the ground and creating a small crater. Toriko panicked. What? How did it fall without warning? Kaka nodded with satisfaction. That's the characteristic of the BB bug, suddenly heavy, light, fast, slow. It can even emit foul odors, or secrete extremely potent poison. If you let go at the wrong moment, even by just 0.1 seconds, your entire hand will be corroded by acid. Not to mention its transformation abilities are truly varied, so the first lesson must begin with precisely controlling the movement of the BB bug when thrown. Zebra seemed uninterested, grumbling, just a game of catching a ball with your hands? It's boring to death, I'm not playing these childish games. Coco snapped, this isn't a game, but Zebra didn't even pay attention, I have my own way. Hearing that everyone knew there was no persuading him, so they let him do as he pleased, the rest of the group began to train. Sunny gently released a BB bug, but the bug floated like a feather, moving extremely erratically. Sunny had to handle it carefully, but the BB bug unexpectedly turned heavy as lead, falling straight to the ground with a thud. Sunny was furious, cursing loudly, I'm one of the 4 heavenly kings, and I'm being toyed with by a bug like this. Coco felt the BB bug in his hand getting lighter and lighter, feeling as if a slight flick would send it flying far away. He then relaxed his hand gently, but at that exact moment, the BB bug suddenly became heavy as a rock, pulling his hand down hard to the ground. BB bugs changed unpredictably. At first glance they seemed to transform randomly, but if one observed carefully, there seemed to be a hidden pattern. The problem was, before the body could react to catch it, it had already changed state. Relying on the brain to receive signals and act was always one step behind. To successfully catch a BB bug, each cell in the body must automatically sense and react. This required complete synchronization of thought among all 60 trillion cells, turning each cell into a thinking organ with a high collective consciousness. Kaka added, Aichi? It started training with BB bugs a long time ago. Now it can throw 3 bugs at once while also playing beanbag toss, after saying that Aichi demonstrated right in front of them. Sunny was gaping in shock, it's just a beginner. How can it be that amazing? Kaka smiled, that's nothing yet, in Enbu the number of BB bugs you can control is how your skill level is measured. If you can handle 3, you've mastered the basics and are officially a true rookie. Although there wasn't time to learn the entire Enbu technique, if it was just the basic foundation, 2 days of learning would be enough. However, Toriko was impatient, but Komatsu only has 4 days left to live. Now spending 2 days training with these bugs is a waste of time. Komatsu couldn't wait any longer. Kaka understood Toriko's concern but also replied seriously, 2 days is the shortest possible time, I can only say that based on your talent. For others it would take at least several months. He advised, train very seriously, because the goal is not to defeat the Monkey King, but only to be considered by him as an opponent to play with in a game. Because the only goal right now is to obtain the Monkey King's balls. As soon as 2 balls was mentioned, the serious atmosphere immediately collapsed. Sunny still couldn't digest the fact that the whole group had to exert themselves for the Monkey King's 2 balls. But for Komatsu they had no choice but to act. After saying that, the sky began to clear. Only 3 days left to achieve the goal, everyone was determined to go all out, seriously beginning their Enbu training. Halfway up the 100G mountain range, the Monkey King Bambina was still enthusiastically playing hide-and-seek alone. Why isn't that rainbow-headed guy here yet? Why is he so slow? Doesn't he know how to play? No, I have to wait a little longer. Come find me now. Toriko focused his mind, throwing a BB bug forward. According to theory, in martial arts as long as you're fast, you're invincible. If you just quickly snatch it, where can the BB bug hide? But theory is easy, execution is difficult. Toriko wildly swung his hand in the air but couldn't even touch the bug once. Finally the BB bug plopped down onto the ground, leaving a small hole. Toriko suddenly felt like he was being made fun of, his hands still trembling. What the hell is this? I didn't expect it to be this difficult. He began to understand why he had to synchronize his cells. His body now cells everywhere doing their own thing, no one willing to cooperate. Toriko felt like they were squabbling fiercely inside him, like a disorganized army not on the same front. Meanwhile Sunny and Coco struggled no less. The seemingly simple exercise became incredibly difficult. The harder it got, the more stubborn people became, leading to more irritability and frustration.
Coco observed the BB bug suspended in midair, his eyes seeing the continuous changes in the bug's electromagnetic waves. The transformation was so fast that it made his eyes spin, and he couldn't even predict where it would fall. He took a deep breath, trying to feel with his skin, using all the cells in his body to anticipate its next move. But the result was the same, the BB bug's speed exceeded his body's reflexes. While the whole group struggled with training, Eiichi was still casually juggling as if nothing was happening.
Sunny, seeing this, was furious. A monkey can do it, but I can't? I can't lose to it. He remembered Demon's intuition training, but this was completely different. Now it's not just about feeling, each cell has to think for itself. How can it be easy?
Not only was it difficult, but the training group's teaching methods were also extremely abstract. He didn't even know where to start. Zebra, in his own corner, sat still to find the feeling. He didn't believe the bug-catching exercise was effective, finding it redundant and time-consuming. But Zebra had experienced a state where all the cells in his body were completely synchronized several times before, and he had also witnessed others achieve that state many times in life-or-death battles. Just remember that exact feeling, everything will automatically become clear. Zebra decided, based on the hundreds of life-or-death battles I've experienced, I will definitely figure out the secret of Enbu on my own. When the 4 heavenly kings were busy, their pets also didn't sit still. They sought out giant BB worms and began practicing catching balls, just like Toriko and his comrades, trying to learn how to control their power. They understood very well that if they couldn't overcome the challenge of the 100G mountain range, let alone support Toriko, they might even become a burden to him. But what worried them most was not wanting to fall behind, compared to a horse that was their future rival. During their training, Toriko asked Kaka, how many BB battle bugs can a master of Enbu juggle at once? Kaka thought for a moment and replied, a beginner about 10 to 20, an assistant master about 30, and a true master can control up to 50. Toriko was shocked. What? That monkey can also juggle 50? Unbelievable, so that guy is that strong? Kaka explained, Enbu has a secret. How to grasp that secret is the most important thing. You who have survived harsh environments might have touched that feeling a few times already. Kaka's reminder coincided with Zebra's thoughts. Indeed, no matter what one learns, feeling is always the most important factor. The first day of their training ended with no one in the group able to control even one BB battle bug. They sat dazed, filled with regret and disappointment, as if the whole day's training had been in vain. Even so, Coco tried to rally everyone's spirits. Although there are no clear results yet, the time spent thinking was not wasted. Gods only give signals to those who know how to think. We must constantly think so as not to miss that moment. Sunny scoffed, even Coco was starting to believe in divine things? Are you kidding me? Coco immediately ordered him to be silent. Shut up, I feel something coming. Indeed, the whole group felt a terrifying pressure approaching. Even Terry and Kiss felt something very unusual. A wave of murderous aura enveloped the entire mountain range, making Toriko involuntarily relive his entire life in a flash. From his childhood, the moment he met Komatsu, everything appeared like a fast-forwarded movie in his head. It turned out, the reason was that Monkey King Bambina, after hiding meticulously halfway up the mountain all day, waiting for hide-and-seek, discovered no one had come to find him. Angry enough to blow up the entire continent, but then he consoled himself that perhaps he was too good at hiding. So he had won. Thinking so, Bambina happily returned to the mountaintop. But in less than a second after Bambina got angry, his murderous aura enveloped the entire 100G mountain range, making Toriko and the group feel death imminent. In that moment, their lives flashed before their eyes. It was precisely thanks to that overwhelming murderous aura that they for the first time felt the unification between the 60 trillion cells in their bodies, the necessary condition for practicing Enbu. No more internal conflicts, no more cells out of sync, all reacted together, all survived together. Toriko, Coco, Zebra, all realized one thing: the secret of Enbu was the feeling of facing imminent death. Something that even the creatures Zebra had previously annihilated had felt. They vowed to remember that feeling forever, when every cell in their body acted as one. Toriko remained calm, gently threw a BB battle bug and observed intently. After a few tries, he easily caught it. That feeling was truly magical, making Toriko so excited he couldn't hide his enthusiasm. Although his movements seemed stationary, he could see through all the movements of the BB battle bug, not with his eyes, but with every cell in his body. Kaka had known Toriko's personality for a long time, but he hadn't expected that it was precisely thanks to this special opportunity that they had grasped the secret. So congratulations, welcome to the introductory gate of Enbu. However, the fact that Toriko and his comrades were terrified by a slight tantrum from Monkey King Bambina showed how tremendous the difference in their strength was. But every small step forward is also a sign of growth, and there will be a day when they can overcome it. Just now, when throwing the BB battle bug, Toriko didn't need to use his eyes to track it, but used all his cells to feel it. Once his body remembered this feeling, everything became clear. Now, he could easily juggle 30 BB battle bugs. Kaka was astonished. In such a short time, he had reached 30 bugs. Truly, one could not underestimate his power and talent, and he was even doing it with one hand. Toriko actually wanted to use both hands.
but currently, he only had one. Sunny also began to grasp the feeling. He could clearly sense when the BB battlebug was light, when it was heavy, when it accelerated, and when it emitted a foul smell. BB battlebugs could emit poisonous gas, and Sunny reacted extremely quickly, letting go in just 0.1 seconds. Kaka was heavily shocked. 50 bugs? He had reached master rank. Although the foul smell thing was probably just a dirty trick by the worm. Not stopping there, Sunny and Coco even played. Juggling with each other, 100 BB battlebugs were almost smashed. This proved that the two of them had completely synchronized their cellular wavelengths, extremely harmonious. Kaka curiously looked towards the person who had previously scoffed at BB battlebug training as child's play. What was Zebra doing? Turning back, he saw Zebra eating BB battlebugs like snacks. While others were passionately training, he only knew how to eat. Kaka was speechless. Zebra turned and shouted loudly, "Kaka, I don't believe that just juggling will scare the Monkey King." He remembered how the Monkey King had only needed to emit a tiny bit of murderous aura to send other monkeys fleeing in panic. Juggling 30 or 50 bugs wouldn't make a difference. Kaka emphasized, juggling is just the basics, applying it in real combat is what true Enbu is all about. He also reminded them, the more times BB battlebugs are trained, the more delicious they become. Zebra quickly thought about it after hearing that. Kaka announced, everyone's training time is only today. From now on they would juggle while climbing the 100G mountain. At that moment the electric shark began to move, its body trembled and then its head fell off. Toriko yelled in panic. Coco realized, this was a self-regeneration technique of lizards. When in danger, they detached their tail to fool predators. This state allowed it to retain all its internal energy and only its head could move, creating a perfect refuge unaffected by gravity or any external factors. Toriko was stunned. He hadn't expected the electric shark to have such an incredible trump card. But Kaka immediately warned, don't rejoice too soon. In this state, Deraus cannot move on its own. If it could move, it would truly be invincible. Coco was incredibly surprised. It was clear the electric shark wasn't attacked, so why would it cut off its own head? Could it be that it wanted to protect Komatsu, and that's why it took such a risk? Kaka reassured them, don't worry, the electric shark's body will regenerate in 2 to 3 days. Coco immediately felt his worry was unnecessary, such a powerful skill with incredibly low risk. Anyway, Komatsu was now also traveling with them. Thinking of that, Toriko beamed with joy, Sunny, please carry the electric shark's head. Sunny nodded in agreement, signaling, I know. And so the group began their journey to conquer the 100G mountain range. It was clearly the same place, but now the feeling was completely different from before. Toriko stomped his foot, surprised that he didn't feel any gravity, whereas before, this area had 10 times normal gravity. But then he realized, it wasn't that gravity was gone, but that it no longer exerted pressure on his body. Before, this place made them unable to lift their feet, as if being pressed down. But now that suffocating feeling had completely disappeared, they walked as lightly as if they were on normal ground. Their bodies had adapted to 10G gravity. This was clear proof that they had successfully mastered the basic Enbu technique. Kaka explained, it was precisely by synchronizing their cellular consciousness, making all the cells in their bodies react at the same time, that they were able to remove the influence of gravity. This was an extremely sophisticated coordinated energy action, and also the foundation of Enbu. Kaka suggested that the group should continue practicing juggling right there. There's a saying, a professional pianist, if they don't practice for 1 day, their skill will decline by 3 days. With Enbu the decline is even faster, after synchronization cells are very easily out of sync. If even one cell is out of sync, the entire system will collapse. If they wanted to remove the effects of higher gravity levels, they needed to concentrate their entire cellular consciousness to an extremely high degree, which would consume a lot of physical and mental energy. Soon the whole group was drenched in sweat, the miraculous moment that lasted less than 1 second, which previously only occurred when facing death, now had to be maintained for a long time. The burden increased manifold. Even so, the 4 of them, as if they had died and come back to life, continued to advance. As long as they hadn't reached the peak, they wouldn't stop. They knew their limits, and Kaka wasn't too worried about teaching them. Zebra, however, was different. Besides food, he didn't seem to care much about what others said. He was juggling with both hands, eating BB battlebugs like snacks, dozens of them rolling around him. He laughed smugly, you said the more you train these bugs, the tastier they get, right? Then I should look forward to their flavor even more. If they're really delicious, I'll put them on my full course menu. Kaka narrowed his eyes and smiled, I can't be sure about that, but their taste is indeed excellent. Meanwhile, a group of people had arrived at the second station of the 100G mountain range and encountered a strange group of monkeys. Leading them was Iai, the small monkey who had previously helped Toriko. It chirped loudly, seeming to want to say something. Everyone now understood it wasn't running away, but going to call for reinforcements. The accompanying monkeys had very high levels, from beginner Enbu to assistant master. Their levels ranged from 753 to 1200. None of them were weak, Kaka explained.
because IAI is just a new recruit, it can only withstand the gravity of the first station.
It went to invite the masters to guide everyone to the next station. Toriko offered the grilled air meat to IAI, the monkey that was almost starving to death. That delicious piece of meat made IAI feel as if he was revived. Coco thought that it was thanks to air that IAI was able to cross the Nowhere mountain range, but he still wondered, how did he bring the entire monkey horde here? Kaka replied, they came by special means, the monkey's special training monster, something only used during festivals.
Clearly monkeys across Continent 7 were very grateful to Toriko's group, and were supporting them with practical actions. Hearing this, the four heavenly kings became even more determined. Since you trust us like this, just leave it to us.
Zebra bared his teeth and smiled, I've been looking forward to real combat for a long time. Kaka reminded them, even when fighting, don't forget to practice juggling BB battle bugs. That's the foundation of Enbu, fighting monkeys is just increasing the difficulty.
The initial stage was to block all attacks from the monkeys and nullify the true power of those blows. This was different from nullifying gravity, as it required much more refined cellular control. The stronger it was, the harder it was to disarm, but if they mastered it, they would lay hands on the supreme secret of Enbu.
As soon as it began, the monkey horde charged to attack without holding back, blows continuously rained down on the four.
Though clumsy at first, compared to just juggling before, they had clearly improved. That evening the group gathered around the campfire, enjoying grilled BB battlebug skewers.
Toriko joyfully thought, I've done everything I can to be ready to scare the Monkey King to death. Coco said, we have to beat his pants off. Zebra interjected, forget about scaring him. Toriko frowned, we're not going to scare him, but aim for his two precious jewels.
Sunny, stuffing food into his mouth, also shouted, don't call them balls anymore.
Call them gourmet treasures. Toriko turned to look at Electric Shark thinking, Komatsu, I will definitely heal you.
After finishing, they began to advance towards the summit of 100G Mountain, where the final battle awaited. The battle plan was simple, use the appetite punch to give the Monkey King a good beating. At the same time, the path connecting the human world and the gourmet world was completely opened. Even while in the human world, people could now enjoy dishes from the gourmet world. Now people gradually got used to strange ingredients like fried eyeball rice from the demon world. The name sounded horrifying, but the taste was excellent, and it was even sold cheaply at roadside stalls.
All thanks to transportation teams like the watermelon octopus, constantly traveling between the two worlds, bringing food back.
Air was also distributed to humanity as Toriko wished. At IGO headquarters, Chairman Mansam was indulging in air. He emotionally said, I can't believe there's such delicious food in the world.
Acacia's air salad makes me feel like the rusted parts inside me have all come back to life.
He could feel his cells dancing with every breath, the active elements inside him began to awaken. Mansam thought that, in Toriko's support group to the gourmet world, perhaps someone else had awakened like him. If so, the mission will be much easier, but thinking of them, he remembered someone else, Rin, Toriko's fiancée.
She didn't hesitate to abandon her position.
Determined to go to the gourmet world, perhaps she had already arrived in the demon gourmet world. Mansam's feeling was not wrong, Rin had arrived at the demon gourmet world, and as soon as she did, she grabbed someone and repeatedly asked, which way did Toriko go?
How long have they been gone? Tell me specifically.
Zong the one asked, widened his eyes, you ask someone else.
I just got here. Why are you asking me?
At that moment, Rin finally realized she had mistaken the person, thinking Zong was a monster.
Hermit Daruma, standing nearby, didn't know if he was joking or serious, pointed at Zong and said, oh, you really do look like a demon.
I didn't expect to find our kind in the human world.
Zong furiously roared, I am not a demon. I am human, the great Zong, remember that clearly. Nono and Milk II, however, weren't so idle. They were only concerned about Komatsu's safety and were urging everyone to depart quickly.
But the group was still reeling from the shock of learning that Komatsu was attacked by Teppei. It seemed he was enjoying his promotion within the NEO organization.
Everyone was eager to set off, but they couldn't go anywhere without preparing the camp beasts.
Dinner said, there's no other way, I'll prepare the amphibious camp beasts.
The land-only types are already ready. Hermit Daruma added, the rainbow that Toriko's group used to cross has disappeared.
To get to Area 7 now, the only way is to cross the sea, but land beasts can't cross the sea.
Nono said, I'll create land.
I can freeze the surface of the water into ice, freezing the sea surface is a small matter.
With that matter temporarily settled, Chin Chin asked Hermit Daruma, has Brunch really departed? Daruma nodded, yes, he's already at the Bishakukai headquarters.
At this moment, Brunch was crossing Marine Mountain, a tall mountain in the middle of the ocean in the gourmet world.
The path was long and steep. Truly torturous. Brunch was slowly climbing to the summit. Toriko had once entrusted him with a final request.
Toriko said only Brunch could do it, which was why Brunch reluctantly accepted.
But was it really Midora who asked him? Something felt off. At the peak of Marine Mountain was a gigantic hole.
From it echoed whistling winds and rumbling thunder. The sound coming from the deep bottom sent chills down his spine. Was this the current headquarters of the Bishakukai? Yet the Bishakukai chose a terrifying, hellish cave like this as their base. Looking into the pitch-black abyss, Brunch's sweat poured like rain. He had never had any contact with the boss of the Bishakukai before. Brunch's body radiated energy, hovering in mid-air, slowly advancing into the deep cave. That was the strongest man in the world. Would he even survive and make it back out? On the dining planet, Joie had already grasped Toriko's group's actions. Air is now being distributed freely everywhere, getting it is too easy now. News said. Another nodded, I didn't expect air to be so delicious this time. We've never even known such a complete cooking method for air. Who exactly is that kid? Even though Komatsu was in danger after his heart surgery, it was clear, to the Nitro group, he was still a serious threat. Joie crossed his arms, his voice sarcastic, it seems. We can no longer just call him a chef, can we? Although it was unclear if the cooking method for air was in that book, somehow, that kid already knew how to cook it. Even though our people had dealt with him, still. We must act again to seize air to be safe. After careful thought, Joie suggested, let me go this time. I am the most suitable. But news intervened, no need to rush. The solar eclipse is about to happen. Anything we want to steal can wait until then. Another said, actually, I'm also curious to know how much of the complete menu's deliciousness those kids can recreate. News glanced at Pear, you finally returned. I remember years ago, you first met Acacia in Area 7, didn't you? Aren't you curious? How did they get Pear? Pear leaned against a stone pillar, calmly saying, I once met those two in the human world. They were indeed a wonderfully compatible pair. But no matter how much they struggled, they couldn't defeat the Monkey King. However, Toriko and his comrades were not amateurs who rushed in empty-handed. 3 days prior, they had gathered full courage, determination, and preparation. The only thing they still lacked was raw power. They still didn't have the most important thing to confront the Monkey King. But what about now? Even resolve, courage, or recklessness were no longer necessary. All that remained was an impending burst of hunger and a slight delusion about their own strength. Toriko roared, like a bugle call to battle, Monkey King Bambina, we've come to play with you. The moment the group was about to step onto the mountaintop, the ground suddenly cracked open, revealing a gigantic arena. The arena's supporting pillars looked like they were made of terrifying white bones, extremely bizarre. The whole group was stunned. What is this? Is the Monkey King preparing this? The arena fell from nowhere like a meteorite, leaving everyone no time to react. To understand why this arena existed, or what the Monkey King intended to do, one had to understand Bambina's unique daily habits. Whenever it needed to sleep, Bambina would lightly leap, and in less than 1 second, it would shoot straight up to the stratosphere at an altitude of 50 kilometers, sometimes even surpassing the mesosphere. Flying up to the thermosphere at around 90 to 500 kilometers, almost completely out of Earth's atmosphere. Bambina usually slept beneath the stars as if lying on a bed lined with the Milky Way, with a peaceful expression like a deeply sleeping baby, carefree about the world. Not like I worry when no one watches my videos. At this moment, even though the arena was already set up, the Monkey King was still fast asleep, like the dead. Toriko's group was startled. What the heck? An arena on a mountaintop, this is truly a monkey style. Kaka seemed to have anticipated it somewhat. Suddenly, an object from the sky plunged down like a meteor, getting faster and faster. It slammed directly into the ground with a thunderous explosion. Looking closely, it was the Monkey King Bambina, who had just fallen back from space. He lay there, still snoring loudly, fast asleep like the dead. His 2 large, round orbs between his legs were particularly eye-catching. From the moment they realized it wasn't ordinary, no one dared to look directly at it anymore. Toriko and the group exclaimed in surprise, Bambina. Hearing his name, Bambina opened his eyes, sat up with a wide grin. His mood seemed not bad today. Fortunately, he didn't hold grudges. Even though Sunny didn't come to find Bambina last time, he wasn't angry. However, Bambina's smile, in the eyes of the 4, was nothing short of a nightmare. And then, he started drooling and snorting again. This foolish expression made people forget how terrifying he was. Toriko immediately warned, be careful. Don't blink. He's about to make his move. Having learned from their previous defeat, this time Toriko and his comrades didn't dare to be careless for even 0.1 seconds. Monkey King Bambina's drool slowly dripped, and he was the first to rush towards Zebra, initiating the game of rock-paper-scissors with pointing. Zebra meticulously observed Bambina, this time with his reflexes enhanced by Enbu, he was no longer led on as before. Even though he lost rock-paper-scissors, Zebra reacted incredibly fast, playing many rounds without making a single mistake. Then Bambina switched to Coco and played the knee bump game again. Although Coco didn't break his leg this time, the Monkey King's strength was too great, just a light bump sent him flying. Next was Toriko, and Bambina invited him to an arm wrestle. With sufficient reaction time and high determination, Toriko was ready.
This was a battle between Red Oni and Monkey King Bambina.
As the two were locked in a test of strength, Sunny suddenly leaped out and shouted, "Found you!"
The hide-and-seek game continued. Terry and Kiss also arrived and together surrounded Bambina. The Monkey King began to feel confused. Why am I on the defensive this time? Toriko thought, ordinary humans wouldn't even dare to play with a tiger.
Even if the tiger only wants to play, for humans, it's a deadly game.
He bowed his head and apologized to Bambina for not being a worthy opponent before. This time, we'll have a real game with you. Those words moved Bambina to the point of almost crying. After all these years, can I finally play that game? At that very moment, enthusiastic singing and shouting echoed from below the mountain.
A large horde of gorillas swarmed onto the arena. No, it would be more accurate to say that all the gorillas on the continent had arrived.
Drums and gongs reverberated as if a festival were being held. The entire group's faces paled. Kaka thought to himself, this is bad, this arena is truly meant for ceremonial festivals.
All 51 monkey tribes had arrived not to watch a game, but to witness a life-or-death battle with the Monkey King.
Kaka explained, this was a special ritual, the Monkey King Festival.
Only those with master-level proficiency or their representatives could reach the peak of 100 G. Every few hundred years, a ritual was held wherein new masters challenged the Monkey King. If they won, they would inherit the position of one of the 8 kings. Though initially just a demonstration of strength, due to the immense glory, it had transformed into a true deathmatch, watched by 50 billion monkeys across the continent. The name of this ritual was Monkey King Festival, also known as the Great Enbu Battle.
Toriko began to panic. Wait, I just wanted to play, how did it become a deathmatch? Sunny was also confused. We don't need the title of 8 kings, so why risk our lives? Toriko yelled, how can we play without rules? Kaka calmly explained, each time the festival is held, the format changes.
It could be sumo wrestling, boxing, or this time it seems to be monkey wrestling.
Hearing that, both Toriko and Sunny turned as pale as a ghost.
Wrestling with Monkey King Bambina, that was beyond imagination. Inside and outside the arena, cheers and enthusiastic shouts resounded as if they were witnessing legendary warriors.
Coco, who had previously engaged in knee bumping with Bambina, was in terrible shape.
Just a slight touch to his groin had left him unable to stand up. His groin was already a weak spot, and Bambina had only gently touched it. Nevertheless, Coco was the only one who had managed to nullify the Monkey King's physical attack. Even with careful preparation and neutralizing most of the force, faced with Monkey King Bambina's terrifying strength, Coco still couldn't hold his ground and was severely injured. Seeing Coco collapsed on the ground, Toriko was extremely worried. This was the 100 G peak, where just nullifying gravity alone consumed a large amount of stamina. Furthermore, the entire group had just completed a 3-day NBU training session without sleep or rest. Even though they had eaten BB corn, a type of insect that had been thrown up and down hundreds of times and reached absolute deliciousness, to partially recover their stamina, because they hadn't properly rested, they had no advantage whatsoever when facing a fully energized Monkey King who had just awakened.
Currently, the group only had less than half of their peak stamina.
Forget about fighting on the same battlefield, they weren't even strong enough to play with the Monkey King. But when their eyes met the thing dangling between the Monkey King's legs, the legendary pear, the group suddenly understood, they had to get it at all costs. Only that, the divine ingredient called pear, could save Komatsu's life. Toriko intently watched the Monkey King's pear.
Suddenly, Bambina let out a shameful shout and leaped straight onto the arena, landing perfectly.
And then, that pear began to chime with incredibly melodious and clear sounds. Right in the center of the arena, the Monkey King danced like an artist, the chiming sound echoing across the continent.
All the apes around the arena also fell silent in astonishment. Toriko looked at the swinging pear and choked, I can't believe it's used this way. Why can't I do that?
It turned out this was the true form of the gourmet treasure pear. The resounding sound from it not only carried flavor but also diffused a tremendous amount of healing energy. The taste permeated the sky, blended into the air, seeped into Toriko's body, and helped him fully recover his stamina. Toriko was also instantly healed.
Toriko was shocked. Sound from that can restore power? How thoughtful.
He had previously worried that the Monkey King would take advantage of their exhaustion to easily defeat them, but he never expected him to dance to help the entire group recover their stamina. Coco explained that pear, the ingredient that nurtures all living creatures on the continent, can emit healing tones from its very essence. So if the sound is already so effective, how incredible must its true flavor be? The more they thought, the hungrier they became. Toriko had previously not believed pear had healing properties, but now he had no doubts. If just the sound could heal, then a dish prepared from it would definitely save Komatsu's life.
Coco realized, this time, we are aiming for a truly formidable gourmet ingredient.
Zebra, however, had no mind for deep thought. He just wanted to rush forward and fight the Monkey King. My hands are itching. My throat is burning. Before stepping onto the stage, Toriko went to Terry, Kiss, and Queen, instructing them, protect Komatsu for us.
Because Bambina was a true 8 king, having fought on par with kings of other species like wolves, snakes, and crows.
This battle was extremely dangerous.
Toriko understood very well the warrior blood flowing in Terry and his comrades, always eager to fight worthy opponents.
But this time, he implored, let us, the four of us, bear the burden of this battle ourselves.
He said, Komatsu's injuries were due to our carelessness.
We want to use our own hands to save him.
We are not content to be defeated by the Monkey King without resistance. That's why we trained Enbu.
As for you, only you are strong enough to protect Komatsu.
Please, let us fight with peace of mind, alright?
Terry, Kiss, and Queen all nodded in unison, their eyes filled with determination. At this moment, Kaka approached Toriko, whispering, Toriko, I want to talk to you for a moment.
And by the way, I'll explain the rules of the game.
Immediately after, a monkey struck a large bronze bell, its resounding sound accompanied by the excited cheers of tens of thousands of monkeys.
Amidst the earth-shattering cheers, the four of them stepped onto the arena.
Toriko shouted, let's go.
Show that ape what it means to be a different person after 3 days' absence.
The aura of the four heavenly kings soared to the sky. But Monkey King Bambina maintained a naive, carefree demeanor, as if this were just a small game among the tens of thousands he had played. He grinned widely while spinning in place until dizzy, never stopping smiling.
Seeing that foolish expression, Zebra was enraged.
Toriko explained, normally in this festival, the masters would challenge the Monkey King one by one, in order, one-on-one.
Although this time it seems to be 4 against 1, in reality, it's still individual matches on the arena. Basically, it's not much different.
The rules of this match were different from ordinary wrestling, no fouls, no surrender, no being eliminated from the arena, and no referee signaling to stop the match.
Only a knockout could end the battle. Zebra was delighted, sounds good. Let me start the first match. But Sunny stopped him, wait. Let me go first.
Sunny had kept his eyes closed since entering the arena because he had previously been so frightened by the Monkey King that he didn't dare to look him in the eye. This time, Sunny wanted to crush his own weakness along with that ugly monkey.
This will be an extremely beautiful match.
The whole group understood Sunny's intention and nodded in agreement. But Toriko warned, if you're in danger, immediately clap your hands to switch.
Did Sunny have any chance of defeating the Monkey King? On the arena, Sunny stood alone.
The resonating sounds of gongs and drums filled the mountains and forests, thousands of high-level monkeys crowded the mountainside to watch the historic match. This 100G peak was the most bustling place on the continent. As the opening bell rang, a powerful gust of wind suddenly swept through.
In an instant, Monkey King Bambina teleported close to Sunny, grabbing his arm.
Still with a naive smile, he swung his arm powerfully and threw Sunny flying like a kite with a broken string. Sunny had no time to react, being hurled straight into the ropes. The impact was so strong that the ropes snapped back extremely far. If there were no ropes, or if the ropes were a little weaker, Sunny would surely have flown halfway down the mountain and broken a few bones. At that dangerous moment, Zebra leaped onto the arena, clamping the Monkey King's arms tightly.
Zebra smiled arrogantly. I remember the rules don't forbid anything, right? Then nothing is against the rules. Zebra held Bambina, then yelled loudly toward Sunny, Kid, you finally came back.
Now show him what perfect dance is.
Sunny clenched his fist.
This was the moment to unleash his ultimate technique Enbu, a breathtakingly beautiful strike. The Monkey King's eyes widened. Enbu, the basic technique is to unify all cells in the body, suppress them, and generate energy called weight force.
However, the essence of Enbu does not lie in defense.
Once the will of 60 billion cells is synchronized and transformed into an attack, it can create a technique with terrifying destructive power. Sunny's punch carried his full strength, aimed straight at the Monkey King's stomach. The Monkey King revealed a look of hunger, but Zebra immediately sensed something was wrong. He was using all his might to restrain Bambina, clearly feeling the Monkey King's bodily state. It felt as if his skin was merely an outer layer. Inside, it seemed to contain a terrifying amount of energy being compressed.
Ready to erupt. Zebra was stunned. What? Are we really fighting?
If compared to his true strength, their power was merely like a single hair on his body.
Realizing this overwhelming disparity, Zebra immediately shouted to Toriko and Coco, he's intentionally taking the blow. All 3 of you, attack.
Toriko immediately unleashed his Enbu technique, Infinite Nail Punch. Zebra followed with a Rhythm Pulse Punch, and Coco used Poison Machine Gun. All 3 knew well that one person alone could not defeat the Monkey King. They had to unite and unleash their full power. In that instant, the wills of all 3 merged into one, cells synchronized, and the battle became more intense than ever.
But Enbu consumed stamina dozens of times faster than basic defense.
This battle was clearly a test of endurance.
However, could they truly interest the Monkey King? Could they make him happy?
Because the goal was to make him enjoy playing to his heart's content as Kaka had instructed, unleash your full power in attacking the Monkey King. Even the ultimate Enbu technique will only inflict minor injuries, but absolutely do not stop. His goal is to play. Let him have fun. The more they pleased the Monkey King, the easier it would be to access Pear, the precious gourmet treasure. This was the most difficult battle. Sunny and Zebra continuously unleashed their techniques, hair rhythm golden twin hooks. The Monkey King was bombarded, but remained smiling, even seemingly touched. Meanwhile, Coco shouted for Toriko to take the opportunity to pluck the 2 pear balls. Toriko lunged forward, reaching out his hand, but upon seeing the ripe pear fruit, he abruptly stopped. The sweet aroma from the 2 balls awakened the demon within Toriko, a burst of hunger erupted. Even the cells at the severed part of his arm began to activate, sending regeneration signals. Coco worried, is Toriko's body trying to reattach his severed arm on its own? This is bad. If the cells heal automatically, the synchronization of cellular will collapse. Toriko realized the critical situation, the flavor of pear was disrupting his cellular balance. Just the sound and scent alone had such a terrifying effect, if eaten directly. Their bodies would surely dissipate from overload. Toriko tried to restrain the monster within him. He thought, what would happen if I touched it right now? Kaka frantically shouted, it's too soon. But as soon as the words left his mouth, it was too late. Toriko quickly squeezed the 2 balls with one hand. The moment he touched them, he felt something incredibly strange, not just the sensation of soft flesh, but a feeling as if his heart had stopped, an intense tension. Everything around him went dark, as if he had just passed through death. He felt as if something was closely watching him in that strange new world. But that sensation quickly vanished, replaced by a thunderous boom. A massive explosion so powerful that it shook the entire space. The immense force of the blast sent Toriko and the surrounding monkeys flying. All eyes immediately turned back to the arena. The thick smoke and dust slowly dissipated. And then, at the center of the smoke, a terrifying aura surged forth. It was the Monkey King's true form. Seeing this true form, the baby monkeys panicked and fled in all directions. Run now or it'll be too late. They screamed. The 4 heavenly kings also stood frozen, unable to utter a word. Kaka thought to himself, this is really bad, this is a big problem now. Before anyone could react, the entire monkey horde retreated like a tide, scattering halfway up the mountain. Kaka's face turned ashen as he looked at the electric shark, left unattended to one side. There's no other way, we have to do it sooner than planned. Meanwhile, the 4 heavenly kings were still confused. What exactly is that creature standing in the arena? It still looks like the Monkey King, but this form is even cuter than his usual appearance. Because Toriko and his comrades had opened the transportation route for ingredients from the human world to the gourmet world, people could now enjoy ingredients from the gourmet world at home, through food delivery services. The gourmet age was slowly undergoing a revival. But after the sudden famine disaster last time, humanity began to fear, if today were the end of the world, what would you want to eat? If today were the last day? If disaster struck again, there would be no tomorrow. Not only humans, but all creatures on Earth, mammals, birds, fish, even insects, were desperately searching for their favorite food. They devoured it greedily, stuffing themselves as much as possible, fearing that this deliciousness would quickly fade. They just wanted to live each day to the fullest, leaving no regrets. Because they truly felt a shiver, a fear of impending apocalypse. And their instincts were not wrong. In the gourmet world, an event with the power to destroy heaven and earth was taking place. The Monkey King's true form had been revealed. Toriko and the others were stunned, speechless. Zebra's hypothesis had now come true. The Monkey King's outer layer was indeed something that covered him, perhaps clothing, or artificial skin. It didn't matter anymore. Whatever it was, this was the true form of Monkey King Bambina. He was sitting on the arena, rubbing his belly, then flashed a sinister smile. Toriko felt immense pressure. My infinite nail punch. Was it easily nullified by him like that? With just a flick of his tail, he had easily crushed them. But what surprised the group even more was the Monkey King had only just swung his tail. And the demon in the 4 heavenly kings' left arms had automatically manifested. They didn't intentionally summon the demon, it was forced to appear by overwhelming power. But this unexpected appearance was a huge boon for them. With just one flick of the tail, the barrier around the arena was shredded like paper. The destructive power of that energy vortex from the 100G peak spread throughout the sky above the continent, splitting a satellite in space. The group quickly ducked to dodge, narrowly escaping being cut in half. But Sunny's long hair was still cut in half. At least they were lucky to be alive. Toriko immediately knew the situation was unsalvageable. Before, Kaka had warned, when dueling the Monkey King, the gourmet cell monster inside them might manifest. And once the demon appeared, the left arm would no longer maintain conscious unity with the body, which meant Enbu would lose its effectiveness. Without Enbu, they would face 100 times gravity, unable to withstand it. If the demon didn't appear, they would still have a chance to block attacks and find a way to counter. But if they were hit when Enbu was lost, death was certain.
In other words, the overwhelming power from the Monkey King forced them to take a risky gamble. The demon was forced to manifest, and now they could only bet on whether they could survive without Imbu's protection. Toriko stood up, looking at the still grinning Monkey King, speechless. He didn't know whether to call this a predicted outcome or an unimaginable defeat. Coco was calm, this was within expectations. Sunny grumbled, anyone whose balls get squeezed would go crazy. He truly understood psychology better than anyone. But understanding was useless. The illusion of a playful Monkey King had completely collapsed. Sunny frowned, not knowing what to do, while Zebra had a fit. Excellent. Brothers, let's go all out. Then he turned and asked, if today were the day we die, what would you want to eat for your last meal? All three looked at each other, then replied decisively, pear. As long as they defeated the Monkey King, they could eat it. As all four were united, unleashing their full life or death fighting spirit against the Monkey King. Elsewhere, Kaka quietly passed through the defense line of the guardian beasts, Kiss, Queen, and Terry. Although all three were still highly vigilant, no one noticed Kaka quietly passing by them. Kaka stepped into the carriage where Komatsu was still sound asleep. He raised his hand, intending to strike, no longer concealing himself, only wanting to quickly complete his mission. But just as his hand was about to touch, Komatsu, though dying, suddenly woke up. Kaka was startled. What? What the hell is this? Immediately, he realized something was wrong. He bared his teeth in a malicious grin, preparing to attack, but Komatsu's body suddenly melted. That wasn't the real Komatsu, it was a poisonous dummy created by Coco. He couldn't believe Coco had pulled such a trick on him. His identity was clearly exposed. Kaka was bewildered. When exactly was I exposed? Who discovered me? But more important right now was, where was the real Komatsu? While he was still pondering, the four heavenly kings simultaneously charged to attack the Monkey King, just as originally planned. They synchronized their movements, coordinating perfectly, using all 240 trillion synchronized cells to unleash a decisive blow to defeat the Monkey King. When the four heavenly kings were preparing to combine and attack the Monkey King, Sunny used his hair to cover the entire arena. This was his hair dome. This wasn't to cut off his own retreat, but to prevent those outside the dome from seeing the battle situation. Even before entering the battle, they had planned that this battle absolutely could not be seen by anyone. The Monkey King still maintained his wide grin. He danced and gestured with his hands. When the four heavenly kings charged, he agilely extended his hand. He won this round of rock paper scissors. The four heavenly kings didn't expect to lose a round right after entering the arena. But it didn't matter, as long as they didn't make a mistake when the Monkey King pointed. All four simultaneously and in unison turned their heads, successfully winning the first trial round. The Monkey King's eyes shone brightly. Although Toriko was prepared to be knee-locked, the Monkey King was still extremely surprised. It seems to be more interesting than the previous round. The four and the monkey swayed freely. Toriko started with a loud shout, "Take this!" The four immediately leaned on each other, directing their knees towards the Monkey King. Bambina still grinned, dodging their knee attacks. After the surprise attack, it was Zebra's turn to arm wrestle with the Monkey King. At this time, Zebra and the other three were completely synchronized in rhythm. So when Bambina pulled him down, everyone fell with him. Zebra immediately got up, bouncing away a distance. After the previous exchange, they had completely understood the true nature of the Imbu dance. The Monkey King played the same game 2 or 3 times, first rock paper scissors, then point and look, followed by knee lock and arm wrestling. Regarding whether this was a coincidence or some strange pattern, the four heavenly kings had formed a hypothesis. That was 3 days ago, when they first started practicing Imbu. Coco told everyone to watch him write with poison, and also told Zebra to make everyone's voices gloomy. Even without saying it, everyone understood. Coco didn't want this content to be heard by anyone. After preparing for security, Coco explained, a few days ago, when Kaka took us to visit the ruins of civilization, I coincidentally saw some murals. Because I sensed strong electromagnetic waves, I specifically investigated. As soon as I entered, I saw murals everywhere. A large number of murals covered an entire wall, depicting 2 ape-like creatures posing like martial artists. Of course, they could also be seen as 2 monkeys playing. At that time, I didn't feel anything strange, but now that I think about it, the first few paintings were exactly the movements the Monkey King performed in that 0.1 second. Hearing this, the other 3 were startled. Coco seems to be talking about some terrifying secret. Coco continued, before Toriko and the Monkey King arm wrestled, the reason I could react instantly and create the poisonous doll was because I had seen those paintings. That greatly influenced my divination ability. Was that really the Monkey King's game? Was it really rock paper scissors, knee lock, and arm wrestling? For that reason, I made a bold hypothesis: the so-called Imbu dance performed by the Monkey King is actually a dance with fixed postures. Simply put, Imbu is the dance the Monkey King uses to perform the monkey dance. The 4 heavenly kings thought, could it be that the dance drawn on that mural is the Monkey King's true goal? Meaning, that's the real way to get pair? On this, Coco couldn't confirm, but this hypothesis was worth trying. He remembered the last mural depicting everyone happily eating. Sunny quickly asked Coco how many murals there were. Coco said there were nearly 1,000 in total. Some were damaged and incomplete, but he clearly remembered the complete ones. Indeed, Coco has a superhuman memory and a meticulous mind. This is truly hitting multiple targets with one arrow. But just remembering the murals wasn't enough, they had to keep up with the Monkey King's rhythm. Dancing with the Monkey King? What kind of strange and unbelievable maneuver is this? Moreover, the Monkey King performed nearly 10 paintings in just 0.1 seconds. So, completing all 1,000 paintings would only take 10 seconds. That means one must be proficient in imbue to do it. If this was truly the way to get pair, it was more torturous than a regular fight. And this absolutely could not be known by that person. Coco had already sensed that something was off with Kaka, so he had already initiated a contingency plan, preventing Kaka from knowing how to capture pair. Therefore, Komatsu could be safely transferred. At this moment, Kaka could only grit his teeth, raging in vain. 3 days later, the 4 Heavenly Kings intensified their training, striving to perform each movement in every painting in a neat and unified manner. To put it bluntly, this dance troupe of 4 brothers had started working. And now, after the first trial, they confirmed that the direction of their efforts over the past 3 days was correct. Zebra told them to look closely. The Monkey King's balls seemed to be getting bigger. The plump, elastic balls glowed with a strange luster. No, looking from a broader perspective, it seemed the Monkey King's entire body had grown larger. The suppressed power also slowly swelled up. Hurry up! Just 10 seconds to finish the dance. Come here, Monkey King. Come on, let's dance the Mad and Bew dance. With Pear's bell sound, no other accompaniment is needed. Although the group had begun to dance in sync with their feelings, the first step was rock paper scissors. Point where you look, and twist. Even though Zebra's expression and body were stiff, his movements were barely correct. As they swayed more, they began to find the rhythm. Their faces brightened, and they seemed to grow happier with each move. Oh, you guys, stop fighting. If you want to fight, go duel like warriors. The 4 of them danced rhythmically within Bew. Fortunately, all 4 were dancing together. If it were one-on-one, it would likely be impossible to dance this dance with the Monkey King. Even if it was just dancing, no single one of the 4 Heavenly Kings could withstand the Monkey King's overwhelming power and speed. During imbue training, Coco and Sunny gradually synchronized through their BB bullet training, as if their cells were connecting. After the consciousness of 60 trillion plus 60 trillion, or 120 trillion cells, was completely unified, the power of imbue would double. If the 4 Heavenly Kings' consciousness could be completely unified, their success rate in dancing imbue with the Monkey King would significantly increase. As long as the 120 trillion cells in the 4 Heavenly Kings' bodies could maintain conscious unity for a long time, they would be able to complete the imbue dance in the murals. While they were dance battling, Kaka was still there, radiating a gloomy aura. Seeing the melted poisonous doll, he was so furious that his mouth split open. Where's the original body? That state definitely prevents movement. He suddenly remembered, I haven't seen that penguin in a long time. And at this moment, Electric Shark disappeared with a laugh in self-destruct mode. 100 times gravity instantly struck, shaking the ground and forming a giant pit. The car roof crashed down rapidly, crushing the poisonous doll. Kaka roared in anger. He propped up the car roof, broke through it, and climbed out. At this moment, he was completely blackened. He angrily emerged from the dust. These guys are waiting to die. And his movements had already alerted Terry, Kiss, and Queen, the protectors. These 3 treasures quickly surrounded Kaka, who was radiating immense power. Kaka felt he had to question them. Hey, you guys look like you know something. If you get in my way, I'll eat you. Kaka's drool flowed incessantly, dripping down. Sensing his killing intent, the 3 small pets also took up battle stances. If this 4 Heavenly Kings dance sequence were animated, it would undoubtedly be a masterpiece. With adorable expressions and magnificent yet domineering dance moves, it would surely become a shining star. Zebra, forced to perform, would definitely be a highlight. He wildly danced to the Monkey King's rhythm from memory. Although it was only 10 seconds, with the movements of 1,000 paintings, it seemed incredibly long and complex. Within it, missing paintings and vanished murals were restored by Coco using electromagnetic waves. He even predicted the Monkey King's movements from the dance's footwork, striving to synchronize with the Monkey King's rhythm. Everyone was very satisfied with their performance. At least the plan was going very smoothly so far. Pear continuously hummed like good news, emitting joyful chimes to the dance's rhythm. Simultaneously, Pear's aroma swirled up. The 4 Heavenly Kings danced with the Monkey King, bathing in Pear's vital energy. It was as if the entire earth rotated and revolved just for this moment.
This was about experiencing the feeling of being king alongside the Monkey King. Roughly, they danced to a state of selflessness, feeling the sense of invincibility under heaven when standing above all others. And the gourmet demon cells also immersed themselves in it, as if they had experienced this feeling somewhere before. The Monkey King was lost in the dance, his eyes blurred with tears. At this moment, his emotions were mixed. It seemed he hoped this dance could last forever. But this en-view dance, without anyone noticing, had less than 1 second left. The Monkey King was so engrossed, and the process was very smooth. Just a little more, just one last bit, to give the Monkey King the greatest satisfaction. At this point, the 4 Heavenly Kings' tension reached its peak. Out of nearly 1,000 murals in total, a few were missing. Although Coco had restored some by intuition and had perfectly completed these dance moves with the Monkey King, there was still one blank mural. This mural was definitely not missing due to erosion from wind and rain. It simply didn't exist. Perhaps it had been taken away very early. Therefore, Coco couldn't obtain any electromagnetic waves from this mural. The content of this final mural could only be improvised based on the Monkey King's movements. Once they failed here, everything would end. For that reason, the 4 Heavenly King's cells now exerted their strongest concentration of the day. After performing the last familiar movement, the 4 Heavenly Kings all stared intently at the Monkey King, eager to see his next move. Bambina turned his head and smiled, his eyes filled with an unspoken ambiguity. Although holding their breath, no matter what, they had to know what the final step should be. They couldn't let all their efforts go to waste. But the Monkey King's cryptic smile gave them a very bad feeling. And at that moment, the Monkey King stopped moving. The 4 Heavenly Kings were stunned. What now? How do we dance the next step? Is he not dancing anymore? Did we fail? The 4 Heavenly Kings were baffled. But they saw the Monkey King acting like he was going crazy, opening his mouth full of sharp teeth and lunging at them. The Monkey King's drool splattered everywhere. This posture was exactly like the ferocious demons they had encountered before, wanting to devour people alive. The 4 Heavenly Kings were utterly terrified. It's over. The strategy failed. The Monkey King was now unusually excited, charging straight at them. The 4 Heavenly Kings dodged a few times, almost getting hit. The Monkey King had completely lost his mind. He charged straight at them. The 4 Heavenly Kings quickly dodged, causing him to crash to the ground. What's wrong with him? Is he angry? Because the dance isn't over? The 4 Heavenly Kings didn't understand. Just because the dance isn't over, he's angry and wants to eat us? We were so busy dancing that we forgot this guy is the biggest problem child among the 8 kings. What do we do now? Prepare to swing our fists? Let's fight. Zebra always thought, why bother using your brain for things that can be solved with brute force? It should have been like this from the beginning, directly using brute force to pull the Monkey King's balls down. Isn't this easier than racking your brains to guess the Monkey King's thoughts? You guys cover your ears tightly. As soon as he finished speaking, Zebra started his supersonic blast. The sound exploded in the hair dome, almost blowing up the entire space. But the Monkey King still maintained his interest. Seeing that this move didn't work, he immediately gathered his fists. All 4 rushed forward simultaneously. To the Monkey King, this was a feeling of being favored. The 4 shouted in unison, if you want to eat so much, then taste our ultimate move. The 4 Heavenly Kings' 240 trillion ultimate technique. Fists gathered from all 4 limbs, gradually merging, transforming into a gigantic fist. Didn't expect that, right? We said combining is truly combining. The 4 swung their gigantic fist together, striking directly at the Monkey King. This is the nail punch of the 4 Heavenly Kings' en-view. The heavy fist landed on the Monkey King's chest. He endured the impact of 4 people's power, suddenly spitting out a mouthful of fresh blood. But the Monkey King is the Monkey King after all, he's had many fights, so this punch was just a minor skirmish. Even after being hit hard, the Monkey King still looked unsatisfied. He grabbed the giant arm. The 4 Heavenly Kings never expected that a punch combining the power of 4 people would have no effect on him. Moreover, the Monkey King was now holding their hands and opening his mouth wide, seemingly wanting to swallow all 4 of them. The Monkey King's strength was extraordinary, a casual swing could create a giant vortex. Zebra cursed, bastard. The 4 Heavenly Kings' 240 trillion en-view ultrasonic wave sound cutter. This move was incredibly powerful, directly tearing a hole in Sunny's hair dome. Facing the attack, the Monkey King roared. Apart from his usual madness, he seemed completely unharmed. Zebra was astonished. What? Not even a scratch? Coco pulled out his poison gun and told everyone to attack him together. Let him taste the 4 Heavenly Kings' poisonous gas bomb of en-view. However, the Monkey King continued to grin, his flexible and light body deftly dodging all the walls. Coco felt as if struck by lightning. How strong is this Monkey King? After all? My attacks are almost light speed, yet he can easily dodge them? Whether individually or combined, they couldn't harm him in the slightest. The Monkey King, with his drooling mouth, charged forward again. He roared as if celebrating victory. For his impending explosive attack, the 4 Heavenly Kings had prepared Sound Wall, Fork Shield, and Super Flail. But these techniques were insignificant in front of the Monkey King. He attacked the 4 Heavenly Kings, and they could only dodge. Moreover, the Monkey King's attack speed was too fast, they couldn't fully dissipate all the force. Zebra told everyone to maintain their imbue state. Even if they couldn't completely neutralize this beast's attack, they could significantly reduce the damage taken. Toriko said that now they only needed to focus on getting the balls. The balls were the key. Toriko, taking advantage of his inattention, once again reached for the balls. The moment he grasped the balls, his arm exploded into smithereens. Fortunately, this was a poisonous doll that Coco hastily made. If I had gone myself, I might not even be able to use my full power. The poisonous humanoid was not only used for frontal attacks but also to attract the Monkey King's attention, allowing the 4 of them to attack him from behind earlier. The moment they touched the balls, the 4 were both tense and excited. Got the balls. Good, pull him down quickly. However, the 4 tried their best but couldn't pull it off. The balls remained motionless, without even a hint of sensation. All 4 were stunned. We put in so much effort to touch Pear, but we can't get it down. What should we do? How exactly can we pluck the Monkey King's balls? Although they were on the verge of breaking down, the balls were like giant eggs growing from the earth, they couldn't do anything to him. No matter how you look at it, even brute force can't capture Pear. The Monkey King swung his arm, embraced the 4 of them, spun his head, and bit fiercely. The stiff arms of all 4 were torn apart, blood gushing out. Toriko launched a fork rocket, but the Monkey King didn't even have a scratch. Toriko's side was in trouble. Because of the excessive movements and intense emotions, the imbue dance was disrupted. They were about to face 100 times gravity. Toriko, who was leaping into the air to attack the Monkey King, suddenly fell to the ground due to the sudden 100 times gravity. But the Monkey King grabbed him. His body deformed as gravity pulled his leg. Isn't this the long legs that all girls love? Toriko was pulled hard, his entire body felt like it was about to be torn apart by gravity. And the Monkey King bit a piece of his leg. Toriko cried out in pain, "Go!" Zebra roared, "I can't stand you anymore, you bastard. Imbue, death full course. Since we've decided to fight, let's all go at him." Sunny unleashed his demon hair, rushing to bite and tear at the Monkey King. The enraged Monkey King suddenly stood up, interrupting all incoming attacks. Sunny was sent flying by the shockwave. Moreover, this attack from the Monkey King easily shattered the hair dome woven from multiple layers of super flail. As Sunny was stunned, the Monkey King silently approached, grabbed his demon hair, and bit it. Is he starving? He bites everything he sees. Without waiting for Sunny to act, Coco told the poisonous demon to give the Monkey King a flask of poison. The Monkey King raged, slamming the ground violently, causing the sky and earth to change, mountains to collapse, and the ground to crack. Those who had lost their imbue's effectiveness, along with the shattered mountainside, fell straight deeper underground. Under 100 times gravity, they naturally couldn't move. Is this truly the end? However, the Monkey King still refused to let Toriko go. He tightly grasped Toriko's leg and fell with them. "Bambina, do you really want to eat us that much?" After the chaos, although they were surprised to find themselves still alive, they didn't know where they were. They were still somewhere like the halfway point of 100G Mountain. No matter where they were, they had to reorganize their imbue first. But they found themselves in a familiar state of dehydration. Toriko's eyes, nose, and mouth were all leaking water. Sunny was about to ask for an explanation, but then realized that he and Coco were in the same situation. Could it be Sandorico? They immediately looked up and saw a large patch of wild Sandorico. They had luckily survived the Monkey King's punches and 100 times gravity, but unexpectedly fell right into the Sandorico flower patch. Pollen was about to erupt. And the Monkey King also strode towards them. Affected by Sandorico, his face was also covered in water. But it was clear that he wasn't worried about this flower at all. Instead, he walked straight towards the 4 of them. They wanted to reorganize their imbue, even if it was just to eliminate a little pollen and the effects of gravity. But it was too late. The Monkey King lifted the 4 of them. Because the water in their bodies was constantly gushing out, their stamina was rapidly depleted. Although unwilling, they were completely unable to exert any force. The Monkey King opened his mouth wide. Is this the end? The water in Toriko's body was almost completely drained, blurring his vision. But he wasn't resigned. Since I'm going to be eaten anyway, why don't I taste you first? Toriko bit the Monkey King's extended tongue. The Monkey King's eyes widened like brass bells. Finally, he saw the lover he had longed for day and night. Toriko bit his tongue firmly, refusing to let go, and then saw Komatsu with a horrified expression right before his eyes.
That's Komatsu. No mistake.
The Monkey King was moved to tears, and his tears and balls fell simultaneously.
So Pear has been successfully captured? Toriko couldn't believe he saw Komatsu here.
And he was shouting something.
Toriko didn't hear it clearly at first, but they all realized, the balls have fallen. The Monkey King's balls actually fell off like that? But the dance isn't over yet? At this moment,
the Monkey King was crying happily.
At this moment, the four Heavenly Kings' minds were filled with questions. Why? Could it be that those chaotic, exaggerated battles actually satisfied the Monkey King? No way. Who would be beaten and still look so enraptured? Is he a masochist?
Moreover, there should have been 2 balls, and one had disappeared. While frantically searching for the other ball, they heard Komatsu shouting, "Toriko-san!
Quick, catch it! There's another one here.
Yours and mine must be caught at the same time." Toriko had no time to be shocked. He quickly followed Komatsu's instructions and caught the ball. The moment he touched the ball, its outer skin cracked.
Komatsu hurriedly told Toriko to combine the 2 pairs. Because the moment Pear fell, one of them would disappear into the inner world.
The pair from your world and the pair from my world were originally one.
Now let them merge into one.
This is the true method of capturing Pear. Well, in short, this thing is complicated in theory, but not difficult to operate. Toriko and Komatsu simultaneously approached each other, then the 2 balls merged. After a world-shaking, earth-shattering upheaval, the true pair appeared. The moment Pear combined, strong winds swirled around, and powerful energy fields surged. A moment later, the dust settled. The peerless treasure pair was successfully completed. Everyone was so amazed by the Monkey King's pair that they were speechless.
Komatsu, however, said mournfully, "That's great. Even at the brink of death, I can still do my humble part. Toriko-san. Koko-san. Sunny-san. Zebra-san. Everyone came here for me, getting bruised all over. Thank you so much. Being able to come here with everyone, I am truly so happy." Komatsu's eyes shone with golden light. He showed a gentle smile. "Farewell, everyone." "Farewell, Toriko-san." Toriko hurriedly asked, "What are you saying?" Komatsu gently floated up, "Toriko-san. I want to hold your hand one more time.
The hand that can defeat all ferocious beasts, that dares to defy the 8 kings.
That strong hand of Toriko-san." Komatsu softly whimpered, his voice gradually fading.
Toriko anxiously reached out, trying to grasp Komatsu's figure. At this moment, Yun also rushed over.
Toriko had no time to adjust his emotions.
Although as soon as he saw Yun, he eagerly followed. Previously, they had told Yun to wait at the foot of 100G mountain. But Yun looked anxious. It seemed something had really happened to Komatsu. They opened Yun's door, and all 4 squeezed into the narrow space.
"Komatsu's condition is very bad now, but there are no more artificial organs or replacement medicine.
We can only feed him pear for now." While the 4 were frantically taking care of Komatsu, the blackened Kaka caught up. "I didn't expect that penguin to be a camp monster equipped with a high-level shelter." He questioned Toriko and the group, "When did you suspect me?"
"Oh my. This is the first time I've seen such a wonderful pair.
It's truly a world apart from other pairs.
Those wild Sandorico have stopped releasing pollen.
This proves that they have received enough nutrition to fill their stomachs with just the soup. Thanks to that, I was able to find this place.
But that penguin too. Quick, hand over that kid to me. There's still time. I'll take Pear as well. You guys can die now."
Facing Kaka's interrogation, Coco calmly retorted, "It's not about when I started suspecting you, I found you fishy from the start. As for who you really are and what your purpose is, there's no time to ask now. Besides, we're not interested at all. It's best you don't come here anymore, because this is the Monkey King's party stage. I advise you not to disturb him."
Kaka's face darkened. "Monkey King? What kind of trash is that?"
He strode forward ominously, his mouth gradually splitting open.
Unexpectedly, the Monkey King suddenly turned his head and gave him a radiantly bizarre smile. "You want to dance with me too?" Kaka's mouth split wide open, revealing a full set of sharp teeth.
The Monkey King's pupils constricted. With a king of the world posture, he showed contempt for the ignorant Kaka. With no intention of backing down, the Monkey King was truly enraged this time. His tail muscles bulged, erupting with energy, then he whipped it powerfully. Almost blown away, Kaka used all his strength to cling tightly to the thick, strong tail. Noticing he was still behind, the Monkey King grinned from ear to ear. Then he opened his mouth and fired a cannonball at him. The super-strong shockwave directly shattered him.
The entire land was stripped bare.
After finishing, the Monkey King looked at his destroyed tail and revealed a mischievous smile.
"What a badass monkey.
He doesn't even go easy on himself,
the four heavenly kings thought to themselves. Although they knew early on that the Monkey King wasn't even trying when facing them, defeating Nitro in 2 moves was truly too shocking, leaving them with no choice but to be utterly convinced. This was the true strength of the Monkey King. At the same time, besides the roar of the Monkey King's power, there was a sound so faint it was imperceptible, the sound of a lifeline snapping. Toriko was too engrossed in watching the drama, almost forgetting about Komatsu. Is it too late? At this moment, the 100G mountain range once again began to collapse on a large scale under the Monkey King's attack. It's too late. Yun. Let us in. The four heavenly kings once again squeezed into Yun's cramped space. Despite their panic, Coco discovered that Komatsu had died. Sunny didn't give up and gave him pear to drink. But even though pear flowed into Komatsu's mouth, the chest under his bandages was still empty. Could it be that's not how you use it? Coco's voice trembled with tension. Toriko was speechless. Komatsu's electromagnetic waves had. Toriko's emotions surged, and he shouted incessantly, "Komatsu! Open your eyes. Do you really want to say goodbye to me forever?" Remembering the dreamlike scene from just before, Toriko couldn't hold back anymore. He wanted to grab Komatsu's hand, frantically shouting, "Komatsu! Come back!" Sunny, Zebra, and Coco also desperately shouted, hoping to wake Komatsu up. Suddenly, Komatsu's body emitted a bright light, the source of which was his chest. At this point, Komatsu's body had drunk the pear, and pear gushed out from the hole in his chest. And at that moment, the four heavenly kings seemed to travel through time again. Arriving in that world. The familiar scene filled them with doubt. Toriko noticed a heart floating in mid-air, beating thump-thump. Coco said he had seen the electromagnetic waves of this heart many times before. Sunny said he knew whose it was. Not a shred of beauty. Zebra narrowed his gaze, staring intently at this powerfully beating heart. Absolutely no mistake. This is Komatsu's heart. The three of them simultaneously grabbed at the heart, but missed. Toriko reached his hand towards Komatsu's chest. The entrance is here. Komatsu was grabbing my finger, guiding me in. Toriko slowly approached Komatsu's heart. He felt a warm, real touch. The thumping heart beat against his palm. He slowly placed the heart into Komatsu's chest, and in an instant, a dazzling light burst forth. And that terrifying hole was gradually healing. Seeing the hole being filled, the four heavenly kings were all moved to tears. Although they themselves were already crying non-stop because of Sandariko. After having his heart replaced, Komatsu's hole gradually filled, and his whole body came back to life. The cells continuously plumped up, and blood flowed unobstructed. He's really alive again. The dazzling light made it impossible for Toriko and the group to open their eyes. When he came to, the sunlight had disappeared, and Komatsu's stomach let out a rumbling sound. He scratched his head in embarrassment. "Oh, I'm hungry." Even though a large scar remained on Komatsu's chest, it didn't matter. As long as he was back, that was all that mattered. Everyone looked at Komatsu with overwhelming joy, tears and snot mixing together, looking somewhat frightening. After experiencing life and death, this friendship became even deeper and more precious. Seeing the four of them with tears streaming down their faces, Komatsu also had tears welling up on the spot. Then the five of them sat together and cried like a river. Komatsu's tears flowed like a spring. Looking at the four of them covered in injuries, he was speechless, both heartbroken and moved. Komatsu greeted everyone one by one, and when it came to Toriko, he hugged him and cried. Treating a partner is different, after all. After a bout of excited crying, Toriko composed himself slightly and said in a deep voice, "Komatsu, I really thought you were dead." Komatsu, with teary eyes, sobbed uncontrollably, "Actually, I really was dead for a moment." He took out a small object, already shattered, but it was still possible to see that it was originally a bead. "I don't know what this is. Who on earth put it in my chest? It broke, and because of that, I was saved." Toriko remembered, "That's the amulet Nappy gave me when we left the 8th continent. When we were climbing the 100G mountain, when I entrusted Komatsu to Yun, I secretly left this amulet on him. But he also didn't know what was inside." Komatsu was also curious. "What on earth is this? It looks like some kind of round bead." "In short, I was saved thanks to this bead." Toriko nodded. "It's true, Nappy's amulet saved him. But it doesn't matter what it is, what matters is that you're alive." Coco said, "At that time, Komatsu's electromagnetic waves had completely disappeared." Toriko asked, "So, at that time, Komatsu's farewell was real?" Hearing the word farewell, Komatsu's tears couldn't be stopped again. When he was in a coma, he vaguely remembered everything. Even when he had completely lost consciousness, he still remembered tightly holding Toriko's hand. The more Komatsu spoke, the more emotional he became, his face like a pear blossom drenched in rain. Toriko said he was crying too much. Komatsu retorted, "Aren't you crying too? Aren't Sunny, Coco, and Zebra all crying nonstop?" Even though Zebra's tears were flowing, he maintained a calm and indifferent demeanor. "Idiot. I'm not crying at all. Komatsu wailed, "You're already crying a river, and you're still being stubborn. I never thought Zebra-san had such a gentle and sensitive side." Zebra raised his voice, "Oh. What you see is just the surface. It's all because of that thing's pollen." Knowing that Sanderico was a killer flower and its pollen would cause creatures to have runny noses and watery eyes, Komatsu's first reaction wasn't fear, but this flower is a cooking ingredient. Eating it will definitely stop the symptoms. Huh? Why didn't you say something so important earlier? I can't believe the solution is the same as for the stinky durian bomb. Now I'm not afraid of this thing anymore. But if Komatsu hadn't keenly realized this was an ingredient, I'm afraid no one would have thought this thing could be eaten and would have died from dehydration. The killer flower itself was the antidote for its pollen, and it tasted incredibly delicious. The four of them bowed to praise Komatsu. Komatsu said that after coming back to life, his ability to listen to the voice of ingredients seemed to have improved. When he was in a coma, he had heard the voices of many ingredients. Although he couldn't be sure if they were the real voices of the ingredients, he felt that Pear's voice was among them. Komatsu sat next to Pear, staring intently at this round, shiny water-like sphere. When there was no specific antidote, the mortality rate of Sanderico pollen was 100%. Therefore, the reason they could endure until now was thanks to Pear, which helped them retain the water in their bodies. Coco praised, he obviously didn't drink it directly, but he used sound, smell, and touch to provide a huge amount of nutrients. Komatsu believed that when he died, the thing that saved his life was Mappy's amulet. But he was able to recover so quickly all thanks to Pear. Toriko thought, if it weren't for Pear, I'm afraid we would have long been ghosts under the Monkey King's hand, or the next victims of Sanderico pollen. At this point, they realized they had always been saved by ingredients. What Coco found strange was why Pear had suddenly fallen from the Monkey King's nether regions. At this point, they realized they had always been saved by ingredients. What Coco found strange was why Pear had suddenly fallen from the Monkey King's nether regions. Moreover, at this time, the Monkey King had also disappeared without a trace. Where on earth did he go? While they were confused about the Monkey King's whereabouts, the ground suddenly shook. The collapsing areas became more and more numerous. It seemed the whole mountain was collapsing. The entire mountain collapsed. However, everyone felt a terrifying suction force. Looking towards the ruins, they saw a stone house, like a mushroom, round and cute. But in this desolate mountain, seeing such a strange house appear, it was hard not to feel creeped out. And this massive earthquake was clearly related to this house. Coco was the first to notice the Monkey King inside the house and the exquisitely polished coffin. Toriko and the group couldn't see, so Coco described the situation inside the house in detail for them. That's probably the house where the Monkey King once lived with his lover. It's definitely a tomb. The person sleeping in that coffin is probably the Monkey King's lover. The place where that house was built was unimaginable, with an extremely strong gravitational pull. Moreover, near that house seemed to be the center of gravity for this mountain. He placed the coffin here, perhaps so that his deceased lover, even in the afterlife, wouldn't have to worry about food. Over a long period of time, countless creatures were attracted here, thus forming the gigantic 100G mountain range. Komatsu understood, in short, so this whole mountain is the lover's tomb. Then the four heavenly kings and the Monkey King have been dancing on a grave all this time. And Coco also noticed a portrait in the center of that house. It seems their guess was not wrong. The Inbu dance really was for dancing. And they had also completed all the movements smoothly. At the end of the dance, the Monkey King made a gesture as if to swallow them, but in reality, he just wanted to kiss them. It was just that his image was a bit rough. In the end, Toriko accidentally completed this movement, thus successfully capturing Pear. Speaking of which, from the Monkey King's perspective, do you feel the Monkey King was a bit wronged? He clearly just wanted a kiss, but was beaten up by four muscular men. Fortunately, their power was not enough. That little bit of damage was just a small skirmish for him. But if it was just insufficient power, it can also be seen that the Monkey King has a pretty good temper. If it were ordinary big shots, they probably would have started a fight directly if they were displeased. But the Monkey King still persistently pursued them, sincerely wanting a kiss. Or in other words, for the Monkey King who was immersed in missing his lover, the battle of Toriko and the group was just flirting. But in any case, the mission was finally successfully completed. Komatsu's fully healed, and the four heavenly kings are grinning from ear to ear. But they almost forgot about the electric shark being pummeled by Kaka. Terry sniffed the air, pinpointed the direction, and then signaled to Queen and Kiss, who were following behind. These three darlings dashed like the wind, all grabbing onto the sinking electric shark. The electric shark was on its last legs at this point. Terry, Kiss, and Queen had long been prepared for a bloody battle with the blue nitro. Previously, Kaka had pulled out something. It looked like a clump of hair, or maybe skin, but it possessed endless power. The three beasts were intimidated into not daring to move a muscle. In the end, they could only watch helplessly as the blue nitro departed. They didn't even know how long it took for the trembling to stop. But Terry and his companions didn't give up in despair.
On the contrary, they made a bold decision. Even though it was such a powerful and distorted monster, even though they might face unpredictable, brutal horror, and even though they didn't even know what part of what creature it was, they decided that they would go their own way and grow on this continent, separating from Komatsu, Toriko, and the others. When Toriko and his group descended the mountain, they saw the electric shark that had been rescued by Terry and his companions. The electric shark's condition was very bad. Bruised all over, looking like it was about to kick the bucket. Komatsu learned from Toriko and the group that this fellow was actually a great benefactor. Without him, they wouldn't have been able to get here. It's just that he was quite severely injured now. But Komatsu thanked Sunny, and after being given some pear, he took out his melt kitchen knife and, using pear combined with a secret technique, easily revived the electric shark. The electric shark was instantly revived, excitedly squawking. Sunny was astonished. Komatsu, you can even use this secret skill? Komatsu smiled sheepishly. Oh, the secret technique was from the cooking festival, I just learned it on the fly because I wanted to show off to Toriko, haha. Sunny was skeptical. Is that a skill you can just learn on the fly? Coco said, Komatsu's kitchen knife was made by the second generation milk using the teeth of the Dragon King Derouse. Could it be that the Dragon King's teeth also have regenerative abilities? Sunny, being both sharp and meticulous, knew that a healer was essential for the journey. Dying and coming back to life was a daily occurrence for their team. How could they not have a medic? Komatsu said that his secret technique only worked smoothly the first time he used it on Toriko. Probably because I was really going all out at that time. After that, he couldn't use it anymore. Just now was also mostly thanks to Pear's nutrition. Toriko, who hadn't said anything until now, finally spoke up. That's enough. Komatsu turned his head upon hearing this, but was scared out of his wits by Toriko. My goodness. Where's your arm? What happened to your arm? Coco was even more astonished. You're only just now noticing? Toriko said he had also forgotten when it happened. Anyway, it was ripped off by the Monkey King. But Komatsu, hurry up and use your secret technique. With a secret technique, won't my arm grow back? Komatsu said regretfully, that won't work. This isn't a technique that can regrow arms. Sunny said seriously, I've already helped retrieve Toriko's arm. You guys don't need to worry. I'll take it out for you later. But now he was more curious, who on earth transported the electric shark to the foot of 100G mountain? Even the tail cargo rack holding 10 tons of supplies was brought here. Toriko knew it was Terry and his companions. Their scent is still on it. It seems they left it intentionally. Hearing that Queen and the others were okay, Sunny was overjoyed. Komatsu also quickly asked where they had gone. But Coco and Toriko both sensed that Terry, Kiss, and Queen had intentionally separated from them. Anyway, they had no intention of descending the mountain together. Zebra muttered something, why bother with them? If they're scared of that lizard, then that's all they amount to. Compared to that, hurry up and drink pear. Toriko's focus, however, was on, how are we going to get down from the Spirit Mountain range? The electric shark has just been healed, it definitely can't run fast. Plus, the effects of its self-destruct mode are still lingering. And Yun's safe house is too cramped, that won't work. We can only go down the mountain on our own. Toriko said this as if it were easy, but doing it was hard. Putting the few of them aside, what about Komatsu? Sunny was a bit worried, how many days will that take? Besides, is Air's inventory enough? If we run out halfway, we'll definitely die. As they were talking, a horde of monkeys came again, shouting and yelling. They waved their hands and feet, partying wildly. They must have been intentionally waiting for Toriko and the group to come down the mountain. Toriko pulled Komatsu over. Come here, let me introduce you. They are. Komatsu was speechless. I'm not feeling well, but I can still recognize apes. Toriko added, they're shouting like that, it's probably their names. Toriko looked at the monkey horde. We've received quite a bit of care from them. Without them, we wouldn't have been able to master Enbu. So how exactly are you guys planning to get down the mountain? As soon as he said this, all the apes fell silent. It seems they have no way either. Sunny collapsed and roasted them as usual. In hindsight, there's no camping monster that can seat so many people. Ah! There's even a master-level ape inside. At this moment, a strange black smoke billowed over. Is this a cloud? No, could it be a living creature? This is too terrifying. It has legs. Run! The 5 of them hurriedly retreated. But the monkey horde was as happy as can be. Coco was astonished, could this be the camping monster that the apes of the continent ride? It's just that this image makes it hard to associate it with a mode of transportation. Toriko intended to use a skill to probe it out. Oh! There's really such a thing. Terrifying. It's really a camping monster. Now I can rest assured. But to put it bluntly, this thing is just poop. There was a rumor that it was the Monkey King's poop. Or is it cloud-shaped poop?
Komatsu's introduction made people's confidence dwindle the more they listened. Toriko shrieked in horror, "Is it the poop I'm thinking of?" Coco felt, "Monkeys riding clouds? It feels quite natural. But I never thought it would be poop. Why does it feel like a dirty joke? But as long as we ride this, we can get back to the ground. So even if this cloud is dirty and smelly, we can't miss it." Everyone climbed onto the poop nimbus, and looking back, they discovered the 100G mountain range had begun to regenerate. "What a nutrient-rich, wild place." Toriko and the group exclaimed again, "There's no doubt, this mountain has made us tens of times stronger. Thank you." After thanking the 100G mountain range, the poop nimbus officially took off. Toriko and the group headed straight for the origin tree at the foot of the mountain. Although this poop nimbus was super smelly, its taste could only be described as overpowering, but its speed was quite fast. The intelligent Coco thought of another problem, speaking of which, the poop nimbus that the apes of the continent ride. They should have ridden it back when they all fled. So where did this poop nimbus come from? Coco thought until his hair stood on end, could it be, this is fresh? And at the place where the poop nimbus originated, the Monkey King was spreading his cheeks and pooping comfortably. This maneuver could be described as reasonable, understanding, and optimistic in helping others. Toriko and the group had fulfilled his wish, so it was only fair that he gifted them the poop nimbus in return. Bambina waved at them, and even added a radiant smile, "Say no more. It's fresh and warm." Because of the poop nimbus, Toriko and the group quickly arrived at the origin tree. And here, it was already crowded with cheering apes. Almost all the apes on the continent were here. They cheered and danced, just waiting for Toriko and the group to start the feast. And up in the tree, the real Kaka was revealing a gentle smile, "Finally, we can eat pear." Toriko had long been impatient. The cells in his body were even more excited. Sunny used the Demon King's vomit to retrieve the preserved right arm. Toriko felt his right arm and shoulder retracting each other like two magnets. Both sides really want to combine. With just a light touch, the tissues on both sides intertwined tightly. Plus Komatsu's secret technique, Toriko's right arm was completely healed in a matter of minutes. Toriko was now full of vigor, wishing he could drink dozens of bowls of pear in one go. But Coco was holding a filter, slowly waiting for pear to drip. Not a single drop in half a day. Do we have to wait until the year of the monkey and the month of the horse to get enough for one person? Not to mention the 5 billion apes gathered behind. And Kaka walked over, saying that pear needed to go through a natural dripping process to accumulate one portion, about 180 grams, which takes nearly 2 hours. If it's for 5 billion apes, it would take 1,141,550 years. In reality, the number of giant apes is a bit large, so multiplying by 200 is most appropriate. By that calculation, it would take more than 200 million years. Among all of you here, how many can wait that many years? Seeing Kaka, everyone became vigilant. The hot-tempered zebra instantly vanished and attacked, "Damn it! You're still alive." However, his arm passed straight through Kaka's body. "No matter what, I can't hit him." Komatsu called Zebra back, "Stop fighting. That person is on our side." With Komatsu's words, the 4 heavenly kings began to carefully observe this Kaka. Could it be that this Kaka is different from that Kaka? So, the one in front of us is the real deal Kaka? Komatsu confirmed, "That's right. Although I have almost no memory of being in a coma, I remember this very clearly. In the chaotic world, the person who told me how to capture pear was this Kaka right here." Kaka didn't wait for them to be surprised. "Next, I will teach you the true cooking method for pear. But before that, I think it's necessary to explain my current state in countless situations. To explain everything, it would take about an hour and a half." Toriko was a bit troubled, and said awkwardly, "Kaka-san, could you tell us the cooking method for pear first? As concise as possible." Kaka naturally knew what Toriko was thinking, but this cooking method is not simple. To extract the soup from the pear sphere, you first need to prepare a large metal pot. Then stir for 5 hours. Then air dry for 10 hours. Then beat it for 25 hours. After that, you have to stare at it for a whole day. And you can't even blink. Then continue to cook for a week. Then air dry again. Before Kaka could finish, Toriko interrupted again, Wait. Why is it so troublesome?" Kaka felt, this is a food treasure, so having many steps isn't it natural? Toriko's head was about to explode, "That's what you say, but I really can't wait to eat it." Komatsu noticed a small hole on the pear sphere. Kaka was also confused, it shouldn't be. A complete pear shouldn't have a hole. Komatsu tentatively poked it with a kitchen knife, and then pear gushed out like a spring. This one poke saved at least a month's time. Everyone found it hard to believe. "You said it was so complicated, but isn't it just gushing out now?" But whether they believed it or not didn't matter anymore. "Quick, find a container. We can't waste it." Kaka was extremely amazed. The shortest time for pear is 1 month. But now it was successful with just a light poke. Unbelievable. Komatsu. Could it be that it confided in Komatsu? And Komatsu also heard its voice? This is a cooking method that even a certain sage doesn't know. Kaka was still confused, but Toriko, holding a bowl, shouted at him, "Don't be confused. Let's go drink pear." Toriko looked at the monkey army and shouted, "Alright, stop messing around. Come and get some pear." 5 billion monkeys, each and every one of them, got a gift. Don't look down on this tiny little pear, the juice inside is overflowing. This scene, isn't it exactly like the outdated civilization of this continent? No distinction between species, no distinction of class, just eating and drinking together, just partying hard. Now, as usual, let's get this party started. Toriko raised his bowl. "Come on, everyone, look, everyone has a share." The monkeys also raised their bowls, cheering in response. "Then, let's toast." Toriko looked at the clear soup, hesitant to drink. What kind of divine soup is this? I can't believe something like this exists in the world. Come to think of it, I'm about to enjoy this water, it's so magical. It's as if I'm no longer the me of the past. Toriko bent down and took a sip. In a flash, it felt like I had sucked dry the essence of heaven and earth. The high feeling from the delicious taste went straight to his brain, causing his arm to unconsciously turn into a demon. But the strange thing is, before only the left hand would transform. Under the stimulation of pear, the cells in the right hand also awakened. At this moment, a strange feeling lingered throughout Toriko's body. What's going on? I don't know. This feeling. It's as if I've turned into a different entity. A new perspective, a new taste, and a completely new sense of taste. Toriko was intoxicated in it, feeling unable to break free. He excitedly shouted, "Komatsu!" The moment he saw Komatsu, all his words were stuck in his throat, unable to utter a single sound. And his eyes were glued to Komatsu's huge chest. Komatsu's face turned red, and he gently hugged the large bowl, shyly replying, "Oh haha, this is really delicious, Toriko-san." "Komatsu! Komatsu! Your soul, now you've really turned into a girly girl." Toriko, after a moment of being stunned, weakly asked Komatsu, "What's with your enormous chest?" Komatsu didn't understand, he looked down and was frozen on the spot. Noticing Komatsu's surprised cry, everyone looked over. Then they discovered that they had all gender swapped like that. Kaka then remembered, he had forgotten to say something extremely important. Drinking a certain amount of pear, due to its overly mysterious taste, the body will transform into the opposite gender, thus opening up a completely new sense of taste. This is the two sides of the same coin of pear. Why didn't you say something so important sooner? The 4 heavenly kings stood up in fear. In other words, everyone has now turned into a woman? Coco touched his chest, not daring to believe it was true. Sunny was the first to react, he felt down below, "Oh my god. It's gone. It's really gone. I've really become a girl." After they panicked for a while, Kaka slowly explained, "Just drink one more sip and you'll change back. Don't worry. More importantly, one and the same inside and out doesn't just refer to male and female, but also life and death. Now you guys can definitely see the spirit world, right?" Hearing him remind them, the 5 of them began to look around. Indeed, there are many more people here. Even the enthusiastic old man who showed Toriko the way before. The people of the past civilization have also gathered, just like in the old days. Toriko was surprised beyond words. A familiar voice woke the dazed Sunny. "Ha, I can finally greet you." Sunny jumped and turned around, "Aren't you Geeman?" And next to him was Malay, also from Ring Ring. This was the magic of pear. Besides changing gender, it could also reveal another magical world. While Toriko and the group were having a blast, the people sent by the human world to pave the gourmet road had landed one by one on the 7th continent. The second team, including Yuta, Kairu, and Wabutora, had descended to the monster camp, warning those behind them to be careful. In time, Chin's first team must have already reached the origin tree. Chin was worried they would be attacked by the monkey horde. They immediately contacted the first team, but the reply was, "Everyone seems to be partying." "What? A party? Why didn't you invite us? Looks like we've got to get there ASAP." Over here, Zong had followed the first team and was already near the origin tree. He laughed smugly, nothing showing up. Looks like the gourmet world is pretty scared of this big shot. His disciple chimed in, that's right. Lord Zong is never wrong." Zong excitedly charged forward, crashing into a giant ape. Zong cursed, "You bastard. Where are you looking?" Realizing the monster before him was freaking huge, Zong was scared stiff, not daring to breathe loudly. And the apes, turning to see Zong, were also scared out of their wits. More and more apes looked at Zong, then screamed their heads off. At this point, the whole place was in utter chaos. Nono and Milk 2 were the first to find Komatsu. Komatsu, completely ignoring his current appearance, greeted them with tears in his eyes, "Everyone! You all came.
I missed you all to death. Hearing that Komatsu had been knocking on death's door, Nono and the group had been extremely worried. Now seeing Komatsu was still, "Hey, Komatsu, your assets." Nono was about to get emotional, but as soon as he saw Komatsu's plump melons, his tears immediately sucked back in.
Nono's eyes widened, and he came closer to observe.
Komatsu scratched his head shyly. A lot has happened. This is acacia soup, pear. We got pear, and then we drank it and turned into this. Chiyu advised Komatsu not to get excited and to speak slowly. But knowing that the liquid gushing like a spring was the legendary pear, she herself was about to faint from pure bliss. Komatsu introduced to Yuta that not only was there pear here, but also ginseng, the soup from Jiru's consumption lava hot pot menu, the killer flower Sandorico from the western region, and also the BB corn from the 100G mountain range.
Yuta looked at the overflowing ingredients, praising them endlessly. Coco, who was a mess of tears and snot, also came closer, emotionally praising, inhaling Sandorico's pollen to dehydrate the body and then eating is freaking awesome. Even though doing so is a bit reckless, but what can you do, it's so dope. Milk too was scared to death by Coco's appearance. Don't do that, your body is more important. But Coco, with a face full of emotion, said, "Oh, it's really so good. I've decided to choose Sandorico as the appetizer in my full course menu." He announced this to everyone with great excitement. However, at the scene, nobody gave a damn. His shouts were completely drowned out by Rin's voice. He angrily roared, "Everyone, listen to me." Rin excitedly rushed to Toriko. Seeing Toriko alive is truly more joyous than anything. It's just that Toriko's melons are a bit of an eyesore. Seeing Rin arrive, Komatsu enthusiastically invited her to taste pear. Who knows, pear might have other miraculous uses. Yuta heard that the ape horde ruling Area 7 was quite ferocious. I didn't expect them to be having a party. Toriko reminded him that it wasn't just apes here, but also famous inhabitants from the past. Everyone is together. It's just that if you don't eat pear, you probably won't see them. Eating pear lets you see souls? Chin Chin was astonished. He had heard such rumors. Delicious ingredients house souls, which are the souls of creatures that still linger in the world. After death, they continue to reside around delicious ingredients. It is said that the gourmet soul will occasionally whisper to the chef, telling them the correct way to prepare the ingredient. It is said that you can even open the door to the spirit world with extremely delicious ingredients. So this is pear. At this moment, Sunny happily ran over with the bodies of Giman and Malay. Toriko joyfully shouted, "Have their corpses arrived?" Giman wanted to smack Toriko on the spot. Not corpses, bodies. Not seeing Giman, Chin Chin excitedly looked around. Where's Giman? And Master Malay is here too? Komatsu re-explained Giman's words to Grandmaster Chin Chin. Half a year ago, Giman was attacked by a blue nitro, and they almost died. At the last second, the acupressure master Malay used her ultimate skill to help, keeping them in a state of feigned death. Malay is an acupressure master, able to use acupressure to stop organ function, prevent decay, and then use suitable ingredients to restore the body. In other words, they are now in a state of acupressure, neither living nor dead, always in a soul state. Now they finally have Toriko and the group. The important thing is to quickly retrieve their bodies and then release the pressure points. Chin Chin was relieved to hear they were alive. Giman is a monster that can't be killed. But Malay's acupressure is very strong. To release it, you need the power of a highly skilled reviver master, who is the disciple of Mohayan Sheishai, Pukin. Hearing the name Mohayan Sheishai, Kaka immediately became vigilant. Mohayan Sheishai was currently planning to revive something very terrifying. He wanted to explain in more detail, but everyone was on cloud 9. Not listening to him. Malay and Giman had been revived and were partying hard with everyone. They thanked Pukin for her superb skills. Pukin humbly said it was Pear's doing. Komatsu wondered if his heart could be healed because Pear had opened the door to the spirit world. Chiyo seriously said that wasn't the reason. Giman's and Malay's bodies were revived thanks to acupressure, so they could recover smoothly. As for your heart, it was crushed, which means it was completely destroyed. Even if you can use Pear to retrieve the soul from that space, you still need to find a replacement for the crushed heart and then regenerate it. Toriko wondered, isn't Komatsu's heart in the spirit world? Pukin's glasses flashed. There is only one truth. It is a heart that was both destroyed and regenerated. The meaning was simple. Tepe didn't completely blow up Komatsu's heart, while destroying his heart, he simultaneously regenerated it. Toriko's eyes widened in astonishment. Tepe. What on earth did he do that for? Chin Chin, however, understood everything. He asked Komatsu, "You've awakened your gourmet cells, haven't you?" Komatsu and the 4 heavenly kings were astonished. When? Why didn't we know? Chin Chin continued, though it's unclear if it was caused by eating gourmet ingredients for a long time or by direct injection, there is no doubt he has gourmet cells in his body. Now, adding the demon's activation will put a great burden on the body. Now it was clear.
So Teppei knew Komatsu's heart could hardly bear the burden of the cell awakening, so he destroyed and regenerated it to make his heart stronger.
Komatsu was curious again, can this really be done?
Sunny explained to him, it's a technique revivers often use. First, they deliver a huge shock to the cells, then they proceed with recovery. It's like burning grass to restore the land. The collapse and regeneration of the heart, without a pair-level nutrient, would become a failed gamble. In other words, Teppei believed from the very beginning that Toriko and the group could obtain pair. This was an action taken based on trust in Toriko and the others. Toriko still felt these were all just speculations and didn't prove anything. Maybe it's just a coincidence. I can't accept the fact that he attacked Komatsu. I can't just easily trust him like that.
Komatsu immediately mediated, telling everyone to continue celebrating. At this moment,
Zong, who had transformed after drinking pear, was carried out by a group of apes. Zong, with a face full of spring, everyone is shaking in their boots before this big shot.
He, now you know how badass this big shot is.
Why is Zong treated even better than the four heavenly kings in Komatsu?
Everyone is very confused.
Seeing the monkeys cheering and surrounding Zong, there's an indescribable strange feeling.
Zong smugly laughs, the capture level of these monkeys is probably around 10,000, right? Judging from their fear, this big shot's level must be 100 million, right?
The disciple quickly chimes in, not wrong at all.
Lord Zong's capture level is 100 million. Maybe even 1 billion, no, 10 trillion, right? It must be 10 trillion.
They joked and made a racket for a long time.
Toriko just greeted, isn't this the stinky Zong? You're here too? Zong, as usual, retorted, not stinky, it's Zong.
As soon as he finished speaking, he chugged down another bowl of pear.
What kind of soup is this? Why is it so delicious? Ha ha ha. Toriko looked at the completely uninhibited Zong, feeling a strange sense of familiarity.
Sunny and the others had a similar thought.
I always feel like I've seen Zong's face somewhere before. Zebra was more direct, I have some impression of this monkey face.
And Kaka felt an irresistible pressure suddenly rush over him.
It's the Monkey King.
As soon as the Monkey King appeared, all the other monkeys quickly made way for him. And his eyes were staring intently at Zong in the encirclement.
Completely unaware of the impending danger, Zong was still immersed in the glory of being surrounded by everyone. Unable to extricate himself. What could happen to a big shot with a capture level of 10 trillion? Seeing the newcomer was the warmly welcomed Monkey King with his extraordinary aura, Zong was utterly terrified.
But the Monkey King, as if his wish had been granted, was moved to tears. One side was overjoyed, the other was dazed with fear, creating a stark contrast. The two looked at each other, the air silent for a few seconds. Everyone then shouted in surprise, it's the Monkey King. And Toriko also remembered, Zong's face and the Monkey King's lover, Bambina, whom he had seen in the pear orb, were almost identical. The Monkey King suddenly rushed in front of Zong, flashing a bright smile. Then he pulled the dazed Zong into a hug. Although Zong felt his bones were about to break, this was much easier than Toriko and the Monkey King playing games. It seems that a girlfriend and an outsider are ultimately not treated the same.
Or from another perspective, Zong is actually very strong.
Even stronger than the four heavenly kings. Monkey King Bambina laughed so hard his face was about to stiffen, and he roared wildly. Kaka translated for the others, the Monkey King says his lover has been revived.
And he's overjoyed.
The two little disciples were also stunned.
So the monkeys worked so hard for this reason? Toriko didn't know what emotion to express. That's great.
The Monkey King can meet his living lover again.
Humph, but should I say he mistook the monkey, or should I say he mistook the person? But that's not important.
That's a private matter between him and the Monkey King.
We outsiders just need to eat, drink, and be merry. The celebration for capturing Pear and Komatsu's revival lasted until night.
At this time, the second support team arrived in a hurry. They were both surprised by the strange scene before them and joined in, enjoying the continuously spreading joy.
This meant that pear had an indescribable taste.
As if in response to their enthusiasm, the clear pear soup flowed out like a spring, continuously. And the pear stars decorating the origin tree also gradually turned into falling stars, sparkling like the Milky Way.
Everyone stared in a daze. What a stunningly beautiful scene this is.
But to speak a buzzkill truth, it's actually balls falling from the sky.
Toriko had an incredulous look on his face, is this for real? Why are so many monkey balls falling from the tree?
Even in Acacia's full course, pear is a proud dish, with a top-ranking capture difficulty, why is it falling continuously like this?
What on earth is going on?
Kaka shouted in surprise, the conditions on Bambina's tree have been met.
Toriko didn't understand, what conditions?
Pear is something the pyramid used to decorate the tree for the purpose of courtship in the old days. If it's the same species, the normal condition for capturing pear is actually very simple.
Just kiss someone of the opposite sex that you like. That's all. Everyone looked up at Zong on the tree, who was being kissed by the Monkey King until he foamed at the mouth and seemed to understand something. Toriko felt a bit of sympathy and shouted Zong's name loudly. But at this point he had already fainted. It's over. The Monkey King played him to death. Sunny found it strange. When did Zong become the same species as the Monkey King? Drinking a lot of pear only changes your gender, right? Speaking of kissing, Toriko and the others just realized they had really fought a useless battle. If they had known earlier that the Monkey King only needed a kiss, Toriko would definitely not have said another word and just appeared. After all, back when he was looking for the jewel meat, he had already agreed to a similar request from Rin. If so, they wouldn't have had to take so many detours. Pear fell quickly, and Imaro caught it with his hand. As soon as it touched his palm, it burst like a water balloon. The monkeys gathered around, squeezing the water balloons and playing. Livebearer looked at this scene and said doubtfully, I heard that to get the real pear, you have to dance with the Monkey King. Compared to that, isn't the normal condition for capturing pear too simple? Match also had the same question, not understanding why this was listed as a super special cooking ingredient. Kaka explained this question to them, only a baboon with an extremely high capture level can get pear just by kissing. For other creatures, to meet the condition, they have to eat each other. Hearing the words cannibalism, everyone was stunned. There's such a cruel condition? Kaka said, only in this case, the same species or those with equivalent gourmet cell levels. After killing each other for food, there's a chance to get pear. This is really a very difficult method. Even if you know the method, it's hard to do. Kaka's expression was particularly serious. When capturing pear. Blue nitro met acacia. Next, I want to tell you about the purpose of the gourmet nobles, the blue nitro, and acacia's next ingredient, another, and its importance. While everyone was listening attentively, Kaka, or rather the blue nitro atom who had been blown away, was still flying in the sky. A figure rushed to block him. Pear snorted, couldn't handle Monkey King Bambina, could you? Adam glanced at him. Is he calling himself Bambina now? The name doesn't matter. He's much stronger than when I fought him. Adam tore off his disguise, revealing his messy hair. He cursed, what a troublesome monkey. He's drunk up the earth's soup source. Pear is the ancestor of that monkey, and so is Heracles. The soup flowing from the earth can actually emit such a rich aroma. Pear said again, the more concentrated the soup, the more fragrant it becomes. Come to think of it, the Monkey King's pear indeed has a capture method and a cooking method that we don't know. Adam's face darkened. He sensed a taste he had never tasted before from the pear orb. No doubt, a soul has said something to the outside world, and that kid can hear this voice. Pear emphasized, giving an order, we need to get the cooking method left behind by the 3 traitorous master chefs. Moreover, that kid is also very valuable. Anyway, next time is the last chance. Acacia has run out of patience. Brunch had met the boss of the Bishakukai, Minora. The new base of this organization is really similar to the old one. Anyway, it's all empty. Midora grinned at the astonished Brunch. You're finally here? I didn't expect you to actually bring it. Midora's image and aura, at first glance, resembled a final villain. His whole body exuded an imposing presence without being angry. Even Brunch, who was known for being a troublemaker, felt a little nervous. He silently reconfirmed, this is the boss of the Bishakukai, Midora? The pressure is terrifying. I heard you entrusted Toriko to get Acacia's full course. Is that true? Midora smiled without speaking, lost in thought. When Toriko came to the Bishakukai to pick up Komatsu, he had met him. He had some admiration for this young man. I didn't expect you to be able to find and come here so smoothly. Toriko said, it's Komatsu's smell. Hearing that he had found his way here, Midora exclaimed, Ichiryu was right after all. He has an extraordinary appetite hidden within him. Hearing his adoptive father's name, Toriko's face immediately darkened. He questioned Midora why he had killed him. Midora said, fighting Ichiryu was my destiny. That's all. Toriko argued, adoptive father, he must have wanted to have a good meal with you. Midora didn't care about this, just said, that kid is fine, take him away quickly. Speaking of Komatsu, Toriko was curious why he had let him go so easily. In other words, everyone is fighting for Komatsu, why are you the only one not fighting? Midora remembered Komatsu's bowl of soup, then said, my goal in the past, which is Acacia's full course, and gathering all the appetizers. That way, maybe I can go to that distant past. Toriko really wanted to say something, but suddenly found his tired body had recovered. Although suspicious, Toriko still said to Midora, if your goal is in the past, then hand the future over to me. I will capture Acacia's full course, and bring each dish one by one to you. Midora felt Toriko's words were unbelievably simple, but then heard him say, if we are aiming for the same ingredient, whoever captures it first, shares it with the other. Of course, the full course will also be sent to the human world. When we have gathered the full course, let's all enjoy it together. Midora, you too. Midora, after hearing him speak, laughed out loud. Toriko, whether it's you or that kid, don't you guys cooperate to make me laugh? Ha ha ha, what's not to like, Toriko? Acacia's full course is all yours. Looking at Brunch before him, Midora could confirm he hadn't entrusted the wrong person. Brunch was furious. I don't agree with Toriko's choice. Why should such an important ingredient be given to you? First of all, are the other chefs safe? If not, I won't give you air. Midora could feel this kid was hot-tempered, and asked him his name. Starjun stepped out from behind, introducing, he is the Tengu chef Brunch. Seeing Starjun, Brunch was a little nervous, but then heard him say, don't worry, the chefs are all very safe. Midora said, they are indeed all brave and outstanding young men. But they only managed to capture one of the dishes in the full course. Not to mention pear and another. It seems this is the result of not having internet. Toriko's side has already eaten pear. Coincidentally, this base is near the 6th continent. But just relying on gourmet hunters, it's extremely difficult to capture Acacia's fish ingredient, another. Brunch, it's your turn to play. Give Toriko a hand. Starjun, you go too. As expected of the boss, sitting for a long time, his aura immediately rises. Even though Brunch is not a member of the Bishakukai, he can still be ordered around. The earth itself is already a grand banquet. From hundreds of millions of years ago, when gourmet cells landed on this planet, it has been cooking until now. This shocking news made everyone's minds go blank. Kaka continued, saying that the earth would be fully cooked during the next solar eclipse, meaning when the fire was sufficient. Then, after a while, it might explode. This news was like a bolt from the blue for Toriko and his group, a completely absurd story that overturned all their perceptions. The earth is clearly a planet, how could it be cooked? But Kaka's next words further opened their eyes. From hundreds of millions of years ago, gourmet cells had invaded the earth, causing major geological changes, which was the beginning of the dish. Giant meteorite impacts, volcanic eruptions, ice ages, all were cooking steps to extract the deliciousness of the earth. Of course, the gourmet solar eclipse was the same. Unbelievable. The so-called gourmet solar eclipse that obscured the sun was actually a cooking step. At this level of big brain thinking, both those who believed and disbelieved in science were speechless. Yuta felt the topic was too macro, and he couldn't digest it for a moment. Kaka understood, ordinary people hearing these words would find them nonsensical, and it was perfectly normal not to react immediately. Regarding this, Coco also had something to say. He sensed a huge life force deep underground. Could it be that this was the deliciousness of the earth being exuded? Was the key point the gourmet cells? Liebearer asked, so the gourmet cells have conquered the deliciousness of the earth? Coco agreed with this view. He speculated that the volume of the earth was probably also swelling. Kaka confirmed Coco's speculation. The earth's volume was now 659 times larger than before. Under the influence of gourmet cells, it was constantly ripening and growing stronger. In other words, gourmet cells were like probiotics promoting fermentation. It sounded like the earth was a loaf of bread, but the truth was similar. The deliciousness of the earth, in the process of cooking, would leak out a portion from the surface every few hundred years, which was the 8 great ingredients. These 8 ingredients appear once every few hundred years? Could it be? Toriko already had the answer in his heart. Kaka continued, that is the full course menu of this earth, also known as Acacia's full course menu by everyone. Wait, saying that is too abstract. Everyone found it hard to process. Toriko asked, Acacia only collected the full course menu a few hundred years ago, right? But the menu itself has existed on this planet for hundreds of millions of years. So who exactly started cooking this earth from that distant past? Kaka answered, the main culprits are the gourmet nobles, the blue nitro, and their slaves, us, the red nitro. Everyone was dumbfounded again. Nitros existed hundreds of millions of years ago? Kaka said more directly, it's not that we have existed for a long time, but that gourmet cells have existed for a long time. Match thought of a problem that had always been overlooked. What exactly is a nitro? Nitro is a monster born from gourmet cells, a Tororo monster. It was said that the name Nitro was given by Acacia. But some also said the name might be a combination of 2 types of Tororo, hence Nitro. There was a rumor that because Tororo walked on 2 legs, they were called Nitro. Anyway, they didn't know the specific origin. The only thing that could be determined was that Nitro was the embodiment of gourmet cells. Toriko thought, speaking of being born from gourmet cells, one can't help but think of the demon in their bodies. Are they also similar creatures? Kaka agreed with this, adding, in your bodies, there is also a monster of desire, which can also be called a demon or devil. A monster in the body, could there be 2 types, red and blue? He said he didn't know. Moreover, he didn't even know if there were really only 2 types of nitro. Liebearer was curious, are red nitros just slaves of blue nitros? But why do blue nitros cook the earth? Someone guessed, could it be to eat it? Aren't they a collection of desire? Wanting to eat the whole earth, that's some big brain thinking. Kaka said they used to think there could be no other reason. But then they found out. And it was precisely because they learned that reason that he, Chi-Chi, and Gigi betrayed the blue nitros. The one who exposed the true purpose of the blue nitros was none other than Acacia. Everything had to start with Acacia and Pear. The blue nitros had taken the name of the full course menu they were in charge of as their action name. That is, the blue nitro in charge of the soup of the seventh continent was named Pear. Originally, Pear was a soup that overflowed from the continent, but the ancestor of the Monkey King, one of the 8 kings, had drunk it dry from the source. From then on, Pear became parasitic in the Monkey King's body, and the method of catching it completely changed. To catch Pear, Pear fought an opponent on par with him and lost. Beaten all over, he was discovered by Acacia. But at that time, Acacia was also about to die from Toriko pollen. Thus, the two sides, to replenish their energy, swallowed a part of each other's bodies. This was the meeting between Acacia and the blue nitro pair. In the end, the blue nitro successfully captured Pear. Toriko felt something strange, that swallowing each other met the conditions, meaning Acacia had gourmet cells on par with the blue nitro. Kaka thought this was the most important issue. In Acacia's body, there was an existence above even nitro, a very terrifying gourmet cell demon. The blue nitro pair, when swallowing Acacia's body, realized the existence of the monster hidden in that body. The nitro didn't even know where they came from, nor did they have names. If they had to say, they were just vessels for gourmet cells. On this point, humans with gourmet cells were the same. Desire through gourmet cells, constantly reincarnating through generations, constantly searching for and devouring delicious ingredients. And once the host died, it would become a gourmet soul searching for a new host, quietly waiting for the day of rebirth. The blue nitros had always been searching for that monster, even if it took billions of years, preparing delicious ingredients for its appearance. Finally, they discovered the existence of that monster in Acacia's body. In short, the true purpose of the blue nitros is to revive the monster hidden in Acacia's body. Just as Kaka finished speaking, he was suddenly stabbed in the back, spitting out a mouthful of fresh blood. Everyone was unexpected that this would happen, and for a moment, they were frozen, looking at the mirror. A long-haired demon poked its head out, laughing sinisterly, "Hee hee, this gourmet soul talks too much." Then he called out to Toriko and the group, "Alright, I'm here now. The other dish of Acacia is waiting." Kaka spat out another mouthful of fresh blood. Toriko and Coco were about to make a move. The demon waved his hand, "You can't touch me." "Hee hee, all-season chefs, how interesting. If you want to come, you are very welcome. Come to Area 6, the kitchen of the food soul. If you can successfully cook another dot." The food soul hadn't finished speaking before disappearing with Kaka in a whirlwind. It was clear that this time, they had to go. Acacia has eaten the full course menu. Why are the blue nitros still pursuing it? This question was like asking Komatsu, Toriko, and the blue nitros about the differences in their methods of catching and cooking. For example, Komatsu could use his intuition and his ability to listen to the voice of ingredients to find a more perfect way to cook. Or like Toriko, they used the imbue dance to find a way to make Pear ripen. These were all points that the blue nitros had not done perfectly before. But these issues could be thought about later. The most important thing now was, what to do now that Kaka was captured by the food soul. Will Kaka die? Toriko and his group were like ants on a hot pan. Zebra remembered the demon seemed to be the transformed form of Joie. That bastard. Is that a gourmet cell demon? Was Kaka just killed like that? No, a calm voice rang out, "Don't worry, the food soul won't die a second time." Everyone turned to look. Isn't this Kuribu, the #1 blacksmith in the world? Everyone was astonished. But Shin Shin looked knowing and said, "You have succeeded." Kuribu greeted Shin Shin, then recounted what he had seen. 2 years ago, as the #0 member, unable to fight in the gourmet world, I was very unwilling. Next, I will help you. The undercover spy operation in NEO is basically complete. NEO's goal has also been basically grasped. In short, the time is 1 month later, which is the perfect time for the gourmet solar eclipse. That is to say, before that, let's collect all of Acacia's full course menu. But Komatsu approached and looked at the mountain-sized Kuribu, timidly asking, "Are you Kuribu-san?" Kuribu looked down and asked him what was wrong. Komatsu skillfully took out his autograph book. "Could you please give me an autograph?" The 4 heavenly kings were shocked by Komatsu's inappropriate cuteness. Is this the time for autographs? Kuribu was also very straightforward, taking the book and signing it. This made everyone even more speechless. "You really signed it when asked?" Toriko wanted to ask. Kaka said the Earth would explode during the next solar eclipse, is that true? Kuribu thought this view was very reliable. For the past few months, the Earth's activity has been unprecedentedly active. In fact, NEO had already completed a spaceship that could escape the Earth. A spaceship that can stay in space for a long time. Is NEO that rich? Kuribu thought money was very simple for them. Although Acacia was praised as a hero who stopped the food war, in reality, he gave God only to rulers and super rich people. He used God to attract the rich, then turned them into his henchmen. All just to get a large amount of money from their descendants. At this point, everyone understood. Acacia had been planning since that time. Moreover, even the NEO organization was part of his plan. Sunny thought again, so Acacia is still alive now. Toriko didn't understand, what is the direct relationship between the explosion of the earth and the rebirth of the monster in Acacia's body? Is it that the monster will eat the earth, causing the explosion, or is the cause of the explosion simply because the cooking of the earth is complete? According to Kaka's words, it's probably the latter. But if it's the former, there's a possibility of preventing the explosion, as long as those monsters are not reborn. Kuribu couldn't confirm Toriko's speculation, but he vaguely remembered that the complete rebirth of the monster required satisfying several conditions. One of them was Acacia's fish treasure. Another is the key to reviving the monster. Yuda's face was very ugly. In just one short month, collecting the entire full-course menu is impossible. The others agreed with his view. Zebra was the first to break the silence, collecting them one by one. Of course, there's not enough time. We have so many people, we just need to split up and collect them at the same time. Komatsu thinks like Zebra, if there's not enough time but there are many people here, they should split up. A soul doesn't die a second time, so in the worst case scenario, Kaka won't die. Deciphering pair can open the door to the world of souls. Does that mean the next ingredient, another, exists in the world of food souls? In Area 8, Mappy once said that in the gourmet world, there is a door that only souls can pass through. That is the food soul door from an ancient civilization. He introduces to them, we were originally dead people, and as souls, we can freely pass through that door. If living people want to pass through it, they really need pair, but it's unknown whether they can return from the soul world. That requires rare luck and cooking skills. Komatsu bravely volunteers, I have a hack, I'll go first. Isn't this a scenario specifically for me? I'm here to pick up the goods. As for the other ingredients in the full course menu, please let me rely on you all. Komatsu is particularly resolute. But Sunny is extremely worried. If we talk about luck and cooking skills, Komatsu is indeed the number one choice. But it's too dangerous. In the soul world, there must be someone who attacked Kaka. Since they attacked Kaka, they can naturally attack Komatsu. Komatsu is unarmed, how can he fight him? The old man also feels that Komatsu going alone is unreliable. Gourmet cell demons are also wandering there. Among them, there are those who, even without a host, find every way to revive. If only Komatsu goes, no one can guarantee the consequences. Komatsu was not wavering at all, this time he must go. I've already died once. It was everyone who risked their lives to save me. This time, it's my turn to risk my life. Please let me go, let me contribute a part to everyone. Seeing Komatsu's determination, thousands of images of him and Toriko together flashed through Toriko's mind. Komatsu used to be timid, always hiding behind me when he saw a ferocious beast. Cowardly but not afraid of work. But the Komatsu now is not cowardly and has extraordinary courage. No longer a child who only hides behind others and cries, but a man who dares to face danger. Toriko smiles with satisfaction, Komatsu, you've grown up. The old man thinks Komatsu's judgment is correct. Moreover, no one is more suitable than him to go to the soul world right now. Toriko asks loudly, are you saying we are completely useless? The old man is also very helpless, it's not that you're useless. More accurately, strength or weakness is completely meaningless. In the soul world, compared to strength, exquisite cooking skills are more needed. Toriko doesn't think much, blurting out, I know. Komatsu, you go. Sunny is very worried. Coco advises him to calm down and think. Even if we aim for other ingredients in the full course menu, if we don't know the right way to catch and cook them, we still can't do anything. The old man tells him to rest assured. Because the sixth continent still has civilization. There's a person there named Gigi. He's the one who was once called the Golden Chef. Along with Kaka and Chichi, they are all on our side. He will definitely tell us how to cook the remaining dishes in Acacia's full course menu. Kaka also said that Gigi had recorded all the recipes of the full course menu in some notebook. As long as they find him, they won't have to worry about catching and cooking anymore. Thinking of the notebook, Komatsu is impressed. Coco and Sunny are relieved after hearing the old man say that. Thinking of Chichi, Sunny grins, it seems that a perverted Chichi is probably a lustful chef. Whatever kind of chef he is, as long as he can help, he's on our side. The urgent matter is to find that golden chef. If we've decided, let's set off quickly. Toriko entrusts Yuda, Demon, and the others to bring pear and the rich ingredients of this continent to the human world. They will do the other things. The apes call Toriko over, hoping to be given some work. If the apes are willing, Toriko also thanks them for their kindness, asking them to help at the passage. With the Enbu apes and the members of the 0th biotope together, entrusting them will surely be flawless. But what about the camping monster in charge of transportation? An ape signals Toriko to look at the flying turd at their feet. Toriko disgustedly shakes his head. No, no. Absolutely not.
Flying turd is a camping monster, of very high quality, but it stinks too much.
The ingredients will be tainted. A giant figure quickly approaches Toriko. Toriko looks closely. Oh, isn't this electric shark?
Not seeing it for a few days, it not only regrew its body but also upgraded and replaced it.
Could this also be the effect of pear?
Yuda says they have a bus, which can definitely transport a large amount of ingredients.
Toriko tells Yuda that he wants to take the real pear. That thing will also be used in the 6th area. Moreover, it has to be taken to another person. Yuda doesn't know who Toriko wants to take pear to.
But the current situation is urgent, and they must reserve some pear.
Kuribu says the next camping monster they will go to is the balloon turtle. Where? Where?
Everyone looks up and sees another thing like a hot air balloon. This thing is called a balloon turtle, a camping monster that can move freely on sea, land, and in the air. It's a safe place, and its quality is also top-notch now.
This time all the support members will go together. It can be said that they are here to pave the way for the gourmet world. Toriko thinks, the more chefs, the better. As long as they don't drag us down. Imaro confidently replies, don't talk nonsense. This trip will definitely use my abilities.
Then, they move the goods onto the balloon turtle.
The number of people going together increases.
And the corresponding ingredients and supplies also increase.
But Electric Shark seems a bit unhappy. It opens its mouth wide, constantly biting Toriko. Toriko shouts, calm down, little shark. You've brought back enough stuff. Why do I feel like you become fiercer after getting a new model? But Electric Shark still roars angrily. While Toriko and Electric Shark are arguing, the old man tells Toriko that the cause of their civilization's destruction was the murals carved on the ruins.
The Blue Nitros, in search of important information from the murals, had infiltrated their kingdom. The monkeys in the kingdom thought Kaka had betrayed them and rebelled.
In the end, their civilization just collapsed so anticlimactically.
The old man shouts eloquently, we were completely wrong. The murals in the notebook are absolutely not unfortunate things, but for humans, apes, and Nitros to be happy and peaceful together.
It can still be like the old days, enjoying gourmet food with the apes on the continent, how happy that would be.
The corners of the old man's and everyone's eyes sparkle with tears. They thank Toriko for his appearance.
Thank you so much. Toriko turns his head back and gives them a bright smile. We will definitely save Kaka, and then have a party together.
The balloon turtle takes a deep breath, and then the balloon slowly starts to rise.
Toriko and his group stick their heads out to say goodbye to them. In the crowd, Iaie is crying like rain.
Toriko once again thanks them in his heart, and also thanks the 7th continent and Monkey King Bambina. Speaking of Bambina, he is busy playing with monkeys at the moment,
dragging along Zong and his 2 loyal little brothers.
As he is about to leave, 3 shadows stop him. Judging from the shadows, they are Terry, Kiss, and Queen.
They are not here to learn from a master,
but to settle old scores.
But that doesn't matter. For them, this is both training and destiny. Toriko and his group on the balloon turtle shout loudly, let's go! With the determination to win. Another, here we come.
But they find that their flying speed seems unable to keep up with their momentum.
My god, this isn't flying, this is clearly floating in the air.
Balloon turtle, you're flying too slow.
At this rate, when will we get to the 6th continent? After some time, they finally reach the central sea of Area 6.
This place is often called the Black Triangle. Kuribu points at the Earth map. This place is called the Dark Sea that can swallow everything.
There was once a meteorite as large as the moon that silently disappeared in this dark sea. No one knows what happened.
Even in the gourmet world, this is one of the 10 most dangerous areas.
Toriko hears these words as if he is bragging. A meteorite as large as the moon can still silently disappear?
Coco says, although in the human world there are many seas like the Bermuda Triangle where ships and planes go missing, they cannot be compared to this mysterious sea. And swimming in this dark sea is another. It is said that after another swims by, there will be a splendid river of stars flowing through the dark world. Kuribu tells Toriko that the river of stars is sometimes very common, but most of them are the young of another. Adult another appears once every 100 years in the central area of the Black Triangle. That is also its habitat, so that is the real place to catch another. But the specific location of another in the sea is unknown, so there is a saying luck is more important than force.
In other words, I must first find a way to conquer the sea. Several people are discussing animatedly. Imaro interrupts them again, can I have a drop of pear? Just 1 drop is enough. What do you need pear for at this time? Imaro takes pear and points at the globe. This is a real globe developed by IGO.
Based on images obtained from satellites, it reproduces the terrain in detail.
Not only the terrain, but even a gravity device is equipped. Livebearer says, I remember this thing has a display ratio of about 1/150 million. The gourmet world has many places where satellites cannot capture images. But it's okay, it's not a loss to use pear for testing. Imara drops pear into the center of the black triangled area, then sticks gourmet slime mold on top. The slime mold quickly spreads on the surface of the globe, and then quickly points out a path. Coco has heard of similar phenomena. Amoeba-like protozoa, even in a complex maze, as long as you use bait, the slime mold will point out the most effective and suitable path. Imaro adds, gourmet slime mold is a creature that reacts to gourmet ingredients. And the more delicious it is, the more suitable the path it points out. Not only that, the path it displays on the map has a very high compatibility even in the real world. That is to say, the path pointed out by the slime mold is the best path to another. Sunny is amazed by this strange ability. He blindly asks Imaro, can this thing point out the path of other ingredients? Imaro says nothing is impossible, as long as you know the location. Livebearer praises, being able to control bacteria, what an unbelievable ability. I feel it can also be widely used in cooking dry dishes. Imaro says in detail, there are also types of bacteria that can affect the brains of creatures. There is a type of fungus that can parasitize the heads of ants, thereby controlling their minds. In fact, there is a dark technique that uses them for cooking. A dark technique that uses bacteria? Everyone is horrified. How can there be such a heretical dark technique? And before the gourmet festival, Pukin had brought that person. Imaro only then realized this truth. Toriko blindly asks which person. Imaro doesn't answer. Grandma Chio understands. That dark technique, could it be him? Recalling the plot, Tepe was with Pukin after waking up. So the person Imaro is talking about is Tepe. This also shows that Tepe had already discovered the treacherous nature of his comrades. And the mastermind behind it is obviously Joie.